Sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappling the ground. The shrill scree-scree of cicadas filled the air. Beneath a chestnut tree, Zhang Wendong slowly opened his eyes, dazed. Where am I? He pushed himself up with his hands, then winced as a sharp pain shot through the back of his head. He touched it, immediately felt a large lump. Looking at his hand, he saw streaks of blood. Something's wrong. What the hell? His fingers were thin as chicken claws, short and dark. He looked down at his body. Tattered clothes covered in patches, feet dangling in a pair of well-worn straw sandals. Even when he'd scavenged trash before, he'd never worn patched-up clothes like this. He scanned his surroundings. A bamboo pole leaned crookedly into the soil, chestnuts scattered on the ground. Picking up the pole, the more he stared, the more familiar it became. This bamboo was straight and slender, with exactly 9 knots. Most strikingly, it was purple, tinged with black. As a child, he'd adored this pole so much he'd insisted on keeping it within sight, even while sleeping. It had been perfect for harvesting chestnuts, cutting wild grass, testing paths, or even sneaking in a good whack. It had served him flawlessly throughout his childhood. He hadn't seen it since leaving to work in the mines. He touched his cheekskins stretched tight over bone. Lifting his shirt, 8 ribs stood out clearly. Leaning back against the chestnut tree, he slowly sat down. Memories surged into his mind. Being scolded by Grandma that morning to go up the mountain to gather wild vegetables. Don't come home until your basket is full, or you won't eat. Shock struck him. I've been reborn. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. His previous life had truly been miserable. Zhang Wendong's hometown was a village in Hunan province, mountainous, with rivers and forests, relatively rich in resources. No one had ever starved to death there, as far as he knew. His grandparents had 3 sons. The eldest, Zhang Jingguo, had 2 sons. The second, Zhang Dangjian, had 3 sons. Zhang Wendong was the second son. The youngest, Zhang Jianjun, currently had 1 son. Grandma Wang, Suihua, ruled her all-male descendants with an iron fist. In the production brigade, they were practically untouchable at home. She held absolute power. Her word was law. Though all her descendants were boys, one always received extra favor. His grandparents favored the eldest son. Even after the family split, they still lived with Uncle Zhang Jiangguo's household. The third uncle had studied, and, after spending a fortune on connections, secured a job in the county town. Was their darling. Zhang Wendong's father, the second son, was virtually invisible at home, quiet, unloved by either parent. But Zhang Wendong's situation was even worse. At home, he lived a pitiful existence. In his past life, he didn't start elementary school until age 10, and even then, he'd frequently skip classes for days to return home and earn work points. At 13, his parents somehow heard that a coal mine in a neighboring province was hiring. Without consulting him, they pulled him out of school and sent him off to work in the mine. Luckily, though it was an illegal operation, the boss paid monthly wages on time, and the food wasn't bad, much better than at home. At first, his wage was only 25 yuan, but as Zhang Wendong grew stronger and took on more work, his pay steadily increased. During his first year mining, he'd take 2 days off each month to visit home. Initially, his parents welcomed him warmly, but once they got the money, their attitude changed completely. The food at home was terrible, and his mother constantly guilt-tripped him. Times are tough. Your older brother and younger brother need to study. They need proper nutrition. You're the pillar of this family now. Work harder at the mine. Don't come home often. Travel costs money. Just send your earnings back. Don't spend recklessly. We'll save it for you to marry later. Back then, naive and unguided, he didn't realize he was still just a child. He simply followed their instructions. In the pitch-dark mine, it was eat, sleep, work, repeat. Day after day, he grew increasingly silent. Then, at 18, the mine collapsed. Because he always rushed to eat first, he'd been among the first to leave the works. Attend narrowly escaped death. But he was badly shaken. Over a dozen co-workers died, buried beneath the rubble, not even a scrap of clothing left behind. The boss fled overnight. He never received his last month's wages. Terrified, he packed his things and headed home. 4 years without returning. The house had been rebuilt to brick and tile structure, but only 3 rooms. It was August. His older brother, who'd repeated a year, had finally entered university and was now a freshman on summer break. Seeing his brother tower, nearly half a head taller than him, around 185, with gold-rimmed glasses, hair neatly combed, wearing a white shirt, a steel pen tucked in the breast pocket, crisp black trousers, and brand-new leather shoes, he looked every inch a social elite. Then Zhang Wendong looked at himself. Tattered, stained cloth shoes with blackened toes poking out, patched-up clothes and pants, thick, calloused fingers caked with grime, carrying a black jute sack. He looked like a refugee. A bitter ache swelled in his chest. Before he could even drink a sip of water, his parents demanded, "Why are you back?" Why are you carrying luggage? After recounting the accident at the mine, they showed no concern for his well-being. Instead, they scolded him for losing his job and not bringing back wages. He stayed home a month, working nonstop, barely getting enough to eat nothing but sweet potatoes or porridge, every meal plain vegetables and sour cabbage, not a drop of oil. His eyes turned hollow, starving. His older brother was rarely home, dressing sharply and gallivanting outside, doing zero work. His younger brother, 15, had just finished middle school and was preparing for high school. He followed his older brother everywhere, looking well-fed and pampered, showing no respect for his second elder brother while even greet him if they passed on street. After harvest season ended, both brothers returned to school. With some free time, Zhang Wendong reconnected with childhood friends. He found most were either studying, married, or already dating. Suddenly, the idea of marriage sparked in his mind. When he mentioned it to his parents, they brushed him off. No rush. We just rebuilt the house. Your older and younger brothers are still studying. We can't afford it. You're still young. Marriage isn't urgent. Just like that, 1987 passed. At home, he was cold, hungry, and overworked, living worse than in the mine. No chance of marriage. Old friends would sometimes compare him to his older brother, adding salt to the wound. Trapped at home, his heart grew heavy. Early 1988, he joined fellow villagers seeking work outside, heading to Shanghai. He spent nearly 4 years laboring on construction sites. Then, by chance, he saved a man being robbed. Wang Fuguwei. Brother Wang was in real estate. Seeing Zhang Wendong's 175 centimeters frame, broad build, muscular physique from years of hard labor, high nose bridge, thick brows, single-fold eyelids, and square jaw resembling Gang Haesang from the Outlaws, imposing even without anger, perfect for a bodyguard to show off. He offered Zhang Wendong the job, 500 yuan a month. Compared to construction wages, it was a fortune. Zhang Wendong agreed instantly. Brother Wang hired several other bodyguards too. They wore suits and ties, accompanying him to hotels and clubs, feasting and drinking. After tasting such a life of luxury, Zhang Wendong became deeply attached. Yet, unease lingered. The life he'd lived before and now were polar opposites, one heaven, one earth. This stark contrast made him desperate to prove himself worthy of this role. After all, he'd been just a laborer, barely literate, struggling with basic arithmetic. Believing a bodyguard needed strength, during his free time, he sought out a boxing gym to learn the sport. Chapter 2. A tragic previous life. Thus, for years past, leading us to 1996. Boss Wang's business flourished amidst intensifying competition. During a visit to a club, he encountered his arch-nemesis, resulting in a fierce altercation. Each side dispatched a bodyguard to settle the dispute, and Wang summoned Zhang Wendong to the arena. This unfortunate incident culminated in Zhang suffering a shattered leg. Following the confrontation, Boss Wang, embarrassed, departed without a backward glance, leaving Zhang Wendong on the ground, wailing in agony. Eventually, the club owner intervened, escorting Zhang to the hospital. The altercation resulted in a fractured tibia and nerve damage, necessitating exorbitant surgical expenses. Despite having earned a considerable sum while working for Boss Wang over the years, Zhang had also spent lavishly. His parents frequently wrote, requesting financial support, and his girlfriend proved to be quite a drain on his resources, leaving him with scant funds. Ultimately, the club owner fronted a portion of the surgical fees, merely sufficient to stabilize the fractured leg with a metal plate. However, after a brief hospital stay, the funds dwindled, prompting Zhang to seek out Boss Wang once more. The latter tossed him a mere 2,000 yuan and ordered the security to expel Zhang from the premises. The complete surgical procedure required over 10,000 yuan, a sum far beyond what Zhang possessed. After multiple unsuccessful attempts to secure funds from Boss Wang, he eventually found himself unable to locate him at all. With no alternative, he reached out to his family for assistance. Upon receiving his call, his parents erupted in outrage, declaring they had no money to spare and instructing him to fend for himself before abruptly ending the conversation. Over the years spent working in Shanghai, he had sent home no less than 20,000 yuan, not to mention the years spent laboring in the mines. Now, with no financial support forthcoming, a chilling despair enveloped him. Yet, his leg required treatment. Otherwise, he would be left limping, a prospect Zhang Wendong could not bear. After more than 8 years in Shanghai, he had forged some friendships. A mere shout would summon them for dining and revelry. However, when it came to borrowing money, they vanished faster than the wind. Time and again, when his pleas for assistance were met with rejection, Zhang came to realize that these individuals were merely fair-weather friends, brothers in leisure, but absent in times of need. His girlfriend visited him the day after the accident, But upon his return home from the hospital, he found the apartment empty. The valuables were long gone, and the fact that they hadn't dismantled the bed frame to take it with them was the only semblance of dignity left between them. Returning to his rented room, he clutched the 2,000 yuan that boss Wang had begrudgingly provided, feeling the sharp pangs of pain radiating from his leg, his heart swelling with bitterness. Ultimately, due to insufficient funds, the nerve damage rendered his ankle powerless, and he became a cripple. His limp barred him from heavy labor, and employment eluded him, relegating him to the status of an unemployed drifter. Despite the lavish lifestyle he had experienced during his years with boss Wang, he had failed to learn any means of earning a living. Aspirations of becoming a business owner were stifled by both lack of capital and direction. He felt lost. Reflecting on the past 8 years, he recalled returning home only twice, the most recent visit occurring last year. His elder brother worked for the municipal government and had married a university classmate, an exquisite and gentle woman. They had purchased a home in the city and welcomed a son, their lives flourishing. His younger brother had graduated and secured a stable position at a county bank, married to a kind and generous wife, with a home of their own and a promising future ahead. In stark contrast, he found himself unemployed, devoid of savings, and without a partner, struggling to establish a foothold in this bustling city while burdened with a disability. The question loomed, should he return home? The character for home has become increasingly indistinct in his heart. Since becoming aware of the world, he has never harbored warm memories of family. The impressions of his parents have faded, and all that seems to matter is money that is simply a one-way street. Their brick house comprises only 3 rooms, one for his parents, one for his elder brother, and one for his younger brother, leaving him without a space of his own. His heart has grown cold. He cannot return home. He would rather die in Shanghai. Thus, Zhang Wendong began his journey by scavenging for garbage, gradually transitioning to waste collection. Though the work was grimy, it yielded decent earnings. With money in hand, he succumbed once more to his former vices. Laboring like a water buffalo by day and donning a suit and tie to frequent various establishments by night, he spent every penny he earned. As the years passed, Shanghai experienced rapid development, drawing in an ever-increasing number of people, intensifying competition. Zhang Wendong found himself relegated from visiting clubs daily to merely every 3 days in dim alleys. It was not that his body could not endure, it was that his earnings had dwindled and the price of dumpling skins had risen. One day, he chanced upon a group selling scrap copper at a low price, but in large quantities. Though he recognized the dubious nature of the goods, the profit margin was too enticing to resist. Without a moment's hesitation, he engaged in the trade. However, after only a couple of transactions, and before he had properly spent his earnings, he was arrested. In 1999, during a crackdown, he was sentenced for receiving stolen goods. He spent 15 years in prison, laboring on sewing machines. Despite the harshness of prison life, Zhang Wendong found solace in the camaraderie of his fellow inmates, who were all talented and articulate. In 2014, he emerged from prison, squinting against the harsh sunlight. His years behind bars had rendered him frugal, cunning, and he had not managed to reduce his sentence at all. After walking 2 miles, he took a cab and, dozing off, awoke to find himself in a bewildering new world. "Where on earth am I?" he exclaimed. The towering buildings and bustling streets teemed with people, a stark contrast to the alleys of his memory. As he navigated through the crowd, he felt lost. The times had changed too swiftly for him to return to his old profession. The collection of refuse had become increasingly difficult, as entry into residential communities was now prohibited. After managing to sneak in, he was quickly escorted away by security upon uttering a few words. Resigned, he reverted to scavenging once more. Each day he trudged, his steps numbering in the thousands, working tirelessly yet barely managing to eat, let alone secure a place to sleep. He sought refuge under a bridge, only to find it filled with traffic cones, and when he attempted to rest on a park bench, he was shooed away in the dead of night. Life outside prison was proving to be more arduous, yet the value of freedom was undeniable, and returning to incarceration was not an option he entertained. As the year wore on, Zhang Wendong became a figure of filth and tatters, his hair resembling untamed weeds, his beard unkempt, and his mouth displaying a disarray of discolored teeth. He could no longer endure this existence. It was time to depart. In a public restroom, he confronted his reflection, cutting his hair, shaving his beard, and scrubbing himself clean with fervor. The following day, dressed in the cheap clothes he had purchased upon his release, He withdrew the last of his funds to buy a bus ticket back to his hometown. The osmanthus tree at the village entrance still stands, its branches lush and verdant. As long as the tree remains, one can find their way home. Walking along the concrete path, the solidity beneath Zhang Wendong's feet fails to provide any sense of security. He quickens his pace. The once bright tiled house now bears the marks of neglect, the yard overrun with weeds, the steps covered in moss, and the wall crumbling away. A solitary rusted lock hangs from the wooden door, permeating the atmosphere with a sense of desolation. Later, from childhood friends in the village, he learns that his parents had passed away several years prior. Although his elder and younger brothers have managed to thrive in the city, they chose not to bring their parents to enjoy a better life. At 70, they still toil in the fields, their aging bodies struggling under the weight of labor, unwilling to relinquish even an inch of the land. They worked from dawn until dusk, and eventually, their father fell ill, passing away within a month, followed by their mother 6 months later. Zhang Wendong made his home in the dilapidated house, surviving by scavenging, unaware if his brothers knew of his return to their ancestral home. However, despite living there for 6 years, they had never visited, let alone paid respects to their parents. In 2021, after a day of collecting refuse, Zhang Wendong returned home feeling dizzy, his throat raw. Realizing he might have contracted the virus, he hastily consumed a meager meal, took a sip of alcohol, and collapsed onto his bed, slipping into a hazy slumber. Chapter 3. Returning to a summer's day at 6, discovering space. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself lying beneath a chestnut tree. Fragments of memory flickered, recalling the time he climbed the tree to gather chestnuts. Due to malnutrition, he had quickly felt faint and fallen, striking his head. Yet, the ground was soft. How did he end up with a bump on the back of his head? Zhang Wendong rose and began to search, soon discovering a protruding stone in the earth. He pulled it free, a fist-sized rock covered with a layer of stone skin. A trace of blood still visible on its surface. What lay beneath was astonishing. Resembling jade or gold, it shimmered in the sunlight, a mist swirling within, reminiscent of a preserved egg. As he touched it, a warm sensation coursed through his palm. His fingers absorbed the blood from the back of his head, and the stone gradually became ethereal. Ultimately, it vanished, leaving behind only a shell akin to half an eggshell. Startled, Zhang Wendong exclaimed, "What on earth?" He glanced around. All he saw were trees, the cicadas chirping incessantly. He quickly grasped a bamboo pole from the ground, its presence calming his racing heart. Picking up the stone skin, he noticed inscriptions within, reading "Still Space, gifted to the fated." The words then faded into chaos. Dumbfounded, Zhang Wendong contemplated the notion of space. A vision of a room-sized area materialized in his mind, dimensions of 27 cubic meters, 333. Observing the bamboo pole in his hand, he silently intoned the word "collect," and the pole vanished. When he focused his consciousness, it lay quietly within the space. He picked up the chestnuts on the ground, murmuring "collect," and they too found their place within the space. Zhang Wendong realized he had stumbled upon a treasure. Why hadn't he discovered it in his previous life? Gazing at the dried blood on the stone skin, he suddenly understood it had not touched the jade-like surface. After a period of excitement, his emotions gradually settled. A new beginning in life was a divine opportunity, especially with the existence of this enigmatic space. In this lifetime, I surely cannot descend into the depths of scavenging for refuse, suffering from hunger, and facing a solitary existence without offspring. Zhang Wendong first stored the stone skins into his space, then diligently collected the chestnuts from the ground, filling nearly half a basket. After some contemplation, he placed the majority into the space, covering them with wild vegetables, summoned a bamboo pole, and, while tapping it lightly, made his way down the mountain. Navigating through the woods and crossing a small stream, he walked along a path that was both strange yet familiar. It was July, and the rice fields were beginning to bear ears of golden grains, glistening under the sun and releasing a fragrant aroma. His stomach rumbled, prompting Zhang Wendong to quicken his pace. The village of Unity, where he resided, was located in the southern part of Shanghai province. Housing over 100 families and boasting a population exceeding 1,000, considered a medium-sized village in this era. Descending eastward down the mountain for about half a mile, he reached home. Before him stood 3 houses surrounding a courtyard. Initially, there was a mud brick house, followed by his father constructing a new one on the left upon marriage, and his uncle doing the same on the right. The central mud brick house was then replaced with a brick structure, culminating in the current arrangement. From the courtyard, one could see the osmanthus tree at the village entrance. Upon entering the courtyard, he spotted his grandmother, Wang, washing a medicinal pot. She possessed a family recipe for a herbal concoction, rumored to enhance physical strength and promote development. However, the ingredients were quite rare, and in his recollection, Zhang Wendong had never tasted it. His uncle's two sons, however, consumed it monthly, and today marked the day for brewing the medicine. Wang Laotai, with a sharp gaze, noticed Zhang Wendong, who was looking down as he prepared to enter the house. Upon seeing the half-filled basket of wild vegetables, she exclaimed, "You foolish child. Did you grow up eating dung? You can't even gather a basket of wild vegetables. What are you coming back for?" Her scolding was harsh, and as she continued, her irritation grew, prompting her to stand up to strike him. Zhang Wendong maintained a stoic expression, wishing to retaliate with a slap. Yet, considering he was only 6 years old and of slight build, and observing his grandmother's robust physique, towering over 170 centimeters, he thought better of it. In a bid to appease her, he said, "Grandma, I fell while picking chestnuts from the tree and now my head hurts. Could you spare a little money for me to visit Uncle Li? He is the village's barefoot doctor." With that, he revealed the bruised area on the back of his head. Upon seeing the dried bloodstains on the cloth, Wang Laotai paused in her movements and sat back down, continuing to mutter profanities. "Do you think you're made of gold? With such a trivial injury, you want money for a doctor? You little wastrel." Enduring her tirade, Zhang Wendong placed the basket in the main room and retreated to his own quarters, lying down on the bed. His family was busy at work, and the children were not home. He recalled how upon his return to life, he had been met with harsh words, leaving him feeling unsettled. In his previous existence, he had lived in poverty alone, yet no one dared to bully him. He was a solitary figure, and even the children rummaging through refuse in their old age would steer clear of him. Contemplating his current youth and the unknown challenges of future scoldings and beatings, he felt a wave of imbalance wash over him. If he could not have peace, then neither should anyone else. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he gradually drifted into slumber. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the main room, growing increasingly raucous. Realizing that his family had returned and it was time for dinner, he hastily rose from his bed. Upon entering the main hall, I noticed that the family had gathered around the table. I found my familiar corner and settled in, awaiting the meal. The perennial pickled vegetables were the first to grace the table, accompanied by a plate of unadorned greens and another of stir-fried eggs with green peppers. It was complete. Before Wang Laotai, a bowl of sweet potato porridge was set, and in her hand, the spoon resembled a coveted sword, exuding an air of authority and power. She first served a generous spoonful to Grandpa Zhang Dashan, followed by a hearty portion for herself, before distributing to the adults and finally to the children. Zhang Wendong gazed at the thin broth in his bowl, his fists clenched tightly. Yet, under the eaves, one must bow their head. Only after Grandpa and Grandma had taken their share did the family begin to eat. Zhang Wendong adeptly picked up the greens, devouring his rice swiftly. There was no time to dawdle, otherwise there would be nothing left but the soup. The stir-fried eggs with green peppers were off-limits, reserved exclusively for Uncle's family. Any attempt to reach for them would likely result in a reprimand. After the meal, the family took a brief respite before returning to work. The only child with a specific task was Zhang Wendong, as his grandmother presented him with a basket, insisting he must fill it with wild vegetables by afternoon. With the basket in hand, Zhang Wendong stepped outside, splashed some water on his face by the creek, and turned over stones in hopes of catching a crab to supplement his meal. After flipping several rocks without success, he stumbled upon a few creekstone fish, adorned with stripes reminiscent of zebras. These fish are sensitive to water quality and difficult to raise, yet their flesh is delectable and devoid of any fishy taste. In his previous life, he often struggled with hunger at home and delighted in seeking fish and shrimp in this very creek. He had consumed many of these small fish, and it was only after visiting the bustling city of Shanghai that he learned they were called creekstone fish, also known as creekstone bass. Upon returning home in his later years, he could never find them again. Now, flipping over a few stones yielded several fish, yet they were swift and elusive. After considerable effort, he managed to catch 34 small fish, barely enough to satisfy his hunger. With a mountain trek still ahead, he resolved to return with a net next time. Placing a few creekstone base into his spatial pocket, he began to ascend the mountain. After a few steps, a sudden realization struck him. He could also store water in his spatial pocket. Though it was not vast, it could hold a significant amount of water. The creek flowed in segments. If he extracted a portion, catching fish would be a matter of moments. However, drawing water from the path to the mountain was impractical. Should someone witness it, his secret would be compromised. The matters of reincarnation and his spatial pocket must remain his closely guarded secret throughout this lifetime. Thus, he followed the creek upstream for about a kilometer until he discovered a small pool. The area was densely wooded and deserted, with a gentle flow of water. This would suffice. Chapter 4. Discovering Fish-Catching Techniques. With his hand hovering over the water, he silently chanted collect, and the pool's water vanished in an instant. The pool was quite deep, revealing a flurry of small fish and shrimp, along with a few sizable crucian carp, estimated to weigh around 20 pounds. Don't ask how he could estimate. In his previous life, rummaging through trash and collecting scrap for nearly a decade had honed his skills in weight estimation. After moving a few steps downstream, he chanted release, and the water from his spatial pocket drained away. Returning to the pool, he scooped handfuls of fish into his pocket until he noticed a flash of pale yellow in the corner. An old turtle? He poked it with a rod, and the turtle extended its neck and took a bite. Victory. With a rod, he deftly pried the old soft-shelled turtle from the mud. Its size nearly that of a large iron basin, weighing an estimated 5 to 6 pounds. Before his rebirth, a wild turtle would command a price of 600 yuan per pound, and even then, they were smaller in size. In today's age, such a sizable turtle could fetch around 50 yuan from a discerning gourmand in the provincial capital. 50 yuan is no trifling sum these days. A pound of rice costs just over a dime, while pork exceeds 70 cents per pound. The rice purchased for a turtle could sustain one for an entire year. How delightful. As he placed the turtle into his spatial pocket, he noticed that the small fish and shrimp had automatically organized themselves, fish in one pile, shrimp in another. He retrieved several chestnuts from the space. They remained dry and unblemished, quite commendable. Today's fishing expedition had come to a successful close. Grasping the bamboo pole and carrying the basket, he retraced his steps along the familiar mountain path. Upon reaching the well-known trail, he veered into the woods. Seeking refuge by the chestnut tree where he had awakened that morning, ready to recline for a while. Foraging for wild vegetables seemed futile. He could simply return home, claiming a headache. Even if he found any, he would likely face a scolding, so it was wiser to conserve his energy. His stomach began to rumble again. The fish and shrimp in his spatial pocket could not be consumed raw. A pot was essential for cooking, yet in these times, iron pots were precious commodities. Purchasing one required both money and ration tickets, resources he lacked at present. Pondering his options, he recalled the medicinal jar his grandmother had washed that morning. Indeed, this heirloom had possibly become an antique, enduring the test of time with remarkable quality. This would do. He would seize an opportunity to take the jar. With it, he could stew fish and shrimp in the mountains. And should he manage to catch a wild chicken or find some mushrooms, a dish of chicken and mushrooms would be delectable. The mere thought made him hungrier. Gazing at the chestnuts in the tree, he decided to indulge in some. Though raw, they bore a slight bitterness. They would suffice to appease his hunger. He took out a stone shell and a few chestnuts, using the sharp edge of the shell to slice through the chestnuts with surprising ease. After consuming a few, he soon lost his appetite. The bitterness intensified, leaving his mouth parched. He needed water. Remembering a nearby mountain with a spring, he recalled drinking from it often as a child. Descending from the tree, he made his way back to the spring, washing his hands in the cool water. He cupped his hands to drink, savoring the crisp sweetness devoid of any earthy taste. After quenching his thirst, he filled his hands with water to store in his spatial pocket for future convenience. After a good while, he managed to gather about a square-'s worth of water. With the rod in hand, he sought wild fruits, wandering through the forest for a considerable time until he stumbled upon a patch of wild sweet potatoes, their bright red hue indicating ripeness. After foraging, he had gathered over 2 pounds. He sampled one, its sweet and tangy flavor delightful, and stowed a few away in his spatial pocket. Glancing at the sky, he realized it was getting late and decided it was time to return home for dinner. He descended the mountain, rod in hand and basket over his shoulder, arriving home earlier than expected. The adults were still at work, and his grandmother had also gone out for the afternoon. The medicinal jar lay drying beneath the eaves, its lid overturned, while a nearby winnowing basket held a medicinal herb basking in the sun. The weariness he felt dissipated instantly. Was the house truly empty? Listening intently, he confirmed there was no one around. The jar, typically stored in his grandmother's cabinet, was rarely seen outside of medicinal preparation days. Grasping the jar and its lid, he swiftly placed them into his spatial pocket. The medicinal herbs are of little concern to me, as I am unfamiliar with them. I pondered the consequences should my grandmother discover the absence of the medicine jar. She would surely raise a ruckus. Coupled with the fact that I had not gathered any wild vegetables that afternoon, I feared an impending reprimand. I must evade this predicament. I resolved to seek out Uncle Lee, the limping man, and feign a severe headache so that I could return home after dinner. With my fishing rod in hand and a basket slung over my shoulder, I set off towards Uncle Lee's abode. At this hour, most adults were still laboring in the fields, and I encountered no one on my way, which suggested that I could remain unnoticed. I walked with my head lowered along the narrow path, deliberately avoiding any encounters. Uncle Lee's home was not far from the foot of the mountain. Upon reaching the gate, I knocked softly. "Uncle Lee, are you home?" After a brief moment, the door creaked open, revealing a child at the threshold. "What brings you here?" Uncle Lee inquired. "Uncle Lee, I took a tumble while climbing the mountain and hurt the back of my head. I feel quite dizzy," I replied. Uncle Lee scratched his head. "Which family do you belong to?" "Zhang Wendong, grandson of Zhang Dashan." "Zhang Dashan?" "Yes, my grandmother is Wang Cuihua." "Oh, the child of Aunt Cuihua. Come in. Let me take a look at your head." I felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was my grandfather not held in higher regard? Uncle Lee examined my injury, gently feeling around, and remarked, "It has already begun to scab over. You did not strike the bone. Do you experience any other discomfort?" "I feel a bit nauseous, but I cannot bring myself to vomit." "Then sit on this stool for a moment while I prepare some herbal remedy." With that, Uncle Lee busied himself with the herbs. Before long, he returned with a leaf and 2 pieces of tree bark. He had crushed some herbs and smeared them onto the leaf, applying it to my wound, which felt refreshingly cool. "Lie face down, I will wrap it up." After securing my head with the bark and tying it in place, Uncle Lee declared, "There. Try not to move around too much. This bump will subside in a few days." "Thank you, Uncle Lee. How much do I owe you?" "Do you have any money?" "Not at the moment." "May I keep a tab?" "I shall repay you when I have some." "There's no need. These are merely herbs, of little value. Just be cautious next time." I was pleasantly surprised by Uncle Lee's benevolence. Yet, I did not wish to take advantage of his kindness. Thus, I thought to bring him 2 Christian carp the following day. I expressed my gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Lee. You are truly a good person. May I rest here a while longer, as my head still feels dizzy?" "Feel free to rest. I must attend to these herbs." With that, Uncle Lee turned back to his work. I leaned against the wall of the room, sitting on the stool to take a break. After a while, I heard the sound of clanging, signaling the return of the workers. I rested a bit longer, noticing the smoke rising from the village chimneys, indicating it was nearly time to return home for dinner. After bidding farewell to Uncle Lee, I ambled homeward, my fishing rod and basket in hand. As I approached my home, I spotted old Lady Wang standing at the gate, cursing vehemently, her words laced with vitriol. "You beast! Thief! Wretched creature!" Her language was utterly foul. With my head down and determination set, I braved my way home, knowing she would not hesitate to unleash her wrath upon me, especially with the bark still visible on my head and my basket completely empty. Zhang Wendong hastily retreated, pleading, "Grandma, this afternoon when I ascended the mountain, I felt quite dizzy and could hardly move. I sought Uncle Lame to examine my head. He wrapped it with herbs, but I still owe him 50 cents. If you damage the herbs, I will have to return for more." Granny Wang halted her footsteps, her face darkening. "You, how can you not endure such a trivial injury? What a spendthrift. All you do is eat. What else are you capable of?" Zhang Wendong clutched a bamboo pole, warding off her spittle as he made his way to the courtyard. Granny Wang, still hurling invectives, followed him to the hall. Breathing a sigh of relief, he placed the basket in the hall, observing the entire family seated and ready to dine, smoothly sliding into a familiar corner. His father cast a glance at his bandaged head but said nothing, while his mother, serving dishes at the table, did not even spare him a glance. Chapter 5. Preparing a special meal. As the rice bowls were about to be set on the table, Granny Wang returned, wielding her metaphorical sword with a dark expression, resembling a fierce warrior. Her piercing gaze swept across the room, exuding an intimidating presence. The clattering of bowls echoed as she distributed the food, and thankfully, the household maintained the custom of silence during meals. Zhang Wendong, as smooth as earlier, stuffed his mouth with food, his chopsticks moving with remarkable speed. Just as he intended to rise and leave after the meal, Granny Wang's oppressive gaze swept over him, rendering him immobile. He obediently remained seated. After the meal, the family did not stir. Granny Wang initially unleashed a barrage of fury, scrutinizing everyone except for Uncle Da's family, as if they were thieves. She recounted the incident of the missing medicine jar and instructed the family to search for it. Once organized, Zhang Wendong's mother took the bowls to wash. The family, taking advantage of the still light sky, began their search nearby, while Granny Wang rummaged through every corner of the house, methodically inspecting each room. After over half an hour of searching, having nearly overturned the earth, they still found nothing. Zhang Wendong's home was situated on a slope, with the only flat terrain nearby, so they did not trouble the neighbors. Ultimately, everyone returned to their rooms to rest after the fruitless search. Zhang Wendong entered his own room, which, like the other two in their earthen house, was shared with his older brother, Zhang Wenxi, while their parents occupied the other. Although Zhang Wenxi was merely 8 years old, he looked at Zhang Wendong with a hint of disdain and never played with him. In his previous life, Zhang Wendong was oblivious to this, but now he understood. Before Zhang Wenxi had started school, they shared a bed and spoke little. However, once Zhang Wenxi turned 6 and began attending primary school, he no longer wished to share a bed with Zhang Wendong. He demanded their father build a separate bed, insisting they sleep far apart. Zhang Wendong's bed was merely strewn with straw, while Zhang Wenxi's included a mat atop the straw. Zhang Wendong's clothing was cast off from Zhang Wenxi, riddled with patches, worn and mended repeatedly. His pants transitioned from long to short through wear. In stark contrast, Zhang Wenxi's garments rarely bore patches, always fitting him perfectly. Since he was 4, Zhang Wendong had helped his family with chores, gathering pig fodder and foraging for wild vegetables, laboring alongside his parents during busy seasons. Zhang Wenxi, however, lived a more refined life, rarely assisting with household tasks and throwing tantrums when he did. He began school at 6, whereas Zhang Wendong had to wait until he was 10, attending for less than 3 years. This time, things would be different. Although my previous life was akin to that of a marionette, it does not signify my acquiescence. In this lifetime, regardless of whether I am suited for academia, I must at least attain a high school education. I do not seek to become exceptionally intelligent, yet I yearn for a coherent thought process. In the past, my thoughts were often fragmented. I acted impulsively, propelled by a strong drive, but remained complacent, failing to chart a path for my future or devise long-term plans. In my former existence, I toiled in the mines, sending money home while retaining only a few coins for myself. Working for Boss Wang, I observed his real estate business flourish, yet I never contemplated purchasing a property. In the 1990s, the price per square meter in Shanghai's prime areas was over 2,000. By the time I departed, even the most affordable units soared to 30,000 or 40,000 per square meter. Upon my release from prison, I sought to rent a place, only to find that even dilapidated homes commanded thousands each month, leaving me utterly bewildered. I must seize the fleeting insights regarding wealth accumulation and document them. The 1992 wealth certificate? A former cellmate prospered through this, only to succumb to gambling, escalating his debts until he lost everything, resulting in familial estrangement. With no alternative, he turned to illicit means, ultimately landing back in prison. Tomorrow, I shall procure a pen to jot down what I recall. I only know that the 1992 wealth certificate could yield profit, though the specifics elude me. I must learn how to acquire it before 1992 in Shanghai. At 22 in 1991, I ought to have either pursued education or begun earning. I need to amass more funds. I do not aspire to immense riches. Securing 2 properties in Shanghai would suffice. It seems I must venture to Shanghai for my future. I have no desire to associate with my family's dubious characters. It would be best to sever ties upon my departure. Wealth certificates, properties, nothing else. I cannot resort to scavenging. That chapter of my life is irretrievable. I must also find a wife. She must be beautiful. The only girlfriend I had in my past was captivating, despite her work in a nightclub, but her affection was fleeting. She vanished when finances dwindled. I must ponder the notion of marriage carefully, prioritizing it and observing potential candidates beforehand. A wife, a wealth certificate, a home. If I grasp these 3 elements and abstain from vices, I shall not face ruin and degradation in this life. Sleep now, sleep. Tomorrow, I shall write it all down. The following morning, I awoke to the raucous voice of old Lady Wang, heralding the dawn. Groggily, I opened my eyes to see Zhang Wenxi covering his ears, still ensconced in slumber. I was reluctant to rise, yet the thought of my standing at home compelled me to stiffly get up. Upon exiting, I noticed the dark circles under old Lady Wang's eyes, a telltale sign of her restless night, especially with the family heirloom medicine jar missing. An amusing thought. A splendid day was dawning. I drew water from the well, hastily splashed my face, attended to my bodily needs, and, with a bamboo pole in hand and a basket slung over my shoulder, left the courtyard. Breakfast was an impossibility, even if it existed. There was nothing for me to eat. Beneath the radiant dawn, I ventured along the path into the mountains, arriving at the familiar chestnut tree. I climbed up, indulging in a brief slumber, basking in the warmth of the sun, a gentle heat, though decidedly warm, estimating it to be around 9 o'clock. After stretching lazily, I descended and retraced my steps, collecting some firewood along the way. I continued until I reached the brook, moving upstream for a short distance, where I concealed the firewood among the grass. From my space, I retrieved a slightly larger cushion carp. How absurd! With such a space, why bother hiding firewood? Yet, since I was here, I might as well. 2 cushion carps, weighing over a pound, appeared as fresh as they were when I placed them in the space. Indeed, it was a stasis. Alas, I could not enter. Otherwise, a simple rest could grant me decades of life. I also gathered 2 handfuls of chestnuts, stowing them in my pockets, and found a few blades of grass to string the fish together, covering them with a basket as I made my way to Uncle Lee's home. I knocked on the yard gate. "Uncle Lee, are you home?" "Lee, the lame man." "Open the gate. What brings you here?" Zhang Wendong revealed the fish, saying, "Uncle Lee, you didn't charge me for the medicine yesterday, so I brought you these 2 fish. Perhaps they can offset the cost of my treatment?" Lee gently ruffled Zhang's hair and chuckled. "You rascal, I told you the herbs are of little worth. No need to pay. Take the fish home and enjoy them." Zhang smiled and replied, "Uncle Lee, after using your medicine, my head no longer aches. I believe your remedies are indeed valuable. Please accept them. If I ever feel unwell again, I will surely trouble you." Lee, still smiling, accepted the fish. "Then you shall have your meal here at noon. I will stew the fish." Zhang quickly waved his hands, thanking Uncle Lee. "I can't stay for lunch. My grandmother would scold me. I've gathered some chestnuts. Could you lend me a couple of matches? I wish to roast them." After handing a handful of chestnuts to Lee, the old man thought, "This boy is polite and understands social niceties. Wait a moment, I'll fetch them for you." After a brief wait, Lee returned with a box of matches, handing it directly to Zhang. "Take them all, but don't get them wet." Zhang accepted the matches, retrieved another handful of chestnuts from his pocket, and offered them to Lee. "Thank you, Uncle Lee. You are a good man. I'm off to gather more chestnuts. Farewell." Chapter 6. The fire is lit. With that, I turned towards the brook, following its course to find firewood. Continuing upstream, I arrived at the small puddle I had drawn water from yesterday, now replenished. Nearby, I gathered some dry leaves and grass, placing 2 stones of similar height carefully. I extracted the medicinal jar, finding it surprisingly clean, wafting a faint herbal fragrance, and it felt quite substantial. What a fine jar! I removed the stone lid and proceeded to gut the stream's stone base, aware that its roe could be mildly toxic, so I processed them all. I washed the fish in the puddle and poured some mountain spring water I had collected yesterday into the jar, submerging the fish perfectly. I began to kindle a fire, and once it blazed, I placed the jar atop it, tossing in a few chestnuts. I found a slender branch, peeled it, and snapped it in half to use as chopsticks. Once the water boiled, I cooked the fish for a while, prodding the flesh with the branch. It was ready to eat. I extinguished the fire with a stone and kept the chestnuts warm. Dinner is served. With chopsticks grasping the fish, I blew gently on it, feeling its warmth. But it mattered not, for I had grown accustomed to it. One piece after another found its way to my mouth, although devoid of any fishy taste. The absence of seasoning rendered it rather bland, merely sufficient for sustenance. As the soup cooled, I finished it off, and it was quite satisfactory. Next, I retrieved the chestnuts, splitting them open with a stone. They still emitted a faint warmth, and thankfully, there was no bitterness, just a hint of sweetness, pleasantly crumbly. After indulging to my heart's content, I thoroughly cleaned the jar and tidied the surroundings, relocating the garbage to a more suitable spot. Resolving to prepare meals here in the future, quite commendable indeed. Estimating that it would be a while before dinner was served at home, I decided to forage for some wild vegetables, lest I risk not having a place at the table. After rummaging about for an hour, I collected half a basket of greens, chewing on some mint leaves and wiping my mouth with my sleeve. A quick sniff confirmed that apart from the scent of sweat, I bore no other odor. With the basket in hand, I made my way home. Upon arrival, I found Grandma Wang already dishing out the food. Swiftly, I set down the basket and bamboo pole, gliding to a corner. Grandma Wang's dark complexion was tinged with a hint of red, likely on the verge of reprimanding someone. But with dinner imminent, she held her tongue. Zhang Wendong felt that arriving at this hour was quite fortuitous. In the future, he would aim to enter the house during meal preparations, avoiding scolding while also enjoying the sight of Grandma Wang's flushed face. Eating joyfully, the chopsticks traced fleeting shadows through the air. After finishing, I let out a satisfying burp. A second helping was indeed in order. The previous meals had felt insubstantial, but this one left my belly content. Ready to slip away, I emptied the wild vegetables into a winnowing basket and headed toward the chestnut tree. Climbing up, I reclined and drifted into a blissful slumber for quite a while. Feeling the sun's intensity, I adjusted my position and continued to rest. Awakening, I patted my belly. The midday meal having digested and retrieved some wild sweet potatoes I had gathered the day before, eating a few and sipping some spring water, my fatigue dissipating. Descending from the tree, I set out to find more wild vegetables to bring back. Meandering around the chestnut tree, I filled a basket with greens and even discovered 2 edible mushrooms. Splendid. I selected the tender vegetables and placed them alongside the mushrooms, reserving the older ones for home. Previously, when foraging, I would only pick the tender tips, spending ages to fill a basket, but now I uprooted the wild greens from the base, gathering a full basket in just an hour, feeling no guilt whatsoever. Having lived longer than Grandma Wang in both this life and the last, I thought to myself, why must she always send me to find wild vegetables? Is she not concerned about her lifespan? With every meal consisting of a bowl of clear sweet potato porridge, it was no wonder I had been shorter than Zhang Wendong in my previous life. Resting in the tree for a moment, I recalled that I had yet to jot down the life plan I contemplated yesterday. I needed to return home for paper and pen. After a brief respite, I sensed the sun nearing the horizon and descended, grabbing my pole and basket to hurry home. Approaching my home, I paused for a moment, noticing the chimney smoke dwindling, anticipating that dinner would soon be served. Rising, I proceeded toward the house. Upon entering the courtyard, I spotted Grandma Wang wielding a metaphorical sword, quickening my pace to set the wild vegetables in their designated spot, moving to my familiar corner, and picking up my chopsticks in preparation for the feast. Once again, a bowl of insipid broth, accompanied by a few greens mixed with foraged herbs for midday, alongside a plate of pickled vegetables, while the aroma of green pepper and egg lingered 2 meters away, barely reaching my senses. A surge of frustration nearly compelled me to flip the table. Channeling my indignation into determination, I wielded my chopsticks with a swift motion, managing to scoop up a few more vegetables than Zhang Wendong. Fortunately, I had indulged at lunch and snacked in the afternoon, just enough to stave off hunger as I prepared to leave the table. As I entered the room, intending to locate Zhang Wendong's backpack, he walked in, his brow furrowed, as if he could crush a fly with his gaze. Zhang Wendong, observing his demeanor, wondered what could have transpired, yet maintained a calm faade. Noticing Zhang Wendong's indifference, Zhang Wendong shifted closer to the door, exclaiming, "Could you possibly wash yourself every other day? Can you not smell the stench emanating from you? It's nauseating." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wendong felt a surge of indignation. How dare he act superior in my presence? Clenching his fists, he contemplated confronting him, but then realized that a victory might lead to retribution from their parents. Ultimately, he decided against it. Physical harm was out of the question. He would resort to mental retaliation. Although the odor from his body had been somewhat overwhelming earlier, he resolved to shower later that evening. Now, however, the thought of bathing was utterly unappealing. If he was displeased, it oddly brought him a sense of satisfaction. In a past life, after being released from prison, he scavenged in Shanghai, rarely bathing more than once a year, yet remained in good health, unaffected by the odor that he himself could not discern. His feet would go unwashed, and he simply flopped onto his bed, motionless. Zhang Wendong was seething with rage, contemplating physical confrontation, yet the closer he got, the more unbearable the stench became. Striking Zhang Wendong meant approaching the source of the foul odor, which was hardly worth it. Standing at the door, he unleashed a torrent of curse words, but as he continued, he sensed something amiss. Were they not born of the same mother? Even he found himself cursing. As Zhang Wendong fell silent, Zhang Wendong seized the moment to retort, declaring, "Tonight, if you fall asleep, I shall climb into your bed and embrace you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenci turned pale, stammering, unsure of how to respond. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Wendong sensed that Zhang Wenci was on the verge of tears, stating, "If you wish for my forgiveness, present me with a sheet of homework and a pen, and I shall refrain from sleeping beside you." Zhang Wenci, invigorated by this challenge, scoffed, "You've never even attended class. How do you expect to use a pen? You wouldn't know how." His expression oozed with derision. Zhang Wendong, uninterested in engaging in further banter, replied, "If you don't provide it, I shall lie in your bed right now." Zhang Wenci quickly retorted, "Wait. I'll get it for you." He rummaged through his backpack, tearing a sheet from his homework pad, and produced a nearly depleted pencil from his pencil case. Placing it on the table as he stepped back, eager to see Zhang Wendong's next move. Zhang Wendong seized the paper and pencil, tossing them to the foot of his bed. To his surprise, he discovered a 50-cent coin nestled in the pencil case, rubbing it between his fingers. And when it felt nearly polished, he brought it to his nose, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. "Should you provoke me again, I shall crumple this 50-cent coin and hurl it at you," he threatened, flinging it towards Zhang Wenci, who swiftly dodged, watching the coin tumble to the floor, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. Though he reached for the fallen coin, the deeper he bent, the more pungent the aroma became. "Forget it." Zhang Wenci kicked the coin towards Zhang Wendong. Amused, Zhang Wendong reveled in his clever scheme. This 50 cents was now his. "At present, my youth is a limitation. My body frail, and the means to earn money elude me. In this age, the pursuit of speculative ventures yields no fruitful results. Even the turtles I capture remain unsold. I had intended to wait until my health improved before seeking ways to earn, yet I was taken aback by Zhang Wenci's affluence. He dismisses even a mere 50 cents. Being the favored child of his parents, I surmise he can easily procure funds, and given Zhang Wenci's haughty demeanor, further disputes are inevitable. Perhaps I shall con him for a bit more next time." I picked up the 50 cents from the ground and placed it at the foot of my bed, contemplating what it could purchase. Lost in thought, I drifted into slumber. Chapter 7. Following Air Dan to find duck eggs. At the break of dawn, old lady Wang sounded the clarion call for waking. Zhang Wendong stuffed paper, pen, and money into his pockets, attended to his personal hygiene, and set off towards the mountains with his tools. Arriving at the creek, he meandered towards a small puddle. Upon reaching his destination, he lit a pot of water, gathered a handful of tiny shrimp, and boiled them. He tossed a handful of chestnuts into the fire pit, achieving a modest state of satiety. After cleaning up, he ascended the mountain to a familiar spot and began to write with pen and paper. Wife, start scouting in high school. Marry early. Wealth certificate, issued in 92. Travel to Shanghai to gather specifics before purchasing. Housing, with newfound wealth, buy property in Shanghai. He inscribed a character for money as the title, but after a moment's contemplation, found he had little more to add. With his belongings secured in a safe space, he succumbed to a nap once more. As the sun climbed high, Zhang Wendong awoke. Sleeping in the tree was far less comfortable than a bed. However, he could not find a more suitable resting place, so he made do. Descending from the tree, he began searching for wild vegetables, ensuring to store the tender ones while uprooting the older varieties to discard into his basket. As he foraged, he spotted a wild chicken pecking at some yellow berries. Even from a distance, its plumpness was evident. Contemplating the chicken's preparation, saliva pooled in his mouth. As he approached, the chicken, alerted by his movement, darted into the underbrush and vanished. Zhang Wendong smacked his thigh in frustration. Without a trap, the wild chicken was untouchable. Resigned, he plucked the yellow berries to snack on. The mountains are home to wild chickens, rabbits, and bamboo rats, yet encounters are rare. Venturing deeper into the woods is perilous, with wild boars lurking within, posing a significant danger. It seems wiser to search for bird eggs amidst the trees, digging for wild vegetables centered around the chestnut tree, and familiarizing himself with the surrounding area in the coming days. Time is short, as the busy farming season approaches, and his parents will soon enlist him for labor. With his basket nearly full, he calculated it was time to return home for a meal. He marked the time for sharing food at a familiar corner, ate, and then headed back to the mountains. In the afternoon, he cleared the chestnuts from the tree and at the small puddle, peeled and boiled them for later enjoyment. The small fish and shrimp were tasteless, and he had no desire to consume them. He planned to visit the commune to buy some salt, intending to stew a jar for leisurely consumption later. After several days of bringing wild vegetables home, old lady Wang scolded him and forbade him from returning to the mountains, assigning him the task of gathering pig grass instead. It mattered little to him. He was adept at idling away time. Since his rebirth, he had spent days departing early and returning only for meals, without encountering any childhood companions. At home, he found no one with whom to converse. Even a simple chat would be a welcome reprieve. Early the next morning, he set out to gather pig grass, carrying a basket nearly as tall as himself. Upon arrival, he observed the damp ground. Lying down on it would be unwise. The nearby trees were not as broad as the chestnut tree, making it difficult to rest without discomfort. Venturing further yielded no suitable trees. The grass was rather dense. He squatted down to enjoy a modest breakfast, extracting some previously boiled chestnuts, still warm to the touch. One by one, he savored them, and after finishing, he took a sip of spring water. Finding a flat patch of ground, he laid the basket horizontally and reclined upon it, drifting into a light slumber. Suddenly, he heard someone calling, "Erlu." Erlu. Indeed, Erlu was the childhood nickname of Zhang Wendong. Since childhood, he had been a diligent worker, more industrious than a donkey. Yet he had grown to embrace the moniker with a chuckle. It had been years since he last heard that name. Awakened by the sound, Zhang Wendong took a moment to gather his thoughts, only to find a black salted egg before him, accompanied by a cheerful grin. His childhood companion, Wang, 2 years his senior and in the 2nd grade, was affectionately known as Dan. He sported a shaved head and a round face, always smiling at everyone, endearing himself to all. A skilled hand at catching birds and fishing, he and Zhang Wendong had spent countless hours together in their youth, but as time passed, their paths diverged when Zhang Wendong went off to mine, and their contact dwindled. Years later, upon returning to his hometown, he discovered that Dan had completed university and settled in the provincial capital. Nevertheless, they still enjoyed each other's company during annual visits, sharing drinks and stories, a treasured friendship indeed. Zhang Wendong sat up and affectionately patted Dan's bald head. "Why haven't I seen you on the mountain these past few days?" he inquired. Dan, still smiling, wrapped an arm around Zhang Wendong's shoulders. "I came looking for you a few times, but you were nowhere to be found. After gathering pig grass, I've been searching for wild duck eggs by the lake. Those bird eggs are tiny, but duck eggs are worth several. Once we finish gathering pig grass, let us go collect duck eggs together." Zhang Wendong agreed. "My grandmother has been urging me to search for wild vegetables in the mornings, so I've been spending all day on the mountain." The two exchanged laughter and began gathering pig grass. After filling half a basket, Zhang Wendong decided to take a break. Noticing his friend resting, Dan asked, "What's wrong? Are you stopping after just half a basket? That's enough for now. If we finish the work early, what shall we do in the afternoon?" "Take your time. I'll wait for you," Zhang Wendong replied. Dan tapped his head and chuckled. "Have you had an epiphany? Has Lu turned into Ergo?" Zhang Wendong shrugged off the jest, lying back on the basket. "You keep gathering the pig grass, and once you're done, we'll go for the wild duck eggs." Dan quickened his pace, filling a basket with pig grass before beckoning Zhang Wendong to follow him to the lakeside. They concealed the basket among the foliage, and Dan began to sift through the aquatic plants with a stick. After a considerable search, he discovered a nest containing wild duck eggs. Hearing their footsteps, the wild ducks scurried away, leaving 2 eggs behind. Dan picked one up, shaking it gently and inspecting it against the sunlight. "These 2 eggs are edible," he exclaimed, handing one to Zhang Wendong, who suggested they share them later. Armed with a stick, he began to comb through the water plants with greater force than Dan had, creating a cacophony as he struck the vegetation. Before long, a wild duck darted into the water. Zhang Wendong seized the opportunity, cautiously approached, and managed to collect a wild duck egg. Once again employing the same old tricks, Zhang Wendong, with a swiftness far surpassing that of Dan, spent nearly an hour searching, ultimately discovering over 20 wild duck eggs. As he glanced at the sky and sensed that lunchtime was approaching, he resolved to head home for a meal. The two of them located a basket for the grass, divided the wild duck eggs, each taking 12, and began their journey back. Upon reaching a fork in the road, they agreed to reconvene at the intersection after lunch for a brief respite, each bearing their own bundle of pig grass. Zhang Wendong sought refuge beneath a tree, ensuring no one was in sight, and discreetly placed the duck eggs in the basket. Leaning against the tree, he observed the smoke from his home's chimney diminishing, indicating it was time to return. Timing his arrival to coincide with the meal, he braved his grandmother's fierce gaze as he finished his food. After the meal, he slipped away from the table, spread the pig grass in the yard to dry, knowing that if the dew remained, it would cause the pigs to suffer from diarrhea. He fluffed the grass to make it appear more abundant and set out with his bamboo pole and basket, finding another tree at the intersection to rest beneath. He lay down with the basket propped up, indulging in a nap. The quality of his sleep was far superior to that of his past life, where he often had to rely on alcohol to find slumber. Now he could simply lie down and drift off. After a brief doze, he was roused by Dan calling for him, and after a moment of waking, they resumed their search for wild duck eggs. Hiding the basket securely, they began their endeavor, finding the bamboo pole much more manageable than a stick. However, the quantity of duck eggs had diminished. Following the same path they took in the morning, they traveled 3 miles only to find 2 fewer eggs than at midday. Deciding not to continue, the two hurried back, parting ways after dividing the eggs. Chapter 8. Another encounter with money. Zhang Wendong made his way to a small puddle with the basket on his back, knowing that gathering pig grass was out of the question. Along the way, he collected some firewood, arriving at the location to wash the duck eggs, allowing them to soak for a while. After covering them, he kindled a fire and set the pot to boil, cooking the duck eggs, then adding cold water to slightly cool them before peeling them, resulting in a total of 23 eggs, enough to sustain him for a week with 3 eggs a day. Having retrieved the duck eggs, he began preparing a meal, consuming 3 eggs but still feeling unsatisfied, deciding to save some for later. He then took out some chestnuts, eating a few, enough to barely feel 7/10 full. Rising, he tidied up, disposing of the eggshells in a different spot, concealed the basket, and ascended the mountain, replenishing himself with spring water, gathering some good firewood, and foraging for tender wild vegetables to store. Estimating that enough time had passed, he descended leisurely, peering outside to see old lady Wang dividing food. He tossed the basket into the yard and slipped into the house to sit down. The crimson glow of the setting sun cast a warm hue on old lady Wang's face, but Zhang Wendong noticed a glint of malice in her eyes. Sensing that he was in for trouble that evening, he hastily finished his meal and exited the table, avoiding eye contact with old lady Wang. As he turned to leave the main room, he felt as if a hook had latched onto him, making him reluctant to return inside. He sat at the entrance of the yard for a moment as respite. Indeed, after finishing her meal and noticing the basket was empty, old lady Wang unleashed a torrent of scathing remarks at an alarming speed. "You worthless creature. You can't even gather pig grass properly, yet you eat so much. If I don't give you a proper beating today, you won't understand the color of flowers." As she approached Zhang Wendong, he felt an ominous aura and bolted towards the yard's exit. Old lady Wang pursued him, but after a prolonged chase, she was unable to catch him. Returning to the entrance to continue her tirade, Zhang Wendong, now too fearful to return, remained outside. As I approached the osmanthus tree at the village entrance, I climbed up and found a branch that was not too gnarled to lie down upon. I planned to return home later after I had indulged in some rest. Nestled among the branches, I listened to the croaking of frogs as the moon began to ascend the treetops. Humming a gentle tune, I tossed a handful of yellow fruit into my mouth, feeling quite jovial. Having worked tirelessly before, I now faced the repercussions of doing less. Yet, reflecting on my tender age of 6, I realized that while other children in the village also toiled, they would soon abandon their tasks for play. Why then? Must I labor tirelessly throughout the day? Am I made of iron? It was time to ease my family into the notion of my reduced contributions, minimizing my presence at home. After nurturing my health, I would revisit the boxing lessons from my previous life. Strength training could hinder my growth, so I first needed to establish a solid foundation. Even with just a stance, I could easily best someone like Zhang Wendong, that feeble opponent, and swagger with confidence. The moon hung high in the sky, and with no entertainment in the village at this hour, it was likely that everyone else had succumbed to slumber, except for those engaged in exercise. After consuming a duck egg and sipping some spring water, I made my way home. Upon arriving, I was greeted by an eerie silence. As I pushed open the door, it did not budge. Had Zhang Wendong locked me out? What a fortuitous opportunity. The wooden door was secured with a simple latch that could be easily pried open with a piece of bamboo. I found a branch in the yard and patiently worked at the latch until it finally yielded. Gazing at the slumbering Zhang Wendong on the bed, I felt a surge of irritation. As I shed my clothing, the pungent odor that had been trapped beneath them wafted out, a release I desperately needed. Though accustomed to it, my eyes still glimmered with unshed tears. With a mischievous thought, I positioned my armpit towards Zhang Wendong. He was deep in slumber and did not awaken easily, but his expression began to shift from tranquility to discomfort, contorting into an extreme grimace, as if he were trapped in the most terrifying of nightmares. Suddenly, his eyes popped open, and the noxious stench invaded his nostrils, jolting him awake. Still dazed, he seemed on the verge of fainting again. Noticing Zhang Wenxi's eyes rolling back, I pinched his philtrum to bring him back to reality. His eyes widened like saucers, and he opened his mouth to scream. I quickly stuffed the shirt I had just removed into his mouth, relieved that he had not uttered a sound. Otherwise, his parents might have ensured we would have to sleep outdoors tonight. Zhang Wenxi's hands flailed in a desperate attempt to remove the obstruction, but I swiftly captured his wrists. He struggled vigorously, yet his strength paled in comparison to mine, honed from daily labor. After a prolonged struggle, he found himself increasingly restrained, his mouth stuffed. Unable to voice his protests, succumbing to dizziness from the stench, his strength gradually waning, tears streaming from his eyes. After he cried for a while, I said, "You locked me out, didn't you? I'm out here freezing and on the brink of catching a cold. Are you giving me a hard time?" I added, "Stop crying. If you keep it up, I'll hold you tighter." Listening to my words, Zhang Wenxi attempted to stifle his tears, but the stench was too overwhelming, and his tears continued to flow. Observing that his sobs had diminished, I remarked, "I'll remove the shirt from your mouth, but you mustn't scream. If you do, I'll stuff your shoes in there instead." Zhang Wenxi nodded eagerly, and once the shirt was removed, he remained silent, hugging his legs and weeping softly, looking as pitiful as a mistreated spouse. Zhang Wendong waited for a moment. Observing Zhang Wenxi regain his composure before speaking, "You locked me outside and made me catch a cold. Compensate me with $1 for medicine tomorrow. If you don't, we shall share the same bed tonight." Zhang Wenxi glared at him with fury, and upon realizing that Zhang Wendong's intimidation had failed, he began to rub mud from his body. After a few moments, he formed a clump of mud, expressionless, and held it to his nose, stating, "Pay up, or I'll make you eat this." Seeing Zhang Wendong's bizarre behavior, Zhang Wenxi rummaged through his backpack, producing several bills, and then retrieved a black note. Tucking it back inside, Zhang Wendong was taken aback. Was he truly that affluent? After some time, Zhang Wenxi found a $1 bill and placed it on the table, returning the other bills to his backpack. Zhang Wendong, holding the dollar, felt a twinge of disappointment. Was it not enough? Yet, he prided himself on his principles. He would take his time, methodically extracting his due without being too harsh. Witnessing Zhang Wenxi's financial prowess, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself, imagining the next encounter. Zhang Wendong's expression while clutching the dollar was met with disdain from Zhang Wenxi, who deemed him a naive individual. Zhang Wendong chose to ignore this. He stuffed the dollar into his pocket, donned his clothing, and reclined on his bed, toying with the clump of mud. "You must inform our parents about tonight's events, or I shall feed you a mud ball every day." With that, he hurled the mud ball at Zhang Wenxi, who immediately exploded in anger. He refrained from advising Zhang Wenxi not to demean himself again, chuckling at the thought of an earlier arrival next time. Zhang Wenxi's expression shifted continually as he took a towel and exited. Unperturbed, Zhang Wendong lay on the bed, allowing sleep to envelop him. After a cold shower, Zhang Wenxi's lips were flushed as he wiped down the bed with his damp clothing. After much toil, he noticed Zhang Wendong sleeping soundly, frustration welling within him. Yet he refrained from acting impulsively. It was utterly revolting, and as he lay on the bed, he began to frown in irritation. Chapter 9. Satisfied, one seeks progress. The wails of old lady Wang mingled with the crowing of roosters, prompting Zhang Wendong to rise swiftly. He stepped outside and observed old lady Wang's stance. Though her gaze was aggressive, she refrained from attacking. Zhang Wendong bowed his head, tending to his personal hygiene. Once finished, he strapped on his backpack and carried a pole, setting out to the spot from the previous day. He enjoyed duck eggs and chestnuts, rinsing his mouth with spring water before succumbing to slumber. Dan arrived and roused Zhang Wendong, who lazily arose to gather fodder for the pigs. Today's task was less demanding than the previous day. After completing his work, he rested on the backpack. Dan's lips twitched as he hastened his pace in gathering fodder. After finishing, the two strolled towards the lake, concealing their backpacks and searching for wild duck eggs in the opposite direction from the previous day. After a considerable time, they found around 10 eggs and headed back, dividing the duck eggs and returning home. Zhang Wendong arrived just in time for dinner, then took his backpack to the corner to sleep. In the afternoon, he and Dan busied themselves, each collecting over 10 duck eggs. This endeavor would reach a pause, They estimated it would be a week before the next opportunity arose. It was getting late, and the duck eggs would be cooked next time. After dinner, he was chased around by his grandmother for quite a while. He lay beneath the osmanthus tree, enjoying a late-night snack and rinsing his mouth before retreating to his room for the night. Each day passed leisurely, and before long, the end of the month approached. The supply of pigweed has dwindled to nothing, leaving me to venture out each day with an empty basket, only to return home in the same state. My meals have shifted from grinding once daily to twice, and even after lunch, I find myself grinding again. Each week, I collect duck eggs, but now only a mere dozen remain in storage. I have consumed all the chestnuts, wild yams, and yellow berries. And though there are still duck eggs to eat, I have no inclination to purchase salt from the commune. As July draws to a close, I have spent nearly a month recuperating, yet due to previous malnourishment, I remain thin, despite a slight improvement in my nutritional status. I have not bathed, and aside from a slight increase in height, my appearance has not changed significantly. This layer of dirt serves as a protective camouflage. As the month ends, the time for harvesting millet begins. Zhang Wendong will soon be conscripted by his mother, although a 6-year-old cannot earn work points during the busy farming season. His mother insists he helps out, allowing him to earn a full 10 points, compared to the usual 6 or 8. On the first day of millet harvesting, Zhang Wendong rises earlier than his grandmother, departing before dawn with nothing in hand, intending to explore the town. The town is a mere 2 kilometers from Tuanjia village. He strolls leisurely to the town, which is still quiet and relatively large. After circling around, he notes the locations of the supply and marketing cooperative and the state-run restaurant. Sitting a few meters from the cooperative entrance, he waits for it to open. After a lengthy wait, the doors finally open, and he locates the salt section. Currently, coarse salt costs 0.15 yuan per jean, no ration tickets required, and he purchases 2 jeans, carefully wrapped in newspaper by the clerk, along with 5 boxes of matches, totaling 0.40 yuan. He yearns for sugar and rice, but without tickets, he cannot buy them. He is determined to try the buy 2 milk candy at the first opportunity, a long-held childhood desire. He heads towards the state-run restaurant, but upon arrival, he notices that everyone buying breakfast is using tickets, while he has none. Resigned, he returns to the village. When the roads are deserted, he stows his purchases in storage, enjoys a duck egg, rinses his mouth, and meanders along the path to the small creek. Upon reaching a small puddle, he prepares the fish, deciding to cook half a jar of fish this time, adding chicken mushrooms and wild vegetables. After a considerable time, the dish is ready, and with the addition of salt, the flavor transforms. He relishes a hearty meal. After a moment of rest, he prepares to cook another half jar of fish. Once the chores are complete, he tidies up, disposing of the garbage in a different location, and estimates its time for dinner, timing his arrival perfectly. His mother begins to signal him with her eyes to finish his meal and wait, but Zhang Wendong feigns ignorance, slipping away post-meal to nap under the chestnut tree with his fishing rod. He spends the afternoon foraging for wild vegetables and even discovers 2 chicken mushrooms. The outskirts of the mountain truly offer little. In a month, he has only encountered chicken mushrooms twice. After dinner at home, his mother begins to express her grievances in a relatively gentle manner, twisting his ear as she laments. She first reprimands him for the lack of work he has contributed this month and the meager goods he has brought home. She implores him to be obedient and considerate, recounting her own hardships and insisting he accompany her to work tomorrow. Zhang Wendong, however, lets her words pass through one ear and out the other, saying, "Mother, the last time I went up the mountain, I hit my head hard, and my vision is still quite blurry. I can barely see things at a distance. Could you take me to the hospital for a checkup?" Upon hearing this, his mother erupts with expletives. "You little rascal. You want to go to the hospital for such a minor injury?" The arduous nature of earning a living eluded him, and in a fleeting moment, it slipped away. Heeding the words of his mother, Zhang Wendong felt a profound chill within his heart. This treatment was akin to being regarded as less than a stepmother. Yet, he resolved to abandon any expectations. Why indulge in desires that were unattainable? Lying on his bed, he contemplated when he might return to school. In his previous life, he did not commence his education until the age of 10, compelled by the commune's mandate that children must attend school. The team leader had sought him out, and with no other recourse, his parents allowed him to enroll. Now, at the age of 7, he could not afford to delay his education any longer. However, within his household, he held no authority, and his parents were adamant against his schooling. He needed to devise a strategy. Perhaps he could borrow textbooks from Dan and study the first and second grade materials, enabling him to skip ahead upon enrollment. If he began school at 8, it would be as if he had started at 6. This was a viable plan. Lost in thought, he soon drifted into slumber. At the break of dawn the following day, he set out. After a hearty breakfast in the mountains, he succumbed to a mid-morning nap. When the sun reached its zenith, he stretched languorously. Over the past month, he had foraged extensively around the chestnut trees, nearly depleting the edible resources. Venturing deeper into the mountains posed considerable risks. Having faced significant challenges in his past life, he understood the importance of caution in this one. The space around him still held an abundance of fish and shrimp, supplemented by wild vegetables. Enough provisions to last a month. Sustenance was not an immediate concern. He decided to seek out Dan. At this hour, Dan was likely tending to the pigweed. Upon arriving at the pigweed patch, he indeed found Dan, and they worked together for a while, filling their baskets to the brim before taking a moment to rest. Dan, Zhang Wendong inquired, "You'll be entering the 3rd grade next semester, correct?" "Indeed." Dan replied with a smile. "When do you plan to start school?" "I wish to attend, but my parents won't allow it." "Could you lend me your 1st and 2nd grade textbooks to peruse?" Zhang Wendong scratched his head. "I can lend them to you, but will you be able to comprehend them? You've never been to school." Dan looked perplexed. "When school begins, I shall listen from outside the classroom, with the textbooks. I can learn alongside the lessons and ask you questions when I don't understand. Is that all right?" "Certainly. I'll bring them home for you later. And feel free to ask me any time you have questions." Zhang Wendong felt a surge of gratitude. Dan's kindness was remarkable. One should aspire to have a son like him. He followed Dan home, where the latter retrieved the well-preserved books. After spending some time playing at Dan's house, he returned home with the textbooks. Upon arriving, he found Zhang Wenxi absent. He tucked the books away into his space and hid behind the house, awaiting mealtime. After lunch, he left the table, rod in hand, climbed a tree, and indulged in a lengthy nap. Upon awakening, he lay in the tree and began studying the 1st grade language book. It was manageable, not overly challenging. In his former life, he scavenged in his hometown, barely scraping by. He lacked the funds to buy dumpling wrappers. Yet he collected discarded magazines and novels to read at home. His literacy was intact, though his writing resembled a dog's paw print. The mathematics for 1st grade posed some difficulty. In his previous life, he had only mastered addition and subtraction. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that he could learn at a gradual pace. His ability to read would facilitate his comprehension, and he believed the learning process would not be as daunting as he had imagined. Chapter 10. Commencing lessons outside the classroom in the blink of an eye. A month had passed. Zhang Wendong endured several scoldings from his grandmother, yet to little effect. His lack of cleanliness had rendered him quite odorous, making her reluctant to engage with him. Cursing at him yielded no opportunity, for he was absent except during meal times. Initially, his mother attempted to brainwash him in the evenings, but to no avail. Eventually, overwhelmed by fatigue from work, she ceased her efforts. Zhang Wendong, in turn, sought out his mother, claiming he needed to visit the hospital due to his blurred vision. The more he sought her, the more she began to avoid him. Zhang Wenxi perceived his brother's increasingly bizarre behavior. It had been over 2 months since he last bathed. Apart from the slight discoloration around his mouth, the rest of his body had become encrusted. It seemed even wasps would struggle to penetrate his flesh. Flies would surely slip off his head. Previously, one had to be close to catch a whiff, but now the stench would provoke nausea from 2 meters away. It was best to keep one's distance. Strangely, Zhang Wendong seemed unfazed. He even benefited from the expanding gaps in his meals. Aside from foraging for food in the mountains, he dedicated most of his time to studying. He had completed the 1st and 2nd grades of Chinese, mastering all the characters and internalizing the central themes, even memorizing a few poems. He grasped 1st grade mathematics and had a rudimentary understanding of some 2nd grade concepts. Nevertheless, he still needed to attend school to audit classes, as the new semester was fast approaching. As September arrived, Zhang Wendong accompanied to school to ascertain the grade levels. The school was constructed jointly with the neighboring village, located conveniently between the two. Zhang Wendong had grown taller and could now peek through the window to see the podium, eavesdropping on 1st grade lessons, then 2nd grade, and even 3rd grade. Chinese was manageable, but mathematics, lacking a textbook, often left him bewildered. After listening for a while, he realized that without books, he was at a disadvantage. He ventured to the town's recycling station to scavenge for textbooks, adopting a pitiful demeanor, and managed to procure all the necessary primary school books for a mere 20 cents, along with some partially filled exercise books. With textbooks secured, he began attending school more frequently. The current teachers were quite responsible. Upon seeing that half of Zhang Wendong's encrusted head was visible outside the window, they often invited him into the classroom to listen. However, the thought of his own odor made him hesitate. Surely, his classmates would struggle to endure it. Had he not noticed that the seats near the window remained unoccupied? Zhang Wendong feigned timidity and declined the offer. The teacher, sensing his reluctance to enter, permitted him to ask questions during office hours. This opportunity was not to be squandered. Yet, would approaching the teacher be too overwhelming for her? Bathing was out of the question, for it was this very odor that allowed him to attend school so consistently. If he were to wash it away, his grandmother would undoubtedly impose more restrictions on him. Lying in bed at home, he pondered for an extended period, realizing he could not mask his scent. His nose had grown accustomed to it. If he were to apply some fragrance, the combination of sweet and foul would likely amplify the stench. What would he do then? He could not afford to lose this protective aura. He had yet to grasp the second-grade material thoroughly, and he needed to find an opportunity to consult the teacher. If she did not recoil from his scent, he might as well climb to new heights. After nearly a month of listening to classes from outside the school window, Zhang Wendong was finally ready to approach the teacher with questions. He meticulously organized his inquiries and cautiously approached her. While the teacher was explaining, Zhang Wendong attentively listened and observed her facial expressions. Aside from an initial moment of discomfort when she furrowed her brow, she soon relaxed and patiently elucidated the material for him. What a kind-hearted individual. Zhang Wendong attentively listened to the teacher's explanation, diligently posed the questions he had regarding a second-grade problem, and took notes with a small segment of pencil he had acquired from Zhang Wenxi. After completing his inquiries, he expressed his gratitude to the teacher. Upon stepping outside, he leaned against the wall to listen for any sounds from within, relieved not to hear any retching, and joyfully returned home. Once at home, he took out his textbook to reinforce his understanding of the material. After mastering the content, he stored the book in his space and lay in bed to contemplate. Having grasped the second-grade curriculum, he found himself capable of self-studying elementary Chinese. However, he struggled with a significant portion of the third-grade mathematics, which he resolved to focus on in the future. 3 months into his rebirth, Zhang Wendong noticed that his parents were still giving Zhang Wenxi special treatment. Initially, upon his return, he was physically weak and would fall asleep easily in bed. But as his health improved, his excessive drowsiness diminished. Occasionally, after sleeping too much during the day, he found it difficult to sleep soundly at night. He noticed Zhang Wenxi stealthily sneaking out at night, returning with the scent of food on him. His heightened sensitivity to food aromas allowed him to discern what Zhang Wenxi had eaten that evening. Furthermore, he detected that Zhang Wenxi had money. No wonder their family meals consisted of simple greens, while Zhang Wenxi appeared well-nourished. Though the family had not yet split, they still dined together. Yet any additional income did not require public sharing. Their ancestors had been craftsmen, a skill passed down through generations. During the slack farming season, his grandfather, along with his uncle and father, would join the production team to take on odd jobs. It was likely that each household had its own little source of income. Fortunately, he had his own as well. Zhang Wendong still presented a lean appearance, but his ribs were less pronounced now. He could indulge in fish and shrimp without the worry of gaining weight, as there was no fatty meat to be found. In his space, only some soft-shelled turtles and wild vegetables remained, and he resolved to go fishing the next day. The following morning, armed with a bamboo pole, he ventured out early, heading to a small puddle and continuing uphill. The path became increasingly treacherous, and after approximately half an hour, he encountered a dead end. Before him lay a small waterfall, with a gentle flow, and beneath it was a sizable pond. Probing with his bamboo pole, he discovered it was quite deep. This would do. He transported water back and forth 5 times with his space until the pond was nearly drained, revealing a plethora of fish and shrimp, including a particularly eye-catching soft-shelled turtle, which must have weighed over 10 pounds. He carefully tapped around with the bamboo pole to avoid any snakes, then gingerly descended into the pond and began collecting the fish. After a considerable amount of time, he had successfully gathered everything. Finally, he captured the soft-shelled turtle, which was leisurely feasting on fish. Using his bamboo pole, he flipped the turtle into his space, climbed out of the pond, and found a clean stone to rest upon. Upon inspecting his space, he discovered he had approximately 70 to 80 pounds of fish, including stream grouper, large crucian carp, mudloach, seven-star fish, and military fish, along with around 20 pounds of shrimp. He then expended some energy returning the smaller, unfamiliar, and vibrantly colored fish back to the pond. Picking up his bamboo pole, he began his journey back. Fortunately, the creek was relatively long, and upon returning to the small puddle, the water flow remained unchanged from usual. After working for half an hour, he prepared a large pot of mixed fish and wild vegetable soup, eating with a stoic expression. Even though it was fresh, too much of it made it less palatable. However, with no other food available, he had to endure it. He then cooked 2 more jars of fish before tidying up to head home for a meal. In the following days, he scoured the mountains for wild vegetables, fruits, and mushrooms, thoroughly exploring the outskirts of the mountains. Chapter 11. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. The day after busily preparing food, in the afternoon, I estimated it was nearly time for school to end, so I took a basket and headed to the school. On the way, I found 2 banana leaves and, noticing the absence of nearby passers-by, I took out 2 hefty carp weighing a pound each, wrapped them up, and tied them with grass, leaving the fish heads protruding for easy carrying. I concealed them outside the school, waiting for the students to disperse. When I spotted the female teacher who had previously assisted me with my questions, I approached her, greeted her, and presented the fish from my basket, expressing my gratitude. "Teacher, thank you for helping me with my questions last time. I caught 2 fish for you." The teacher quickly declined, saying, "With your eagerness to learn and such intelligence, why don't you enroll in school?" With quick reflexes, I pressed the fish into her hands and stepped back a few meters, saying, "My parents currently don't allow me to attend school. I'll find a way to return when I can." The teacher walked toward me with the fish in hand, and for every step she took, I retreated, unable to do anything but stand still and converse. "How old are you this year, and where is your home?" I pondered for a moment, realizing I was nearly 7, which, counting as a year older, made me 8. If considering the traditional method, I could claim to be 10. Perhaps this teacher could assist me in starting school sooner. So, I decided to exaggerate. "Teacher, I'm not sure, but I should be almost 10. Would you like to visit my home? If my parents find out you came looking for me, they will scold me tonight." Upon hearing this, the teacher realized that this child did not even know his own age, was dressed in tattered clothes, and emanated an unpleasant odor, likely neglected for some time. His home situation must be dire, and though timid, he surely possessed a kind heart, appreciative of kindness. Softening her demeanor, she said, "Teacher, want to visit your home. How about you take these fish home and enjoy them? If you have questions in the future, feel free to come to me." "Thank you, teacher. I will often come to you with questions. I searched for a long time to catch these fish, and I would feel embarrassed not to give them to you. I must return home now. Goodbye, teacher." With a wave, I dashed towards home. The teacher watched me run swiftly, unable to catch up, resignedly contemplating the fish in her hands, thinking she would compensate this child the next time he sought her help. As mealtime approached, I sat at the table. During this busy farming season, my family was fortunate to have meals every day, yet the portions served to me were increasingly meager. Previously, I could at least manage a full stomach, but now, finishing a meal felt akin to having eaten nothing at all. Occasionally, I would spot some minced meat, but after shamelessly taking some twice, whenever meat dishes appeared on the table, they were placed far from my reach. It was disheartening. All the food in the house was stored in my grandparents' locked cabinet, making it exceedingly difficult to find something to eat at home. Ever since the last incident with the medicine jar being misplaced, even the bowls and chopsticks were locked away. Finding food at home was unrealistic, and Zhang Wendong had not come to trouble me for quite some time. It felt as though I could endure anything, even more than the patience of a tortoise. In the blink of an eye, December arrived, and I had grown more familiar with the female teacher, Zhou Yame. After receiving the 2 large carp, she had gifted me a new notebook and pen, along with 2 pieces of creamy white rabbit candy. As the sweetness of the candy melted in my mouth, tears nearly welled up in my eyes. It had been nearly half a year since my rebirth, and I had finally tasted sweetness. These days were anything but easy. In the space, there are still about 50 pounds of fish and shrimp, yet these have become tasteless, akin to chewing wax, compelling him to force them into his stomach daily. The temperature has dropped, and the day before he donned his tattered cotton coat, Zhang Wendong took a bath, scrubbing for nearly half an hour to cleanse himself of the mud. Although the mud was gone, a faint odor lingered, a hint of pickling on his skin. He refrained from washing his hair, fearing that a clean head would render him odorless, potentially prompting his mother to lecture him. He planned to wash his hair before the new year when he would visit relatives. Otherwise, his parents might not take him along, feeling embarrassed. As winter set in, food became scarce on the mountain, and wild game was unattainable. Occasionally, wild boars would descend from the deep woods in search of sustenance. Zhang Wendong no longer ventured into the mountains. After completing the first semester of third grade, he ceased attending school, as the cold was unbearable. Standing outside the classroom for even a moment sent chills through him. Instead, he preferred to stay at home, reading books, exercising, and revisiting the boxing skills he had learned in a past life, practicing his stances while avoiding excessive strength training for fear of hindering his growth. Life passed leisurely, and before he knew it, the new year was approaching. To secure a meal, he decided to wash his hair thoroughly. His mother noticed him and began imparting life lessons. Zhang Wendong listened attentively, occasionally extrapolating. "Mother, you work so hard. When I grow up, I will honor you well. I will build a grand brick house for you and father to live in. When I am older, you and father can rest at home while I work to support you." When he mentioned his elder brother's academic prowess, which promised a future in university, his mother's face beamed with joy. It seemed Zhang Wendong had discovered the secret to wealth, as kind words flowed effortlessly from him, showering praise upon Zhang Wendong. Following this revelation, his relationship with his mother began to thaw, and she even treated him to a special meal consisting of 3 hefty meat buns. After the new year, when his mother returned to her family home, she brought him along. In a household that favored sons over daughters, such biases were palpable. His mother held little status among her family, often relegated to the role of a subordinate. Zhang Wendong felt little concern. During the new year, with many people gathered, there would undoubtedly be ample food to share. He feasted with the ravenous appetite of a starving ghost. Over time, his grandmother's remarks turned sharp, directed at his mother, who responded with anger to no avail. Zhang Wendong remained undeterred, his resilience akin to a fortress. After 3 days at his maternal grandparents' home, his mother returned home, a stark contrast to the 5 days typically spent there, given that the new year was a rare occasion. Upon returning, the relationship between Zhang Wendong and his mother reverted to its frigid state, a situation he relished. The festive season was nearing its end, and his mother's utility to him had diminished significantly. For a meager meal, he had endured a week of servitude, his smiles during those days surpassing the total of the entire year. After a solitary special meal, Zhang Wendong feasted daily. To be grateful for a full meal? That was out of the question. For Zhang Wendong, the act of eating and then cursing was trivial. After the new year, he would turn 7, and life would return to its previous state, allowing him to continue his leisurely existence. Zhang Wendong experienced the obsequious flattery of Zhang Wendong, witnessing him revert to his previously twisted demeanor. This disconcerted Zhang Wendong, prompting him to instigate trouble with Zhang Wendong. He ordered Zhang Wendong to perform various tasks and, noticing his complete lack of reaction, began to hurl insults. In response, Zhang Wendong shook his head and retaliated with a vigorous beating. Zhang Wendong, in tears, sought solace from his mother, who then punished Zhang Wendong. However, Zhang Wendong retaliated against Zhang Wendong once again, leading to a prolonged back-and-forth struggle that lasted several days. Maintaining a state of conflict, Zhang Wendong could no longer endure the one-sided beatings, which only grew more painful with each encounter, prompting him to seek a compromise with Zhang Wendong. The latter began to demand reparations, 10 yuan, along with food and sugar coupons. In these times, without coupons, it was nearly impossible to spend money, and he was skeptical that Zhang Wendong had none. Zhang Wendong, visibly pained, searched for a while before producing a 10 yuan bill, a 1 kilogram sugar coupon, and several food coupons. Zhang Wendong snatched them eagerly, reclining on the bed with a satisfied grin, proclaiming, "If you dare to complain again, I shall strike you twice in one day." He then blew on the 10 yuan bill with a smug expression. Zhang Wendong curled up on the bed, sobbing, resembling an abused spouse, enduring both physical and psychological torment. As he wept, he eventually fell asleep, mumbling in his dreams, "Don't hit me, don't hit me." Woe is me. Zhang Wendong, hearing the commotion, burst into laughter, sounding almost pig-like. Chapter 12. Finding a way to attend school. A few days later, observing that Zhang Wendong had refrained from reporting him, Zhang Wendong ventured to the town, spending 5 yuan to purchase a kilogram of white rabbit candy, 2 pounds of salt, 10 boxes of matches, and 20 buns at the steep price of 15 cents each. With the remaining food coupons, he acquired 5 pounds of rice, leaving him with just over 1 yuan for emergencies. As spring arrived, life began to flourish anew. Zhang Wendong, aside from attending school, often ventured into the mountains, tirelessly foraging for wild fruits and vegetables. Yet his appetite seemed insatiable as he ate and desired more. Despite the meagerness of his finds, wild fruits, greens, fish, and shrimp, his physique still appeared lean, though no longer gaunt, as consistent exercise had sculpted his body into a more proportionate form with subtle muscle definition. His vitality was on the rise, and his eyes sparkled at the sight of anything appealing. As the weather gradually warmed, Zhang Wendong had not bathed or washed his hair since the new year. Upon shedding his heavy cotton coat, he was overwhelmed by his own odor, taking considerable time to acclimate. This year, he still refrained from assisting with household chores. When mealtime approached, he was always punctual at the table. His family showed him little affection. His uncle had 2 sons, one 13 and in middle school, the other 11 and in 5th grade, both of whom were doted upon by their grandparents. Zhang Wendong found it difficult to connect with them, and they disregarded him completely. He did not seek their attention, nor did he engage with his brother Zhang Wenxi, who shared a room with him and never spoke, not even to mention anything else. Zhang Wendong's younger brother, only 3 years old, enjoyed trailing after Zhang Wenxi, showing no affection towards Zhang Wendong, reminiscent of a previous life. Zhang Wendong remained indifferent to this. His third uncle worked in the county and returned once a month, always in a hurry, often bringing small gifts, and leaving with an exaggerated display of packed belongings. His third aunt, hailing from the county, seemed to have married beneath her status, often looking down her nose at others. She would not touch her chopsticks if there were no appetizing dishes on the table, though there may be disdain, as long as there is sustenance. One may act as if nothing has transpired. The 3rd grade curriculum has concluded, and summer vacation has commenced. Zhang Wendong occasionally presents teacher Zhou with a couple of fish, and in return, she offers him some treats, which fosters a rather amicable relationship, albeit somewhat peculiar. Are they not exchanging fish for food? The provisions purchased earlier in the year in town have long been consumed, and Zhang Wendong, along with Dan, has taken to collecting duck eggs, yielding a bountiful harvest, double that of the previous year. Dan is advancing to the 4th grade. His relationship with his parents is at a freezing point, and he may soon face abandonment. The previous steps were relatively straightforward, merely laboring at home sufficed. Engaging in work is not an option, and the prospect of attending school seems distant. This year, he must indeed attend school. Previously, he had inquired with teacher Zhou about ways to secure his enrollment, to which she responded with a singular solution: a visit to persuade his parents. If his father and mother could be reasoned with, why would there be a need for her intervention? He must take matters into his own hands. After contemplating for several days, an immature plan began to take shape. September heralded the start of the new school year. After observing the school for 2 days, Zhang Wendong identified his target, a boy who had just entered the 3rd grade and frequently bullied his classmates. Having attended some classes in the 2nd grade and subsequently stopped after teacher Zhou addressed his questions, he had coincidentally witnessed this boy tormenting others. He was of a similar height, stout and dark, a skilled bully. After identifying the long-suffering victim, Zhang Wendong learned that this boy had unintentionally collided with Wang in the 1st grade, leading to a conflict where he was soundly defeated and has since been bullied relentlessly. Excellent. An eye for an eye, a relentless form of retribution. This target was indeed well chosen. After tracking Wang for some time, he carefully positioned himself, concealing his face with clothing, and awaited Wang departure from school behind a tree. Wang swaggered along, blissfully munching on some pilfered fruit. Zhang Wendong listened intently to the approaching footsteps, utilizing the tree for cover as he dashed behind Wang and delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. Zhang Wendong swiftly mounted Wang delivering a thorough thrashing. Pressing Wang head against the earth, he demanded, "Are you Wang Chong? Did you bully Zhang Wenxi in the 4th grade? Speak." Wang struggled fiercely, and Zhang Wendong, finding it difficult to maintain control, unleashed another flurry of blows. Once satisfied, he opened Wang backpack and placed it over his head, declaring, "Remember this, 4th grade Zhang Wenxi. If you dare bully him again, I shall ambush you once more." With that, he swiftly departed in the direction of his planned escape. Wang with his face flushed, flipped over, tearing the backpack from his head and wiping the dust from his eyes, only to catch a glimpse of a lean, monkey-like figure darting into the underbrush. Seething with anger, he rose to pursue, but upon parting the grass, found no trace of his assailant. Frustrated, He searched the vicinity for an extended period but found no one. Defeated, he returned home. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Fourth grade Zhang Wenci? How dare he resort to underhanded tactics and ambush him? Tomorrow, he vowed to beat the very life out of him. The next day, Wang Chang arrived at school early, lurking at the entrance of the fourth grade classroom, inquiring left and right, until he confirmed that there was indeed someone by the name of Zhang Wenci in that class. At long last, Zhang Wenci appeared before me, his fair and delicate visage bearing a striking resemblance to my own height, exuding an air of gentility that unmistakably labeled him as a novice. Without uttering a word, I approached him and commenced a merciless assault, causing him to cry out in anguish. Is it truly you who goes by the name Zhang Wenci? Who was the person you sought yesterday? You are to summon him to wait for me at the school gate this afternoon. With that, I turned on my heel and returned to my classroom, fiercely gnawing on a bun from my backpack, my frustration evidently unresolved. With tears streaming down his face, Zhang Wenci stumbled back to his classroom, wincing as he touched his body, feeling pain in various places. After weeping for a considerable time, he managed to compose himself, only to discover that 2 eggs in his bag had been crushed, leading to an uncontrollable bout of sobbing. Confused by the earlier confrontation, he pondered the words that had been hurled at him. Who had been sought yesterday? Had he been mistaken for someone else? Was this an unwarranted calamity? Should he inform the teacher? Once the first period concluded, Zhang Wenci approached the teacher to report the assault. A classmate revealed that the assailant was Wang Chang from the 3rd grade. The teacher reprimanded Wang Chang, expressing exasperation at his repeated transgressions, noting that even contacting his parents had proven futile as they were equally troublesome. After being chastised, Wang Chang returned to his classroom, fists clenched tightly in anger. As the afternoon bell rang, Zhang Wenci exited the school, only to find Wang Chang standing like a sentinel at the gate. A chill ran down his spine, and with a sorrowful countenance, he uttered, "You have mistaken your target. I did not seek anyone yesterday." Wang Chang, perceiving him as an easy target, chuckled menacingly. "You are mistaken, for you are indeed Zhang Wenci of the 4th grade. Deny it if you dare. I have means to compel your confession." He dragged Zhang Wenci to a secluded corner and unleashed another torrent of blows, displaying a proficiency in bullying. After the thrashing, he proclaimed, "Bring the person tomorrow, or else." Cracking his knuckles ominously, with a heavy heart, Zhang Wenci returned home, contemplating reporting to the teacher the following day. However, when he confided in the teacher, Wang Chang outright denied the assault. That afternoon, he found yet another secluded spot to inflict further harm upon Zhang Wenci, a cycle of torment that continued unabated. Zhang Wenci, growing increasingly weary and pallid over the course of a week, would mumble in his sleep, "Please, do not hit me." Zhang Wendong, lying in bed, chuckled at the familiar scene unfolding. After enduring 2 more days of punishment from Wang Chang, the latter's fury remained unquenched, revealing a volatile temperament. Zhang Wenci grew fearful of attending school. His parents, noticing the change in their elder son, inquired but received no answers, causing them great concern. In a moment of desperation, his mother decided to visit the school to speak with the teacher. Upon learning from classmates that her son was being bullied, her anger erupted, leading her to confront Wang Chang, who retaliated by calling for reinforcements. Chapter 13. A plan comes to fruition. School resumed. The following day, Zhang Wenci, accompanied by his mother, returned to school, where Wang Chang had summoned his own mother as well. The 2 adults engaged in a fierce confrontation, with the teacher intervening to mediate. The cause of the conflict was elucidated. Zhang Wenci had sought out someone to retaliate against Wang Chang. Wang Chang's mother, refusing to relent, clashed with Zhang Wenci's mother, who, upon witnessing her son being bullied, stood her ground fiercely. Thus, the enmity between Wang Chang and Zhang Wenci was irrevocably solidified, leading Wang Chang to routinely seek out trouble with Zhang Wenci. After a few days, Zhang Wenci grew too fearful to attend school. Leaving his mother in a state of anxiety, her lips blistered from stress, as her attempts to persuade him proved fruitless. Zhang Wendong realized that an opportunity had arisen. He gathered some dandelions to brew for his mother and began to feign humility. After a considerable time, he heard his mother mention that Zhang Wenci had been bullied at school. Zhang Wendong commenced his performance, his anger erupting as he joined his mother in denouncing Wang Chang and his mother. After a lengthy tirade, he found himself at a loss for words and began to proclaim his desire to protect his elder brother, even willing to take the beatings in his stead, which moved his mother. Seizing the moment, Zhang Wendong proposed attending school to safeguard his brother. His mother hesitated, taking a moment before responding. There's no need for you to attend school. Just escort your brother there and back each day. Zhang Wendong countered, Mother, that would only allow me to take the blows after school. What about during the day? Wang Chong will surely bully him there. Brother hasn't been able to study properly for over a week. He needs to prepare for university. If he fails to get in, will he not blame you? This poignant argument struck a chord with his mother, rendering her speechless. Zhang Wendong added, Rest assured, Mother, I will protect my brother at school and ensure he is not bullied. Yet, his mother still refrained from permitting him to attend school. 2 days passed, and Zhang Wendong remained too frightened to return to school, while his mother appeared to have made a firm decision. On the third morning, she took both Zhang Wendong and Zhang Wendong to school, where she spoke with the teacher to enroll Zhang Wendong and paid the fees. She urged him repeatedly to protect his elder brother from any bullying. Zhang Wendong affirmed his promise with a proud thump on his chest. Finally attending school, he sat in the first-grade classroom, clenching his fists in exhilaration. When class ended, he made his way to the third-grade classroom. Noticing the teacher was absent, he stepped onto the podium and surveyed the room, calling out, Wang Chong, step forward. With that, he strode out of the classroom confidently. Wang Chong, recognizing Zhang Wendong, felt a surge of familiarity and clenched his fists, thinking, You've finally shown yourself. He charged out of the classroom, ready to confront Zhang Wendong. Zhang Wendong disdainfully declared, Wang Chong, I do not wish to fight at school. If you don't show up at noon, you are nothing but a coward. He then returned to the classroom. Wang Chong was itching to retaliate, but the thought of being scolded by the teacher held him back, leaving him in a state of agony, his face flushed. If I don't knock the fear out of you by noon, I'll change my surname, he muttered to himself. Back in the classroom, he began to pack his belongings, eagerly anticipating the end of the day. At noon, Zhang Wendong and Wang Chong met at the school gate, instinctively heading toward a secluded area. Upon arrival, before Wang Chong could even set down his backpack, Zhang Wendong launched a kick at him. Anticipating such an underhanded attack, Wang Chong dodged, swung his backpack off, and launched a flurry of punches. Zhang Wendong adeptly evaded, seizing the moment to land a blow. After exchanging several strikes, during which Wang Chong failed to land a single hit, he found himself on the receiving end of a barrage from Zhang Wendong. His stomach aching as he sought an opening to grapple Zhang Wendong. Zhang Wendong shifted his stance and unleashed a series of powerful kicks. Unable to withstand the assault, Wang Chong charged forward, only for Zhang Wendong to capitalize on the moment and execute a shoulder throw, leaving Wang Chong dazed. Although the ground was relatively soft, it was the first time he had been thrown around, leaving him momentarily disoriented as Zhang Wendong unleashed a torrent of kicks upon him. Having had his fill of excitement, Zhang Wendong declared, Wang Chong, in the future, if you wish to engage in a brawl, come find me in the first grade. Should you dare to bully others again, I shall confront you every time I see you. Wang Chong, unwilling to accept defeat at the hands of a mere first grader, sported a bruised and reddened visage. His pride wounded, he retorted defiantly, I'm still recovering from your sneak attack. Once I'm healed, we shall have a rematch. Zhang Wendong, relishing the prospect of further amusement, replied cheerfully, Very well, I shall await your return. If you dare to bully anyone, I shall assume you have fully recovered and will take action accordingly. Do not feign innocence then. With that, he turned away with an air of nonchalance. Striding home with a sense of satisfaction, Wang Chong lay on the ground for a while before shakily rising, feeling as though his body might fall apart, every part aching. He limped home, grateful that he hadn't suffered any facial injuries. Otherwise, he would have been too ashamed to show his face. Later that evening, as he lay in bed, Zhang Wendong inquired of Zhang Wendong, Did Wang Chong come to bully you today? After a moment of silence, Zhang Wendong replied, No. Zhang Wendong continued, I had a fight with Wang Chong today and was soundly beaten. I am in pain all over. Lend me some money, and I shall take the blows for you in the future. Zhang Wendong fell silent. Zhang Wendong added, If you refuse to give me money, then I shall no longer confront Wang Chong. I've heard he enjoys picking on one person at a time. I'll simply avoid him. If he bullies you, do not come seeking my help. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wendong quickly exclaimed, I will give you the money. You must help me fend off Wang Chong. Zhang Wendong pondered for a moment before stating, 1 yuan per week, along with either a candy coupon or a food coupon. Zhang Wendong attempted to negotiate. How about I give you 5 yuan in one go? Wang Chong may stop bullying me after a while. Zhang Wendong responded, I've heard he has bullied a classmate for 2 years now, and he continues to do so. It's 1 yuan per week, and I still require a candy or food coupon. If that doesn't work for you, then forget it. Being beaten daily feels rather unwise. Zhang Wendong hastily agreed, rummaging through his backpack to find the money and coupons, which he handed over. Zhang Wendong took the money and coupons, inspected them before pocketing them, and turned around, unable to suppress his grin. What a trifecta! I've learned something, earned some money, and saved a fellow student from bullying. Truly, I am a good person. He rose to take a cold shower in celebration, relieved that he could now attend school without the stench of work hanging over him. Maintaining a clean and fresh image at school would surely aid in fostering camaraderie. After spending a week in the first grade, he found the material quite manageable and felt ready to advance. After some contemplation, he decided to aim for the third grade. As he had learned nothing of the fourth grade mathematics, he had completed the third grade textbook but had never taken an exam, leaving him uncertain of his academic aptitude. He knew he needed to solidify his foundational knowledge. With this resolve, he sought out teacher Zhou, who was aware of Zhang Wendong's capabilities. She readily agreed to his request to advance to the third grade, reassuring him with a pat on her chest that she would take care of the arrangements. Zhang Wendong's wish was fulfilled as he entered the third grade classroom, only to see Wang Chang's face turn pale at the prospect of having him as a classmate. Wang Chang held a reputation as an unpopular student, with only empty seats near him. The teacher assigned Zhang Wendong to sit beside him, and he approached with a cheerful demeanor. A person practicing boxing progresses too slowly. Wang Chang, robust and well-built, serves as a fine punching bag. Chuckling as he pats Wang Chang's head before taking a seat, Wang Chang shakes his head, clenching his fists tightly. Was he to be treated with such disdain? Throughout his life, he had only bullied others. Once he recovered, he would show them. Observing Wang Chang's demeanor, Zhang Wendong found amusement. This indomitable spirit made the punching bag a worthy opponent. After attending a week of classes in the third grade, he felt it was going well, reliable. He occasionally inquired about Wang Chang's recovery, but Wang Chang, sensing Zhang Wendong's eager demeanor, responded cautiously, indicating it would take some time before he dared to challenge anyone again. He refrained from bullying other classmates, instead reflecting on the details of their last bout and strategizing for the next, even jotting notes in a small notebook. Earning a weekly allowance of 1 yuan, with buns priced at 5 cents each, he indulged in 2 buns for breakfast daily, occasionally treating himself to a meat bun. After school, he would venture into the hills to forage for wild fruits and vegetables, managing several meals a day. Quite satisfactory. Chapter 14. Befriending Wang Chang. 2 weeks passed, and Wang Chang was becoming restless. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Wendong felt a surge of provocation, while Wang Chang could no longer endure it. In the same place where they had fought previously, this time the skirmish concluded swiftly. With a powerful kick, Zhang Wendong sent Wang Chang flying. Zhang Wendong advanced with a crosslock, and Wang Chang, pleading for mercy, found himself defeated before implementing any of his battle strategies. The loss was frustrating. Yet he realized he truly could not prevail. An ancient adage states that those who recognize the situation are wise. Now, Wang Chang spoke softly to Zhang Wendong. Resembling a timid individual, Zhang Wendong discerned that Wang Chang possessed admirable qualities. He did not seek external aid in fights and refrained from complaining when defeated, demonstrating resilience and adaptability. Their initial animosity transformed into friendship. Zhang Wendong learned that Wang Chang's father was a hunter, but with the imposition of firearms regulations, trapping had become the norm. Wang Chang was adept at trapping, which explained his robust physique. He had consumed ample meat. Zhang Wendong wished to learn, but understood that skills were not easily shared in these times. One had to apprentice for several years. Wang Chang, despite his age, recognized this. Yet Zhang Wendong, with his dogged persistence, teased him relentlessly. You boast of your skills, yet you lack the physique to back it up. If you can do it, then surely I can too. Shall we have a contest? Thus, they agreed to ascend the mountain together for a friendly competition. Wang Chang equipped himself properly, while Zhang Wendong casually grabbed a piece of rope. They journeyed to the chestnut trees, seeking areas where wild chickens were occasionally spotted, and began to set traps. Wang Chang skillfully fashioned a trap using fine wire, securing it to the ground, while Zhang Wendong attempted to replicate his actions by securing his rope and creating a loop to toss on the ground. They agreed to check their traps together every afternoon after school. After several days of climbing the mountain, Wang Chang occasionally adjusted the trap's positions. Within a week, he successfully ensnared a wild chicken. A remarkable achievement indeed. Wang Chang, with a wild chicken in hand, strutted with an air of confidence, while Zhang Wendong instantly transformed into a sycophant, eagerly praising Wang Chong with a fervor that suggested he wished to recognize him as the elder brother. Wang Chong felt invigorated. It had been nearly a month since he had assumed the role of a leader, and now he sensed his return to prominence. Zhang Wendong began to weave elaborate dreams, stating that an elder brother must possess a sense of responsibility. Although he, as a younger brother, felt undernourished, he did not wish to rely on his elder brother. Yet, could the elder brother bear to let his younger sibling go hungry? You take on the role of the elder brother, and I will be the younger brother. Together, we shall reign supreme over the elementary school, and just imagine how impressive you will be. However, he reminded Wang Chong, you know, dear brother, I am not particularly strong. I cannot withstand much punishment. As long as I am well fed, I shall follow your lead. Unable to resist the allure of leadership and dominance over the elementary school, Wang Chong consented to teach Zhang Wendong the tricks of the trade and generously bestowed upon him the means to do so. The two descended the mountain in high spirits. On the way, Zhang Wendong could not help but drool over the wild chicken, prompting Wang Chong to shove it into his embrace. Suggesting that it was time for his younger brother to indulge, Zhang Wendong showered Wang Chong with compliments and even escorted him partway to his home. They found a secluded spot to stash the wild chicken, eagerly anticipating a grand feast during the upcoming holiday. Having Wang Chong as an elder brother had its perks, as he occasionally brought treats for Zhang Wendong. Initially, Zhang Wendong had intended to master the tricks and then help Wang Chong recognize his rightful place. But with a steady supply of food, he could not allow Wang Chong to relinquish the role of elder brother. Wang Chong soon resumed his bullying of classmates, but Zhang Wendong redirected him. Brother, you are destined for greater things. What joy is there in tormenting these weaker individuals? Let us confront those who bully others instead. That would be far more impressive. Thus began their anti-bullying campaign. From 1st to 5th grade, those who had once bullied others found themselves on the receiving end, and the atmosphere within the school began to blossom with harmony, fostering friendship among classmates. Wang Chong, too, began to garner respect. Every rescued classmate could not help but address him as brother. Wang Chong embraced this new title wholeheartedly. Since Zhang Wendong had learned the tricks and acknowledged Wang Chong as his elder brother, life became increasingly delightful. He set numerous traps in the mountains, and within just 2 days, he could catch a wild chicken or rabbit, as autumn brought forth plump game preparing for winter. Zhang Wendong's face began to swell with satisfaction. As winter break approached, Zhang Wenxi expressed his reluctance to part with any more money. Zhang Wendong, citing a breach of trust, gave him a sound thrashing until he obediently handed over the cash. His relationship with his mother also improved. While she would never demand his assistance with chores, he occasionally surprised her by helping out unexpectedly, bringing her joy. Compared to the days of endless toil, this brought her great happiness. In the blink of an eye, it was the summer of 1979. Zhang Wenxi had already ventured to town to attend middle school, cutting off Zhang Wendong's allowance. As Zhang Wendong prepared for his own transition to middle school, his mother was taken aback. Is it possible you've progressed to middle school in just 3 years? This is outrageous. You've nearly completed elementary school. There's no need for more education, especially with the family burdened and your younger brother soon to start school. Zhang Wendong remained unfazed, having achieved excellent grades that secured his admission to the town's middle school, showcasing his outstanding performance in elementary school. When the time came to enroll, he did not attend the registration at the town middle school, prompting the principal and village officials to visit his home to persuade him. Ultimately, his mother had no choice but to acquiesce, and thus, Zhang Wendong embarked on his journey into middle school. At this point, he had reached a height of 155 centimeters, with a broad frame. In an era where individuals from the South typically do not boast great stature, he appeared almost like a small adult. Although he could board at school as he entered junior high, his mother forbade it, while Zhang Wenxi resided in the school dormitory. During evening study sessions, Zhang Wendong was mostly absent, despite the short 2-kilometer distance that could be traversed in just over 10 minutes by running, which served as a means of physical exercise. The winds of reform were beginning to blow, and with the absence of Zhang Wenxi's living expenses, Zhang Wendong's quality of life took a downturn, prompting him to hasten his efforts in capturing wild game, anticipating a time when he could freely trade them for money. Every day after school, he dashed up the mountains. Wang Chong had also entered junior high and stayed at school, so Zhang Wendong borrowed his gear. The curriculum in junior high was more demanding, and as Zhang Wendong commuted from home, he felt exhausted from his daily pursuits for wild game. Nowadays, Students cherished their educational opportunities, each striving harder than the last, leading to a decline in his academic ranking. Balancing finances and studies proved unrealistic. His past experiences rendered him more focused on monetary gain, making the abandonment of wild game hunting impossible. Thus, as the first semester concluded, Zhang Wendong found his academic standing slipping to the middle tier. As winter arrived, the wild boars descended from the mountains, traversing the outer edges. Zhang Wendong, having learned to dig traps from his older brother Wang, began preparing early, excavating traps in anticipation of the wild boar's arrival. With the cold weather deterring visitors to the mountains, Zhang Wendong's courage grew. He contemplated climbing trees should he encounter a wild boar, cautiously checking his traps each day. Hearing the clanging sounds of villagers driving away the boars, he felt a premonition that he might have caught one. Chapter 15, Junior High Graduation. The following morning, he ascended the mountain to inspect his traps and, to his delight, found that he had indeed captured 2 boars, after exerting great effort to dig 5 traps. This achievement was commendable. The 2 wild boars were not particularly large, each weighing approximately 100 pounds, weakened by the barbed spikes. Zhang Wendong retrieved a sizable stone from his space and forcefully smashed it into the pit. The pit was quite deep, and after shattering several stones, the upper bodies of the boars were nearly covered. Utilizing a rope, he slid down, grasped the boars, and stored them in his space. He repeated this operation until both boars were safely contained. Finding a spot to pile the earth, he used his space to transport soil and filled the 2 pits. As the likelihood of catching another wild boar in a trap that had previously ensnared one was exceedingly slim. With 3 traps remaining, he hoped to catch another wild boar. The winds of rural reform had also reached Tuanjia village, marked by the red handprints of every household, signifying the distribution of collective land to individual families. Although the land distribution had little direct impact on Zhang Wendong, it opened avenues for small-scale ventures. In the coming spring, he would be able to gradually sell wild game at school. With the land divided, families were no longer crammed together at mealtimes. Once the kitchen was completed, they could celebrate the new year. This year marked the first official year of separation, so the table overflowed with dishes, allowing for a hearty feast. Observing his parents' subtle grimaces, Zhang Wendong couldn't help but chuckle. The adolescent certainly had a knack for depleting his father's resources. After the new year, the 3 traps on the mountain remained unproductive. Zhang Wendong suspected that the scent from the 2 boars caught previously had deterred any newcomers, as he had not spotted any wild boars descending. Consequently, he filled the traps and refrained from returning to the mountains, dedicating himself instead to intensive study at home. As the first semester of junior high commenced, Zhang Wendong diligently pursued his studies while keenly observing the street vendors. The bustling market was alive with an increasing number of shoppers, and the vendors' calls grew ever louder. He began to catch wild chickens and rabbits. Though his haul was modest, as he had primarily set traps along the mountainous periphery, prioritizing his own sustenance. With the substantial stock of big crucian carp he had accumulated over the years, he managed to sell them for a mere 30 yuan. The space also harbored a plethora of small fish, wild vegetables, 2 old soft-shelled turtles, and 2 wild boars. The soft-shelled turtles were destined for sale in the provincial capital, while the wild boars would be sold whole, necessitating a discerning buyer. In 1980, 30 yuan could procure a considerable amount of goods, especially as the issuance of coupons began to fade from history. The variety of items available at the supply and marketing cooperatives expanded significantly. He purchased 2 pounds of white rabbit milk candies for 5 yuan, 100 pounds of rice for 13 yuan, and used the remaining funds to acquire farm-fresh eggs, which were remarkably inexpensive at just 7 fen each. With a sharp mind, he recognized the need to consume more eggs. On weekends, he boiled all the eggs and prepared dry rice. At school, he balanced his studies with inquiries among classmates to find potential buyers for the pigs, employing subtlety to glean information about their family situations. Within 2 weeks, he discovered a classmate from the adjacent class, a chubby boy named Zhao Zian, whose father managed a state-run restaurant in town. He endeavored to cultivate a rapport with him. This classmate possessed a pleasant demeanor, high emotional intelligence, and generosity. After half a month, he connected with Zhao Zian's father and successfully sold the wild boars for a commendable price of 160 yuan, as pork was priced at 12 yuan per pound. With newfound wealth, life became more leisurely. He exchanged industrial tickets with Zhao Zian's father for kitchenware, pots, bowls, knives, cutting boards, and chopsticks, ensuring he was well-equipped for cooking. He also gathered condiments and vegetables in preparation, tired of stir-fries and stews. He purchased 10 pounds of pork belly and 10 pounds of lean meat, frying it all by a small pond over the weekend, savoring the meal slowly. Each bite of rice accompanied a morsel of meat, and he indulged in a bottle of soda. After a delightful feast, he lay back on a rock, reluctant to rise. Time flew by, and soon the end-of-term exams for the first semester of junior high approached, with Zhang Wendong again ranking among the top students. With no worries about food or drink this semester, he devoted more time to his studies. As summer vacation began, he sought wild delicacies and invited Wang to join him in searching for wild duck eggs, as Wang was skilled with a slingshot and could hunt wild ducks. Since entering junior high, Wang had become more astute and difficult to deceive, making it challenging to take advantage of him. Nonetheless, there remained opportunities for mutual benefit. Occasionally, during the summer, he accompanied Wang to their village's mountainous area, yielding a satisfactory harvest. Time flowed gently onward, and the summer of 1982 arrived. The journey through junior high came to an end, and since discovering the secret to wealth through capturing wild boars, Zhang Wendong had successfully caught 8 over 3 winters. With financial worries alleviated, he devoted even more time to his studies, ultimately gaining admission to the esteemed county high school, known for its excellent teaching quality. Since the resumption of the college entrance examination, the number of students admitted to universities from this school surpassed that of urban institutions. Last year, Zhang Wenxi also gained admission to the county high school. Although they attended the same school during junior high, their paths had diverged significantly. Zhang Wendong did not intentionally distance himself from their relationship, yet it was curiously reminiscent of a previous life. Zhang Wendong is now 13 years old, standing at a height of 170 centimeters and weighing 130 pounds, presenting a robust physique. Spending more time in the classroom has lightened his complexion. After organizing his finances, he finds he has around 300 yuan left. Although prices have risen, this amount still holds considerable purchasing power. Additionally, he has 2 old turtles that could be exchanged for some money. His food supplies are still ample. A month before the high school entrance examination, his mother informed him that after completing the exam, he should not pursue further education, as she had arranged a job for him. In his previous life, he was still in the 3rd grade at this age, and without consulting him, he was taken out of school and sent to work in a mine. This time, however, he was allowed to complete his entrance examination, an improvement indeed. Immediately after finishing the exam, his mother intended to send him to work, but Zhang Wendong resolutely refused. Expressing his desire to attend high school, his mother maintained a firm stance, stating that the family would not support his high school education, even withholding meals. Seizing an opportunity, Zhang Wendong retrieved the household registration book, extracted his own page, and returned it. This summer, he needed to earn money swiftly to fund his own high school education. Apart from collecting garbage, he had never engaged in any other business, but he understood that in this era, entrepreneurship could be lucrative. Once he obtained his graduation certificate and admission notice, he planned to rent a room near the county's first high school to investigate the local market and subsequently seek merchandise in the provincial capital. He intended to utilize the interim period before receiving his admission notice, planning to collect eggs from nearby villages, avoiding his own to prevent complications. When the time came, he would sell them in the county town. If the price difference was not substantial, he would keep them for himself, as he was uncertain when he might return after venturing out this time. With a clear plan, he dedicated 2 weeks to collecting over 2,000 eggs. Incurring a cost of 150 yuan, he went with Wang to retrieve their graduation certificates and admission notices. Wang, having failed to gain admission to high school, was not envious of Zhang Wendong's success in entering the county's first high school. Instead, he was exceedingly sycophantic, warmly inviting Zhang Wendong to celebrate at a state-run restaurant. Wang, older by a year and of similar stature to Zhang Wendong, was even more robust, being the only male in his family, with 2 elder sisters who prioritized him in all matters. Wang was resolute in his belief that Zhang Wendong would eventually attend university, while he himself had to return to the village after not passing the high school entrance exam. In this era, university graduates were highly valued. It was conceivable that Zhang Wendong could become an official shortly after graduation. Their 6-year friendship, from elementary to junior high school, led Wang to believe that one day, Zhang Wendong would lend him a helping hand, and he was confident that he would not refuse. thereby ensuring his own rise to prominence and glory for their families. Zhang Wendong observed the mischievous grin on Wang Chang's face, suspecting that he might be somewhat deranged for being so cheerful despite his own failure to enter high school. However, one could not refuse a generous invitation, so he joined Wang Chang for a hearty meal at the state-run restaurant. During the meal, Wang Chang even served Zhang Wendong. Fawning over him, Zhang Wendong relished the experience, as it was the first time in his life someone had catered to him, albeit with somewhat clumsy flattery. Nevertheless, this feeling was intoxicating. After the meal, he and Wang Chang sought to strengthen their brotherly bond, with Zhang Wendong contemplating when he might treat Wang Chang in return. Meanwhile, Wang Chang pondered deepening their friendship over the summer, ensuring that Zhang Wendong would always remember him as a brother. Chapter 16. The Beginning of Business Ventures. Zhang Wendong decided against returning home and went directly to the county town, boarding the bus amidst Wang Chang's reluctant gaze. After more than 2 hours, he finally arrived in a place he had seldom visited in his previous life. He began his quest for directions, aiming to explore the vicinity of County No. 1 Middle School. Upon reaching the school's entrance, he observed the institution's impressive stature, which encompassed both junior and senior high schools, boasting a considerable area. He commenced searching for accommodation nearby, but finding a suitable residence proved challenging. Housing in the town was quite scarce. As dusk approached, he had yet to secure a place to stay and decided to pause his search until the following day. That evening, he found a modest inn where he lodged for the night at a somewhat steep price of 6 yuan. After consuming a few items from the inn's menu, he resolved to devote the next day to his quest for housing and retired early to rest. The next morning, he set out with renewed determination, centering his search around the school. By afternoon, he discovered a cylindrical building approximately 1 kilometer away. This structure, previously part of a textile factory, had seen better days, as the factory had been struggling for the past 2 years, leading to a gradual layoff of workers. Consequently, some rooms in the dormitory-like building had become vacant, as those laid off were no longer factory employees and thus required to pay rent. He managed to secure a single room on the 4th floor, measuring less than 20 square meters. Upon entry, a small kitchen greeted him, while the interior contained merely an iron-framed bed and a window, devoid of any furnishings. The restroom was a communal one located at the end of the corridor. The rent was 4 yuan per month, a reasonable price. He signed a contract with the factory's finance department, agreeing to pay an annual rent of 48 yuan, with less than 80 yuan remaining. He had only brought a change of clothes when he left home, using them as makeshift towels. After tidying up the space, he rested on the wooden bed. Fortunately, the warm weather allowed him to sleep comfortably, covering only his navel with a piece of cloth at night. He had a meal from the provisions he brought, which could last him a month, sparing him from food expenses. Throughout his 3 years in junior high, he had never purchased new clothes or shoes, and his attire was quite tattered, with his rubber shoes revealing his darkened toes. He had a considerable list of items to purchase: daily necessities, bedding, clothing, and footwear. Yet his funds were wholly insufficient. The following day, he planned to explore the county town further and assess the market. Early the next morning, he began to wander around the town, which was quite expansive. It took him a week to cover a significant portion of it, encountering numerous factories, steel, food processing, dyeing, and cotton spinning mills, among others. The textile factory adjacent to his rented room was merely a small establishment, but the county town seemed poised to elevate to a prefecture-level city. In the county town, eggs were sold for 1 dime each, while he had previously collected them in the countryside for 7 cents apiece, highlighting a stark price disparity. It was no wonder that earning money in this era was relatively easy. The information gap was considerable. Zhang Wendong commenced selling eggs at various markets, swiftly earning over 80 yuan within a week. With the funds he accrued, he purchased essential daily and bedding items, spending a frugal 50 yuan. Currently, he had approximately 260 yuan remaining, yet his capital felt quite limited. Traveling to the provincial capital seemed unwise. He decided to continue selling eggs to capitalize on the price difference. Unfamiliar with the nearby villages and recognizing the current chaos, he contemplated returning to his hometown. During his junior high years, he had established a good relationship with Zhao Ziyan, having dined at his home twice. Staying with him for a few days should not pose any issues. The following day, after taking a refreshing bath, I boarded a vehicle back to the town. Zhao Ziyan's residence is quite spacious, featuring a courtyard. He has an elder sister and a younger brother. Upon returning home, Zhao Ziyan was watching television when he felt a surge of joy upon seeing Zhang Wendong visit him, as he too had been accepted into the county's No. 1 high school, with even better grades than Zhang Wendong. Zhang Wendong expressed his desire to stay at Zhao Ziyan's house for a week, and Zhao Ziyan readily agreed. Zhang Wendong borrowed Zhao Ziyan's bicycle to venture into the countryside to collect eggs. He avoided his own village and scoured the nearby ones instead, diligently gathering over 200 eggs in a week before returning to the county town. After selling them, he made a profit of over 100 yuan. In those times, laborers earned around 30 to 40 yuan, so earning over 100 in 2 weeks was quite commendable. With just over 20 days until school commenced, the eggs from his hometown had already been collected, and he would have to wait a while before he could gather a substantial amount again. Having spent a month in the county town, he noticed the abundance of small vendors selling a variety of goods, from food to clothing and entertainment, and he had become fairly familiar with the prices. To determine which business would be most profitable, a trip to the provincial city was essential. He decided it was time to head there. He purchased a new outfit and prepared a month's worth of provisions, storing them in his rented space. The next morning, he took a bus to the provincial city, which took about 5 to 6 hours. Upon arriving at the bus station, he wandered off in a random direction to explore, marveling at the distinctiveness of the provincial city. Rows of small buildings lined the streets, bicycles traversed in flocks, and in that era, bicycles were akin to modern-day BMWs. The affluent were certainly more prevalent in the provincial city. Street food vendors offered a plethora of delicacies such as stinky tofu, rice cakes, glutinous rice balls, and scallion rice cakes. As he walked, he salivated and inquired about wholesale markets, eventually settling into a hotel for the night. The following day, he learned that the most talked-about place was the Hongqing Wholesale Market. Upon locating the Hongqing Wholesale Market the next day, he was greeted by a vast expanse of high canopies filled with closely packed stalls selling an array of goods, ranging from agricultural products to industrial items, clothing, cassettes, toys, books, and various apparel. Zhang Wendong specifically sought items that were small, affordable, and yielded high profits. He found colorful rubber bands, which were a hit in the county town, where most people used yellow rubber bands and ribbons. The vendor claimed these colorful rubber bands, encased in thread, were superior as they did not tangle in hair. The yellow rubber bands cost 0.15 yuan each, while the colorful ones were priced at only 0.05 yuan. Zhang Wendong opted for the colorful ones, negotiating a bulk purchase of 100 pieces down to 0.04 yuan each, ultimately acquiring 3,000 of them. Continuing his search, he stumbled upon frog-shaped sunglasses, which he had seen being sold in the county town for 18 yuan each, while he managed to procure them at a negotiated price of 6 yuan, allowing for a potential profit margin of twofold. With over 200 yuan still in hand, he initially bought 30 of them. He planned to sell the 2 old soft-shelled turtles before making additional purchases, as bringing back only a small quantity was not cost-effective. Returning to his hotel with his acquisitions, he stored them in his space and ventured out to inquire about upscale restaurants or prominent hospitals. He learned about the Friendship Hotel, a somewhat prestigious establishment typically frequented by foreign guests. He found a secluded spot to place the 2 turtles in a bucket, adding some water to keep them as lively as when they were caught. Upon arriving at the Friendship Hotel, he positioned himself a bit farther from the entrance and called out a couple of times as individuals approached. One by one, visitors arrived, and ultimately the turtles were sold. The smaller ones for 60, the larger for 150, not too shabby. He kept 50 yuan for himself and invested the rest into frog glasses before returning to the hotel to rest. The following morning, he took a bus back to the county. Zhang Wendong, adorned with frog glasses and sporting colorful rubber bands on his wrist, commenced selling his wares in crowded locations such as the factory entrance, cinema, and square. Both items sold well, particularly the frog glasses. While others priced them at 18, he offered them for 15. Within less than a week, he sold nearly 70 pairs of glasses, retaining one for himself, as it was quite eye-catching and facilitated his sales. Chapter 17. Encountering her. After selling out of frog glasses, he made a profit exceeding 600 yuan. In 1982, he earned nearly 90 yuan in a single day, equivalent to over 2 months' wages for a worker. Remarkable. The rubber bands were sold at 0.1 yuan each, and after selling 1,000, he recouped his costs. The remaining rubber bands were not urgent to sell, so he took the money to the provincial capital to restock, acquiring 100 pairs of frog glasses at 55 yuan each. Upon returning to the county, he sold more than 50 pairs, but sales slowed as there were not many consumers who could afford them. Furthermore, other vendors began to engage in price wars, competing for business. Having regained his initial investment, he sought new locations, venturing to neighboring counties, selling from one to another. He was once noticed by another seller and had to flee. His selling time in each area was brief, and by the end of August, his stock of frog glasses and rubber bands was completely depleted. Back in his rented room, he secured the doors and windows and began counting his money. 800 yuan. Not too bad. The market for frog glasses was becoming increasingly saturated. He observed others selling them for as little as 10 yuan. With a burgeoning population and many astute individuals, the speed at which trends spread was alarming. With the school year approaching, he decided to abandon this venture. Zhang Wendong began to focus on self-improvement, never forgetting his paramount life goal, finding a partner. He had started considering this since high school. According to his criteria, his ideal partner must first and foremost be beautiful. Secondly, she should not be too short. Thirdly, she must possess a good character. Lastly, her family background should be harmonious and, ideally, slightly affluent. He had heard too many stories in clubs about fathers with gambling issues, ill mothers, school-going sisters, and fractured relationships. Thus, he wished fervently for a wife fitting this description. He planned to buy a few sets of clothing and shoes, get a neat haircut, don his frog glasses, and carry a small purse, admiring his reflection in the mirror, feeling quite refined. His meals needed to elevate in quality as well. Beef, lamb, seafood, all on the agenda. However, his culinary skills were lacking. He could barely manage to prepare edible dishes, so he resolved to learn some cooking techniques. After all, such skills could enhance his appeal. In the morning, he visited the school and saw his class listed, first year class 6. He registered and noted that classes commenced at 2 in the afternoon. Zhang Wendong strolled around the school before heading home for lunch. In the afternoon, he arrived at school half an hour early, found his classroom, and chose a prime seat where incoming students would see him immediately. He took out the books he had purchased, sat up straight, and began to study diligently. He was determined to cultivate an image of a clean, studious individual, knowing that a strong first impression would serve him well in pursuing his goals. Students entered the classroom in a steady stream, chattering animatedly. Zhang Wendong felt a bit overwhelmed, but fortunately, the teacher soon walked in and introduced herself. The homeroom teacher, Ms. Deng, a middle-aged woman, began assigning tasks. One group of boys was sent to fetch textbooks, while a group of girls was tasked with cleaning the classroom. Zhang Wendong went to collect the textbooks, refraining from casting glances around, and returned to his seat, sitting up straight. The highlight of the day commenced, self-introductions. One by one, boys and girls took to the stage to present themselves. Zhang Wendong boldly scrutinized his peers, and just then, fate seemed to intervene as a striking figure ascended the podium, capturing his heart. The girl, approximately 168 centimeters tall, boasted a cascade of jet black hair that flowed smoothly over her shoulders like a dark waterfall. Her oval face was both dignified and beautiful, and her almond-shaped eyes sparkled like autumn waters, exuding an undeniable air of excellence. Her voice resonated like a cheerful aureole. Although her loose clothing concealed her figure, Zhang Wendong's instincts told him that she was indeed remarkable. This beauty, with her poise, would undoubtedly turn heads wherever she went. He memorized her name, Lu Yufang. Once everyone had introduced themselves, seating arrangements were made, girls on one side, boys on the other, as is customary these days. They were arranged by height, and Zhang Wendong, being of medium height, found himself seated towards the back. Textbooks were distributed, and the selection of class leaders commenced. Having served as a class leader in middle school, Zhang Wendong knew it entailed significant responsibilities and a spirit of dedication. However, with his focus on academics and the need to earn money, he chose to remain a silent observer. After the selection of class leaders concluded and the distribution of books was complete, the students began their self-study. Zhang Wendong opened his textbook and, after a brief perusal, found the material quite challenging. His thoughts began to wander. Although he had encountered many women in his previous life, those interactions had been facilitated by money. He had never pursued a girl before and felt lacking in tactics. In this era, both genders tended to be rather reserved, and given their youth, there was no rush. Relationships needed time to blossom. He resolved to establish a persona, optimistic, cheerful, diligent, and attentive to hygiene, even if he often forgot to bathe. For an entire week, Zhang Wendong maintained this facade, yet he had not found the opportunity to speak to Xiaofeng. Then, unexpectedly, his mother arrived at the school to find him. Spotting him sitting by the door, she lamented, "Zhang Wendong, what sort of education are you pursuing? I no longer care. You haven't returned home in 2 months. What have I raised? Such a burden." His classmates, hearing his mother's words and noticing her tattered clothing and aged appearance from years of hard labor, began to whisper and point at him. Zhang Wendong felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. His carefully crafted persona was crumbling. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He rushed forward to lift his mother and drag her outside, exclaiming loudly, "Stepmother, wasn't it you who forbade me from attending high school and denied me meals? I've been working to earn my tuition." Upon hearing the term stepmother, his mother nearly exploded with rage, attempting to scratch him. Zhang Wendong took off, sprinting towards the second-year classrooms, with his mother in hot pursuit. They chased each other for quite some time, and as Zhang Wendong ran, he called out loudly for his brother, Zhang Wenxi, "Mom is here at school looking for you." Upon hearing his mother's shout, he ceased his pursuit, contemplating leaving the school, for she could not allow her elder son to lose face. Zhang Wendong, witnessing her intent to depart, bellowed, "Zhang Wenxi, come out. Do you no longer care for your mother?" He continued to call out, "Zhang Wenxi, you ungrateful child, get out here. Do you no longer want your mother?" His mother attempted to cover his mouth, but was unable to catch up with him. Zhang Wendong's loud cries drew Zhang Wenxi, whose face was flushed with fury, out of the classroom. The grade director, alerted by the commotion, arrived and instructed them to resolve their issues in the office. Zhang Wendong guided Zhang Wenxi into the office alongside their mother. The director inquired about their grievances, urging them to speak so they could address the matter collectively. Zhang Wendong's mother lowered her head in silence, while Zhang Wenxi, equally embarrassed, could find no words. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Wendong spoke, "Sir, I worked during the summer to earn my tuition and have been away for 2 months. My mother became anxious and came to find me, and in her distress, raised her voice. I apologize for any disruption caused to the school's order." The director recognized that he was not being entirely forthright, yet understood that familial conflicts could be intricate. He advised them to resolve their issues privately, ensuring that they did not disturb other students' learning, and subsequently allowed them to leave. Chapter 18. Beginning to seek solutions upon exiting the office, Zhang Wenxi ignored everyone and returned to his classroom. Zhang Wendong escorted his mother out of the school premises, stating, "Mother, I no longer require your financial support for my education. Please refrain from causing disturbances. I shall repay your nurturing one day." His mother retorted, "Repay? How do you intend to do that? You call me your stepmother, and I demand repayment now. Abandon your studies and start earning money immediately." Zhang Wendong replied, "Calculate how much I have cost you since childhood. When I graduate and earn money, I will repay you. If you wish to sabotage my education, then let Zhang Wenxi abandon his studies too. I shall work alongside him." His mother scoffed, "You think you can compare yourself to your elder brother? You, a mere country bumpkin, cannot compete with him. He is destined for university and a prominent career." Zhang Wendong, in self-deprecation, responded, "I cannot compete. I am enrolled in a prestigious school. I can earn my way through high school. Why can't I aim for university and a distinguished position? Why do you show him such favoritism?" His mother, infuriated, exclaimed, "You aspire to university? Your younger brother and elder brother are both studying, and your father and I toil in the fields. Can we afford that? Why can't you be obedient, earn money to support the family, and let your elder brother help you after university? Isn't that better than dreaming?" Zhang Wendong countered, "Why must I rely on others? Can I not depend on myself? I pay for my own education and do not need your support. If you cannot provide, that is of no concern to me." His mother scolded, "You ungrateful wretch. You cannot disown this family. Education teaches you these values. I raised you, and you cannot simply choose to sever ties. Return home, with your current attitude. You should not even think about continuing your studies." Zhang Wendong, unwilling to continue the argument with his mother, played his trump card. "Do you remember the year I asked you to enroll me in elementary school? I was the one who had people intimidate Zhang Wenxi into not attending school. If you provoke me again, I will ensure that he fears returning to school. I always follow through on my promises." His mother was taken aback, realizing her son possessed a depth of cunning she had not anticipated. How could someone so young engage in such actions? If he were to drop out of school, it would undoubtedly affect the education of the eldest son, who is the beacon of hope for the family and must not falter. His mother was left speechless in shock. Zhang Wendong employed a mix of persuasion and threats, stating, Once I graduate, I will repay you for your nurturing. You should go home and calculate that for yourself. This is the final warning, should you disturb me again. The bond of gratitude will be severed, and I will ensure that Zhang Wenxi cannot remain in school, nor will my younger brother have the opportunity to continue his education. With that, he turned and returned to school. Upon hearing this, his mother thought to herself that her second son was exceedingly ruthless, showing no mercy even to the youngest. With no immediate recourse, she resolved to extract a substantial price from him once he graduated. Back in the classroom, the teacher had already commenced the lesson. Zhang Wendong knocked on the door and announced his presence, receiving permission to enter. He calmly took his seat under the watchful eyes of his classmates. Contemplating how to restore his image, he feared that if left unchecked, wild speculations might arise, jeopardizing his future. After class, as the teacher exited the room, Zhang Wendong stood up and approached the podium. I apologize for the disruption earlier. It affected everyone's studies. My family is quite impoverished, and my parents do not allow me to attend high school. I work during the summer to earn money for my education, as I refuse to spend my life merely farming in the countryside. Education is my sole opportunity in life. I maintain an optimistic perspective on life. What does not defeat me will ultimately be defeated. I apologize for taking up your time. He clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect and returned to his seat. A thunderous applause erupted as most classmates were inspired by Zhang Wendong's words. His indomitable spirit and determination resonated with the ethos of the era. Listening to the applause, Zhang Wendong felt his reputation solidifying. A smile barely contained at the corners of his mouth. A month passed, and the instances of Zhang Wendong conversing with Xiaofang were few and far between. In this day and age, the distinction between genders was more than mere words. Yet, he noticed a boy named Zhou Weigua, the class monitor, engaging with Xiaofang. Tall and robust, with prominent features and clear, earnest eyes, he embodied the spirit of selflessness. The phrase spirit of dedication seemed tailor-made for him. Zhang Wendong's demeanor was a fade, as his true nature was less than noble. His eyes, though single-lidded, betrayed the weight of his experiences, contrasting sharply with Zhou Weigua's purity. He would not allow anyone to encroach upon Xiaofang. He could not remain passive. A direct approach might backfire. So he resolved to strategize and seek allies. Xiaofang was exceedingly reserved, rarely engaging with her desk partner, and her conversations were limited to pleasantries. In class, her focus was solely on studying, much like the majority of students in this competitive academic environment. With no prospects within his class, he sought out others. After school, he frequently observed a lively girl accompanying Xiaofang home, skipping joyfully and chattering away, likely her younger sister, who bore a resemblance to her. After a period of observation, he finally located the younger girl's classroom. 8th grade? The young girl, no taller than 1.5 meters, is surprisingly in the 3rd year of junior high. Upon inquiring among her classmates, I discovered that she is quite renowned, having achieved the top position in her grade at the tender age of 11. A prodigy indeed. She is the younger sister of Xiaofang. Having a sister like her is advantageous. If I succeed, gaining access to Xiaofang will be effortless. However, such opportunities are rare. Approaching someone directly may lead to misunderstandings, so I must tread carefully. First, I plan to demonstrate my resolve to Zhou Weigua, ensuring he keeps his distance from Xiaofang. After careful consideration, I sought out Zhao Ziyan from Class 3 and treated him to a lavish meal at a restaurant. Outlining my intentions, Zhao Ziyan insisted on additional compensation, to which Zhang Wendong promised a follow-up meal upon the completion of the task. Zhao Ziyan agreed to play the role. Zhou Weigua, having left school, made my task simpler. That evening, I followed him for a while, strategically positioning myself for the plan to unfold. I instructed Zhao Ziyan to walk ahead of Zhou Weigua while I trailed behind, effectively sandwiching him in between us. With the formation set, I called out loudly, "You there? Halt!" Both turned around, and I swaggered past Zhou Weigua with an exaggerated gait, seizing Zhao Ziyan's collar and accusing him. "So, you're the one who wrote to Liu Yufang? How dare you pursue my Xiaofang? Do you believe I won't teach you a lesson?" With that, I raised my arm menacingly as if to strike. Zhao Ziyan pleaded, "Brother, please, don't. You remember me, right? We attended the same junior high. You fought 5 of us alone, and I was one of them. I had no idea Liu Yufang was your girlfriend. Had I known, I wouldn't have dared to write to her. Please spare me." He whimpered, tears welling in his eyes. I patted his face dismissively, declaring, "You should be familiar with my temper. I've dealt with everyone in junior high. There will be no next time. If you dare to write to my Xiaofang again, I'll break your legs. With that, I turned and left without a backward glance. Zhao Ziyan crouched on the ground, gasping for breath, muttering, "He is terrifying. This demon is scarier than a bandit." Chapter 19. Finding a way to buy a house. After witnessing the altercation, Zhou Weigua's face turned pale. Lu Yufang is in a relationship with this boy? When did this happen? Why was I unaware? I need to find an opportunity to inquire further. Casting a glance at the still cowering Zhao Ziyan, he headed home. Once Zhou Weigua departed, Zhang Wendong and Zhao Ziyan reconvened at their agreed location, each praising the other's acting skills. They arranged to meet the following day at the state-run restaurant, after which Zhao Ziyan returned to school. Back home, Zhang Wendong enjoyed a midnight snack and lay in bed, reflecting on the day's events, unable to suppress a smile. Truly, I am a genius. Lost in thought, he eventually drifted off to sleep. After several days of observing Zhou Weigua, I noted with dismay that he continued to converse with Xiao Fang. My plan had failed. I hadn't intimidated him. A few days later, I attempted to strike up a conversation with Xiao Fang, only to find myself instinctively retreating before I could approach her. This is disastrous. Not only has my plan backfired, but I also cannot resort to violence against Zhou Weigua. He is well liked in class. If I were to confront him, I would surely find myself isolated. It seems I must lay low for a while and focus on my studies. In the midst of the midterm examinations, Zhang Wendong felt rather satisfied with his performance. However, upon the release of the rankings, his expression fell dramatically as he found himself at the bottom of the class. What the hell? I'm not even pursuing business anymore. And my grades are still abysmal. This is too competitive. He resolved to put in more effort for the next half semester. If his situation did not improve, he would balance studying with earning money. In his quest to simultaneously study and seek opportunities to approach a girl he liked, he finally found his chance. This young girl had a fondness for cats. One weekend, while exercising in the park, he observed her feeding stray cats, which seemed to be quite affectionate towards her. After observing her for 2 weeks, he noted that she consistently returned to the park, and the cats, particularly one, awaited her arrival with eager anticipation. Determined to make a connection, Zhang Wendong arrived at the park earlier than the girl one weekend, using small fish to gain the stray cat's trust. The cat was cautious and would run away at his presence, but he remained patient, placing the food on the ground and watching from a distance. After 3 weeks, he had succeeded in befriending the cat enough to touch it. The following weekend, he carefully timed his visit, feeding the cat and petting it in anticipation of the girl's arrival. When she appeared, her curious gaze met his. "Hello there, do you like this cat too?" He feigned innocence. "You're the one who's a child," she retorted, hands on her hips. "You have no manners." Zhang Wendong felt slightly embarrassed, standing up to look down at her. "Is it all right if I call you classmate?" She gazed up at him, a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. "I know you. You're the loud one from school, right?" Caught off guard, he scratched his head. "That seems to be the case. Can we change the subject? Do you also like cats?" "My cat, De Huang, is mine." "Why are you so familiar with him?" "I've never seen you before. I often come to feed him. Perhaps I arrive earlier than you do." "Do you come here often?" "You're lying. I saw you feeding De Huang 2 weeks ago. And he didn't seem that close to you then." Zhang Wendong found her a bit difficult to deal with. "I'm not lying. I've been here 45 times. I like cats too. Is this cat yours?" "Isn't he a stray? De Huang used to be my cat, but my sister is allergic to him. So we had to leave him here." He gathered useful information. "Cat allergy. I really like this cat. Why don't I take him home? He struggles out here, and I can't bear to see him suffer." The girl appeared contemplative. Why would he ask for her opinion? He seemed a bit insincere. Yet, what did it matter? Finding a home for De Huang had been her ongoing dilemma, and she knew he was a first-year high school student who could be easily located. After a moment of thought, she replied, "All right, but you must bring De Huang here every week at this time so I can see him. If you don't take good care of him, you must return him to me." Zhang Wendong agreed. "Sure, if he doesn't adapt, I'll return him to you." The girl took out some food for De Huang and began to impart her knowledge on cat care to Zhang Wendong. They chatted for quite a while about cats before heading home. Zhang Wendong began his new role as a cat caretaker, feeling somewhat uneasy. Fortunately, De Huang was relatively well-behaved. Otherwise, he would have found it hard to resist returning the cat. Through this connection with the cat, he had grown closer to the girl. Yet he found her to be quite challenging. Conversing with her required significant mental effort. She was anything but a typical child. She was remarkably clever. At times, I find myself led astray, but for Xiaofang, I endure. After the final exams concluded, my ranking remained dismally low. Zhang Wendong resolved to juggle business with his studies. After surveying the market in the county town, he discovered that frog eye glasses were ubiquitous, with prices as low as 8 yuan. The market was becoming increasingly vibrant. Selling cotton jackets in winter should prove lucrative. In these times, even those barely above the poverty line regard clothing as a necessity. The key factor is the price difference. And selling should not be a concern. With approximately 600 yuan still in hand, he sought out the young girl, informing her of his impending return to his hometown. He entrusted her with the care of his cat, handing her the keys, assuring her that the items in his home held little value, provided she did not dismantle it. He set off to the provincial capital to procure goods. At Hongqing Wholesale, he inquired about clothing prices. The wholesale price for cotton jackets was 12 yuan, and they could be sold for 30 yuan each. Upon seeing military coats, he noted that their wholesale price was 25 yuan per piece, with a retail price around 60. He purchased 120 pieces of standard-size cotton jackets and returned to the county town. He located a bustling area to set up his stall, advertising high-quality goods, exports, discounts, and tearful sales, all while shouting energetically, marking his prices higher at 35 yuan per piece, as he had to account for intellectual property costs. The garments sold swiftly. Within 3 days, he had cleared out his stock, earning nearly 3,000 yuan. This money came too quickly, and he restocked immediately, with each successive trip. By the time school commenced, he had inflated his capital to 30,000 yuan, leaving him astonished. Such rapid profit was exhilarating. With newfound wealth, his thoughts began to wander. In the county town, real estate was priced around 60 yuan per square meter, a promising opportunity. He yearned to purchase a home. At merely 14 years of age and still a minor, he pondered how to navigate connections to facilitate the process. With the school year approaching, he aimed to forge friendships at the esteemed County No. 1 Middle School, hoping to enlist the help of a good friend. He recalled having heard of school district housing in a past life, contemplating a purchase near the school, believing that properties bought before 1991 would certainly yield profit. Holding on to cash seemed futile, as it would only depreciate. It needed to be spent. In 1983, as the school year commenced, he temporarily set aside thoughts of the young girl and began seeking friends. Within a fortnight, he identified his target, a classmate, Deng Yixia, a chubby girl with a fair complexion. Her girth indicated her love for food. He endeavored to befriend her, using delicacies as a means to connect. To impress her, he even traveled to the provincial capital to procure treats, for the city boasted an abundance of snacks and renowned eateries. Among the best were the spicy duck necks, fiery and tantalizing, delivering a multi-layered taste experience that left one craving more. Zhang Wendong became enamored with them. Having purchased them from street vendors, they were simply delectable. He seized the opportunity to restock while in the provincial capital, also acquiring some stationery to sell at school. Willing to spend money, his relationship with Deng Yixia flourished rapidly. Her father was a director at the housing authority, providing him with valuable connections. With these connections established, he began searching for a home near County No. 1 Middle School. After 2 weeks, he found a suitable apartment in the affluent Wagwan community, located approximately 500 meters from the school. This neighborhood was relatively upscale for its time, featuring lush greenery, spacious grounds, and solidly constructed buildings, 2 units per floor, facing south and north, ensuring ample sunlight and a broad view. Spanning over 90 square meters, it was a large 2-bedroom apartment on the 4th floor, exquisitely decorated. With a balcony that even housed a cradle and an abundance of flora, the landlord was a solitary woman preparing to move abroad. The total price is set at 8,000 yuan with no room for negotiation. The furniture will remain untouched, which is acceptable. A mere 300 yuan was spent on the process, and the property was smoothly registered in Zhang Wendong's name. Holding the property certificate, he reclined in his cradle, his face beaming with joy. Having moved to a new home, the lease on this single room still has a few months left, and the rent is non-refundable. Securing the door, he has decided to leave it be. Concerned that the dog might damage the furniture, he purchased a larger cage and a rough board, intending to let it acclimate to scratching on the board before releasing it. The little girl spends most weekends entertaining the cat in the single room. He had forgotten to inform her about the move, and when they encountered each other at school, she looked as furious as a goldfish. Zhang Wendong began to focus on significant life matters, attempting to amuse the child. This clever girl, however, was not easily appeased. After a lengthy effort to cheer her up, He resorted to his trump card, duck neck. The girl sobbed as she ate, her mouth red from the spice, yet she couldn't bear to put it down. Zhang Wendong shared his new address with her, inviting her to visit the cat there. He soon realized that this girl had quite an appetite, and he began to dangle snacks before her, subtly probing for information about her sister. Before he could inquire twice, the little girl had caught on. She had been oblivious to Zhang Wendong's true intentions until now. Seizing the opportunity, she became somewhat proud and began to coax him into sharing snacks in exchange for tidbits of information about her sister, leaving Zhang Wendong feeling somewhat regretful. This girl was too astute, yet he was reluctant to sever this connection, so he continued to follow her lead, albeit with a hint of exasperation. How had he lived 2 lifetimes and still found himself outmaneuvered by a child? As he juggled his studies and entertained the child, he also ventured into business at school, which was surprisingly prosperous. Armed with insights from a future perspective, he skillfully selected stationery that captivated his classmates, finding solace in their company. In the summer of 1983, after the final exams, Zhang Wendong found himself among the lowest in his class, and even in the entire grade, not due to a lack of effort, but because of the intense competition. He was not significantly more intelligent than his peers. Rather, his past experiences had somewhat solidified his intellect. If not, he would not have been outsmarted by a mere child, albeit one with remarkable cunning. Given his current academic performance, the prospect of attending university seemed bleak, prompting Zhang Wendong to contemplate alternative paths. As he matured, his mind became increasingly cluttered with thoughts. He had never been fond of being constrained by others. Otherwise, he would not have faced such harsh penalties in his previous life. Attending university could expose him to a world of opportunities, but fundamentally, it was about fostering better prospects for a more comfortable life. In this era, opportunities abound, and seizing them to earn more could allow him to live leisurely in the future, smiling all the while. This summer, he resolved to earn a significant income. Last winter, selling clothes had proven lucrative, and Zhang Wendong believed that this venture still held promise. He needed to find sources to maximize his earnings. And a location from his past emerged in his memory, Yiwu. The Yiwu wholesale market is renowned in later years. With a determined mindset, he cleared his space, leaving only money and provisions. Armed with a map, he set out to locate Yiwu City in Jiang Province. He entrusted the key to the little girl. Having spent over 6 months together, her character was trustworthy, albeit her moral flexibility was evident. She had no hesitation in enjoying the fruits of his labor. This was hardly in line with the simplicity of the times. The little girl joyfully accepted the key, for she adored the cradle on the balcony. Every weekend, she would lie in it, swaying for hours on end. Zhang Wendong embarked on a train journey, which took several days, until he arrived in the thriving city of Yiwu. The streets were bustling with markets, teeming with countless varieties of goods. He even witnessed a curious exchange where someone traded chicken feathers for candy. Last year's cotton-padded jacket, which cost him 12 yuan, could be purchased here for a mere 5 yuan. He began selecting clothing. Indeed, the fabric that cost 0.4 yuan could sell for over 2 yuan. He realized he had come to the right place and decided to acquire 20,000 yuan worth of merchandise, necessitating the search for a warehouse. Otherwise, he would struggle to find space for his stock. After securing a short-term rental for a month at a negotiated price of 3.8 yuan, he commenced his purchases, transporting them to the warehouse. After a few more days, he ventured to the provincial capital, where he set up stalls in bustling areas. Avoiding secluded spots with few patrons, he would rotate locations after selling twice, moving from the provincial capital to town, traversing the entire province. By the end of summer, he had sold all his clothing, and his capital had risen to 120,000 yuan. He savored the local delicacies throughout the province. Yet nothing lingered in his memory quite like the duck neck, which was utterly irresistible. He wondered if it contained any additives. He planned to inquire about purchasing the recipe at an opportune moment. His space was stocked with snacks from various locales, which he would share with the little girl upon the start of school. To his astonishment, he found this endeavor addictively enjoyable. However, the little girl seemed more interested in eating than contributing. Whenever Zhang Wendong contemplated giving up, the little girl would subtly encourage him. He recognized her ploy and feigned reluctance to abandon his efforts. Yet, this little girl remained unfazed, utterly beguiling him. Zhang Wendong felt entrapped. Now in his second year of high school, he felt the academic challenges had escalated sharply. Without diligent study, he feared he might face retention. The little girl excelled in her first year with top marks, Yet Zhang Wendong observed that this prodigy never cracked open a book on weekends, indulging in food and drink, and occasionally offering him study guidance. He was utterly overwhelmed, feeling his intelligence was being overshadowed. Based on fragmented information, Zhang Wendong began devising a strategy to win over Lu Yufeng. Did she enjoy collections of prose and poetry? He scoured for works that subtly expressed affection, memorizing eloquent prose to perform at any chance he could find. In classrooms, hallways, and on the playground, whenever Xiaofeng passed by, Zhang Wendong would recite and perform, only to notice her increasingly perplexed expressions. It seemed she began to take a detour to avoid him. Wasn't she fond of prose and poetry? Shouldn't shared interests foster mutual admiration? Why was she distancing herself? Zhang Wendong began to doubt the validity of his approach. Although he had procured a splendid collection of poetry, he had not accounted for his voice, which was undergoing changes, rendering his speech akin to a duck's quack. Xiaofeng, upon hearing his awkward recitations, must have thought he was somewhat unwell, prompting her to take a different route. Time for a change. He decided to embody a virtuous young man. Zhang Wendong enlisted the help of his friend Zhao Ziyan and, with 2 large white rabbit candies, recruited a child. Zhao Ziyan would play the role of the bully, while Zhang Wendong took on the persona of a heroic bystander, standing up against injustice. They seized opportunities during the midday break to stage their performance. The little girl accompanied her sister home, witnessing Zhang Wendong's earnest performance, which elicited laughter akin to that of a pig from her. This caused Zhang Wendong's actions to become somewhat stiff. The quality of this external aid was rather poor, leaving him in a bind at a critical moment. Given the little girl's intelligence, she should have gazed at him with admiration and vocally praised him as the herald of justice. Alas, refund the day. Chapter 21. Purchasing the formula. After depriving the little girl of snacks twice, she pledged to cooperate with his future performances. Zhang Wendong began to devise new strategies. Did he enjoy watching others play basketball? He mused that with his robust physique of 180 centimeters, playing basketball was merely a matter of grasping the ball. The school playground had 2 half-courts, and after school, a considerable number of students engaged in basketball. After observing twice, Zhang Wendong decided to join in. This was his first experience playing basketball in this life, and he awkwardly dribbled the ball like an elderly woman leaning on a cane, his shooting posture peculiar, relying on the most familiar technique of an 8-step layup. As he played, his classmates cast him strange glances, as if to say he was not there to play but to disrupt the game. Zhang Wendong paid them no heed, reveling in the sweat of the basketball court. It was quite enjoyable, and he resolved to learn more. After a month of practice, he dribbled reasonably well, and with his good physical condition, he became a dominant presence on the court, occasionally managing to dunk. Believing the time was ripe, he updated his sports gear at the expense of a week's worth of snacks, enlisting the little girl to help him, and after school, he brought her sister to watch him play basketball. On the court, Zhang Wendong charged about like a bull, showcasing his muscles every time he scored, and occasionally shouting exuberantly. However, he exerted a bit too much force, damaging the hoop with a dunk and ultimately being charged by the school for repairs amounting to several dozen yuan, thus concluding this awkward spectacle. As his relationship with Xiaofeng grew increasingly distant, Zhang Wendong sensed he had been too forceful lately and decided to take a step back, focusing on his studies instead. Winter arrived, and after the exams, Zhang Wendong's grades stabilized at the bottom of his class. He remained unfazed, understanding the necessity of balancing study and work, ensuring he made the most of his youthful years. He ventured into business, taking a train to Yiwu to procure goods, primarily selling clothing, large cotton jackets. Upon returning with stock, he sold as he had during the summer vacation, from the provincial capital to small towns. By the end of the winter break, he had earned 60,000 yuan, bringing his capital to 180,000 yuan. With limited space and only a month available, he was quite satisfied with such earnings in this era. In the spring of 1984, the second semester of his second year of high school commenced. The academic atmosphere intensified, as next year would bring the college entrance examinations. Students grew increasingly competitive. Some even ate their meals in the classroom to maximize study time. Zhang Wendong adhered to his own rhythm, diligently studying, exercising, and contemplating his next strategies. He had a fondness for delicacies. Xiaofeng was a person of principles. Once, when he sought her assistance with a question and offered her a large white rabbit candy, she firmly declined. After a few inquiries, he attempted to give her a piece of candy again, but she still refused. Assistance was sought from a young girl, as this afternoon. Xiaofeng had decided to stay at school for lunch instead of returning home. With a bento box in hand, the intention was to prepare a heartfelt meal for her, allowing her to dine with her sister, which should surely be met with acceptance. However, culinary skills were rather rudimentary, barely palatable. Thus the necessity to learn something new arose, perhaps duck necks. If they could be braised to such delectable perfection, surely other dishes could be equally delightful. Inspired by this thought, preparations commenced. On the weekend, a trip to the provincial city was undertaken, spanning 2 weekends in search of a source. The elderly lady had upgraded her means, transitioning from a fixed stall to selling on the go, cycling around to reach more customers. After all, the allure of quality wares often transcends mere location. The mobility enhanced her business significantly. Once tasted, the returning clientele was bound to be plentiful. Zhang Wendong expressed his desire to purchase 100 duck necks. Yet the stall's supply fell short. The elderly lady, reluctant to forfeit this opportunity, suggested he return later. Zhang Wendong, seizing the moment, agreed but inquired if he could visit her home. She consented. After the elderly lady sold out her stock, he followed her home, discovering that her living conditions were modest. Residing in a dilapidated courtyard with an ailing elderly man, presumably her husband. As they exchanged pleasantries, it became evident that the elderly lady was quite guarded, soon suspecting Zhang Wendong's ulterior motives. Realizing he had been detected, Zhang Wendong candidly revealed his intent to purchase the recipe. The elderly lady's demeanor soured immediately, vocally refusing to sell, deeming it too costly. However, Zhang Wendong, undeterred, maintained his composure, engaging her in conversation as long as she did not dismiss him. It was not a matter of refusal, but rather a negotiation of price. With each increment of money proposed, the elderly lady's resistance began to wane. Sensing a glimmer of potential, Zhang Wendong escalated his offer, starting at 500 and ultimately reaching 5,000. He felt this was excessive, considering that such an amount could secure a modest home in the provincial city. The stakes felt somewhat overwhelming. Observing Zhang Wendong's genuine desire and apparent wealth, the elderly lady began to soften. Her family had once enjoyed affluence, with ancestral ties to the imperial kitchen, a legacy passed down through generations. However, misfortune struck in her youth, leading to the loss of prosperity and her husband's injury during that time. Despite the trials, the elderly lady maintained a spirited demeanor. As the number of vendors grew, she too ventured into the business realm, albeit cautiously, aware that success could attract unwanted attention. Her greatest aspiration remained to reclaim her ancestral home, and with recent policy changes, hope flickered anew. Yet, the exorbitant price of over 20,000 left her disheartened, as her earnings were often allocated to support her 2 sons, who had endured hardships alongside her in their youth. Now, with grandchildren in the picture, her disposable income was limited. Gradually, she began to warm to Zhang Wendong, recounting her past experiences and boasting about the exceptional quality of her recipe. He grasped the underlying sentiment. She sought a higher price, a proposition to which he was decidedly opposed. Nevertheless, having arrived at this juncture, the allure of the duck necks remained undeniable. Moreover, Zhang Wendong was not lacking in funds, yet he did not wish to be taken advantage of. He remarked, "Madam, your recipe is indeed remarkable, but you must consider the present circumstances. The monthly wage for workers is less than 50. If I were to offer 5,000, it would equate to someone enduring a decade without sustenance, a sum sufficient to purchase a decent house." The elderly woman pondered for a moment and replied, 20,000. I shall sell it to you for 20,000. Zhang Wendong was taken aback by her audacity in demanding such a price. He contemplated leaving but, reluctant to depart empty-handed after such a lengthy negotiation, he said, "Madam, I find you to possess a certain charm, yet one cannot simply demand such exorbitant sums. Do you realize what 20,000 entails? It would require 40 years of labor without a meal, an entire lifetime. I am interested in acquiring your recipe, but I refuse to be a fool. Previously, I sought a recipe for duck neck, which tasted nearly as good as yours, and do you know the asking price? 200. 200 is all it costs. If you genuinely wish to sell, do not engage in such unreasonable antics. I have no time to indulge in games." Chapter 22. The pursuit continues. The elderly woman recognized that her asking price was indeed steep. No matter how exceptional the recipe, it could not command a fortune. However, selling it for a pittance was also unappealing. After reflecting, she stated, "My ancestors were imperial chefs. In addition to this braising recipe, I possess a cookbook. I shall sell both for 30,000. If you find that unacceptable, then we shall speak no more. Zhang Wendong considered this. A cookbook alongside the recipe could hardly be worth such a sum. Yet, seeing the elderly woman's determination, he felt a twinge of interest but countered. Your price is too high. This is not a worthwhile investment. For 30,000, you must teach me hands-on, both the braising technique and the culinary skills. Only then will I agree to purchase. The elderly woman, feeling intrigued, began to soften her stance. She thought to herself that her old residents would soon be returning, and thus she became more accommodating. The dishes in the cookbook are not numerous, and some of the ingredients are challenging to procure, even if you manage to find them. Mastering the techniques will take more than just a few attempts, and the cost will not be less than my asking price. I will teach you the braising ingredients and home-cooked meals step by step, but you must procure the ingredients yourself, and once learned, you cannot sell them in this provincial city. Is that agreeable? Zhang Wendong found this arrangement reasonable. If the elderly woman had immediately acquiesced, he might have felt he was being duped. Her candidness suggested that a deal was nearing completion. They began to negotiate the transaction details. As they were still strangers to one another, they agreed that he would first learn the dishes, paying for each as he went, and upon completing the cooking lessons, he would receive the cookbook, followed by the braising technique, with payments made in installments. They reached an agreement, and Zhang Wendong would come every weekend to learn culinary skills. However, mastering the dishes proved challenging. Each required repeated practice. After school, he would continue to hone his skills at home, meticulously refining every detail. Thus, every time he learned a dish, he prepared a heartfelt bento, and a little girl, eager to assist, was more than willing to help. After a semester of diligent study, he had essentially completed the learning process. For 30,000, he acquired the knowledge of home-cooked meals, the braising recipe, a cookbook, and yet Zhang Wendong was left uncertain if he had made a wise investment. However, witnessing the little girl growing rounder by the day, he felt decidedly deceived. In the summer of 1984, after the examinations concluded, Zhang Wendong embarked on his entrepreneurial journey. As he had done the previous year, he ventured to Yiwu, curating a selection of clothing, trousers, and shoes with his discerning eye. Once his inventory was complete, he traversed the province, setting up his stall. The number of vendors had increased, yet in these times, with sufficient audacity, one could swiftly amass wealth. Zhang Wendong possessed a flair for crafting captivating promotional content as well. As summer vacation drew to a close, he counted his savings and found himself with 300,000 yuan, a commendable sum. Even if he were to relocate to Shanghai and invest all his money in purchasing property, steering clear of detrimental habits, he believed becoming a modestly wealthy individual in his lifetime posed no challenge. With the commencement of the new school year, he entered his senior year of high school, where the pressure intensified. His yearning for wealth diminished, and he resolved to devote himself to his studies. Whether or not he gained admission to a university mattered less than the effort he exerted. He wished to look back on his life without remorse. His days were filled with study, pursuing Shaofeng, engaging in sports, and indulging in culinary delights, creating a fulfilling routine. His frequent deliveries of lunch to Shaofeng gradually earned her favor, albeit still confined to the bounds of politeness. Zhang Wendong sensed the urgency to accelerate his approach. With only a year remaining, he felt it imperative to accomplish this significant aspect of his life before graduation would scatter them in different directions, leaving them to reminisce from afar. Convinced that conventional approaches were unreliable, he decided to employ his own methods, concocting a dramatic scenario to rescue a damsel in distress, a timeless trope. This time, he felt the need for a more convincing performance and dismissed the idea of involving Zhao Ziyan, whose lackluster acting skills would fail to portray a villain convincingly, given his inherently cheerful disposition. Instead, he thought of Wang. This so-called friend had not reached out in over 2 years. The sentimental farewell he had given when sending him off was clearly feigned. Uncertain if Wang still resided in their hometown, he resolved to take action. During the weekend, he returned to the town, which had remained largely unchanged during his absence. Nostalgia washed over him as he wandered familiar streets, and he enjoyed a meal in town. Gift in hand, he followed a path etched in his memory toward Wang Chang's home. Upon arrival, he noticed a significant transformation. What once was a mud brick house had evolved into a grand structure of blue bricks and tiles. Had Wang Chang struck it rich? He called out for Wang Chang at the gate, and soon, a middle-aged woman emerged, Wang Chang's mother, a formidable woman known for her protective nature, who greeted him warmly. After exchanging pleasantries and handing her the gift, he inquired about Wang Chong, learning that he was resting after a hike. As Zhang Wendong drowsily opened his eyes, he was met with the gaze of a somewhat rough-looking, dark-skinned man, who stared at him with a mix of longing and reproach. Startled, he sat upright and exclaimed Wang Chong's name. Wang Chong, resembling a pouting spouse, remained silent. The scene felt surreal, prompting Zhang Wendong to leap from the bed and playfully strike Wang Chong, who had startled him. After the playful exchange, Wang Chong chuckled, revealing that he had changed in peculiar ways. It had been 2 years since their last meeting, and while Wang Chong had grown stout, he had not surpassed Zhang Wendong's height. Now standing at 185 centimeters with a robust physique, Zhang Wendong noted that Wang Chong was approximately 182 centimeters tall, albeit more solidly built. Clearly, life at home had treated him well. After graduating from middle school, Wang Chong returned home to farm, but in this era, small businesses began to flourish. His father, a bold man from a lineage of hunters, took him deep into the mountains to pursue game. With abundant resources available and few in the vicinity engaging in hunting, they soon prospered. Wang Chong's robust physique and the family's grand brick-tiled house stand as testament to their success. After reminiscing warmly, the bond between the brothers grew stronger, culminating in a night spent side by side. When invited to the county town for some leisure, Wang Chong joyfully accepted. The next day, after lunch, they journeyed back to the county. Upon arrival, Wang Chong, akin to a curious child entering a grand estate, marveled at everything around him, occasionally gasping in awe. He began to fawn over Zhang Wendong's feet, showering him with compliments, albeit clumsily. Nevertheless, Zhang Wendong relished the attention. That evening, he personally cooked a sumptuous meal for Wang Chong, who was left speechless by the deliciousness of the dishes, reluctant to return home. After dinner, Wang Chong even took the initiative to wipe the floor, his eagerness nearly radiating from his face. Zhang Wendong had significant matters that required Wang Chong's assistance and showed great patience with him. With school resuming the next day, he entrusted Wang Chong with the keys, encouraging him to explore the county at his leisure. After indulging Wang Chong for 2 days with food and drink, he set him to work. Having rehearsed the plan at home twice to Zhang Wendong's satisfaction, Wang Chong proved to be a natural villain, his anger reminiscent of a fierce warrior. After conferring with a young girl, she agreed to help for the price of a month's allowance, her appetite seemingly insatiable. To maximize the impact, Zhang Wendong even purchased 2 sets of costumes for Wang Chong, planning for a practical execution after school one evening. Chapter 23. Drinking with dogs at the same table. That night, Wang Chong donned sunglasses, a tank top, floral shorts, and flip-flops, exuding a rather unserious demeanor. He began to verbally harass Xiao Fong, who, flustered, shielded her sister behind her and aimed a pin at Wang Chong. Undaunted, Wang Chong, true to his hunting background, continued to jest and feign advances toward Xiao Fong. Seeing the moment ripe, Zhang Wendong made his dramatic entrance, bellowing, "Let go of that girl." With a swift kick, he sent Wang Chong sprawling to the ground, his slippers flying off. Turning with flair, he gazed tenderly at Xiao Fong and assured her, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." As Wang Chong lay on the ground, a sense of familiarity washed over him, though he couldn't quite place it. After Zhang Wendong's declaration, he unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks upon Wang Chong, who suddenly recalled the last time he had been bested by Zhang Wendong. Wang Chong's cries echoed, more theatrical than ever, as he exclaimed in frustration, "You're really hitting me." Eventually, overwhelmed, he scrambled to his feet, clutching his slippers, and fled. Zhang Wendong pretended to pursue him for a few steps before turning back, shaking his hair and swaggering over to Xiao Fong, who trembled in fear. Zhang Wendong surmised she might be quite frightened, and the result was indeed effective. Gently, he reassured Xiao Fong, but her trembling intensified as she nearly reached a breaking point, shouting, "Zhang Wendong, are you out of your mind? Is this amusing to you? I find you quite insufferable. I kindly ask you to keep your distance from me." With that, she angrily took the little girl and stormed off. Zhang Wendong was taken aback. What was going on? Had he truly botched the performance? That seemed unlikely, for he had genuinely put forth his effort. According to the initial plan, Zhang Wendong was to be the hero who rescued the damsel, leaving Xiao Fang profoundly moved. He would then propose to escort her home each evening, gradually transforming her gratitude into admiration, inching closer to her heart. However, the swift change was suspicious. Someone must have leaked their scheme. After pondering for a moment, he thought of the little girl. How treacherous. It was likely she had provided him with false information. Otherwise, he would not have made no progress whatsoever. It must have been her. This little brat was being ungrateful. Furious, he returned home, only to find the pitiful Wang Chong, bruised and battered. His anger flared anew. Now he had to spend a fortune to placate Wang Chong. How infuriating. After putting on a show, Wang Chong comfortably settled into Zhang Wendong's home, acting more like the owner than Zhang himself. Every day he demanded duck necks, and if he didn't get them, he would pout. This was intolerable. Zhang Wendong lost his patience and gave Wang Chong another beating, then bought him a bicycle, urging him to return home. Since that fateful night, he had not acknowledged the little girl again. When she visited his home on the weekend to play with the cat, Zhang Wendong accused her of being ungrateful and of leaking information to her sister, demanding the key be returned. The little girl was utterly aggrieved, crying pitifully. She was as miserable as could be, and Zhang Wendong surprisingly felt a pang of guilt. Had he been poisoned? Yet, that flicker of conscience softened him, and he began to console the child. After a while, the little girl started to order food, claiming that she had cried for too long and had exhausted herself, thus needing sustenance to forgive him. Zhang Wendong found himself once again at her mercy. He took her to the market to buy ingredients, preparing a lavish meal that left him utterly drained. He slept for an extended period that afternoon, both mentally and physically exhausted. The faint bond he had shared with Xiaofang had now severed, and he found himself at a loss, turning to diligent study. He could grasp the concepts but could not excel in exams. Life felt unsatisfactory, and he sought solace at the basketball court each afternoon. After some time, Zhang Wendong, who had a terrible memory for lessons, yet could not forget the little girl, found his thoughts of her rekindled. He pondered for quite a while, but could not devise a suitable plan. Observing the increasingly plump little girl, a spark of inspiration struck him. He was truly discarding the watermelon while grasping the sesame. The one who understood Xiaofang best was right before him. Moreover, this clever child could provide him with ideas. Why should he toil in vain brainstorming? Seizing the moment, he decided to treat her well, realizing that if he were kind to her, he could later request her assistance without feeling guilty. Thus, he began to prepare lunchboxes for the little girl. Noticing his attentiveness, she quickly understood that Zhang Wendong sought something from her. She began to take advantage of him, demanding specific dishes daily. Zhang Wendong endured it. After a week of delivering lunchboxes, he needed the little girl's help. She remarked that she was growing tired of the same meals and desired to try something new. If Zhang Wendong could master a dish she had never tasted, she would assist him. Zhang Wendong clenched his fist in agreement. After giving it considerable thought, he recalled enjoying barbecues during his time in Yiwu. They were still unavailable in the county town. Perhaps he could learn to make barbecue, a dish he enjoyed. Zhang Wendong, endowed with culinary skills, embarked on a journey of self-taught barbecuing, diligently experimenting with various ingredients, which resulted in an array of jars and bottles accumulating at home, reminiscent of a scientific madman. After 2 weeks of research, he found the flavors to his satisfaction. On the weekend, with his tools procured and ingredients prepared, he also retrieved 2 bottles of plum wine he had previously purchased, known for its rich flavor and smooth, sweet-sour profile. Although the alcohol content was modest, its lingering effect was substantial. He thought to himself that the young girl had likely never tasted alcohol, and with all the effort he exerted in preparing the meal, he felt it was only fair to give her a little punishment, ensuring she understood that dining was no trivial matter. On the balcony, Zhang Wendong meticulously grilled the skewers, the aroma quite overpowering, while the young girl squatted beside him, engrossed in petting a cat, her eyes fixed on the scene without a blink. Beef skewers, lamb skewers, pork belly, hot dogs, little yellow fish, and an assortment of vegetables were all being sent to the table in handfuls by the young girl. It must be said, despite her evident gluttony, the young girl displayed commendable manners. She would not begin eating until Zhang Wendong had taken his seat. Once everything was grilled to perfection, he placed the 2 bottles of plum wine on the table, indulging in both food and drink, relishing every sip with a satisfied smacking of his lips. Observing his enjoyment, the young girl was drawn to join him in drinking. He thought to himself, "You've fallen for it, haven't you? It's not my intention to make you drink, so don't blame me later." He poured her a generous glass, and the 2 of them proceeded to eat and drink, occasionally toasting each other. After a considerable time, Zhang Wendong, unaccustomed to alcohol, began to feel slightly tipsy, while the young girl's cheeks flushed with color, yet she remained unaffected, her eyes sparkling brighter than ever. As he became more inebriated, He challenged her to a drinking contest, and after some time, the sight of 8 young girls in front of him made him realize his inebriation. He clumsily rose to recline on the sofa, where he promptly succumbed to slumber. Grateful for his decent alcohol tolerance, as he fell asleep without further ado, the young girl, her face aglow, tidied up after their meal and curled up with the cat in the cradle for a nap. Later that night, Zhang Wendong awoke from his drunken stupor. Surveying his surroundings in confusion, his head throbbing as he recollected the events of the afternoon. Good grief. I was out drunk by a child. Next time, I might as well drink with the dogs. The meal was served, yet his business remained unattended, and the young girl had long since returned home. He resolved to have her assist him upon her arrival the next day. Zhang Wendong retrieved some food from his storage, had a modest dinner, and began to count the stars, eventually drifting back to sleep. Chapter 24. High School Graduation. The following morning, after his morning exercise, he purchased groceries. And upon returning home after breakfast, he found the young girl playing with the cat in the cradle, her expression a mix of amusement and mockery directed at him. With a slight twitch of his mouth, he placed the groceries in the kitchen, washed his face, and steeled himself to ask the young girl for help. The young girl remarked, "My sister prefers those with good grades. If she goes to university, wouldn't it be ideal for you both to attend the same one? With time, feelings may blossom. Surely you comprehend that." Her expression was delightfully teasing. Zhang Wendong, with a long face, replied, "Your sister excels academically. Do you truly believe my grades could match hers? If that were the case, would I need to seek your counsel? You're clever, and this is your solution?" His gaze was laced with subtle sarcasm. The young girl responded, "How about I tutor you? Elevate your grades, and then your sister will see you in a new light, allowing you both to attend university together." Zhang Wendong's expression grew increasingly despondent. "You little brat, are you really going to tutor me? Do I still have any dignity left? Although you are clever, I shall never concede that I am outmatched by you." He lamented, "The difficulty of catching up to your sister's grades is insurmountable. You must assist me in devising a strategy." The little girl pondered for a moment, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "What if you become a live-in son-in-law? In our family, it's just my sister and me. With your towering stature, my father would surely be pleased." Zhang Wendong couldn't contain his amusement. The suggestion was utterly absurd. Standing tall with pride, he declared, "A true man, born of the heavens and the earth, cannot languish in the shadows for long. I will no longer seek your counsel. However, you must divulge every detail about your sister's preferences and daily habits, or we shall sever our friendship." Seeing the seriousness in Zhang Wendong's demeanor, the little girl ceased her teasing and readily agreed, patting her chest and asserting, "I promise, it's absolutely authentic. Her name is Lu Yufeng, but we affectionately call her Daniu. Quite intriguing, isn't it? She enjoys reading collections of essays and poetry, listening to contemporary music, daydreaming, and while she dislikes exercising, she relishes watching others engage in it. She is sensitive to the cold and prone to allergies, standing at 168 centimeters and weighing a little over 110 pounds. Zhang Wendong felt a wave of satisfaction. This was exhilarating. He considered himself one of the very few who truly understood Xiaofeng. As he proceeded with his studies at his own pace, he maintained steady grades through the final exams. With the onset of winter break, Zhang Wendong embarked on a business venture. Upon arriving in Yiwu, he began selecting merchandise, outfits of clothing, trousers, and shoes, all meticulously chosen. After stocking up, he turned his attention to gifts for Xiaofeng, purchasing a compact tape recorder along with a plethora of tapes featuring music from Hong Kong and Taiwan. He also acquired 2 down jackets, one for himself and one for Xiaofeng. In this day and age, down jackets were exorbitantly priced. Even in Yiwu, they cost around 400 yuan, while elsewhere they could exceed 600 yuan. Nevertheless, the quality was exceptional. He selected the same style, considering them to be matching outfits, and added 2 wool sweaters made from genuine wool, also at a staggering price. Returning to the provincial capital, he sold all his stock, and his capital swelled to 400,000 yuan. Zhang Wendong had quickly acclimatized to the rapid influx of wealth, no longer astonished by it, though he could hardly suppress a grin. In 1985, Zhang Wendong turned 16. As winter break came to an end, he entered his final semester of high school, determined to exert himself one last time. "If I do not gain admission to university, I will have no regrets," he reassured himself. During the first weekend of the new term, he presented the gifts he had purchased to the little girl, asking her to help deliver them to her sister. Upon inspecting the gifts, The little girl beamed with delight, her lips practically glistening with joy. Zhang Wendong mused, perhaps she is displeased because I didn't buy her anything. He thought, after consuming so much from me, she ought to assist in this matter. The little girl, with her iron resolve, agreed to convey the gifts, but insisted on a hearty meal in return. Zhang Wendong remarked, if you eat, you must fulfill your end of the bargain. After observing for another week, he noted that Xiaofeng had yet to wear any of the clothes he had bought. When he inquired again over the weekend, the little girl explained that her sister felt shy to wear them in front of him, but that she wore them at home and thought they were splendid. She truly adored them. Zhang Wendong expressed his bewilderment. Xiaofeng still ignored him at school. This little girl might be deceiving him. With a ruthless grip, she vowed to persuade her sister upon returning home and promised to showcase her sister's behavior the following week. Zhang Wendong chose to place his trust in her once more. When the second week arrived at school, although Xiaofeng did not speak to him, she would smile upon seeing him, a sign of progress. Zhang Wendong decided to reward her over the weekend, encouraging her to speak well of him to her sister. During the weekend, Xiaofeng enjoyed a hearty meal prepared by Zhang Wendong, insisting that such standards be maintained weekly, with 2 compliments conveyed to her. Zhang Wendong, albeit skeptical, agreed to observe for 2 weeks. Should there be no results, he would cease the rewards entirely. Gradually, he managed to engage in conversation with Xiaofeng, albeit limited to formalities. Yet still a notable advancement. Zhang Wendong honored his promise, treating Xiaofeng to 2 meals each week, and in an effort to hasten their progress, he increased it to 3 meals in exchange for 4 compliments. As time flew by, the college entrance examination approached, a daunting challenge akin to crossing a narrow bridge amidst a throng. Zhang Wendong remained steadfast, sensing that he might not succeed, yet resolved to give his best effort. For he had indeed put in the work. After the exams, his premonition proved correct. He did not gain admission, while Zhang Wenci did. Although they were in the same grade, they had not crossed paths for an entire year. On the day of the notification, Zhang Wenci appeared before him, brandishing his acceptance letter with an air of triumph, gazing up at him. Indeed, he was gazing up. Zhang Wendong now stood at 195 centimeters. His imposing physique well known at County No. 1 High School. Zhang Wenci had shrunk considerably, standing around 178 centimeters, likely due to the lack of proper nourishment in his childhood, a consequence of Zhang Wendong's past mischief. Zhang Wendong looked down at Zhang Wenci and remarked, "Brother, you are truly impressive. After a year of retaking, you managed to get accepted. I wonder if it's Huada or Beida. Even with your high caliber, you needed to retake a year. I, your younger brother, must aspire to match your achievements. If I don't succeed this year, next year I surely will. Wouldn't you agree?" His words, laced with a subtle tone, caused Zhang Wenci's expression to stiffen. Although his neck ached, he retorted haughtily, "You, a country bumpkin, getting accepted? Frankly, you should return home to farm instead of daydreaming here." Zhang Wendong pondered for a moment before pointing to a radiant figure in the crowd. "Do you see that person? My girlfriend. What is the point of comparing ourselves? Let us compare girlfriends. She has been accepted into a provincial university. I wonder where your girlfriend will end up." Upon catching sight of the figure, Zhang Wenci was taken aback by her beauty, and with a mocking tone, he exclaimed, "You, a toad wishing to eat swan meat, are delusional. If she is your girlfriend, I shall tear this acceptance letter to shreds." Zhang Wendong replied, "All right, people are generally more discreet these days. If you observe closely, you'll realize my relationship with her is quite special." After saying this, he called out loudly, "Hey, big girl, over here," and whistled. Chapter 25 concluded. Xiaofeng was gone. Her cheeks flushed, she turned away, her almond-shaped eyes wide in disbelief at Zhang Wendong, and hurriedly departed. Even when angry, Xiaofeng remained remarkably charming. Upon catching sight of the elegant and demure young lady, Zhang Wenci felt as if struck by lightning, remaining momentarily stunned. He stubbornly exclaimed, "If she does not acknowledge it, then it is not so, you merely boast with your words." With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Zhang Wendong had more pressing matters to attend to and chose not to engage further with Zhang Wenci, instead pursuing the direction in which Xiaofeng had left. He caught up with her, but standing nearby was an unwelcome presence, Zhou Weigua, standing there with clenched fists, lacking in courtesy. Zhang Wendong called out to Xiaofeng, who glared back with anger in her almond-shaped eyes, her cheeks flushed. She regretted listening to her sister's advice and felt that Zhang Wendong was entirely lacking in boundaries. Zhang Wendong, flicking his hair, considered himself somewhat charming and enthusiastically addressed Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, which university have you been admitted to? Let us celebrate together over lunch. Xiaofeng retorted. Zhang Wendong, your audacity knows no bounds. Can you please refrain from bothering me any further? Zhang Wendong's smile faltered as he replied, Xiaofeng, please do not be angry. Over these 3 years of high school, have you not understood my feelings? I initially sought your attention, but may have gone about it the wrong way. I have not disturbed your studies much, so now that the college entrance examination is over, I wish to pursue you formally. Xiaofeng, with a stoic expression, responded, Zhang Wendong. I find you repugnant. You have too many questionable traits. I prefer honest individuals. Thus, we are simply incompatible. Please do not intrude upon my life any longer. Zhang Wendong's demeanor shifted, and he implored, Xiaofeng, you may have misunderstood me. I pride myself on my integrity. You could inquire with my elementary school classmates about my character. Grant me a chance, as fate has brought us together, and I have cherished you for 3 years. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaofeng replied, I am sorry, but I have someone I admire, pointing to Zhou Weiguo. This is my childhood friend, Zhou Weiguo. You know him. We grew up and studied together. We have both been accepted into the same university. Please do not disturb my life any further, if you would be so kind. Zhou Weiguo's serious expression transformed. His face flushed crimson, and he appeared flustered, exuding excitement akin to that of a child. Meanwhile, Zhang Wendong felt his heart shatter. After 3 years of pursuit, you have someone you fancy? Why did you not inform me? Oh, but I never inquired either. Yet, the swan he admired had been claimed by another, and his expression turned as grim as could be. Zhang Wendong had matured into a striking figure, albeit with a slight upward slant to his single eyelids. Though his features were well defined, when angered, his countenance could be fearsome enough to intimidate even the most hardened of adversaries. He glared menacingly at Zhou Weiguo, who felt as if plunged into an icy abyss, instinctively shielding Xiaofeng behind him. Zhang Wendong, please remain calm. Love cannot be forced. You too shall find someone you cherish. Xiaofeng and I share a mutual attraction and admiration. I kindly ask that you cease to disrupt her life. Seeing the fierce look on Zhang Wendong's face, Xiaofeng interjected. Zhang Wendong, there is no need for further deception. Let us preserve some dignity for one another, shall we? Zhang Wendong cast a glance at Xiaofeng, his eyes gradually becoming forlorn, feeling more wretched than consuming a dead rat. After a moment of contemplation, he patted Zhou Weiguo on the shoulder, saying, treat her well from now on. Otherwise, you might as well lose that arm. Startled by the sudden gesture, Zhou Weiguo quickly promised, I assure you, I will cherish comrade Lu Yufeng for a lifetime. Zhang Wendong felt as though he had been stabbed anew, departing with a desolate expression, his silhouette a picture of melancholy. Suddenly, a wave of loneliness washed over Zhang Wendong, reminiscent of his twilight years back in his hometown. He procured a pack of cigarettes and 2 bottles of Maodai, returning home to indulge in food and drink while smoking, eventually succumbing to slumber on the couch. The following morning, he was roused by some commotion. Groggily opening his eyes to find the young girl had returned, feeling a twinge of irritation. Sitting up, he retrieved a cigarette and searched for a lighter. The little girl held a lighter, igniting the cigarette for Zhang Wendong. He was momentarily taken aback, then smoked in silence, eventually lying back on the sofa, lost in thought. Observing the scattered cigarette butts and empty bottles, the girl took up a broom and began tidying up. After cleaning, she glanced at Zhang Wendong, noticing how aged he seemed. In this manner, the young girl silently accompanied Zhang Wendong, preparing meals, laundering clothes, guiding his emotions, and cheering him up. After a couple of days, Zhang Wendong found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure, feeling humiliated to be consoled by a child. Gradually, he began to return to his former self. This experience had transformed his demeanor. Previously, he had feigned righteousness, but over time, he had been influenced somewhat. Now unfettered, he had become even more audacious than in his past life, and with his piercing gaze, he resembled a formidable villain, a true antagonist. Zhang Wendong resumed his training and began to contemplate his future. Having graduated without being accepted into university, he realized the need for careful planning. At 16, still a minor, could he truly venture into Shanghai? The money in his possession could potentially purchase several apartments in the city. Yet, being underage, his household registration contained only his own page, making it impossible to buy property in Shanghai. Renting was an option, but living in a house he owned would provide a sense of security that renting could never offer. Heavily influenced by his past experiences, Could he possibly leverage connections in Shanghai to facilitate a purchase? He envisioned acquiring not just 1 or 2 apartments, but several, which would inevitably attract unwanted attention. Furthermore, establishing connections would prove challenging. He despised the notion of flattering others or engaging in sycophancy, which would likely entail additional expenses. What if he altered his age to 18 and separated his household registration? The more he contemplated this idea, the more feasible it appeared. Freshly graduated, the bonds of camaraderie with his classmates remained strong, and he could enlist a good friend to assist him, an endeavor that could yield lasting benefits. I am indeed a genius. With a plan in mind, he set about executing it. Although it was inconvenient to gather information without attending classes together, he recalled a prior acquaintance, Deng Yixia, whom he had befriended during his quest for property. Her father worked in the housing authority, and with sufficient funds, he could facilitate matters. After years of establishing connections in the county, it would be easy for him to resolve issues through a friend. Having purchased a gift, he visited Deng Yixia's home and knocked on the door. She inquired from within who it was, and upon his response, she opened the door, exhibiting a commendable level of vigilance. Deng Yixia glanced at Zhang Wendong, giving a haughty snort. Zhang Wendong felt a bit awkward, recalling that ever since he purchased the house, he had ceased to indulge her, and their acquaintance remained merely superficial at school. However, with his bold demeanor, engaging with a young lady was hardly a challenge. Chapter 26. Change the age to 18. Upon entering the house, Deng Yixia found herself alone, and she let loose, placing her belongings on the coffee table before collapsing onto the sofa in a relaxed sprawl. A closer examination of Deng Yixia revealed a notable improvement in her appearance. She had once been plump, but after her growth spurt, she had slimmed down to a pleasingly plump figure with a round face that radiated good fortune. Zhang Wendong inquired, "Where are your parents, Deng Yixia?" Deng Yixia discerned that he was there to see her father and replied, "They've gone to work." "What do you want?" Zhang Wendong stated, "I need to discuss a small matter with your father." "When will he be back?" With her eyes darting playfully, Deng Yixia responded, "If you want me to tell you, then I want something delicious to eat." Zhang Wendong promised, "I'll buy you something once I finish my business." Deng Yixia countered, "I want to eat right now. If you don't get me something to eat, I want to let my dad help you." She crossed her arms defiantly. Zhang Wendong was taken aback, internally exclaiming in surprise. This overwhelming assertiveness was unexpected. Regret washed over him. During their school days, he had fixated on Xiao Fang, sacrificing the opportunity to explore other options. He should have cast a wider net. He slapped his thigh in frustration. It was too late for regrets now. After all, Xiao Fang's beauty had overshadowed all other girls. Zhang Wendong took Deng Yixia out to eat, and she proved to be quite the connoisseur. They found a restaurant where they ordered 3 dishes, one of which, stir-fried pork, was exceptionally delicious, better than his own cooking. As they dined and chatted, Deng Yixia revealed that she had been accepted into a provincial normal university, and half of her class had also gained university admission. It was no wonder that she had initially ranked low in her class before climbing to the bottom of her grade. After their meal, they wandered around, sampling street food. Once Deng Yixia was satisfied, they headed to the market to buy groceries. In the evening, they returned to Deng Yixia's home to prepare dinner, feigning a close friendship to facilitate matters. After all, they were both classmates and good friends. It would be hard for her father to refuse assistance. As they finished cooking, her parents returned home from work and greeted Zhang Wendong warmly, as if he were part of the family. During dinner, Deng Yixia boasted about the meal, while her mother praised Zhang Wendong's cooking skills. However, her father regarded him with a peculiar expression. Unperturbed, Zhang Wendong finished his meal and offered a cigarette to Deng Yixia's father while they sipped tea and began discussing business. The matter was straightforward, yet slightly complex. The simplicity lay in their good relationship, while the complexity stemmed from the need to return to town to alter his age, requiring the family's household registration book. Zhang Wendong produced an envelope, and Deng Yixia's father examined its thickness, confidently assuring him that he would bring the household registration book for him to handle the matter. With everything settled, Zhang Wendong bid farewell. After he left, Deng Yixia's father began conversing with her, inquiring about Zhang Wendong's situation. He paid little heed to the fact that Zhang Wendong had not been accepted into university, aware that the young man's relationship with his family was somewhat strained, and he contemplated encouraging Deng Yixia to maintain contact with Zhang Wendong. If Zhang Wendong were willing to become a son-in-law, he might consider it, for his robust physique would surely place him among the more notable figures in the county. Should he have children, they would undoubtedly grow into strong men, carrying the surname Deng. However, if Zhang Wendong were aware of such thoughts, he would likely deliver a resounding slap to awaken him. Not only would Zhang Wendong refuse to be a son-in-law, but he also had no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship with Deng Yixia. He perceived her father's dubious official conduct, believing that money could sway him, and he feared that should any misfortune befall him, trouble would surely ensue. Zhang Wendong sought to evade complications, and primarily, he was not captivated by Deng Yixia's appearance, as she did not align with his preferences. Upon returning home, he contemplated how to discreetly retrieve his household registration book. After years away, it would be challenging to sneak it out. His parents would undoubtedly notice its absence, and likely, they had hidden it away. Furthermore, his imposing stature would attract considerable attention upon his return to the village. Now that he had acquired some wealth, he intended to repay his parents for their nurturing, after which he would never return. Though he had not been exploited in this lifetime, his previous experiences were too harrowing, and he felt a deep reluctance to engage with them. Zhang Wendong shaved his head and donned a sleeveless shirt, resembling a recently released convict. Passers-by avoided him, creating a noticeable space around him, which satisfied him greatly. Early the next day, he shouldered a bag and took a bus back to his hometown, comfortably occupying 2 seats. Upon arriving at the town, he stepped onto familiar paths, feeling an inexplicable nostalgia. It seemed he was a sentimental person. Suddenly, he found himself missing Xiaofeng. He chastised himself, realizing he was still susceptible to romantic thoughts. As he spotted the familiar osmanthus tree, he entered the village, where his presence indeed caused quite a stir. He greeted the villagers enthusiastically. They all recognized him, marveling at his formidable appearance. They began to converse with him, inquiring where he had been all these years and commenting on his changed demeanor. Some villagers even accusing him of lacking filial piety for not returning home and abandoning his parents. Zhang Wendong narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening as he retorted, "It's not that I don't want to come home. I simply couldn't, having been imprisoned for my misdeeds." Upon uttering these words, a hush fell over the crowd, and they ceased their pointed remarks. Confidently, Zhang Wendong strode homeward. Upon arrival, he found little had changed. The earthen house appeared even more dilapidated than before. Inside, only his grandmother remained. Upon seeing her, Zhang Wendong greeted her. Granny Wang regarded his face with a sense of familiarity, though she struggled to place him. After a moment, she recognized him as the second son who had been away for years. She seemed ready to scold him, but Zhang Wendong's fierce expression silenced her, leaving her momentarily dumbfounded. Disregarding his grandmother's reaction, Zhang Wendong returned to his old room. He pushed the door open to find 2 beds. Though his own was no longer there, it was likely occupied by his younger brother now. Choosing a clean bed, he lay down to rest. Before long, the entire family returned, likely alerted by the villagers. They stood in the yard, observing him, and Zhang Wendong rose to greet them. Acknowledging his presence, they exchanged few words. His parents, upon seeing Zhang Wendong, failed to recognize him. The transformation was too profound. His imposing physique and fierce demeanor left his mother with a sense of foreboding, believing that he had become even more ruthless than before. Chapter 27. Returning home to indolence, Zhang Wendong accompanied his parents to their home. Once seated, he addressed them directly. "Mom, Dad, I previously mentioned my intention to repay you for your upbringing after graduation. You must have given this some thought. Please bring forth the accounts of my expenditures. I wish to review them." His father remained silent, as was his custom. Yet Zhang Wendong felt that his father was even less forthcoming than his mother. His mother, though intent on organizing her thoughts, struggled with writing and had not documented anything. Nevertheless, she expressed her desire to exact a significant sum from Zhang Wendong. "Wendong, I cannot write, and thus do not have a list. But I have concluded that you owe us a compensation of 5,000 yuan." Zhang Wendong knew he could afford the sum, yet he was reluctant to be taken advantage of. "Mother, you are quite bold to demand 5,000 yuan outright. I do not wish to belittle you. But have you two even earned that much collectively over the years?" His mother retorted, "Do not concern yourself with how much we have earned. What matters is that I brought you into this world. You are my son, and my request for more money is entirely justified." Zhang Wendong replied, "While you did give me life, you must also reflect on how you treated me. I often went hungry and cold at home, and when I sought an education, you repeatedly opposed me. Is this how you fulfill your role as parents?" His mother defended their circumstances, stating, "Our family situation is as it is. All the children in this village face similar hardships. Why should you be any different? Your education has only made you a resentful ingrate. It was right not to allow you to study. At least you are still here living with me. Zhang Wendong challenged. Is every child in the village like this? And what about Zhang Wenxi? You think I am blind to the money spent on him? Throughout my life, have you ever given me a single cent as pocket money? What have I done to deserve such disdain? His mother countered. You cannot compare yourself to your elder brother. He was accepted into university and will become an official. Did you achieve the same? After all these years of study, did the money go to waste? If we had invested that money sooner in your brother's education, he could have helped you instead of you wasting your time at school. Zhang Wendong retorted. What good is a university degree if that ingrate Zhang Wenxi, with his selfish nature, would ever help me? He would suck me dry before showing any compassion. At this, his mother erupted with anger, rising to strike Zhang Wendong. He quickly stood, his expression fierce. Seeing his formidable demeanor, she hesitated, realizing the extent of his transformation. He had grown too strong and too estranged from familial bonds. If things escalated, would the very foundation of their home be torn apart? Zhang Wendong harbored such thoughts. While he would not physically harm his parents, he would not remain passive either. He would overturn their home if necessary. The three of them locked eyes for a moment before resuming their conversation. Zhang Wendong stated, Mother, let us not discuss other matters. I did not come here to quarrel with you. Throughout my life, I have primarily subsisted on porridge and sweet potatoes. Wearing the hand-me-downs of Zhang Wenxi, I am acutely aware of how much I have cost you. Currently, rice is priced at 1.3 yuan per jean. Having stayed at home for 13 years, if we calculate it at 1 jean of rice per day, it amounts to over 600 yuan. I will offer you a sum of 1,000 yuan. Does that suffice? His mother pondered for a moment and replied, That is impossible. It is far too little. The hardships I endured to bring you into this world cannot be compensated with such a paltry sum. I demand 5,000 yuan, not a cent less. Seeing his mother unyielding, Zhang Wendong contemplated and responded, Very well, if that is the case, I shall not repay you. I have graduated now, and I will remain at home, going nowhere. Our family shall always be together. With that, he rose and retreated to his room. His parents exchanged glances. It seemed that keeping him tethered at home was more advantageous than simply demanding money. During lunchtime, Zhang Wenxi and his younger brother Zhang Wenbei returned. Zhang Wenxi looked at Zhang Wendong with a hint of surprise, but said little. Zhang Wenbei, on the other hand, was intimidated by this unfamiliar older brother, who appeared rather menacing. At noon, Zhang Wendong filled a bowl with rice and heaped vegetables onto his plate, devouring the meal voraciously, consuming enough for 3 adults. His parents turned pale. They had not prepared much food, and the 4 of them barely managed to eat 2 bites each, while Zhang Wendong was thoroughly satiated. Post-meal, Zhang Wendong quickly departed to seek out Wang Chang. Wang Chang barely recognized Zhang Wendong in his current state. He had always found Zhang Wendong's previous demeanor awkward, as he had tried to project a facade of goodness, but now he seemed much more approachable, reminiscent of their childhood days. Wang Chang appeared somewhat disheartened when Zhang Wendong mentioned his failure to gain admission to university, leading Zhang Wendong to suspect that Wang Chang had received unfortunate news. Wang Chang gazed at Zhang Wendong with a look of disappointment, as he had held high hopes for him. If Zhang Wendong did not succeed, how could he aspire to become an official? Without that, how could he ever marry? Though Wang Chang's family was relatively better off compared to others in the village, he was not particularly striking in appearance. His mother was also known for her difficult temperament, a notorious figure in the village. Times have changed. Nowadays, every household can afford enough to eat, and even save a little. Unless one is exceedingly wealthy, most families are reluctant to marry their daughters into such households. Wang Chang's mother, being discerning, would not consider families with issues, believing her son to be handsome and well-off. He ought to find a suitable match. This was quintessentially Wang Chang's mother. Despite having lived in the village for 3 years, Wang Chang had yet to go on a single date. Zhang Wendong playfully punched Wang Chang. What do you mean by that? Do you look down on me? After receiving the playful blow, Wang Chang laughed joyfully. Recalling Zhang Wendong's capabilities, earning his own way through high school and acquiring such a beautiful house in the county. Moreover, Zhang Wendong was generous. Even if he did not pursue education, associating with him would be advantageous. In time, he could also purchase an equally splendid house in the county. Zhang Wendong harbored a suspicion that Wang Chang was afflicted by a serious ailment, and it was certain that tendencies of masochism were not far behind. He felt discontent if he did not chastise the lad. The fragile bond of brotherhood began to mend once more, as Zhang Wendong resolved to stay at Wang Chang's home, which brought joy to Wang Chang. However, when Zhang Wendong declared he would return home for every meal, Wang Chang's happiness waned, expressing concern that others might think he could not afford to eat. 1 pound of caviar, please. As Zhang Wendong lingered at Wang Chang's residence until mealtime, he rode home on the bicycle he had gifted Wang Chang, and that evening, his parents prepared a bit more food. Yet, Zhang Wendong's appetite seemed insatiable by nightfall. He was the only one to indulge fully. After satisfying his hunger, he pedaled back to Wang Chang's home to sleep. Chapter 28. A Journey in Progress. The following morning, upon returning home for breakfast, he was met with sweet potato porridge. Was this the best they could offer him? In a fit of rage, Zhang Wendong overturned the table, proclaiming that every meal must be substantial or none would eat. His destructive antics left everyone too intimidated to intervene. It was indeed a bit frightening. After creating chaos, Zhang Wendong swaggered out the door and ventured up the mountain, finding the chestnut tree. Lying upon it for a nap was no longer an option, for fear of breaking its branches. He retrieved some provisions from his space and enjoyed a breakfast amidst the mountains, exploring the area with a sense of nostalgia. For it had been far too long since his last visit. At noon, when he returned home for lunch, his parents dared not serve him porridge again. After all, this was a young man who would indeed overturn tables. Zhang Wendong boasted while holding a bowl. His mother, instead of digging into her meal, addressed him, saying, "Now that you are living at home, after you eat, you must work. This afternoon, you will assist me." Zhang Wendong did not respond immediately, but once he finished eating, he replied, "I can help you. But Zhang Wenxi and Zhang Wenbei must join as well. If they do not help, I shan't either. And I demand meat. A meal of mere greens is unacceptable. Even dogs would refuse it." His mother, infuriated, began to unleash a torrent of scorn. "What are you, a pig? Your brother is a university student, wielding a pen. How can he work the fields? And your younger brother is still so small." Zhang Wendong, in a fit of rage, overturned the table again, interrupting his mother's tirade with a loud declaration. "I am already an adult. If you continue to berate me, we shall all suffer. What of being a university student? Does that mean he does not need to eat? And how old is Zhang Wenbei this year?" 13. "I was working at home since I was 4. Why did you not mention my youth back then?" After this outburst, he struck Zhang Wenxi. In his fervor, he would not be restrained by 3 or 5 people. After delivering his blows, he stormed out, leaving chaos in his wake and a sobbing Zhang Wenxi sitting on the floor, lamenting, "He used to hit me as a child, and now he does it as an adult. What was the point of growing up?" His mother looked at her eldest son with a pang of sympathy, pondering the misfortunes they had wrought. With a sigh, she began to tidy up the disarray, still feeling unsatisfied from the meal. Zhang Wendong, upon exiting, made his way to Wang Chang's home for an afternoon nap. After his slumber, he engaged in physical exercise in Wang Chang's yard, while Wang Chang watched intently, thinking how impressive Zhang Wendong had become, and resolved to learn a few moves from him. Zhang Wendong was no longer merely practicing martial arts. He had also begun to build muscle. He was pleased with his current height, which had remained unchanged over the past month. In these times, with such a physique, he would be considered a giant wherever he went. Wang Chang desired to learn a few moves from Zhang Wendong, who was more than willing to assist. Eager to test his own skills, having not engaged in a brawl for quite some time, his previous experiences were merely one-sided assaults on others. Wang Chang possessed considerable strength, resembling a brutish figure, yet in comparison to Zhang Wendong, his might seemed diminished. After tumbling several times, he utterly refused to engage further. That evening, he returned home, filled a basin with rice, and stepped outside, for Zhang Wendong no longer dared to consume the meals prepared at home, fearing they might be tainted. He left the food in the space and resolved to discard it upon returning to the county town. Henceforth, he would solely partake in provisions from the space, convinced that his time at home was limited. His daily consumption was substantial, and with only his parents laboring to support 3 children, sustenance was no trivial matter. Even though his father possessed carpentry skills and could earn money through odd jobs, it was still a challenging endeavor. In these times, without venturing to distant lands for work, finding scattered labor in the nearby villages yielded minimal returns. Zhang Wenxi was on the verge of attending university, yet current students no longer received stipends. And given Zhang Wenxi's penchant for a refined lifestyle, considerable expenses were inevitable. In his previous life, Zhang Wendong graduated and began working in the city, marrying soon after and purchasing a home, leaving Wang skeptical that such funds were solely the fruit of Zhang Wendong's own labor. Additionally, Zhang Wenbei also acquired a residence in the county after graduating from university. The majority of their home-buying finances were likely derived from Wang Chang's past sacrifices. In these times, how much could one earn from tilling the land in a year? With 2 children in school, the earnings from agriculture were woefully inadequate to support the entire family. The burden on his parents was palpable, yet what concern was it of his? He contemplated visiting Zhang Wendong post-graduation to see if he had married or purchased a home. Should circumstances permit, he envisioned acquiring a modest automobile and accompanying a stunning wife to visit Zhang Wendong. The memories of his previous life lingered, recalling how Zhang Wendong, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, donned polished shoes and a crisp white shirt, epitomizing societal elite, while he himself appeared shabby and destitute, resembling a refugee. The anguish was profound. At 13, the same age as his younger brother now, he had toiled ceaselessly in the mines, and in this life, he had not been exploited. Their mud brick home showed no signs of transformation into a sturdy brick dwelling. By this time in his previous life, preparations for constructing a brick house should have been underway. Moreover, Zhang Wendong had received his university acceptance letter, yet there was no celebration planned for his advancement. Such an occasion was a matter of great pride. And for one to attain university in these parts was a rare feat. A celebratory feast alongside the completion of their house would have brought them immense joy. Yet, there was an unsettling silence, perhaps indicating their resources had truly run dry. Regardless of these concerns, he resolved to relish the idleness of each day spent at home. However, within a fortnight, the family could no longer endure the situation. His parents perceived Zhang Wendong as akin to a bandit, indulging in lavish feasts, consuming and departing without contributing any labor, and disappearing at night, a stark contrast to his childhood behavior. Zhang Wendong viewed Zhang Wendong as a living tyrant. For whenever Zhang Wendong was displeased, he would unleash his wrath upon him, and now, endowed with overwhelming strength, Wang Chang felt fortunate merely to survive. Zhang Wendong now refrains from appearing in the presence of Zhang Wendong whenever he is at home. He indulges in fine dining in town, which provides him with some solace. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenbei navigates his days with trepidation. Although his second brother has never laid a hand on him, the man's demeanor is frightfully intimidating. He frequently overturns tables and even assaults their elder brother, leaving Zhang Wenbei trembling at the sound of his brother's anguished cries. Zhang Wendong and his parents have once again settled down for a serious conversation. His mother initiates the dialogue, stating, "Zhang Wendong, you are my flesh and blood. Regardless of your discontent, I am still your mother. Your elder brother and younger brother are your family as well. Look at the chaos you have wrought within this household. It seems this family can no longer accommodate you. Previously, the sum of 5,000 may have been beyond your reach, but after discussing it with your father, we have decided to reduce it by 1,000. You only need to gather 4,000. Zhang Wendong chuckles softly and replies, "Mother, while it is true that you bore and raised me until the age of 13, does that justify your exorbitant demands? Even if I were to sell my flesh, I could not meet such a price. Currently, it is uncertain if we can even muster 100 yuan, let alone 4,000. His mother, filled with rage, retorts, "Do not concern yourself with the family's finances. I have provided for your needs. I have not failed you in that regard. You have consumed so much sustenance yet contributed nothing in return. Is this what you have learned after years of education? Had I known you would turn out this way, I would have preferred not to have you as my son." Chapter 29. The departure. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Wendong remains unfazed and responds, "If you do not wish to have me as your son, so be it. Why have I become like this? If you had treated me fairly, would I be in this predicament? I have already endeavored to repay your nurturing, but if you seek to extract every last bit from me, that is simply untenable. I will only part with 1,000 yuan. If that is unacceptable, so be it. I am quite content at home, enjoying good meals and restful sleep. Far better than wandering outside like a lost spirit." His mother contemplates before continuing, "Our family is currently impoverished. Can we truly support all 3 of you in your studies? Must you not be more understanding? Let us prioritize your elder brother's education. Better days lie ahead. Why can you not grasp this? If you refuse to contribute to this household, do not be a hindrance. The sum is 3,000. If you are unwilling to provide that, then you must work for your meals. No work means no food." Zhang Wendong replies, "Mother, if you do not feed me at home, I shall dismantle the house. Furthermore, Zhang Wenxi's future holds no relevance to me. I would rather beg than seek his assistance. Just 1,000 yuan, no more? After a lengthy tug of war, his mother resolutely insists on the 3,000 yuan, refusing to budge. Zhang Wendong stands firm at 1,000, asserting his advantage during this happy period at home. After all, since entering high school, he has not had a moment's rest, either attending classes or engaging in business, even working on New Year's Eve. Returning home has revitalized his spirit significantly. Once again, the negotiations collapse. On the first day, when his mother fails to prepare a meal for him, Zhang Wendong retaliates by dismantling 2 doors. His mother, now fearful, dares not withhold food from him any longer. After Zhang Wendong broke down the door, he continued to indulge in feasting and drinking, contributing nothing to the household. Unable to locate Zhang Wenxi at home, he resolved to seek him outside. This true vampire left him feeling unsatisfied if he did not confront him each day. Thus, a week passed, and while Zhang Wendong appeared invigorated, the rest of the family languished in despondency. The new round of negotiations commenced with his mother taking the initiative, stating, "Zhang Wendong, how deeply do you despise our family? Since your return, we have not known a moment of peace. If you truly wish to leave, I am willing to let you go for 2,000 yuan. In our old age, we will no longer require your support." Zhang Wendong retorted, "Only 1,000 yuan. I have already doubled the amount I gave you." His mother replied, "Are you truly unwilling to part with even 2,000 yuan? You spent a few hundred upon your birth. What about the suffering I endured while carrying you? Are you really so resolute in your stinginess?" Zhang Wendong coolly responded, "Considering the expenses incurred for your birthing me, I might be inclined to offer a few hundred more. My money did not come easily. I only have 1,000, nothing more." After some contemplation, his mother proposed, "How about we settle for 1,500? If not, so be it. You can stay at home, but if you cause further trouble, I will hang myself in this room." Zhang Wendong pondered for a moment and replied, "Mother, there is no need to resort to such drastic measures to intimidate me. I see that Zhang Wenxi has been accepted into university, yet you have not held a celebration. This is a matter of great pride. If you do not celebrate, is it true that the family is financially strained? How will Zhang Wenxi attend university without funds? If you truly leave, and it falls solely on father, Zhang Wenxi may not be able to continue his studies. What if father remarries? The younger brother might not even have a chance to pursue his education. Can you truly abandon them? The difference in our offers is minimal. I will give 1,000 yuan, nothing more. With this sum, you can hold the celebration and ensure they have the means to complete their studies." After considerable thought, his mother acquiesced. However, upon her agreement, Zhang Wendong felt a twinge of discontent. Life at home was too enjoyable for him to contemplate leaving, and he was uncertain when he might return, perhaps in 10 years, perhaps 20. The feeling of loneliness crept back, and he found himself missing Xiaofeng. Goodness, he was truly love-struck. With the agreement reached, they proceeded to the matter at hand. Zhang Wendong indicated that he would first provide 500 yuan for the household registration book, promising to pay the remaining 500 upon his next return. His parents consented. Upon returning to the county seat, he sought out Deng Yixia's father, initially handling matters in the town before proceeding to the county. Within a week, everything was resolved. His age was adjusted to 18. The household registration was transferred to the property in the county, and he obtained his own identity card. It was a stroke of luck, as identification cards had only just been introduced in 1985. Zhang Wendong recognized the importance of maintaining a good relationship with Deng Yixia, for her father held significant connections in the county, enabling him to navigate various departments with ease. He was efficient in his dealings and truly delivered results for the money received, providing exceptional service by personally assisting him. In reality, Deng Yixia's father merely wished to understand Zhang Wendong better, assessing the character of this future son-in-law. Otherwise, he could have simply given him an address to find someone. After spending a few days together, Deng Yixia's father came to the conclusion that Zhang Wendong possessed a certain capability. He was industrious, adaptable, and had an unapologetic demeanor. In his eyes, such traits were commendable as they ensured one could navigate the complexities of society without suffering losses. However, he remained uncertain about Zhang's sense of familial responsibility. Further evaluation was necessary. Were Zhang Wendong to learn of his father's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff at them. That evening, Zhang Wendong reclined on the sofa, gazing at his household registration book, lost in contemplation. The following day, he returned to his hometown, waiting for his parents to arrive before presenting them with the household registration book. He first handed his mother 500 yuan, saying, "Mom, Dad, this is the money I promised you." Then, he produced another 1,000 yuan, stating, "This additional sum is for you both. While I find it lamentable to have grown up in such circumstances, I acknowledge that you raised me. Please take care of your health and save for your own retirement, rather than relying on anyone else. Dependence on others is precarious. I am living proof of that. Relying on oneself is far more prudent." With that, he knelt and bowed 3 times before his parents, rising and departing without looking back. His mother, clutching the money, felt an unexpected pang of sorrow despite the additional 1,000 yuan. After all, he was still a part of her, and she couldn't comprehend how things had come to this. Had she truly erred in her upbringing? Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, while his father, equally pained, shared her distress. Together, they leaned against the doorframe, watching as Zhang Wendong walked further away. At that moment, they both recalled his parting words. Outside, Zhang Wendong's eyes were red-rimmed. Initially, he believed he had grown indifferent, but facing the reality of departure stirred feelings of reluctance. Perhaps this was the bond of blood, or perhaps it was a personal tragedy. Who does not desire a warm home? There was no turning back. He had to forge ahead. He glanced at the osmanthus tree at the village entrance, and then towards his home, silently bidding farewell. Chapter 30. Pursuing Xiaofeng once more. Upon returning to his residence in the county, Zhang Wendong retrieved a cigarette and lit it. In his previous life, he had been a smoker, but in this life, he had resolved to quit. However, recent troubles had plagued him, prompting him to smoke occasionally to ease his mind. Was he about to embark on a business venture? Once he started, he would likely find his visits home dwindling, and if business ceased, he would have to relocate to Shanghai. He surveyed the room, feeling a sense of attachment. After all, this was his first home across both lives. He had lived there for nearly 3 years and had grown fond of every single tile. It was in this space that his heart found tranquility, allowing him to feel a sense of belonging. Having completed high school, he had yet to find a partner, which left him pondering. Zhang Wendong began to reminisce about the details of his fallout with Xiaofeng, recalling the moment when Zhou Weiguo blushed and fumbled when Xiaofeng expressed her interest in him. Were they not together at that time? The more he thought about it, the more it seemed plausible that his relentless pursuit had embarrassed Xiaofeng, prompting her to seek a shield. Should he attempt once more? After all, this was his first endeavor in courting a girl across both lives. Recalling the only girlfriend from my past life, our first encounter took place in a nightclub. At that time, Boss Wang was celebrating the signing of a significant project. Typically, he would indulge in drinks while his bodyguards either stood at the entrance or hovered close by. On this particular night of celebration, several bodyguards were also granted the opportunity to join the table for drinks, and it was evident that they had consumed quite a bit. As the revelry continued, games ensued, and intoxication led to a carefree atmosphere where everyone embraced one another. Zhang Wendong, unable to resist, found himself embracing a lady beside him for the first time, his heart racing with exhilaration. Generally, he was quite the simpleton, lacking in social finesse and notably inexperienced in romantic endeavors. His colleagues, noticing his bashful demeanor, began to tease him, heightening the playful atmosphere. In this spirited environment, Zhang Wendong's relationship with the young lady grew increasingly intimate. Sensing his naivete, she playfully suggested he pick her up after work that evening. Zhang Wendong, blushing profusely, shyly acquiesced. Intrigued by his innocence, the lady chose not to stand him up that night, and the two surrendered to indulgence in a hotel, with Zhang Wendong, true to his nickname, conquering her affections. Being in Boss Wang's company meant financial gain, and he typically donned a suit and tie, exuding a polished demeanor. Thus, the two found themselves in an inexplicable relationship. However, as time progressed, the outcome proved far from splendid. Subsequently, apart from spending money frivolously, he had little interaction with any respectable women. This initial encounter with someone he cherished, albeit unreciprocated, was his first love in his own right. Zhang Wendong pondered whether to simply relinquish this feeling. If he failed to find someone better, he would surely regret it in his later years. Determined not to let this chance slip away, he resolved to make another attempt, dismissing any potential for regret. Although he felt somewhat unscrupulous in his approach, he believed that in matters of the heart, such considerations were trivial, especially when it involved someone he admired so deeply. With romantic thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhang Wendong began to devise a plan. The idea of a gradual relationship seemed fraught with risk. With Xiaofang heading off to school, opportunities for connection would dwindle, especially with Zhou Weiguo, a rival, attending the same institution, potentially allowing him to witness their growing affection. This could not be allowed to happen. He needed a bolder strategy, a direct proposal. Feasible, he mused, for he was currently unencumbered. He could even consider becoming a live-in son-in-law. Should her parents approve, she would have little choice in the matter. With his robust physique, the prospect of nurturing a lasting relationship would be significantly enhanced. In this era, one must adapt to circumstances. A union would lead to children. And if he treated her well, what would Zhou Weiguo amount to in comparison? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it became, necessitating meticulous planning. As for the young lady, she would become instrumental in his scheme. Each holiday, Zhang Wendong busied himself while the young lady tended to his cat, feeding and playing with it, and occasionally tidying up the space. Investing in her companionship turned out to be worthwhile, akin to having a domestic helper. Having returned home late today, he resolved to prepare a splendid meal tomorrow, both as a reward for himself and an invitation for the young lady to dine. Hoping to glean some insights from her, early the next morning, Zhang Wendong exercised, had breakfast, and then went grocery shopping. Upon returning home, he found the young girl tidying up. The day before, he had smoked and carelessly discarded the cigarette butts on the ground. The girl, noticing the abundance of vegetables Zhang Wendong had bought, looked at him with wide eyes, put down her broom, and said, "Zhang Wendong, you have no regard for cleanliness. You've made the house filthy. Don't you think it's tiring for me to clean up?" Taken aback by her words, Zhang Wendong pondered how this was his own home and why she seemed to act as if she were the owner. However, he refrained from voicing this thought, knowing he needed her assistance. He smiled and replied, "I apologize. I'll be more mindful next time. Look at all these vegetables I bought. I thought of treating you well for the hard work you put into cleaning." Her face lit up with a smile at his words, as her intent had been to secure a delicious lunch. With her goal accomplished, she cheerfully resumed her cleaning and even helped him with his laundry. Zhang Wendong felt that the child had matured and become considerate, realizing the importance of reciprocation. Previously, she would tease him after meals and often neglect her tasks. Now, she understood the principle of gratitude, making it easier to seek her help. The girl retorted, "You were the one begging me to eat." Zhang Wendong prepared a grand spread for lunch, hesitating to bring out the wine for fear of mishaps, and warmly invited the girl to eat. Seeing him so attentive, she realized he must have something to ask of her, which made her feel justified in her appetite. After the meal, Zhang Wendong transitioned to serious matters, gently saying, "Did you enjoy the meal? I have a question for you, but please don't deceive me." The girl's eyes sparkled mischievously as she replied, "You can ask, but I can't guarantee I'll have an answer." Zhang Wendong chuckled and said, "I was curious about what your parents do for a living and their hobbies." The girl responded, "You must first share what you need before I can answer." Zhang Wendong explained, "Well, since you just graduated from high school and I didn't get into university, your sister is going to the provincial capital for college. It might complicate things for me if I want to pursue her. I was thinking of directly proposing to your parents. What do you think of this idea?" The girl's expression turned serious as she replied, "You have quite the imagination. If you showed up at my house looking like that, my father would likely treat you like a criminal." Zhang Wendong ran his hand over his hair, which had grown an inch since he last had it cut, and said, "I had shaved it for work, but don't you think it looks more spirited this way? Look at my robust physique and handsome appearance. Your father might just appreciate my style. And from what you've indicated, your dad is a policeman?" She replied, "Yes. And that is precisely why I'm certain my father wouldn't be fond of your appearance." Zhang Wendong, feeling displeased, retorted, "What do you mean? Who wouldn't praise my looks? Let us discuss matters without resorting to personal attacks." The girl countered, "I'm not kidding. My dad is a soldier with high standards. He prefers someone with a serious demeanor." Zhang Wendong patted his chest and declared, "The profession I admire most is that of a soldier. I once aspired to join the military, but considering my physique and the amount of food I would consume, I wouldn't want to become a burden to my country. You understand, right?" The little girl, her eyes crescent-shaped like a waning moon, burst into hearty laughter and replied, "You realize you'd consume such a vast amount of food. My father is rather frugal. If you were to visit my home, you wouldn't leave satisfied." Standing tall with confidence, Zhang Wendong responded, "That's a trivial matter. You know my circumstances are quite decent. I shall cover all your family's expenses in the future. What do you say? My sincerity is unwavering. If I were your father, I'd surely agree." The little girl jumped up and playfully struck Zhang Wendong on the knee, retorting, "You're dreaming. It seems my sister has taken a liking to someone, and my father is quite pleased." Zhang Wendong's heart sank, and he asked, "When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" She replied, "Just last week, Zhou Weiguo came to visit our home. I only just learned of it. My sister had never mentioned it before. I only knew she was close to Zhou Weiguo." Zhang Wendong was taken aback. "Why didn't you ever mention Zhou Weiguo? After all the food I've shared with you, you kept such crucial information to yourself?" Seeing Zhang Wendong's distressed expression, the little girl felt a wave of guilt, her eyes glistening with tears. Pouting, she said, "My sister only spoke to Zhou Weiguo occasionally. He once wanted to walk her home after school, but she declined. Their relationship has only recently blossomed." With that, a single tear slid down her cheek. Zhang Wendong was taken aback. Why was this child so prone to tears? She appeared to bear an immense grievance. After pondering for a moment, he thought, what is there to quarrel about with a child? After more than 2 years of acquaintance, I have come to regard her as my own sister. Rubbing his face to feign a smile, he attempted to appear comforting, but his expression was more frightening than reassuring. He gazed at the little girl, ready to offer words of solace. Yet before he could speak, she began to cry even harder. Zhang Wendong froze. Am I truly that terrifying? The little girl indicated that his demeanor seemed capable of scaring a child. Feeling a bit flustered, Zhang Wendong contemplated leaving. But as he stood up, her cries grew louder. Reluctantly, he found himself soothing her once again. After a lengthy attempt to console her, he was coerced into treating her to a meal and taking her to row on the lake at the edge of the county town. What a loss, he thought. Not only had he failed to accomplish his task, but he also found himself entangled in more troublesome affairs. Fine, I'll go along. I need to shake off this heartbreak and bid farewell to my first love. In a couple of days, it's time to return to business. They agreed to meet the following morning at dawn, and the little girl headed home. Zhang Wendong reclined on the sofa, contemplating his business ventures. Having previously spent some money, he still had over 390,000 in capital. He decided to procure goods from Yiwu and sell them widely. He planned to sell within the province before moving to another. As his size had become a liability, the more he sold, the more attention he would attract. Over the past 2 years in business, he had witnessed numerous unsavory incidents, robberies at train stations, thefts, and even abductions. In various locales, factions abound, and a careless misstep could lead to conflicts with local power brokers. A mere beating is the least of one's worries. A more severe confrontation could result in the theft of money and goods, and in the worst cases, physical harm could ensue. In these times, the absence of surveillance means that if one commits theft or wrongdoing, as long as one is discreet and relocates, evading consequences poses little challenge. Reporting to the authorities proves futile and merely prolongs the ordeal. Consequently, Zhang Wendong conducts his business with utmost caution, seldom lingering in one place for more than 2 days. In some instances, he disembarks, sells his goods, and promptly boards another vehicle to a different location. When seeking directions, he consults multiple individuals. Should their accounts align, he proceeds. If not, he departs without hesitation. Thus, after 3 years of trading, he has encountered few significant issues. Zhang Wendong's past experiences have imbued him with a profound distrust of others, which is why, since his rebirth, he counts only Wang Chong as a true friend. Both are of similar ilk. Although Wang Chong has a share of minor flaws, he poses no major problems and is dependable when tasked with responsibilities. Should he venture to Shanghai for business, bringing this ally along would be advantageous. If Wang Chong were to falter in his duties, Zhang Wendong could simply send him back to his hometown. That evening, he prepared a selection of snacks for their outing the following day. Early the next morning, a young girl with a small backpack arrived. After Zhang Wendong completed his morning routine, he packed the snacks along with the girl's belongings into a large bag and set out. They first sought a local establishment serving lamb soup, relishing a hearty breakfast. As it was essential to eat well, for the next mealtime remained uncertain. After their meal, they waited for the bus, which soon arrived. The vehicle was somewhat crowded, but they managed to board. Finding a corner, Zhang Wendong ensured the girl stood safely, though it seemed she had awoken too early and struggled to stay awake. Unable to resist, he purchased 2 seats for a couple of yuan, allowing the girl to sit, and soon she leaned against him and fell asleep. After a while, he gently roused her as they reached their destination. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by a lake reflecting the serenity of a mirror, its surface undisturbed, exuding a poetic tranquility. Lush trees flanked the shores, their reflections enhancing the picturesque scenery. Zhang Wendong and the girl strolled along the lakeside, where corridors and pavilions had been constructed, and he marveled at the county's development. The leadership had demonstrated vision and ambition by initiating the creation of tourist attractions in these times. As they walked, they arrived at a small square bustling with vendors peddling snacks, toys, straw hats, and more. He purchased a skewer of candied hawthorn for the girl and also acquired a large straw hat for her, which elicited a hearty laugh from Zhang Wendong as the sight resembled a hat with legs. When the girl expressed her reluctance to wear it, he had no choice but to buy her a smaller hat while he donned the larger one himself. Eventually, they located the spot for renting small boats, which appeared to be government-supported and quite legitimate. They rented a slightly larger sailboat, as Zhang Wendong feared they might capsize otherwise. Boarding required life jackets, but since none were available in his size, he resorted to using 2 swim rings. Once aboard, the girl was filled with excitement, chattering like a lively oriole. Zhang Wendong sat in the center of the boat, the oarsman exerting himself as they glided toward the heart of the lake, enveloped in a serene and tranquil atmosphere, where time seemed to stand still. Chapter 32. A leisurely day by the lake, preparing to depart. The little girl on the boat was exhilarated for quite a while before settling down, beginning to play with the water. Zhang Wendong, no longer admiring the picturesque scenery, turned his attention to the child. After all, should he lose focus, the little one might tumble into the water, creating quite the predicament. After tiring herself with play, the little girl rummaged through her bag in search of snacks, alternating bites of duck neck and sips of soda, much to the oarsman's delight. The lake was indeed expansive. The round trip took over 2 hours, and Zhang Wendong nearly dozed off on the boat. Once they disembarked, the little girl still yearned for more, her eyes pleading as she gazed at Zhang Wendong. He, however, remained indifferent, realizing it was nearly mealtime and they needed to eat. Strolling along the lakeside for a while, they discovered a quaint farmhouse restaurant of the era. They ordered a freshly killed rooster, a fish caught from the lake, and a platter of wild vegetables, alongside a delicious soup, indulging in a hearty meal. Both were hearty eaters, and soon the table was cleared. Feeling a bit full, they commenced another leisurely walk around the lake. By the afternoon, around 3 or 4 o'clock, it was time to head home. They boarded a bus, spending 2 yuan for a seat, and swayed their way back. The next day at noon, after preparing an abundant spread, Zhang Wendong sat down to eat with the little girl and broached a serious matter. "Little girl," he said, "I must go out to work, and I cannot say when I will return. Huang, what do you think we should do?" Upon hearing his words, the little girl's lips pouted, tears welling in her eyes, and with a quivering voice she asked, "What are you going to do? Why don't you know when you'll be back?" Zhang Wendong reassured her for a moment before responding, "I need to earn money. Having graduated from high school without a job, I must provide for the family." After pondering for a bit, the little girl proposed, "Let me find you a job. Would you stay if I did?" Zhang Wendong chuckled and inquired, "You can find me a job? What kind of job? Pray enlighten me." The little girl replied, "Do you want to be a police officer? I can help you." Zhang Wendong was taken aback that the little girl could genuinely assist in job hunting, yet his aspirations lay elsewhere. He responded, "You know how high my expenses are and how much I eat. This job wouldn't pay enough. What if I end up starving?" The little girl insisted, "I have money. I can lend you some to start. Once you work for a while and earn more, it will be sufficient." Zhang Wendong was touched. This little girl had truly been worth raising, and he had grown to regard her as a younger sister, feeling a deep bond. Ruffling her hair, he remarked, "It hasn't been in vain raising you all this time. I have already secured a job, which is why I must leave. You'll be entering your senior year soon and preparing for college. Once you earn money after graduating, do not refuse to lend me some when I come to ask." Upon hearing this, tears streamed down the little girl's cheeks, her long eyelashes glistening with droplets as she sobbed and questioned, "Where will you be working? Will you still come back to live in the county?" As Zhang Wendong observed her weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, his heart melted. The anguish of parting was indeed profound, causing a tightness within him. He replied, "The place I am going is quite far. I cannot ascertain when I shall return. It may be a brief absence or an extended one. I might end up living there permanently." The young girl, her voice laced with sorrow, inquired, "Where exactly are you headed? Why not reside in the county?" Zhang Wendong responded, "I am bound for Shanghai. I wonder if you have heard of it. I have reached adulthood and must seek my own path in life. I will establish my career and find my own love. Wherever she may be, that is where I shall also be. My sister has broken my heart, and thus I seek a change of scenery." As he spoke, he was somewhat lost in his own thoughts. The young girl was reluctant to see him leave. She was astute enough to consider persuading her sister, painting Zhang as a romantic at heart, hoping for a possible twist of fate. He felt a tinge of guilt for the girl, who was genuinely saddened by the prospect of his departure. It seemed the young girl was not quite grasping the situation, asking, "You're an adult now? But aren't you only 16? I saw it on your graduation certificate." Zhang Wendong, somewhat speechless and internally exasperated, thought, "What sort of thinking is this? Can't she focus on the main point?" Reluctantly, he pulled out his identification card from his pocket and stated, "Look, I've changed my age to 18. So I am an adult now, understand?" The girl retorted, "But you're still not an adult." Zhang Wendong sensed her stubbornness and replied, "All right, I concede. I am not an adult." The girl's eyes twinkled with mischief as she comprehended his underlying message, responding, "You're 16 now. Just wait 2 more years, and I'll talk to my sister. By the time you're an adult, if she refuses, I'll just tie her up and put her in your bed." Zhang Wendong's eyes widened in surprise. Her words clearly indicated that she cared for him even more than her sister did. Perhaps she was reluctant to lose her generous brother-in-law. He chuckled to himself, feeling a warmth spread across his face. "All right, I'll take you seriously this time. You must not deceive me. If you do, we shall no longer be friends." The young girl agreed. "Very well. If I deceive you, we shall cease to be friends. But I need to clarify, are you truly going to Shanghai?" Zhang Wendong affirmed, "Of course. Once you're in university, I'll write to you, and you can simply look up the address." The girl insisted, "No, you must write to me as soon as you leave. And you must send me a letter every month." Zhang Wendong replied, "I've been quite busy lately. I will write to you once you're in university. After I finish this busy period, I'll return to see you again, all right?" The girl asked, "How long will you be busy?" Zhang Wendong replied, "I'm not certain. It could be a few months or perhaps a few years. But rest assured, once you're in university, I will definitely write to you. Focus on your studies this year. I remember you mentioning your ambition to attend Huada. Once you've been accepted, I shall come to your school to meet you. Then you must show me around." The young girl pondered for a moment and said, "When will you depart?" "Before you leave, I wish to present you with a gift, and you must reciprocate with one for me." Zhang Wendong replied, "It depends on how I handle the situation with Wang. If I decide to give him away, I shall leave the day after tomorrow. If not, I plan to leave tomorrow." "What kind of gift do you desire?" "I will procure it for you this afternoon." The young girl insisted, "Let us not discuss Wang for now. Let us talk about gifts. Since it is your first gift to me, it must be sincere, as it symbolizes the enduring nature of our friendship. You cannot be perfunctory about this, understand?" Zhang Wendong mused, enduring friendship. Indeed, this girl is quite clever. If she attends Huada, she is bound to achieve great success. Should I ever require assistance from friends, she may very well be among the most capable. He responded, "Very well, I shall prepare thoughtfully. Now, what shall we do about Wang?" The young girl inquired, "Are you planning to sell or rent this house?" Zhang Wendong, however, intended to keep the house indefinitely. It was his first home across 2 lifetimes, and he had no intention of renting it out. "I shall neither sell nor rent this house. I will keep it always," he affirmed. Chapter 33. Preparing a farewell gift for the young girl suggested, "Then let Wang stay here. I will take care of him." Zhang Wendong cautioned, "Once you start school, you will have little time. In your senior year, you must exert yourself. I have great expectations for you." The young girl assured him, "I will not let my studies be affected. You need not worry." Zhang Wendong conceded, "Very well, I shall not cover the furniture. You must take good care of my home." The young girl replied, "You can rest assured." "Will you be leaving the day after tomorrow?" "I need to prepare a gift." Zhang Wendong responded, "Agreed. I will also purchase a gift tomorrow." After they reached an understanding, the young girl tidied up and returned home. Zhang Wendong reclined on the sofa, contemplating the matter of gifts. In this life and the last, he had never given a gift to a friend. What should he choose? It must be sincere. After a lengthy deliberation, he concluded that as long as the gift was expensive, it would convey sincerity. He would not hesitate to spend, for after such a long companionship, she had become akin to a sister. Moreover, once she achieved success in the future, she would not regard his gift as mere trinkets. If he were to seek her help someday, surely she would not refuse, considering the value of the gift. Enduring friendship. How delightful. Having made up his mind, he ventured out for a stroll. After wandering for a while, he stumbled upon a jewelry store. He entered to peruse the wares, which included gold, silver, and jade. He thought that gifting jade would be splendid. However, the jade on display was not particularly expensive, and he was uncertain of its quality. An idea struck him, recalling the elderly woman in the provincial city who sold formulas. When he had learned cooking from her, she had mentioned wanting to buy back her ancestral home. They had even visited that home together. It was a traditional courtyard with blue stones and red tiles, an unmistakable sign of a prosperous lineage. She might possess knowledge of fine jade. Even if she did not, finding a reputable jade shop in the provincial capital would certainly be better than in the county. Resolved, he departed for the provincial city, where he arrived late at night and secured a room at a state-run guest house. The following morning, he shouldered his bag, packed with 20,000, and after breakfast, he set off to find the elderly woman. Fortunately, he arrived early. Otherwise, she would have gone out to sell her delicacies. The elderly lady was quite taken aback upon seeing him, for it had been a considerable time since their last encounter, and he had grown remarkably imposing. Zhang Wendong greeted her, and they engaged in pleasantries. The lady had repurchased her ancestral home, and now her sons and grandchildren had all moved in together. Her delicatessen business flourished, and she now exuded a prosperous demeanor, her refined elegance a testament to her noble upbringing. Zhang Wendong conveyed his purpose for visiting, and the lady, indeed a connoisseur of jade, remarked that the finest jade was jadeite, with the supreme variety being the icy imperial green jadeite. Although she did not possess such a piece, she was aware of where to find one and was more than willing to assist Zhang Wendong. The lady expressed her gratitude toward him, as he had brought significant changes to her life. Previously, she and her husband had lived in a dilapidated house, their existence fraught with hardship. Her two sons had suffered in their youth, timid and impoverished, yet now, in her twilight years, she reveled in the joy of having her family gathered under one roof. Her conversations filled with laughter. She decided not to continue her stall, but instead accompanied Zhang Wendong to the largest jade shop in the province. This shop, once an old establishment, had only recently expanded to its current scale. According to the lady, the owner was quite reputable in the jade market and would not risk tarnishing his own name. Upon arriving, the lady informed the clerk of her intent to purchase jadeite, and the clerk warmly welcomed them, summoning the manager. The manager invited them to the private room for tea, where they would chat and later assess the finances. The manager was uncertain of their purchasing power for such exquisite jade, but upon Zhang Wendong opening his bag to display the contents, the manager apologized and began to retrieve items. Among them was a carved Mithriya Buddha pendant in icy imperial green jadeite and a bangle of the same exquisite jade. The bangle was considered the shop's prized possession. Zhang Wendong observed the proceedings with keen interest, grateful for the lady's expertise, as he himself had no tools. The manager, recognizing the lady's discerning eye, graciously provided the necessary instruments for her inspection. After cleansing her hands, the lady first examined the bangle, which immediately captured her attention, far surpassing the one passed down from her ancestors. After a meticulous observation, she then picked up the pendant for further scrutiny. Once she had completed her examination, she commenced negotiations with the manager. Well versed in the nuances of the trade, she engaged in a spirited exchange, and after considerable back and forth, Zhang Wendong grasped the outcome. The Mithriya Buddha was priced at 3,000 yuan, while the bangle commanded an even higher price of 16,000 yuan. Though he had anticipated such costs, Zhang Wendong still found the prices exorbitant, akin to the value of a house, or even 5. Yet with ample resources, he proceeded with the purchase, spending a total of 19,000 yuan. The manager produced a wooden box, its material unknown, to securely package the items. Zhang Wendong inquired if there were any other jade of similar quality available, expressing a desire to acquire a guanyin statue. The manager informed him that none were currently in stock and suggested he return later in the afternoon. Zhang Wendong then accompanied the elderly lady back to her ancestral home, treating her family to a sumptuous meal. Afterward, he returned to the guest house to store his purchases in his space, retrieving an additional 10,000 yuan and taking a moment to rest. He then sought out the elderly lady once more to visit the store, where they proceeded with inspecting the goods and negotiating the price. Ultimately, he purchased a jadeite guanyin statue for 5,000 yuan. The intricate craftsmanship of the guanyin surpasses that of the Mithriya Buddha, and the larger piece commanded a greater price. Once the transaction was complete, Zhang Wendong handed the lady 600 yuan, acknowledging her efforts in accompanying him throughout the day and the considerable energy expended in authentication. Observing a piece of jade required unwavering focus for an extended period, and her expertise in identifying jade was a rare find, one that could not be easily replaced or guaranteed to be as dedicated. Moreover, no business had been conducted that day, making this expenditure necessary. Initially, the elderly lady declined, but Zhang Wendong was resolute, and she eventually accepted the offering. After bidding her farewell, he indulged in some renowned local delicacies in the provincial capital, preparing to return home early the next morning. As he lay on the bed in the guest house, Zhang Wendong contemplated his motivations for acquiring the guanyin. Had he succumbed to the whims of infatuation? The guanyin and the Buddha were a pair. He intended to have the Maitreya Buddha passed on to the young girl's sister, while he donned the guanyin as a symbol of their bond. He planned to gift the bracelet to the young girl, which currently fetched a price of 16,000 yuan. Its future value assuredly would not diminish. Should the young girl remain unsatisfied, he would take it back, regardless of the consequences. The following day, after breakfast, he returned to the county town, arriving in the afternoon. Famished, he sought a restaurant for a meal before heading home. Upon arrival, he found the young girl asleep on the sofa, her eyes swollen like balloons. She seemed unaware of his entrance, perhaps under the impression that he had departed. It appeared she had wept for quite some time, exhausted from her tears, and he wondered if she had eaten lunch. Chapter 34. The farewell. Quietly returning to his room, he retrieved the bracelet and the Maitreya Buddha, along with some snacks purchased the previous day. As he placed the treats on the coffee table, the young girl stirred, likely awakened by the enticing aroma. Truly a little glutton. Upon seeing Zhang Wendong, her lips pursed in a pout. He began to comfort her, and once she was settled, she devoured the food ravenously, suggesting she had not eaten at noon. After she finished, Zhang Wendong returned to his room to fetch a box that felt somewhat heavy, exuding a delicate fragrance. Though he could not discern its contents, he carefully placed it on the coffee table, hinting to the young girl that it was something of great value. The young girl, with her doe-like eyes, remained transfixed on the box. He assured her that opening it would dazzle her eyes, and as he slowly revealed its contents, it seemed to radiate light. When the box opened, the young girl was astonished. From her perspective, the jade bracelet within gleamed with a vibrant green hue, its brilliance rivaling that of stars in the night sky. Observing her wide-eyed wonder, Zhang Wendong knew the gift had hit the mark, ensuring she would forever remember him as a friend. Gently caressing the bracelet, she felt a cool, ethereal sensation that nourished her spirit, and tears began to stream down her cheeks once more. Satisfied, Zhang Wendong felt assured. His arduous journey to select this gift had been worthwhile, and her tears were a testament to his sincerity. The young girl gazed at the bracelet, instinctively aware of its considerable value, and hesitated to pick it up. Zhang Wendong gently grasped her small hand, effortlessly slipping the bracelet onto her wrist. Oh my, it's a bit large. However, observing the girl's radiant joy, her cheeks flushed. He felt a sense of satisfaction. Her laughter was reminiscent of a child's delight. Zhang Wendong extended his hand, signaling for a gift in return. The girl carefully removed the bracelet, placing it back in its box, and took a string from around her neck, from which hung a wooden charm inscribed with the characters for peace. She detached the charm and offered it to Zhang Wendong to wear, and he did not decline, recognizing the significance of their first gift exchange. After adorning himself with the charm, the girl clasped it tightly and closed her eyes, as if in prayer. Zhang Wendong was taken aback by this ritual. Had he known, he would have brought incense for the occasion. Once she finished her prayer, she set the charm down and said, "This peace charm has been blessed. It's very powerful, so wear it well." Zhang Wendong touched the charm and replied, "Rest assured, I will wear it with care. Do you like the bracelet?" The girl, fluctuating between happiness and hesitation, responded, "This bracelet must be quite expensive. I'm afraid to wear it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wendong felt elated. An opportunity had arisen. He thought to himself, while it might be inappropriate to boast, good deeds must be acknowledged. It costs 16,000 yuan, which could buy 5 houses in the county. Indeed, it is rather costly, but our friendship is worth far more. You must persuade your sister. When I return, I hope to hear the delightful news that she has agreed to be my girlfriend. The girl's demeanor shifted at his words. Humph. Do you think 16,000 yuan can buy my sister? Zhang Wendong, upon hearing this, turned and retreated to his room, returning with another box. As he opened it, a majestic piece of imperial green jade depicting the laughing Buddha came into view. The girl, upon seeing the Buddha, felt as if it were smiling at her. Before Zhang Wendong could utter a word, she seized the Buddha and placed it around her neck. With a gleeful expression, she exclaimed, "Zhang Wendong, the Buddha is smiling at me. I adore it. I can wear this now, and when I grow up, I'll wear the bracelet." Zhang Wendong was momentarily speechless. What was he to do now? Looking at the girl's radiant smile, he pondered whether she would react poorly if he asked her to remove the Buddha, claiming it was meant for Xiaofeng. Even if she did not, would the bracelet now be a lost cause? Would she recall this moment of their gift exchange? Zhang Wendong had given her a bracelet she could not wear, while the beloved Buddha was to be returned. This made him uneasy. Let it be. I'll give it to her as well, he thought. Once I achieve success, she must lend me a hand. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to sever ties. After a brief pause, Zhang Wendong forced a smile and said, "I'm glad you like it. When I bought the bracelet, it was the only model available, and I thought it would be suitable for you when you grew older. So, I also purchased this one that you can wear now, hoping you find joy every day, just like the laughing Buddha." After speaking, he gently ruffled the little girl's hair, and she clung to Zhang Wendong's hand, whimpering softly. Goodness, he had raised a little whimpering creature. After exchanging gifts, Zhang Wendong took the little girl to buy groceries as he was leaving the next day. That evening, he treated her to a sumptuous meal, ensuring she kept an eye on her house. After preparing a lavish spread, they enjoyed a delightful dinner together. Once they finished, the night had grown late, and Zhang Wendong decided to escort the little girl home. The items in the box were quite valuable, and he would surely weep if they were stolen. He placed the box into his bag, holding it close to his chest, while the little girl skipped ahead, leading the way. After walking over 500 meters, they arrived at her upscale residential complex, a building designated for officials. 2 young security guards stood at the entrance, having taken the easy path at such a young age. In contrast, the entrance of his own community was manned by an elderly gentleman. After safely delivering the little girl to the entrance, Zhang Wendong instructed her to go in by herself before he headed home. As he walked some distance away, he turned back to see the little girl still standing at the gate, waving goodbye, and he turned to leave with an air of nonchalance. When they would meet again was uncertain. The little girl stood at the gate, watching until Zhang Wendong disappeared from view, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Holding her bag tightly, she turned to return home, hoping he would come back soon and travel safely. Upon returning home, Zhang Wendong placed his essentials in the designated space, contemplated the itinerary for the following day, and went to bed early. The next morning, he set out with a large backpack after having breakfast, heading to the bus station. He traveled to the provincial city first and, upon arrival, went to the train station to purchase a ticket to Wu for the next morning. After securing the ticket, he began exploring the streets, indulging in his favorite snacks, placing them into his large bag, while also observing the various shops and stalls. The provincial city was developing much faster than the county, and the storefronts were becoming quite dense, resembling a scene from the future. In the evening, he found accommodation at a state-run guest house, which was far superior to a hotel. Although the service was somewhat lacking in this era of rampant growth, the guest house offered a more formal and safe environment. Private hotels often had uninvited visitors knocking at the door late into the night. After dinner, he retired early, and the following morning, he set out to have breakfast before heading back to the train station to wait for his train. Chapter 35. Navigating business and finding opportunities during this time. The order at the train station was still quite chaotic, and boarding the train required considerable pushing and shoving. After much effort, he managed to squeeze onto the train and locate his seat, only to find someone occupying it. "Brother, that seat is mine," Zhang Wendong asserted. The person, seeing Zhang's imposing stature and disheveled hair resembling that of a prison escapee, quickly relinquished the seat. Once seated, Zhang Wendong took out a newspaper to read. As there were few entertainment options during this time, the journey often lasted several days, and the train's unpleasant odor was hard to endure. The hard seats were indeed uncomfortable, and obtaining sleeper tickets required advanced planning, which Zhang did not have the luxury of time to arrange. On this trip, his luck ran out as they had not even reached the halfway point when he encountered a thief. In the dead of night, shrouded in darkness, Zhang Wendong heard someone shout that there was a thief, and the caught thief, upon hearing this, did not panic. A large crowd of figures encircled him with the intent to forcibly seize his belongings. Zhang Wendong, seasoned in such encounters, knew that at this moment, it was best to remain as still as a quail. Any act of defiance would be akin to searching for excrement in a latrine with a lantern. In these times, Not only were knives prevalent, but also wooden guns. Should a confrontation ensue in such a confined space, the consequences could be dire. Amidst the chaos, some were injured while others screamed in fear, creating a cacophony that persisted until the trained police finally arrived. The robbers, undeterred, continued to issue threats before leaping off the train, displaying an alarming ruthlessness. Once the tumult subsided, he resumed his slumber, grateful for the available space. Otherwise, in this era of rampant theft, engaging in business could become a perilous endeavor. Upon reaching Yiwu, he found a modest lodging to bathe and enjoy a warm meal, taking the time to recuperate. This time, he felt no urgency. He aimed to carefully select a variety of clothing. Previously, he had only sold polyester, which lacked breathability and comfort compared to cotton. The following day, well-rested, he rented a secluded warehouse and returned to a familiar supplier to choose his merchandise. Having collaborated on several occasions, the supplier proved to be fair. After a considerable selection process, Zhang Wendong spotted suits, rarely seen in the county. Selling such items could yield substantial profits, warranting a trial. He procured a portion of thermal tops, thermal pants, rubber shoes, short-sleeved shirts, shorts, and a small quantity of suits, trousers, and leather shoes. With his extensive experience in selling clothing, he had developed an instinct for fabric quality, and these suits were commendable. After completing his purchases, he arranged for transportation to the warehouse, filling it to the brim with merchandise. The return journey commenced, and upon arriving in the provincial capital, he began selling. Noticing the scarcity of suits in the area, he set up shop directly there. Wearing a suit and leather shoes himself as a model, he ventured to sell his wares. Although prices were somewhat elevated, there remained a substantial clientele capable of affording them. After canvassing the provincial capital, he managed to sell half of his stock before seeking out markets in the city, county, and town. 3 months elapsed, yet much of the clothing remained unsold. And with the season about to change, Zhang Wendong felt a sense of bewilderment. The number of vendors had swelled tremendously. He no longer needed to inquire about the busiest spots. Following the throngs of stallholders led him to the most crowded areas. With only a small quantity of goods left and no time to linger, he decided to clear out the remaining stock at half the profit. However, while selling, competitors selling similar items banded together to cause trouble. Fortunately, with a few location changes, he successfully sold out. Without pause, he sought winter clothing and, upon securing it, ventured to a neighboring province to sell. After more than 2 months there, he still had half of his stock unsold when the new year approached. Unwilling to rest during the festive season, he continued selling, eventually reaching spring. By promoting a seasonal clearance sale, he finally sold out, and the calendar had turned to March. Zhang Wendong reviewed his savings, nearing 600,000 yuan. Although sales had become less favorable than before, conducting business in this era remained profitable. Resolute, he decided to continue for another year but planned to eventually step back, as the constant traveling was exhausting and fraught with danger. Standing at 195 centimeters, he felt that his height, while advantageous in some respects, made him an obvious target wherever he went. Selling a bit more merchandise inevitably attracts the attention of local ruffians. Fortunately, Zhang Wendong possesses an astute understanding of the social dynamics at play. His philosophy is simple: the wise adapt, and when confronted by a rogue, it is prudent to strike first and strike hard. After delivering a decisive blow, he retreats. Should he encounter a crowd, he either discreetly exits or resolves matters with a monetary offering. Continuing his venture, Zhang Wendong planned to sell his goods in the neighboring province of Shanghai, situated to the west of Xiang province. The terrain there is quite fascinating, oscillating between ascents and descents. At times, one feels as though they are on flat ground only to realize they are at a higher elevation, and vice versa. Selling goods in such a location is utterly exhausting, with daily physical exertion multiplying exponentially. Yet, the locals exhibit intriguing habits, opting for hot pot even in the sweltering heat. Zhang Wendong, having sampled similar hot pot dishes back in Shanghai, primarily indulged during the winter months. Adapting to the local customs, he tried it here and found it quite delightful. Despite the perspiration it induced, the satisfaction following the meal was unparalleled. As he sold his wares and enjoyed his meals, fatigue began to set in. His legs trembled after several days of indulging in this spicy, oil-laden cuisine. While an occasional indulgence was manageable, frequent consumption proved troublesome, leading to discomfort. Zhang Wendong concluded his selling endeavors in Shanghai by July, having exhausted his stock. He resolved not to return to this taxing place. Yet he found himself somewhat addicted to the hot pot experience and intended to procure a recipe for his own culinary experiments. Zhang Wendong contemplated a career change for the upcoming year, yet he lacked clarity on which path to pursue. He could only observe and learn from others. As more complex undertakings like factory operations or sourcing proved too demanding and required extensive connections, maintaining relationships was another challenge he felt ill-equipped to handle. Instead, he decided to hone a unique craft. Once he mastered a skill, he would not fear financial instability. He aimed to learn multiple trades, ensuring he could adapt if one did not thrive. As long as he held the recipes close to him, he would remain unfazed by competition. Reflecting on the months spent indulging in hot pot, one establishment stood out in his memory, a modest yet remarkably popular hot pot restaurant. The exterior was bustling with patrons, with a queue forming outside. After 2 days of anticipation, he found himself queuing for a meal, captivated by the rich aroma of beef tallow wafting through the air. Observing the familial teamwork within the establishment, a blend of elders, middle-aged individuals, and youth, Zhang Wendong noted that 3 generations were diligently managing the restaurant. After a considerable wait, he finally secured a seat and ordered a selection of meats and vegetables. Shortly thereafter, the broth arrived, replete with a generous portion of beef tallow. A substantial dollop of sauce, alongside lard, chili peppers, and various spices, all placed atop a flame to boil. As the fat melted, the broth transformed into a vibrant red, with peppercorns and chilies dancing atop the surface. Once the broth reached a boil, the rich aroma enveloped him, intoxicating his senses. He submerged the beef slices, and once cooked, dipped them into a fragrant oil mixture, savoring the sumptuous flavors. The robust taste of beef tallow, enhanced by the spices, awakened his palate, as if they were engaged in an exuberant dance. It was simply exquisite. Truly, a culinary delight. Chapter 36. After concluding business, off to Shanghai. Zhang Wendong savored his meal, relishing each bite as he waited. The dishes in the pot grew increasingly flavorful with each taste, and he resolved to acquire this recipe. Once he finished eating, he noted that the restaurant remained bustling, so he took a seat to digest. As the afternoon unfolded, business dwindled around 2 o'clock. Zhang Wendong entered the establishment, producing some cigarettes to offer the men present, extolling the deliciousness of the hot pot. Following a round of compliments, laughter filled the air. Zhang Wendong observed that the individual managing the restaurant was a middle-aged man. After some pleasantries, he expressed a desire to discuss a matter. The middle-aged man, perhaps experienced in similar situations, adeptly led Zhang Wendong to a more secluded table for their conversation. Without preamble, Zhang Wendong stated, "Boss, I am interested in purchasing your base recipe. May I inquire if you are open to selling it?" The man scrutinized Zhang Wendong for a moment, recognizing his robust physique. In these times, such stature suggested favorable circumstances, and with his foreign accent, it seemed he was indeed a serious buyer. "Young man, to be candid, I often receive requests for the recipe. While I am willing to sell it, if you can meet the asking price." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wendong felt reassured that as long as the price was reasonable, he would proceed. He replied, "Boss, I am genuinely interested in acquiring the recipe, and I assure you, I will not engage in business within the vicinity of Shanghai. What is your asking price?" The middle-aged man responded, "The recipe for the beef oil hot pot base is 8,000 yuan, which includes the method for preparing the clear broth, provided you do not open a shop within 3 kilometers of mine." Uncertain of whether this was exorbitant or reasonable, Zhang Wendong, undeterred by financial concerns, expressed his willingness to proceed, stating, "Boss, if you can teach me the recipe hands-on, I accept the price." The middle-aged man smiled, assuring him, "Of course, I will teach you personally. I am typically in the back of the restaurant preparing the ingredients." Zhang Wendong responded, "Let us finalize the details and commence today." They began discussing specifics, with the owner insisting on full payment upfront before instruction could begin. Zhang Wendong, aware that the establishment was locally owned and that the 3 generations of men running it bore striking resemblances, felt secure that they would not abscond. After negotiating, they signed a written agreement, sealing it with their fingerprints. Zhang Wendong retrieved the necessary funds from his bag, and upon completing the transaction, he followed the restaurant owner to commence his training. Possessing culinary skills, Zhang Wendong learned swiftly under the owner's attentive guidance. With the recipe in hand and details noted in his notebook, he mastered the techniques over 2 weeks, learning to boil the beef oil, prepare the base ingredients, and craft the clear broth. After several attempts, he managed to replicate the flavor of the boss's hot pot base. The process, while seemingly straightforward, required precise ingredient selection and skillful preparation to achieve the desired taste. Zhang Wendong began serving his own concocted hot pot base to patrons, who remained oblivious to the change in chefs. After another week of practice, he found his creation indistinguishable from that of the owner and decided it was time to bid farewell, ready to pursue his own business endeavors. A year swiftly passed, and as June 1987 arrived, Zhang Wendong turned 18, yet he felt as though he had aged a decade. Having just turned 18 this year, traces of time have unexpectedly begun to etch themselves upon my visage. Though my physique has become robust, the relentless exposure to the elements throughout the year has rendered me more fatigued than if I were to toil in the fields at home. My savings have reached an impressive 900,000, merely 100,000 short of a 7-digit figure. Zhang Wendong, ever ambitious, yearns to amass that 7-digit sum before taking a step back. Indeed, the pursuit of wealth is a most addictive endeavor. Thus, he resolved to embark on one final venture, to earn enough for that coveted numeral before ceasing his endeavors. Before he knew it, November had arrived. Every item he procured had been sold, and now his savings have soared to 1,200,000. Zhang Wendong lay in a luxurious hotel bed in the southern province, lost in thought. His goal had been achieved, yet he felt utterly unmotivated to move. I shall cease this business and venture to Shanghai to purchase property, he mused, pondering how many units his current funds might afford him, though he knew he should not acquire too many. A prominent presence can attract unwelcome attention. Should I possess dozens of properties, it may invite trouble. With a sense of purpose, he prepared for his journey to Shanghai, purchasing a sleeper ticket for the following morning. After 3 days of travel, he was nearing his destination, though the memories of Shanghai's appearance had yet to surface in his mind. Strangely enough, the first name to cross his thoughts was that of Boss Wang. Should I settle the score from a past life? Half of my previous existence was spent limping. I must contemplate this carefully. After all, one cannot unshoot an arrow once released. As the train's whistle echoed, signaling arrival, the conductor's voice rang out. This is the final stop. Please disembark in an orderly fashion. Zhang Wendong, upon hearing this, felt no urgency, for the already crowded exit was now even more congested, with children wailing alongside their parents. The chaos made it increasingly difficult to disembark. After a considerable wait, he finally descended from the train. The station was a bustling sea of humanity. Even in November, throngs of individuals continued to pour into Shanghai seeking work. As the crowd surged, he felt the pressing weight of those around him, and with a heavy backpack, he pushed through, perspiration trickling down his brow until he finally emerged from the station. Outside, there were relentless calls from drivers seeking passengers for lodging. Zhang Wendong strolled along, taking in the vibrant lights and sounds of the city, a familiar sensation washing over him. It was around this time in his previous life that he had first arrived in Shanghai, which has now become one of the most developed cities in the country, thriving with growth and opportunity. After a lengthy walk, he found a decent hotel, checked in, enjoyed a hot shower, had a meal, and then retired for the night. The following morning, he awoke somewhat disoriented. After 2 years of traversing the country and countless train rides, he still felt unaccustomed. After washing his face and savoring a warm breakfast, he began to strategize. First, I must rent a place, then search for a property to purchase. Shanghai is a leading city. The location of my home is of little consequence. With rental income, I can live comfortably, and should I encounter a demolition opportunity, my fortunes would surely flourish. With his plans solidified, he set out to explore the streets, observing the multitude of bicycles lining the roads. Zhang Wendong contemplated that once he secured a rental, he would buy a bicycle for house hunting. As he wandered, he stumbled upon a real estate agency near a residential complex. How fortuitous, he thought. This will simplify many matters. Upon entering the shop, the proprietor, momentarily taken aback by the imposing figure of the man before him, greeted him with a cordial, "Hello, are you looking to purchase a house?" Zhang Wendong replied, "I am interested in both renting and buying a property." The owner, heartened by this prospect, warmly welcomed Zhang Wendong, pouring him a cup of tea and inquiring, "May I ask your surname, esteemed sir?" Zhang Wendong responded, "My surname is Zhang. How shall I address you?" The proprietor replied, "You may call me Xiao Tang, Mr. Zhang." Observing the proprietor, who appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, Zhang Wendong felt a bit bewildered, pondering the generational disparity. Nonetheless, he seized the opportunity, asking, Xiao Tang, "Are there any tranquil rental properties in the vicinity? I need to secure a place to stay." Chapter 37. The search for a home begins. Xiao Tang replied, "Indeed. There are some nearby, in the residential complex next to my shop." "Are you living alone?" Zhang Wendong answered, "Yes. What is the monthly rent for these accommodations?" Xiao Tang explained, "It depends on the size you prefer. This complex consists of unit apartments. There are one-bedroom and two-bedroom options." Zhang Wendong continued, "In that case, please take me to view the units directly. We can negotiate the price upon finding one that suits me." Xiao Tang agreed. "Certainly, I shall fetch the keys." After securing the keys and locking the shop, Xiao Tang guided Zhang Wendong towards the residential complex. Upon entering, Zhang Wendong surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, these were unit apartments. Somewhat Spartan in nature, the layout resembled a long corridor with multiple units, akin to a dormitory. On the second floor, they approached a unit, and Xiao Tang unlocked the door, revealing a kitchen directly upon entry. Adjacent to the kitchen was a small restroom, and right beyond it lay a bed. Was this truly a one-bedroom unit? Considering the brevity of his stay, Zhang Wendong decided to overlook the subpar conditions and inquired, "What is the monthly rent for this single room?" Xiao Tang responded, "It's 1,500 per month." Zhang Wendong countered, "Is there any possibility of a reduction? The condition of this room is rather average." Xiao Tang explained, "Sir, this property is entrusted to me by the organization, and I cannot negotiate the price. It has been set by them." Zhang Wendong said, "Very well. Could I arrange for a short-term lease of 2 months?" Xiao Tang replied, "That is certainly possible, sir." "Will you rent this particular room?" Zhang Wendong, feeling disinclined to search further, agreed, "Let us proceed with this one." Xiao Tang responded, "Excellent, sir. Let us return to the shop to sign the contract." Zhang Wendong affirmed, agreed. They returned to the shop, signed the contract, and Zhang Wendong paid an additional 5 yuan as a brokerage fee. He felt somewhat taken advantage of, as the mention of a brokerage fee had only emerged during the contract signing. The monthly rent seemed rather steep. He had assumed the proprietor had included the brokerage fee in the rental price. Was he to be seen as a fool? He resolved not to consult this individual for purchasing a property, but decided to inquire about current housing prices nonetheless. Holding the keys, Zhang Wendong asked, "Xiao Tang, what is the current price per square meter for purchasing a property? Are there specific requirements for buying?" With a serious demeanor, Xiao Tang replied, "Currently, the prices range from over 800 yuan per square meter for the more affordable options to over 2,000 yuan for the higher-end properties. To buy a house, all you need is a household registration book, but please note that you cannot register your household here." Zhang Wendong inquired, "What distinguishes the properties priced at over 800 yuan per square meter from those exceeding 2,000 yuan? Please elaborate." Xiao Tang believed that this might be a significant client and replied, "The type you're renting is over 800 per square meter, in a tenement building with a relatively poor environment. The villas, priced over 2,000 per square meter, are standalone and quite new, having been constructed within the last 2 years, offering a splendid environment. These houses are in high demand." Zhang Wendong inquired, "Where are the villas located?" Xiao Tang responded, "Boss, how about I take you to see them now? They're situated in the west of the city, which is currently the most thriving area in Shanghai." Zhang Wendong felt it would be better to explore on his own and replied, "Never mind. I have some matters to attend to. I'll come to see you when I have more time." After saying this, he returned to his room, enduring Xiao Tang's forlorn gaze. Once inside, he tidied up his modest space, knowing he wouldn't be staying long, and checked out of the hotel. He strolled around the vicinity of the rental properties and purchased a detailed map of Shanghai, beginning to study it upon his return. He noted his current location in the northern part of the city. In his previous life, it seemed he had worked in the eastern district, where he had lived and worked on site, rarely venturing out except for an occasional nice meal or to buy daily necessities. Having heard from Xiao Tang that the west of the city was flourishing, he decided to buy a bicycle the next day and explore that area. His initial experience with real estate agents had not been particularly pleasant, and he resented the extra fees associated with purchasing through them. Now that he was not engaged in business, he could search for housing while resting, contemplating his future endeavors. He preferred to seek accommodations independently, resorting to an agent only if necessary. After dinner, he retired for the night. The following morning, he rose early, noticing the weather had turned crisp. It felt slightly chilly to venture out at dawn. Previously, he was accustomed to leaving early, but with no pressing engagements, it seemed wiser to delay his departure. After breakfast, He examined the map and casually asked pedestrians for directions. He first stopped at a department store to buy a sturdy bicycle and a lock. Pedaling toward the west, he observed that most of Shanghai was characterized by small apartment buildings, with few standalone houses. Occasionally, he encountered newly constructed skyscrapers, and numerous roadworks and construction sites were evident. Zhang Wendong felt he must have reached the west, as the housing here differed significantly from that in the north. The roads were broader, and the buildings were arranged more thoughtfully. Moreover, many of the houses appeared to have been built in recent years. As he wandered and inquired, he began to regret having rented too hastily the day before, as the rental prices here were comparable to his current room. Noticing a newly constructed property, he entered only to find that participation in the lottery for purchasing would require proof of employment and other documentation. With no other option, he continued his search for second-hand properties. Thus, he roamed the west for 3 days, and by midday on the 4th day, he finally discovered a community with available units for sale, named Fugua Garden, which seemed quite upscale. The name struck him as somewhat familiar. He recalled that the community where he had purchased his previous home also contained the word Fugua. This reminded him of Wang Fugua. How ironic it was that he would be buying a property while thinking of Wang Fugua. Zhang Wendong typically sought out the doorman for information, using cigarettes as a means to establish rapport. In these times, this method proved effective. The doorman provided him with information about a property whose owner was a businessman who had upgraded to a villa after expanding his enterprise. Hearing the word villa ignited Zhang Wendong's desire to purchase one as well. In this era, villa prices should not be exorbitant. After purchasing this property, I shall explore the villas. The community certainly lives up to its name, adorned with lush gardens and abundant trees. The building is commendable, boasting 12 stories, with ample spacing between structures, ensuring excellent natural light. The entire vicinity is enclosed by walls, keeping out unwelcome visitors. Upon entering the building, I discovered an elevator servicing 2 households per floor. My prospective home is situated on the 11th floor, which is quite satisfactory. Currently, the landlord is not present, presumably occupied with business matters, so I must return in the evening. As I strolled through the community, I continued my exploration until around 7 o'clock, after which I enjoyed a meal before seeking out the landlord. I knocked on the door and was relieved to find the landlord at home. Upon opening the door, the landlord seemed momentarily bewildered, as he was greeted by a wall outside. He inquired, "What brings you here?" Zhang Wendong replied, "Good day. I am here to purchase a property and learned that you are selling this one, so I came to take a look." The landlord welcomed Zhang Wendong inside, and upon surveying the interior, Zhang felt a surge of excitement. The home was beautifully decorated and relatively new, and to his surprise, a woman exuding charm was present in the room. Observing the landlord, Zhang noted his slightly sunken eyes. Was he perhaps living off the earnings of others? The plump woman noticed Zhang's robust physique, her eyes sparkling with interest, yet she made no further overtures. Chapter 38. Securing the property. The male landlord gestured for Zhang Wendong to take a seat, and he complied. Zhang addressed the landlord, saying, "Sir, my surname is Zhang. May I inquire your esteemed surname?" The landlord replied, "My surname is Jiao, and this is my wife, Lu." Zhang was momentarily taken aback by the surname Jiao. He greeted the woman, Lu, and then directly queried the landlord, "Could you kindly provide me with a brief description of this property?" The woman interjected with a slightly raspy voice, "Young man, where are you from?" Zhang responded, "Madam Lu, I have come from afar, intending to settle here." The woman continued, "This is a spacious 3-bedroom apartment, measuring 136 square meters. Built 2 years ago. It was renovated last year, and I'm offering it for 260,000. If you find the price agreeable, I can show you around." Although Zhang recognized the price was quite steep, surpassing a quarter of his savings, he replied, "Sir, I would like to view the apartment first. I am genuinely interested in purchasing. If it meets my expectations, we can discuss further." The landlord rose and guided Zhang around the premises. Zhang found the apartment delightful and was quite satisfied. The kitchen and bathroom were ample, complemented by a large balcony, and the decor was exquisite. The 2 secondary bedrooms were spacious, accompanied by a well-designed dressing room. The landlord did not open the door to the master bedroom but remarked, "This is the master suite, which has its own private bathroom, facing south for excellent lighting." After their tour, they returned to the sofa. Zhang addressed Madame Lu, saying, "The property is splendid. Does the sale include the furniture?" She replied, "We had this home expertly designed and furnished with quality materials. Aside from the decorative items and the bed in the master suite, everything else will remain. Zhang inquired. Madam Liu, do all the property ownership documents exist? She responded, all the certificates are complete. Zhang Wendong inquired, all right, Boss Liu, could you possibly reduce the price of this house? It seems rather exorbitant. The stout woman replied, I have already quoted a very low price. Previously, this house was purchased at 1,600 per square meter before any renovations. At that time, the house was completely unadorned. Frankly, I am not in need of money. I simply changed residences and will not be residing here anymore, so it is of no use to me. Otherwise, I would not be selling this property. Zhang Wendong asked, Boss Liu, is your new residence a villa? Are villa prices currently high? The stout woman responded, it's reasonable. The unrenovated price is 7,000 per square meter, calculated based on land area. The villa has 2 floors above ground and 1 below, which averages about 2,300 per square meter. Altogether, a villa costs around 1.4 million. Zhang Wendong was taken aback. It was clear he could not afford it without further inspection. He replied, Boss Liu, you are quite affluent. The renovations on this house are splendid, and I genuinely admire it. However, I can only muster 240,000 at the moment. Do you think you could sell it to me at this price? After a moment of contemplation, the stout woman replied, Young man, I have already offered a very low price. There is no room for further reduction. Indeed, the wealthy are often frugal, and with a woman in charge of the household. It was evident she was quite assertive, which Zhang Wendong noted. Since there was no possibility of lowering the price, Zhang Wendong decided he could scrape together an additional 20,000. He truly liked the house, and thus opted not to haggle further. He stated, Boss Liu, how about 260,000? I will return home to gather the funds. When might you be available for the transfer? The stout woman replied, at 260,000, you are making a sound investment. Whenever you have the money ready, we can proceed with the transfer. We can leverage our connections to expedite the process. Zhang Wendong suggested, would tomorrow afternoon work? We can meet at the housing authority to sign the contract, and I will provide the payment then, allowing us to complete the transfer. The stout woman responded, we will arrange to move our belongings in the morning, and I will give you the keys after the transfer tomorrow afternoon. Zhang Wendong observed that while the woman was assertive, she handled matters efficiently. There was merit to those who accumulate wealth. They discussed the specifics of the time and place for the next day before he took his leave. Upon returning home, Zhang Wendong lay deep in thought. Considering that spending 260,000 on this house would not yield many properties for 1 million, he also contemplated purchasing a commercial space. During his recent explorations, he noted that standalone commercial properties typically consist of 2 floors. If he were to acquire one, it was likely that his budget would dwindle significantly. Alternatively, he could invest in residential units, such as tube-style apartments, which would be convenient for rental purposes, especially since he would not be living there himself. This required careful consideration. The following day, after lunch, he gathered the money and placed it in a large bag, along with his identification documents, before heading out. Arriving at the housing authority, he was about 10 minutes early for their scheduled meeting, where he spotted a man named Jiao, the proprietor. Boss Jiao also noticed him, and they exchanged greetings. After finding a chair to sit down, Boss Jiao said, Boss Zhang, we might have to wait a bit. My wife went off to handle some business. I have already arranged for someone to be here, and the contract is in hand. When she arrives, we can sign the contract and transfer ownership. Everything in the house was moved out earlier this morning. Zhang Wendong replied, no problem, Boss Jiao. I have everything prepared on my end as well. Will the person you hired be able to obtain the documents after the transfer? Boss Jiao assured him, yes, they'll be able to get everything done promptly. I trust the person I hired. They are quite reliable. Zhang Wendong remarked, it's impressive how well your business operates, with connections everywhere. I truly envy your success. Boss Jiao humbly replied, oh, that's nothing. The truly wealthy have all gone to the port city. Our business is just a small-scale operation. Zhang Wendong inquired, if you don't mind me asking, what kind of business do you run? Boss Jiao responded, we operate a supermarket. Have you been to the area around Chunhe Road? There's a truly heart supermarket run by my family. You seem like someone who is also engaged in business. Zhang Wendong confirmed, indeed, I used to conduct business out of town, and now I'm making a living. Your supermarket must be quite profitable. Boss Jiao replied, these days, any business can be profitable, though it is quite exhausting. Zhang Wendong said, you run a supermarket and earn while sitting. When I was back in my hometown farming, It was laborious, working from dawn till dusk with little to show for it. Boss Zhao commented, "With your physique, you could easily handle the workload of 2 people. Are you planning to engage in business here in Shanghai?" Zhang Wendong smiled and replied, "I suppose so. When the time comes, I'll be sure to buy from you, and I hope you can offer me a good deal." Boss Zhao chuckled and said, "That is no problem at all. We not only run a supermarket, but also engage in wholesale. We have a wide variety of products, so if you need anything, just come to me, and I'll definitely give you a discount." Zhang Wendong laughed. "All right, I'll be sure to reach out when I need something. By the way, Boss Zhao, do you have any other properties for sale besides this one?" Boss Zhao replied, "Why buy a shop? Renting is much cheaper. Our supermarket requires a large space, and purchasing isn't cost-effective. Right now, renting is both affordable and convenient." Zhang Wendong agreed. "That is true. Renting is indeed economical." The two continued their conversation until a stout woman arrived driving a Santana, a true businesswoman. Upon her arrival, she promptly signed the contract, counted the money, and after verifying the amounts, proceeded with the transfer of ownership. Having familiar connections certainly expedited the process. Within just over an hour, the freshly minted property deed was in hand. The stout woman handed the keys to Zhang Wendong and drove off with her husband. Chapter 39. Purchasing New Furniture. Zhang Wendong took the keys and went to inspect the house. All the decorative items were gone, and the paintings had been removed. However, the other furniture remained. He entered the master bedroom, which was impressively spacious, and noticed an en-suite bathroom complete with a bathtub, something quite rare, as he had never used one in his lifetime. The wardrobe was still in place, and with just a bed, he could move in with minimal effort. Feeling quite satisfied, he explored the house thoroughly and was pleased with what he found. The afternoon light filled the rooms, providing ample brightness. The 2 secondary bedrooms were furnished with beds, and Zhang Wendong decided he would stay here tonight. Reclining on the sofa, which is upholstered in leather, though its authenticity remains uncertain, I find it to be quite soft. Zhang Wendong retrieved the property deed, examining it meticulously for an extended period, until he was thoroughly satisfied. At last, he owned a residence in Shanghai, marking a significant milestone in his life. Rising from the sofa, he commenced a thorough cleaning of the room. By the time he had tidied up halfway, evening had descended. He decided to dine first and continue afterward. Once the cleaning was completed, he indulged in a lavish bath, and then retired to the spare bedroom for the night. The following day, he awoke naturally, stretched languidly, and after freshening up, began to plan his day over breakfast. His initial task was to replace the front door lock, followed by the purchase of a bed, and finally, to return to his single room to transport the remaining necessities. In the afternoon, he aimed to stock the kitchen, intending to prepare a meal in the evening. As he approached the entrance, he offered the doorman, who had facilitated his purchase, a pack of cigarettes and expressed his gratitude. The doorman was visibly pleased with the gesture. Inquiring about a reputable locksmith, the doorman directed him accordingly. Following the instructions, Zhang Wendong arrived at a shop specializing in doors. After articulating his needs to the proprietor, several locks were presented for his selection. He chose the most expensive one, accompanied the shop's craftsman back home to have the lock installed. Upon completion, the lock functioned smoothly, to his satisfaction. He rewarded the locksmith with a cigarette and sought recommendations for nearby furniture stores, receiving directions before descending with the craftsman. He first took a bus back to his rented accommodation to organize his belongings, then cycled to procure furniture. Upon arriving at the furniture district, he discovered numerous shops. As he explored, he stumbled upon a chair made from a type of wood that seemed familiar, exuding a subtle fragrance. After pondering for a moment, he recalled a box he had purchased in the provincial capital for jade. His mind's eye wandered to that exquisite guanine box, and he realized the chair bore a striking resemblance, radiating an air of opulence. Intrigued, Zhang Wendong inquired of the shopkeeper, "What type of wood is this chair crafted from?" The proprietor enthusiastically responded, "You possess a keen eye. This chair is made from rosewood, the very material once favored by the imperial court." Recognizing the inherent value, Zhang Wendong understood that such craftsmanship would command a high price, yet he was ever willing to invest in that which he cherished. "What is the price of this chair?" he asked. The shopkeeper replied, "This chair costs 600 yuan, but it is sold only as part of a set with a table." Taken aback by the steep price and the requirement to purchase a full set, Zhang Wendong expressed his need for further information. "Where is the table? How does one pair this chair with a table?" The shopkeeper explained, "This chair is on display outside to prevent damage to the valuable material." We have 6 chairs in total, stored together with the table in the warehouse. Would you like to take a look? Zhang Wendong responded, certainly. But do you have a bed made from this type of wood? The shopkeeper replied, while we do not have beds made from this wood, we do offer one crafted from a similar material, yellow rosewood, which feels splendid and carries a delicate scent. Very well, let's have a look. Zhang Wendong decided. He resolved to replace all the furniture in his home, as he intended to settle in Shanghai permanently. He found the idea of using second-hand items for essentials like beds and wardrobes unappealing. Thus, a complete overhaul was in order. Accompanying the shopkeeper to the warehouse, he noted its considerable size, realizing the proprietor must be engaged in wholesale business. The proprietor led Zhang Wendong to a zeton table, unveiling it from beneath a thick cloth. Upon seeing it, Zhang exclaimed in astonishment at its opulence. It was splendid, sophisticated, and exuded understated luxury and depth. Captivated, Zhang scrutinized the table and chairs, checking the materials for consistency and any imperfections. After his examination, he inquired, "How much for this entire set? Please consider it carefully, as I am also looking to purchase a bed, cabinets, and such." After a moment of contemplation, the proprietor replied, "This set was originally priced at 10,000. But I can offer it to you for 888, a lucky number." Zhang pondered for a while, suggesting they first examine the bed before making any decisions. The proprietor then escorted Zhang to view the bed, lifting the fabric to reveal a piece adorned with soft yellow patterns. The surface felt smooth and refined, and it emitted a faint fragrance. He gave it a gentle pat, confirming its sturdiness. Upon inspecting the bed and the accompanying small cabinets, Zhang asked, "What is the price of this bed?" The proprietor responded, "The bed and cabinets are sold as a set for 8,000. If you purchase them along with the table, the total would be 16,000. Zhang inquired about the availability of a larger wardrobe made from the same material for clothing storage. The proprietor replied, "Currently, there are few items made from this wood in the warehouse, but we can customize one for you, which would take approximately 6 months." Zhang replied, "I have quite a few items I wish to acquire. Please take note of the individual prices and the total cost for the set, so I can consider my purchases." The proprietor, pleased with the prospect of a significant sale, enthusiastically guided Zhang back to the office, where he poured a cup of fine tea for them to enjoy while discussing the details. Zhang noted that the tea table was quite appealing and said, "I would like to purchase a zeton table, a tea table of similar design made from zeton, a bed crafted from Wang wood, a wardrobe, and a shoe cabinet. If you have genuine leather sofas, I would like a set as well." The proprietor diligently took notes and, after a moment's thought, responded, "The table set costs 8,000. The bed 6,000, and I have genuine leather sofas available for 2,000 for a complete set. The wardrobe, shoe cabinet, and tea table will require customization, depending on the dimensions you need." Zhang replied, "Let us first review the available items, and if the prices are reasonable, I will purchase some of them." The proprietor then showed Zhang the genuine leather sofas, which were comparable to those in his home. After some deliberation, Zhang decided to proceed with the exchange for all new items. After negotiating the price down to 15,000, with delivery included, the proprietor agreed. Zhang then carefully inspected the table, chairs, and bed, all of which were in excellent condition. He retrieved the cash from his bag to complete the purchase, and the proprietor began arranging for delivery, eager to secure the custom order as well. Everything was packed and loaded onto the truck, and Zhang placed his bicycle on board, accompanying the delivery vehicle back to the neighborhood. While smaller items could fit in the elevator, the larger ones required navigating the stairs, necessitating considerable effort. The laborers, despite their fatigue, managed to carry the items up to the 11th floor in one go. Once all the items were delivered to the apartment, the bed was placed directly in the master bedroom, while the remaining pieces were positioned in empty spaces. The table and chairs were moved to the second bedroom, with the new purchases replacing the old ones. Zhang rewarded the laborers with a pack of cigarettes, acknowledging their hard work, as they were visibly exhausted after completing the heavy lifting. Chapter 40. Preparing for the New Year. After sending the mover away, Zhang Wendong settled back onto the original sofa with the boss, engaging in casual conversation while enjoying a smoke. Zhang Wendong proposed, "Boss, let us take some measurements first, and then you can give me a quote. I shall ponder over it." The boss replied, "All right." He promptly retrieved his tools and commenced the work. The house was already equipped with the necessary items, yet customizations demanded a more efficient use of space. After a considerable time measuring, The two returned to the sofa. The boss calculated the prices and began to list them. The wardrobe is somewhat large. If constructed from yellow rosewood, it will cost you 6,000 yuan. The coffee table made of rosewood will be priced at 4,000 yuan, and the shoe cabinet, also from yellow rosewood, will be 1,500 yuan. The total comes to 11,500 yuan. Zhang Wendong countered. The total should be 10,000 yuan. I will place the order with you. The boss had initially reserved a margin of 500 yuan for negotiation, but Zhang Wendong boldly deducted 1,500 yuan. After a moment of contemplation, the boss realized he would still earn a substantial profit and consented. They proceeded to discuss specific details, with the boss requesting a deposit of half the total cost. Zhang Wendong offered a deposit of 2,000 yuan, insisting on the authenticity and quality of the items. He stated that he would pay the remainder upon inspection of the goods. Otherwise, if he paid half up front and the boss delivered unsatisfactory items, it would be a considerable loss. The boss agreed, producing a contract for signature, which was duly stamped. They established a timeline of 6 months, with Zhang Wendong to pick up the items in June 1988. After the payment was settled, they exchanged pleasantries before parting ways. Zhang Wendong began moving the sofa, placing the old one in the guest room, and tidying up beneath it, where he discovered a thick cover. Thank goodness I decided to replace it, he thought. Returning to the bedroom, he admired the bed, savoring its pleasant scent. As he surveyed the room, he resolved to dismantle the bathtub, sensing that it undoubtedly held stories of its own. With the furniture matters settled, he found himself lacking time for other planned tasks that day. That evening, he took out the food supplies to make a simple meal, intending to cook properly the following day. The next morning, he awoke naturally. Having been accustomed to rising early, he felt more fatigued after sleeping in. He needed to adjust to this new rhythm. With the house purchased, he felt a sense of peace, free from the previous unease of drifting. After breakfast, he ventured out to acquire kitchen essentials, pots, dishes, oil, salt, sauces, and vinegar, buying everything in one go. Upon returning home, he inquired with the concierge about the nearest vegetable market and procured fresh produce. Back in the kitchen, he began to prepare a meal. It had been quite some time since he last cooked, and he felt somewhat out of practice. He retrieved his notebook filled with dense notes from his cooking lessons. And as he perused it, his memories gradually resurfaced. He commenced frying the ingredients, crafting a delightful spread. He realized he needed a cloth to protect the table from the scorching hot dishes. Otherwise, he would lament any potential damage to the surface. He decided to eat at the coffee table instead. After the meal, he reclined on the new sofa, lost in thought, reflecting on that thick rubber cover. Xiaofeng. It had been over 2 years since he last thought of her, and her image was now somewhat blurred in his memory, yet he recalled her beauty, which had once filled his heart with sweetness. Indeed, a full stomach stirs desires. However, this relentless pursuit of wealth had become an addiction when engrossed in work. Even the bitterness of love seemed unpalatable. Once the affairs in Shanghai are settled, I plan to return to the county town to check on the house. Afterwards, I shall visit the capital to see the young lady. I wonder if she has forgotten me. As I pondered, I took out the Avalokiteshvara jade pendant I had purchased previously, admiring its exquisite beauty. It truly is stunning. If the young lady no longer recognizes me, will I have the audacity to reclaim the jade? That would indeed be rather uncouth. However, I shall first resolve the housing matters, and then procure a piece of Maitreya Buddha to gift to the woman I hold dear. Should I purchase a house first, or a shop? After considerable thought, a phrase came to mind. One shop can sustain 3 generations, even when a person departs. The shop remains. Thus, I shall acquire a shop first. Once the shop is secured, I will see how much capital remains, and if funds allow, I shall then buy a house. Glancing at the money in my hand, I noted I had just over 700,000, having spent nearly 300,000 recently, which feels like a year of toil for naught. Yet, securing the house has granted me peace of mind. The next day, I ventured out to search for a shop, focusing on the vicinity of my residence, as proximity would be beneficial for future business endeavors. After a fortnight of searching, I discovered that shops were scarce. In this day and age, business truly is lucrative, and few would part with their golden goose. Another fortnight passed, and with the new year approaching, the chilly, damp weather was unbearable. Nonetheless, Zhang Wendong remained undeterred, for truly remarkable opportunities are hard to come by. On the 29th, I decided to take a day to rest, and it was during this respite that fortune smiled upon me. Early on the 30th, I went out to buy groceries, intending to treat myself to a sumptuous meal. At the lamb stall, a warm bowl of lamb soup was just the remedy for the cold. The crowd was considerable, and while I stood in line, I overheard two elderly ladies conversing in front of me. The first lady remarked, "Shufin's son has returned from abroad. Yesterday, I saw tears welling in her eyes." The second lady replied, "She must have a good cry. They haven't seen each other in so many years. If it weren't for the changing times, they might never have met again." The first lady continued, "Shufin's husband was quite heartless, leaving her behind when he fled, leaving her to endure alone. If only she had been vindicated, she might still be here." The second lady added, "I was present back then. Her husband did seek her out. At the time, her mother was ill, and she was at the hospital by her bedside. I was there caring for my aunt, and saw a little child pass her a note. Shufin wept for quite a while. That very night, tragedy struck. Her mother was dragged away from her sickbed." The first lady questioned, "How could you tell it was Shufin's husband who sought her out?" The second lady explained, "I arrived before you when she was crying. She saw her son and barely shed a tear, but after a few questions, she broke down entirely. Her husband has not returned. He is likely no longer alive." The first lady sighed, "Ah, each person has their fate. Shufin probably won't remain here for long. Her child intends to take her abroad." The second lady replied, "I have heard that too, but whether she will go remains uncertain. She is doing well managing her shop. I believe staying put may be better. The country has improved, and nothing outside can compare to home." Upon hearing about the shop, Zhang Wendong's interest was piqued. He stepped forward to interject, "Happy New Year, ladies. I just overheard that your neighbor is going abroad." Madam Number 1 replied, "Young man, Happy New Year to you as well. We are merely relaying what we've heard from others. Do you have something on your mind?" Zhang Wendong responded, "Indeed, it is my first time hearing someone return from abroad, and I wish to learn about the situation overseas. Is it true that the air there is fragrant?" Madam Number 2 interjected, "Whether the air is fragrant or not is uncertain. They come back complaining about this and that, quite ungrateful." Once she finished speaking, it was her turn to purchase meat, and Zhang Wendong promptly wrapped up her meat, much to the delight of the two elderly ladies, who found themselves unexpectedly fortunate on their outing. Chapter 41. Engaging Madame Li as an informant. Zhang Wendong seized the opportunity to inquire about the location of Madame Shufin's shop, and the two elderly ladies readily provided him with the address. After purchasing lamb, he returned home, stowed away his belongings, and set out to locate the shop. Upon arrival, he found a two-story old establishment, characteristic of the surrounding area, with a total area exceeding 100 square meters. The ground floor was divided into 3 shops, each bustling with business, while the second floor appeared to serve as living quarters. A tiled awning connected the first and second floors, reminiscent of the quaint shops found in ancient towns. The shop was quite charming, situated merely over a kilometer from the affluent garden district, and the buildings in this area bore considerable age. Zhang Wendong mused that if he could acquire this shop, it would secure his sustenance for the future. The pressing question remained, how could he procure the establishment? Moreover, he was uncertain whether the elderly lady would travel abroad. If she did not, or if she returned after her trip, the matter would be rendered moot. He decided to bide his time for a couple of days, observing the situation daily, as direct sale listings would simplify matters considerably. After inspecting the property, he visited the market to procure some vegetables and hastily prepared 2 dishes for lunch before heading to the shop to assess the situation. While wandering near the shop, he encountered Madame Number 1 at the entrance of a nearby building. She recognized Zhang Wendong immediately, for it was rare to see someone of his stature, and they exchanged pleasantries. Zhang Wendong contemplated whether he might recruit this elderly lady as an informant. The building she resided in appeared somewhat dilapidated. He bought her a chunk of lamb, and her joy was palpable, indicating that her family was not particularly affluent, an ordinary working-class household. With a modest expenditure, he might accomplish something significant. Madame Li was out for a casual stroll. Why she chose to do so on such a cold day was beyond him. They conversed for a while, and she revealed she was heading out to play cards. No wonder, when the gambling urge strikes, one must venture out. Zhang Wendong sought her assistance, saying, "Madam, may I inquire your surname? I have a matter for which I seek your help." Madame Number 1 responded, "My surname is Li. What do you need?" "Young man," Zhang Wendong explained, "Sister Li, I overheard this morning that your neighbor intends to travel abroad and is selling her shop. I am interested in purchasing it." Sister Li replied, "We are card-playing friends. My family and hers live far from the tea house, and we often play together there. It remains unclear whether she will go abroad, as we only hear rumors at the tea house. Zhang Wendong reassured her, no matter, as long as you are acquainted. Sisterly, would you care to earn some money for your card games? Upon hearing this, Li's interest was piqued, and she inquired, what do you mean by earning card money? How can I do that? Zhang Wendong expressed his desire to purchase a particular shop, yet he admitted his unfamiliarity with the local circumstances, seeking assistance in gathering information. He requested that if Mrs. Shufan intended to sell her shop when she travels abroad, she would be informed promptly. In return for this favor, he promised to reward his informant with 500 yuan upon the successful acquisition of the shop. Even if the shop were no longer for sale, he would still offer a modest sum of 50 yuan for their efforts. Mrs. Li, without hesitation, readily agreed. Inquiring how she would communicate any updates to him, Zhang Wendong responded, indicating that he resided nearby, specifically at Fuguwei Garden. Mrs. Li acknowledged her familiarity with the neighborhood, recalling her visit when the community was first completed. Although she noted the exorbitant housing prices, Zhang suggested that they could walk to his home together, allowing her to find him easily should any news arise. However, Mrs. Li declined, explaining that she had arranged to play cards with friends that morning, proposing to meet him at the entrance of Fuguwei Garden the following day instead. They settled on a time, and Zhang Wendong ordered 2 cups of tea at the tea house. One for Mrs. Li, while he observed her and her companions engaging in a game of mahjong. The stakes were modest, reflecting the economic conditions of the time. Yet it was evident that Mrs. Li possessed a fervent enthusiasm for the game. As she became engrossed in play, Zhang found a seat by the window, allowing him to monitor the shop's situation. After a time, he noticed the tea house was bustling with patrons, the cacophony of gaming and chatter overwhelming, and he eventually decided to return home. Once there, he began preparations for dinner, feeling a sense of solemnity as he had not celebrated the new year in many years. He put effort into creating a modest feast, yet the atmosphere felt starkly lonely in his television-less home. As he dined alone, a wave of solitude washed over him, and he resolved that next year would not be spent in solitude. After finishing his meal, he reclined on the sofa, contemplating his situation. Mrs. Li's mahjong obsession seemed to monopolize her time, and he considered enlisting another individual to assist in gathering information. Having 2 people searching for news would provide greater assurance. Even if they uncovered nothing, the potential loss of 50 yuan seemed a trivial price compared to the frustration of missing out on the shop. He pondered whether to recruit additional informants, believing that the more ears he had on the ground, the greater the likelihood of receiving timely updates. Moreover, the elderly lady is intent on selling her shop and will not concern herself with who the buyer may be. The possibility of alarming the snake in the grass seems inconsequential. However, upon reflection, one must be cautious, for if one were to raise the price excessively, it would be akin to offering oneself as a fat pig for slaughter, an undeniable loss. Perhaps it is best to find 2 individuals while ensuring that one's identity remains concealed. Tomorrow, I must inquire about the property prices in that area to be adequately prepared. The following day, Zhang Wendong glanced at his plum blossom watch, a purchase made during the first summer vacation of high school, which continues to keep perfect time. Such items from this era are indeed of robust quality. As the hour approached, he awaited his companion at the door, where Li Laotai was already present, indicating her lack of haste to engage in card games, thus maintaining an intellectual advantage. After all, in these times, the allure of 500 yuan is profoundly significant. He escorted Li Laotai upstairs, and upon entering the splendid residence, her eyes sparkled with delight at its beauty. The spaciousness, the exquisite decor, and the high-quality furnishings were simply magnificent. Chapter 42. Li Laotai is remarkable. Zhang Wendong poured a cup of warm water for Li Laotai, observing her as she sat on the sofa, surveying her surroundings. He guided her through the house, and after their tour, the elderly lady appeared thoroughly satisfied. She remarked, "No wonder you wish to purchase the shop. There seems to be an endless supply of money. That room is overflowing with furniture." Zhang Wendong explained, "That furniture belongs to the previous owner. He hasn't had the time to move it recently, but he will handle it when he is able." Li Laotai inquired, "How much did you purchase this house for?" "When I visited this community previously, the price was 1,600 yuan per square meter, and at that time, wages were scarcely over 40 yuan. A lifetime of frugality could not afford such a property." Zhang Wendong replied, "I acquired it for a price close to that. Although workers' wages are modest, they are stable. Unlike your situation, where retirement comes with a pension, we business people live in a constant state of apprehension. In this era, Being a worker still carries a sense of pride. Li Laotai, pleased with this sentiment, responded, indeed. Being a worker is commendable. Though the pay may be lower, there are benefits during holidays, and the routine of working from 9 to 5 offers a fulfilling life. My entire family consists of workers, Zhang Wendong remarked. It is precisely due to my inability to find work that I ventured into business, which is quite arduous. Look at my appearance. How old do you think I am? Li Laotai scrutinized Zhang Wendong's visage and guessed, you must be around 25 years old. You appear quite youthful. Internally, Zhang Wendong exclaimed, I am merely 19. The trials of sun, wind, and rain have evidently aged me. If I continue in business for another 2 years, perhaps Li Laotai will claim I am 30. He responded, sisterly, your estimation is remarkably accurate. I am indeed 25. Your life experience surpasses that of most. After a mutual exchange of compliments, they turned to serious matters. Zhang Wendong stated, sisterly, as we agreed yesterday. Please help me gather information. Should I successfully purchase the shop, I will compensate you with 500 yuan. If not, you will still receive 50 yuan. He then presented 5 crisp notes to Li Laotai. Joyfully accepting the money, Li Laotai meticulously counted it and assured him, rest assured, I will diligently seek out favorable news. I suspect Shufan will not be coming to play cards in the next few days, so I shall visit her at home to inquire. Zhang Wendong remarked, sisterly, when you visit her home, do not mention my intention to purchase a shop. I fear that those returning from abroad may inflate the prices. Treating me as an easy target, old lady Li responded, rest assured, I shall be vigilant and ensure they do not profit excessively from you. After all, once they travel abroad, will they not spend that money overseas? We must not allow them to gain an advantage. It was evident that old lady Li had extensively perused Zaihongshu, her intellectual acuity far surpassing the ordinary. Zhang Wendong replied, sisterly, your awareness is indeed profound. No wonder your entire family has been able to contribute to the workforce, adding bricks and tiles to our motherland. Old lady Li, pleased by the compliment, finalized their arrangement. And after a brief conversation, she departed to prepare dinner. After enjoying his lunch, Zhang Wendong went to a tea house. In the afternoon, he did not encounter old lady Li, but came across her 3 mahjong companions and the second elderly lady he had met previously. It appeared that old lady Li was gathering information. Her efficiency was commendable. Should he seek out the second elderly lady again? Would old lady Li feel any resentment upon discovering this, perhaps believing he did not trust her? Alas, this was turning into a palace intrigue. Such matters were indeed taxing. Purchasing a shop was proving to be quite a hassle. If there were any funds remaining post-purchase, perhaps he should consider acquiring a residence instead. Too much trouble otherwise. If only the young girl were present, her intellect would undoubtedly make such affairs seamless. He reminisced about that bright child. Zhang Wendong decided to wait a couple more days. He would frequent the tea house during this time. If old lady Li came to play mahjong, she would surely report back to him. If she did not actively provide updates, he would seek out a few more individuals. After spending some time at the tea house, observing that there was no news regarding the shop, and listening to the gossip, he returned home. Halfway there, he realized he had yet to inquire about the shop's price on that street. He must remember to do so tomorrow. Upon returning home early, he exercised for a while, had dinner, and then lay on the sofa contemplating. With nothing else to occupy his mind, time seemed to drag on. If he were to purchase the shop, he wondered how much money would remain. He ought to buy a television to place in the living room. It had been years since he had last watched one. After mulling over various thoughts, he retired for the night. The next morning, he set out early to buy groceries. Shortly after returning home, there was a knock at the door. Zhang Wendong opened it to find old lady Li, and he felt a surge of excitement. She must have gathered some news. He warmly welcomed her inside and offered her a cup of hot water. Once seated, old lady Li got straight to the point. Xiao Zhang. Yesterday afternoon I inquired about some information, and I would like to share the details with you. Zhang Wendong poured her some water and settled on the sofa, saying, thank you for your hard work, sisterly. Please, do tell me what you found out. Old lady Li continued, yesterday afternoon, I visited Shufan for a chat. When I arrived, she seemed unwell. Her 2 sons were not at home, and her husband appeared to be missing. Her sons had gone out to gather information. It remains uncertain whether she will travel abroad. Her sons have urged her to accompany them, but Shufan has yet to agree. Zhang Wendong inquired, her husband? Did you manage to uncover any specific details? Madame Li returned, having gathered some information. She recounted that on the morning she was apprehended, Her husband had managed to send her a note urging her to leave with him. However, Shufan was reluctant to depart, as her mother was gravely ill at the time. Consequently, she chose to remain behind while her 2 sons were sent away by her husband, who subsequently returned to search for her. Unfortunately, her sons waited in vain aboard the vessel, and due to increasing peril, the boatman decided to send them off without her. It appears her husband has since vanished, and she is now seeking news from those in our vicinity, requesting my assistance in uncovering whether anyone had seen him back then. Zhang Wendong remarked, "From what you say, it seems her husband is indeed missing. Were they close as a couple?" Madame Li replied, "Their bond was quite strong. They were well known in our area. Initially, I thought her husband had gone abroad and forsaken her, but I never anticipated he would simply disappear." Zhang Wendong conjectured, "It seems something must have gone awry. After all these years, if he were alive, he would have returned home by now. His continued absence suggests there may be trouble." Madame Li sighed, "I share your sentiment. Alas, fate can be cruel. I will continue to inquire on your behalf. For now, I must return home to help Shufan gather information about her husband." Zhang Wendong courteously saw the elderly lady off and returned indoors, deep in thought. He considered Madame Li to be reliable and decided against seeking others for the moment. However, he surmised that the prospects for Shufan's husband were grim, making the chance of acquiring the shop quite promising. It was merely a matter of time. He resolved to explore other shops as a precaution. Chapter 43. The search for Wang Fugue begins. Having formulated his plan, Zhang Wendong set about preparing a meal. After lunch and a brief respite, he ventured out to search for a shop. As usual, the hunt proved challenging. Finding a golden opportunity was no simple task. He searched absently for an entire afternoon before returning home. After dinner, he reclined on the sofa, contemplating the arduous quest for a shop that had left him weary. The next day, he decided to visit the tea house to inquire about the approximate prices of shops in the area. He calculated his finances, and if he had a surplus, he would prioritize purchasing a residence. Upon arriving at the tea house after lunch, he became familiar with the owner after 2 visits. Zhang Wendong offered a cigarette to the proprietor, saying, "Boss, your business seems to be thriving." The owner accepted the cigarette with a smile, replying, "I managed to scrape by. It's mostly just neighbors and acquaintances. There is not much profit to be made from them." Zhang Wendong chuckled, "You're quite straightforward. I'd like to inquire about something." The owner responded, "Go ahead. I can't promise I can be of assistance." Zhang Wendong continued, "I've noticed that the shops on this street share a similar style. How much is a 2-story shop selling for these days?" The owner replied, "This street is quite old, predominantly consisting of ancestral properties. There are hardly any shops for sale in this area. I have a rough idea of the price, though I cannot guarantee its accuracy." Zhang Wendong said, "Just give me your estimate. I only need a general idea." After pondering for a moment, the boss remarked, "Currently, the residential properties in this vicinity are priced at over 1,000 per square meter, while storefronts are generally valued at 3 times that amount. Take my tea shop, for instance, which measures approximately 110 square meters. If we consider 2 floors, you can do the math yourself." Zhang Wendong began to mentally calculate. 1,000 multiplied by 3 equals 3,000 per square meter. For 2 floors at 220 square meters, it would amount to 640,000. Goodness, he had just a little over 70,000 on hand. If he were to purchase the shop, he would be left with hardly any funds. He needed to contemplate this matter carefully. Zhang Wendong expressed his gratitude to the boss, handed him a cigarette, and ordered a cup of tea while settling into a window-side seat. Observing the stillness of old lady Shufan's shop, he began to reflect. If he bought the shop, his finances would be nearly depleted. Perhaps he wouldn't even have enough to make the purchase. Should he consider buying a residence instead? Zhang Wendong's intention in acquiring the shop was to start his own business, as he possessed a unique skill set to offer. Renting a residential space would yield meager returns. Who knew when the prices would rise enough to sell and convert into cash? Additionally, in 1992, one would need to secure a wealth certificate. If funds were limited then, selling the residence might become necessary. However, if he nurtured a golden goose, it was still 1988, and if he operated the business for 3 years, the money he earned could be allocated towards the wealth certificate, ensuring the shop continued to yield profits. Ultimately, purchasing the shop seemed the more prudent choice. The thought of wandering around and setting up a stall filled him with resistance. Having secured a home in Shanghai, he felt a profound sense of stability as he drifted into slumber each night. The desire to roam aimlessly was fading. Furthermore, with the economy fully liberalized. The abundance of street shops had made the stall business increasingly challenging. He resolved to wait for clarity on the shop situation before planning further. In the meantime, what should he do? After sipping tea for a while, he noticed the crowd had swelled, making the tea house quite noisy, an unsuitable environment for contemplation. As old lady Li had not arrived, he decided to head home. Upon reaching the entrance of his community, he caught sight of the character's Fuguwei garden. Wang Fuguwei. Goodness. Every time he saw the name of the community, thoughts of Wang Fuguwei flooded his mind. If this continued, Wang Fuguwei might occupy a more prominent place in his thoughts than even his own wife. Once home, he reclined on the sofa, contemplating Wang Fuguwei. It seemed he had encountered Wang Fuguwei several years later in his previous life, just as Wang Fuguwei was beginning to prosper. What was he up to now? In his past life, his knowledge of Wang Fuguwei was limited. His daily routine revolved around accompanying Wang Fuguwei on social engagements or serving as an office mascot, escorting him back to his villa each evening. His understanding was shallow. He had never even entered the villa. One was the boss, and the other was merely an employee. How could one truly connect on a personal level? He recalled his earlier days as a bodyguard, feeling unworthy of the position and even taking up boxing. He had once asked his boxing instructor what a bodyguard should prioritize, and the words still resonated in his mind. Keep your eyes open, observe your employer's movements, and understand his thoughts. When faced with a challenge, be the first to rush in to demonstrate your loyalty in his role as a bodyguard. He had indeed been fiercely loyal, always the first to confront danger, which perhaps explained his unfortunate leg injury. Now, reflecting on those days, he felt the urge to slap himself. What was he thinking, risking his life for a meager salary? He recalled the place where Wang Fuguwei resided, as well as the address of the company that had previously solicited money. His plan was to stake out the area, locate Wang Fuguwei, and then devise a strategy to confront him. Early the next morning, he set out on his bicycle, intending to find Wang Fuguwei in the morning and visit the tea house to see old lady Li in the afternoon. Riding his bicycle to the southern district, he also had to take a ferry across the river. The southern district was just beginning its development, and he could occasionally see road construction and building projects. The rhythmic sounds of hammering resonating in the air, which he found quite delightful, the sound of progress. After searching for a while, he had the good fortune of locating the villa address he remembered for Wang Fuguwei, but the unfortunate news was that the villa was now merely an empty lot. However, it was already surrounded by a fence, indicating that construction would commence soon. He thought to himself that once he had the means, he would buy a unit there. In a past life, he had gazed longingly at the villa from afar. With the villa elusive, he decided to seek out the company instead, which was located in the eastern district, necessitating a return ferry trip. By the time he arrived, it was nearly mealtime, so he resolved to search again the following day. After returning home for a meal, he headed to the tea house, finding it relatively quiet. Sitting by the window, he sipped on his tea, and soon old lady Li made her entrance. She spotted Zhang Wendong and approached him. They exchanged greetings, and Zhang ordered a cup of tea for her, inquiring, "Sister Li, why didn't I see you playing mahjong yesterday?" Old lady Li replied, "I was helping Shufeng gather information yesterday. It had been too long, and it was difficult to inquire. Besides, Shufeng had already informed many of our neighbors, making it unnecessary for me to exert myself further." Zhang Wendong suggested, "Sister Li, I'll be heading out in the mornings lately. If you have any news, just leave a note at my door, or let me know when I'm at the tea house in the afternoon while you're here for mahjong." Old lady Li assured him, "All right, I'll remember. Rest assured, I'll inform you as soon as I have any updates." After a brief chat, her mahjong companions arrived, prompting her to join them at the table. Zhang Wendong enjoyed his tea for a while longer before returning home. At home, he engaged in physical exercise, prepared meals, and rested. Surprisingly, he found his life quite comfortable. Although he was not earning money, the leisurely enjoyment of life was undeniably captivating. The next day, he set off early for the eastern district, which was somewhat better than the southern district, though not by much. After a considerable search, he finally reached his destination. The company's building was now established, relatively new, and since it was working hours, there weren't many people coming in and out. Having found the location, he realized he would need to return at a different time, perhaps during the evening when employees were leaving. He was confident he would recognize Wang Fuguwei, even from behind. Chapter 44. Preparing to acquire a shop. Zhang Wendong began to adjust his schedule, incorporating morning workouts, grocery shopping, and cooking. After lunch, he would visit the tea house for tea, and around 6 in the evening, he would find a spot near the company to wait. However, after 2 days of lurking, he felt too conspicuous. Revenge could not be pursued openly, and Zhang Wendong was not one to engage in illegal activities. He needed to handle Wang Fuguwei discreetly. Thus, he commenced his search for a rental property that would afford him a view of the company's entrance. Having settled on this plan, he began his search. Although the Eastern District was not as developed as the Western District, it was a significant improvement over the Southern District, and there were ample housing options available. After 2 days of searching around the company's entrance, he found a cylindrical building and rented a 6th-floor studio for a year. The eyes remained sharp, allowing me to observe the comings and goings at the company's entrance from my vantage point upstairs every afternoon. After more than 2 weeks of waiting without success, I returned home one evening to find Mrs. Li at the door. Finally, there was news. A wave of excitement surged through me as I welcomed her inside. Mrs. Li wasted no time and bluntly stated, "Shufin's husband has passed away." Zhang Wendong, pouring himself a glass of water, was taken aback by the news and asked, "Sister Li, could you elaborate?" After sipping some water to clear her throat, Mrs. Li recounted, "According to what I've heard, Shufin's husband learned of her arrest years ago. Despite not fleeing, he hid for a time, but ultimately, he was discovered. In a desperate bid to escape, he jumped into the river and drowned. Shufin's son spent a considerable sum to uncover this tragic information, and now they cannot even find the body." Upon learning the news, Shufin fainted from grief, and she has promised her son that she would accompany him abroad. Zhang Wendong felt little emotional upheaval. After all, every era has its own melodies of suffering, and misfortune exists in every generation. He had no time to worry about others, as he himself had endured hardship in a past life. Reflecting, he remarked, "It seems Shufin has endured considerable tribulation. Leaving this place is for the best. Remaining here would only serve as a constant reminder of her losses. I suspect life will remain difficult for her. When do they plan to leave, and will the shop be sold?" Mrs. Li replied, "They are still deliberating. Shufin is reluctant to sell, as the shop is a family heirloom, but her son wishes to sell it. They may not return after going abroad." "Very well, Sister Li," Zhang Wendong said, "I shall remain at home for the next few days. If you receive any news, please inform me at once." He then produced 5 banknotes, stating, "Sister Li, your reliability has been invaluable to me. This 50 yuan is an additional reward for your assistance. If the shop is purchased, there will be another 450 for you. If it doesn't happen, consider this 50 as your compensation for your efforts." Mrs. Li gratefully accepted the money, assuring him that she would keep him informed as soon as she had any updates. After chatting a while longer, she returned home. Zhang Wendong reclined on the sofa, pondering his next steps. He decided to refrain from seeking out Wang Fuguwei for the time being. After 2 weeks of waiting, he had not seen a single trace of him. In his previous life, Wang Fuguwei had formidable connections and could always get things done. Moreover, he was generous with his finances and got along well with colleagues, likely still employed at his organization and holding a respectable position. He would set aside thoughts of Wang Fuguwei until the shop matter was resolved. Days passed, and Mrs. Li conveyed the news that Shufin's shop was up for sale. The sale sign had yet to be displayed. Zhang Wendong hurried to the store, anxious that once the sign was posted, he might face competition for the property. After investing so much time and effort into acquiring the shop, he could hardly afford to wait any longer. Upon arriving at the store entrance, he waited for a while until he spotted a middle-aged man, exuding a certain bourgeois demeanor, walking around the side of the shop. Zhang Wendong followed him, and as they reached the back of the store, he noticed a modest courtyard enclosed by walls. The middle-aged man, holding a key, approached the door, and Zhang Wendong caught sight of a sturdy figure nearby, momentarily taken aback. "Hello," Zhang Wendong called out directly. "Are you the son of Madame Shufin?" inquired the middle-aged man. "May I ask who you are?" Zhang Wendong replied directly. "It is as follows. I frequently enjoy tea at the auspicious tea house and have heard that Madame Shufin intends to go abroad and sell this shop. I am uncertain of its veracity." "You seem quite well informed," the middle-aged man remarked. "Are you perhaps in the real estate business?" "I am not a broker," Zhang Wendong explained. "But I have a friend who is interested in purchasing a shop for business purposes, and I am merely inquiring on his behalf." The middle-aged man stated with gravity, "We do plan to sell this shop, but we do not pay brokerage fees. If you can accept this, I can share the specific details with you. Rest assured, I do not charge brokerage fees. Please, tell me more about the specifics of your shop," Zhang Wendong responded. The middle-aged man opened the courtyard gate, revealing a stone table and several stone stools. inviting Zhang Wendong to sit and closing the gate behind them. Once seated, the middle-aged man continued. You may already be familiar with this shop. It is a family inheritance. It was previously surrendered but later returned to us after a reassessment. All property documents are in order and the ownership is clear. The shop spans 110 square meters across 2 levels, and there is a courtyard at the back, which is not included in the property deed and lacks documentation. We intend to sell it for 700,000, firm on the price and cash only. You may discuss it with your friend, but if he is interested, he must act quickly, as I may sell to someone else. Zhang Wendong pondered for a moment and asked, what about the tenant on the first floor? The tenant renewed their contract last December for another year, and we have collected the rent, which will not be refunded. Once the contract expires, whether your friend wishes to continue the lease is his concern, the middle-aged man replied. Zhang Wendong contemplated further. Very well. May I see the second floor to assess the condition of the property? Not at this moment, the middle-aged man responded. My mother is currently emotionally unstable, and your presence might disturb her. You may examine nearby shops. Their layouts are similar to mine, as they were constructed concurrently. Understood. I will consult my friend and return in 2 hours to give you an answer. Does that work for you? Zhang Wendong asked. Indeed. I shall await you in the courtyard. You must arrive on time. If you are late, we shall not discuss it further, the middle-aged man instructed. Very well. I will be punctual, Zhang Wendong assured him. With that, Zhang Wendong took his leave and rode his bicycle home. Upon reclining on the sofa, he assessed his savings, which totaled just under 740,000. Should he purchase the shop, he would be left with a mere 40,000. His current contentment in lounging at home stemmed from having sufficient funds to feel at ease, yet with only 40,000 remaining. He would soon need to pay for the furniture, and acquiring the shop would necessitate generating income. Moreover, the shop would not be available until the end of the year. What would he do then? Perhaps he could resort to street vending, but he was reluctant to wander aimlessly. Ultimately, he resolved to consider the shop purchase later and realized he still needed to find Wang Fuguwei. Chapter 45. The shop has been acquired. His heart was in turmoil until he found Wang Fuguwei, feeling as though a cat were scratching at it. Damn it! Wang Fuguwei has become my obsession. Zhang Wendong retrieved a large bag filled with money, along with the contract he had signed with Boss Jiao regarding a previous property purchase, and some paper and a pen, preparing to pay a deposit and finalize the contract shortly. The middle-aged man was resolute, refusing to negotiate on price. Having previously inquired about the prices of shops on that street, Zhang found the cost to be reasonable, especially considering it included an additional courtyard without ownership rights. The middle-aged man did not appear to be easy to deal with, likely a reflection of his experiences. Zhang pondered that it would be unwise to irritate him in an attempt to save a few coins, as it could jeopardize the deal altogether, rendering his efforts fruitless. With the final steps in sight, he reasoned that incurring a minor loss was acceptable, for this shop would eventually yield great returns. Checking his watch, Zhang arrived 10 minutes early. His height allowed him a clear view of the courtyard's condition. After a brief wait, the middle-aged man descended from the building and opened the door for Zhang. They took a seat on a stone bench to converse. Zhang introduced himself. Boss, may I know how to address you? My surname is Zhang, given name Wendong. The man replied, my surname is Gua. You appear quite young. You may call me Brother Gua. Zhang continued, Brother Gua, my friend and I have discussed it, and we are ready to proceed with the shop. The price is 700,000. What are the specific terms? Brother Gua responded, once I have the money in hand, we will proceed with the transfer. You will need to leverage your connections to complete it all at once. We are pressed for time, and my mother has been emotionally unstable lately, leaving me little time for this matter. Zhang agreed, saying, very well, let us sign a contract. I will provide a deposit to secure the arrangement, and I will reach out to my connections to expedite the process. How does that sound? Brother Gua replied, agreed, you can handle the contract. Zhang then produced the previous housing contract and began to copy it. Brother Gua went upstairs to retrieve the property certificate for review. The certificate bore only the name of Mrs. Xu Fun when Shufen. After recording the details, Brother Gua signed, rather than the elderly woman, but Zhang did not mind. Confident in his own network, after signing and providing a deposit of 10,000, they discussed further details. Upon returning home, Zhang reclined on the sofa, contemplating how to utilize his connections, recalling how formidable Boss Jiao's network had been during his last property acquisition. He wondered if he could enlist his assistance this time. After making up his mind, He ventured out and arrived at the Jinshin supermarket on Chuanhe Road, which was rather expansive and reminiscent of a modern establishment. Upon entering, he approached the counter and inquired with a young cashier, "Hello, comrade, is Boss Jiao in the store?" The cashier, puzzled, responded, "Boss Jiao?" Noticing her bewildered expression, Zhang added, "What about Boss Liu?" Upon hearing Liu, the cashier recognized that he indeed sought her employer and replied, "Boss Liu is not here right now. You may visit her at home." Zhang responded, "I do not know her new address. She recently moved to a villa, and I can only find her previous residence." The cashier, reassured, suggested, "You may come back tomorrow to find her. She will be in the store by 9 a.m. Zhang inquired further, "Have you heard of her husband, Boss Jiao?" The cashier replied, "I have seen him, but do not know his name." Zhang Wendong returned home and expressed his gratitude, saying, "All right, thank you. I shall come back tomorrow morning." The following day, he waited at the entrance around 8 o'clock. After 9, he spotted a Santana approaching and recognized that his contact had arrived. A plump woman was driving, with Boss Jiao seated in the passenger seat. Zhang Wendong could not help but regard Boss Jiao as somewhat submissive, even likening him to a woman. As Boss Jiao stepped out of the vehicle, he immediately noticed Zhang Wendong, whose imposing stature made him quite conspicuous. The plump woman also recognized him, her eyes lighting up as she inquired, "Xiao Zhang, it has been a while. Are you here to see me?" Zhang Wendong replied, "Hello, Boss Liu. It has indeed been some time. I have come to discuss a matter with Boss Jiao." Although he sensed that the plump woman possessed greater influence, her gaze felt overly assertive, making him somewhat uncomfortable. Upon hearing Zhang Wendong's words, the plump woman entered the shop. Boss Jiao greeted Zhang Wendong warmly and asked, "Xiao Zhang, have you come to restock?" Zhang Wendong responded, "Boss Jiao, I will need to return to restock in a while. I have a small matter for which I seek your assistance." Boss Jiao replied, "What is it? Speak." Zhang Wendong explained, "I wish to purchase a small shop for my business, but the landlord is pressing me to facilitate the transfer. Hence, I came to you, Boss Jiao. Knowing your connections are quite solid, I humbly seek your help." Boss Jiao patted Zhang Wendong on the shoulder and said, "Xiao Zhang, did I not tell you last time that renting a shop is both economical and convenient? Why do you still wish to buy one? Not only is it expensive, but if business turns out poorly in that area, you will have no place to lament your misfortunes." Zhang Wendong replied, "It is primarily due to my lack of security. I feel more at ease with something I own. When I found a suitable shop, I could not resist, and now I have already paid the deposit, which is non-refundable." Boss Jiao remarked, "Then there is no other way. I will introduce you to my connection. You should go directly to the housing authority and seek out the director there. Mention that I referred you, and you will need to prepare a red envelope. 200 yuan should suffice." Zhang Wendong expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you. Once my matters are settled, let us dine together." Boss Jiao replied, "It is no trouble at all. Once you are in business, simply come to me for supplies." After conversing a little longer, Zhang Wendong departed, purchased an envelope, enclosed 200 yuan, had lunch, and rested until 2 o'clock before heading to the housing authority to seek assistance. Upon arrival, he located the director's office, glanced at the nameplate on the desk, and addressed him, "Director Wang, greetings. I was referred by Brother Jiao and have come to request your assistance." He discreetly handed over the envelope. Director Wang squeezed the envelope, noting its contents were satisfactory, and replied, "Speak, what is it?" Zhang Wendong stated, "I shall come by tomorrow to complete the transfer. It's quite urgent, so I hope you can assist me." Director Wang responded, "All right. When you come tomorrow, simply inform them at the counter that I referred you. I will give them a heads up shortly." Zhang Wendong expressed his thanks, and as Director Wang lifted his teacup, Zhang Wendong took his leave. After leaving the housing authority, Zhang Wendong returned home to retrieve some money and then headed to the back of the shop, awaiting Mr. Gua as per their arrangement to transfer ownership the following morning. He commenced the process of settling a portion of the remaining payment. In these times, one cannot find 100 yuan notes, but there are 50s available, most of which Zhang Wendong had previously exchanged. He prepared to give half of the 680,000 yuan, with the remainder to be settled after the transaction was completed the next day. After counting the money for quite some time, he returned home. The next morning at 9:30, Zhang Wendong stood at the entrance of the housing authority with a large sack. Mr. Guo arrived with his mother, the elderly Lady Shufan, who appeared rather unwell and quite haggard. Zhang Wendong greeted her but refrained from offering any comforting words, heading directly to the counter to handle the necessary paperwork. After over an hour, the fresh property deed was issued, and as Zhang Wendong held it, he smiled, while Lady Shufan shed tears once more. Chapter 46. Preparing to begin selling delicacies. Zhang Wendong handed the large sack to Mr. Guo, who indicated that he could not take it home and invited Zhang to accompany him back to inspect the property. Upon returning to the shop, Mr. Guo began counting the money, while Zhang Wendong meticulously examined the premises. Previously, he had merely glanced around, but now that the shop was his, he needed to scrutinize every detail. The courtyard was spacious, adorned with an osmanthus tree and equipped with a well. Access to the second floor was only from the back, as the front was inaccessible. Ascending to the second floor, he found the furnishings to be primarily solid wood, with the absence of interior walls supported by columns, creating a magnificent open space. The rooms were separated by wooden windows, and the house exuded an elegance reminiscent of ancient pavilions. This money was well spent. After appreciating the beauty of the property, he prepared to head home. They had agreed on 2 days for the previous occupants to vacate, which Zhang Wendong accepted, planning to reclaim the property afterward. He brandished the property deed to the owners of the shops in front, announcing that he was now the proprietor of the establishment. He received a flurry of compliments and joyously returned home, where he reclined on the sofa, savoring the moment for quite some time, unable to calm his excitement. However, a glance at his savings brought him back to reality. With over 30,000 yuan, it was insufficient for his needs. Zhang Wendong began contemplating potential business ventures. Since the shop was not yet operational, he could not directly open a hot pot restaurant on the first floor. He could, however, sell duck necks and other delicacies. Lacking a storefront, he could emulate the elderly women in the provincial capital, peddling goods on a tricycle. Although it might be arduous, as long as he could return to his own home every day, it would be worthwhile. The security in Shanghai is relatively stable. It is not as chaotic as during his days of selling clothes on the streets, where one might encounter wild situations. Here, petty thefts abound, but no one roams the streets wielding large knives. Moreover, he could sell delicacies while searching for Wang Fuguwei, who presumably still worked at his job. He was not yet as arrogant as he would become later, and dealing with him now should not pose much difficulty. The plan to sell delicacies seemed promising. Zhang Wendong had not been home long when Lady Li arrived. True to his word, he presented her with 450 yuan, all in large notes, which made her ecstatic, dancing with joy. After all, the task had been so effortless, earning 550 yuan, almost a year's worth of wages. Madame Li spent some time at Zhang Wendong's home before she decided to return to her own, presumably to share her joy with her family. Alas, this thought stirs a pang of bittersweet emotion. Alongside selling braised delicacies, she is also on a quest for a daughter-in-law, seeking companionship while she sells. After Madame Li's departure, Zhang Wendong retrieved his old notes on making braised dishes, slowly reminiscing about the intricate details. The recipe is quite complex, requiring a plethora of ingredients such as dried chilies, green and red Sichuan peppercorns, cinnamon, cumin, bay leaves, sand ginger, star anise, grass fruit, dried ginger slices, licorice, cloves, among others. Additionally, certain medicinal herbs are included. The proportions of the ingredients must be adjusted according to the size of the braising pot, with each ingredient having a specific weight. A slight deviation in quantity may not significantly alter the flavor initially, but over time, the difference can become pronounced, even leading to a change in taste. It is essential to select high-quality ingredients. As this recipe was developed by imperial chefs, inferior or spoiled ingredients will compromise the braising mixture's longevity. Zhang Wendong has diligently learned and recorded all these details. It took Zhang Wendong 2 days to gather all the necessary braising materials, ensuring to procure extra portions in case of spoilage. On the morning of the 3rd day, at 9 a.m., he went to collect the keys for his new shop. Upon arriving at the courtyard, he found Brother Guo waiting, who handed the keys to Zhang Wendong. After exchanging a few polite words, Brother Guo took his leave. Zhang Wendong ascended to the 2nd floor to assess the remaining items. After a thorough examination, he found the furniture intact, though he paid little attention to other belongings. The room had been occupied by the elderly Shufan, thus its layout remained unchanged, complete with a kitchen and bathroom. The kitchen, adequately sized, was perfect for braising. That day, he replaced the locks on both the courtyard and the 2nd floor, tidying up the space as time passed swiftly. On the 3rd day, after rising early to exercise and enjoying breakfast, Zhang Wendong set out to purchase a tricycle. In this day and age, oil-burning tricycles are available for over 10,000 yuan. Previously, he would spend 1 or 2,000 without a second thought when buying furniture. However, with his current financial constraints, he found the electric tricycle exorbitantly priced. Money indeed nurtures one's generosity. Having wealth makes one more magnanimous. He acquired a pedal-operated cargo tricycle and inquired about affordable options for constructing a wooden frame. The shopkeeper directed him to the area where he had previously purchased furniture. Zhang Wendong promptly sought out the owner of the furniture shop, who, upon seeing him, assumed that a big order was forthcoming and greeted him warmly. When Zhang Wendong expressed his desire to customize an inexpensive yet sturdy frame, along with 3 large wooden barrels, the owner remained equally enthusiastic. The total cost was under 80 yuan, and the wood appeared to be of decent quality, while the barrels were robust. The owner assured him that the frame would be ready for pickup the following day and informed Zhang Wendong that the wood for his customized furniture had already been sourced. Promising timely delivery, Zhang Wendong requested that the owner ensure quality control, pledging to collect the items on schedule. Furthermore, Zhang Wendong inquired if the owner could recommend a seller of ceramic jars, as he intended to purchase 2 large ones. The owner, being well connected in the realm of business, readily obliged. Zhang Wendong directly led Zhang Wendong to a store specializing in selling large ceramic jars, carefully selecting 2 jars specifically designed for simmering ingredients. He provided the shopkeeper with his address for home delivery. Upon returning to the furniture store, he loaded 3 wooden barrels onto his tricycle and pedaled back to his shop. By the time he arrived, the ceramic jars had been delivered to his doorstep. Zhang Wendong guided the delivery workers as they meticulously carried the jars to the kitchen on the 2nd floor. The delivery cost had already been covered, so a single cigarette for the delivery workers sufficed. There was no need to offer an entire pack, lest he be perceived as foolish. In the following 2 days, he retrieved the cart frame and prepared various utensils, pots, bowls, large plastic buckets, knives, cutting boards, charcoal, and more, essential tools for selling marinated dishes. After spending an entire day perfecting the marinade, Zhang Wendong began sourcing ingredients. He decided to start with duck necks, testing the waters while also selling a variety of vegetables such as potatoes, lotus roots, bean curd sheets, bean curd sticks, kelp, and wood ear mushrooms. These vegetables were inexpensive, and he planned to expand his offerings as his regular customers grew in number. With a clear plan in mind, Zhang Wendong ventured to the market to procure his goods, arranging to retrieve them the following morning. As March arrived, the weather had warmed considerably, and he commenced selling his marinated dishes. Each morning, he visited the market for duck necks, while the more durable vegetables could be replenished as needed. After processing and marinating the ingredients, he enjoyed his lunch and then placed the marinated dishes into the large wooden barrels, securing them with a lid before loading them onto his cart. In this era, plastic bags were available for packaging the sold vegetables. Currently, pork was selling for 2 yuan per pound, while duck necks were purchased at 12 yuan per pound. Each 4 duck necks weighed nearly a pound, and Zhang Wendong planned to sell them for 90 cents each. The reasoning behind this pricing was to avoid making customers feel the items were expensive. Using cents rather than whole yuan made the pricing appear more reasonable, a lesson he had learned from his previous experiences at street markets. Vegetables were priced at 50 cents per bowl, with each bowl weighing approximately half a pound, yielding over double the profit. To attract customers, Zhang Wendong also purchased a tape recorder, planning to play 2 sweet songs in bustling areas to draw attention. In Chapter 47, he ventured out on his bicycle, seeking a busy plaza filled with shoppers. Upon reaching the location, he played Sweet Honey, capturing the attention of many passers-by. Zhang Wendong held up a sign that read famous snacks from Hunan province, absolutely delicious duck necks. If it's not tasty, you don't have to pay. The lettering was bold, crafted in red ink, quickly drawing customers to his stall. A plump girl approached and inquired, "Boss, if it's not delicious, I don't have to pay?" Zhang Wendong replied, "If it's not tasty, you don't have to pay. First, take a look at what you'd like to buy." With that, he opened the lid, revealing a tantalizing broth that filled the air with an enticing aroma, sparking appetite. The girl asked, "How much for this?" Zhang Wendong responded, "Duck necks are 90 cents each, and vegetables are 50 cents per bowl." She exclaimed, "That is so expensive. A pound of pork is only 2 yuan. He countered, "First, try the flavor before deciding if it's too pricey." He then used tongs to offer her a small piece of duck neck, a mere morsel, which she caught in her chubby hands, radiating an endearing charm. The plump girl examined a finely crafted segment of duck neck before placing it in her mouth. With a single bite, her eyes sparkled. The spicy flavor penetrated deep, delivering layers of stimulation, with 4 distinct textures continually assaulting her taste buds, rendering her unable to stop. Yet, before she could fill her teeth with the morsel, it vanished. She produced a single yuan and declared, "1 duck neck, please." Zhang Wendong accepted the money, added a dime, and packaged a duck neck in a plastic bag, which he handed to the girl. She stood there gnawing at it, her mouth overflowing with deliciousness. As the crowd around them grew, Zhang Wendong turned off the music, and everyone gathered to watch the girl relish the duck neck. Feeling a bit shy, she exclaimed, "This is truly delicious. It is the best marinated dish I have ever tasted." The onlookers found it somewhat peculiar, wondering if the two were in cahoots. Their banter too synchronized. Seizing the moment, Zhang Wendong announced, "Everyone, do try a sample. If it's not to your liking, it's free. Supplies are limited, so it's first come, first served." Upon hearing the word free, the crowd eagerly clamored for a taste. Zhang Wendong retrieved a pair of tongs to sample a small piece of duck neck, though it was somewhat small and tricky to grasp. Everyone cupped their hands, waiting for Zhang Wendong to feed them, reminiscent of a miserly landlord distributing rations. The morsel barely touched their palates before it disappeared. However, once this small piece graced their tongues, the flavors blossomed, and the crowd instinctively smacked their lips. Soon enough, they began purchasing, with Zhang Wendong leisurely collecting payments while selling duck necks, all the while watching the crowd multiply. In this one location, the prepared ingredients were quickly exhausted. Uncertain of the demand on his first day of trading, he had prepared precisely 88 units of ingredients, neither too many nor too few, seeking a stroke of good fortune. The most remarkable was the first customer, the plump girl, who devoured 5 duck necks and even purchased a yuan's worth of vegetables. Eating right beside the stall, Zhang Wendong felt as though he had hired a shill. After more than 2 hours of selling, the stock was depleted, and he closed up shop. Upon returning to his establishment, he wheeled the tricycle into the yard, ascended to the 2nd floor, and sat down for a brief respite while calculating his earnings. On the first day, he netted nearly 180 yuan. Based on this sales volume, he could potentially earn at least 6,000 yuan a month, amounting to over 70,000 yuan a year. In Shanghai, wealth accumulates swiftly. It truly is one of the most developed cities, teeming with people and affluence. Zhang Wendong contemplated selling for a few more days to assess the situation. If sales continued to flourish, he would hire someone to manage the ingredients. Juggling the tasks of preparing the food, marinating it, and selling was proving to be quite exhausting. Over the following week, rain fell for an entire day, but during the other times, he was out selling. By the week's end, he had netted 200 yuan. Realizing one person could not manage the workload alone, he decided to recruit help. He posted a recruitment notice in front of the shop, stating, "Hiring a part-time worker, female, nimble, and capable of chopping vegetables. Work from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m., salary 1 yuan per day. Come to this location at 6 p.m. to apply. Only one position available. Details to be discussed." Zhang Wendong believed a woman might be more meticulous, and in these times, with wages averaging over 50 yuan a month, this job would be ideal for housewives or those not currently employed, providing supplemental income without the likelihood of them leaving after a short time. On the very day the recruitment notice was posted, Zhang Wendong returned from setting up his stall. Even though it was just past 5 o'clock, there were already over 10 individuals waiting outside. He invited them into the courtyard to commence interviews. After inquiring about their family backgrounds, he eliminated the older candidates as well as the younger ones, leaving him with 6 middle-aged women. He then presented some potatoes and asked them to slice them. Ultimately, he selected one woman who appeared fresh, clean, and efficient, possessing decent knife skills. The others were dismissed, and Zhang Wendong addressed the chosen candidate, "Sister Wu. You have seen the details on the recruitment notice. I specialize in selling prepared foods, so cleanliness is paramount." Sister Wu replied, "Rest assured, boss, I will maintain hygiene." Zhang Wendong continued, "I primarily sell duck necks, which require the removal of the trachea, lymph nodes, and fat. The blood must be soaked out before washing thoroughly. For vegetables like potatoes and lotus roots, they should be sliced evenly. Ingredients such as bean skin, bean curd sticks, and kelp need to be soaked in advance. You will come in tomorrow morning at 8, and I will guide you through the process twice. After that, you will work independently. If you are quick, You can complete the preparation in just over 2 hours, though sometimes it may take longer. I cannot guarantee a precise 11 o'clock finish. It could be earlier or later. Sister Wu responded, "No problem. I will arrive early tomorrow." Zhang Wendong affirmed, "Just be here by 8. There will be no days off for a month, but if it rains, you need not come. The salary is 30 a month, and payment will be issued at the end of the month." Sister Wu replied, "All right, boss. I live nearby, so I will be punctual." After discussing a few more details, Sister Wu departed. Zhang Wendong then removed the recruitment notice from the wall, explaining to the remaining candidates that he had found someone and sending them on their way. Upon returning home, he had a warm meal from his space and lay on the sofa, contemplating his affairs. This braised delicacy business held great potential. As long as it didn't rain, he could earn around 200 yuan daily, and selling in Shanghai meant he need not fear theft, provided he avoided remote areas. Zhang Wendong focused on bustling locations, such as plazas, pedestrian streets, and the entrances of department stores, all situated in the western part of the city. By offering free samples, he could sell anywhere. He planned to sell a significant portion in the west while reserving some to sell in the east around 6 o'clock, hoping to encounter Wang Fuguwei along the way. Thoughts of Wang Fuguwei frequently crossed his mind, more than anyone else, which he found troubling. With Sister Wu's assistance, Zhang Wendong found his mornings considerably easier. After 2 days of training, she had grasped the necessary skills. Handling ingredients was inherently not complex. Zhang Wendong would bring the vegetables home and exercise in the courtyard while Sister Wu prepared the ingredients. This routine continued for a month, and Zhang Wendong's small business began to prosper. After deducting expenses, his net income exceeded 5,000 yuan a month. Given the limited production capacity and occasional rainy days, Zhang Wendong felt quite satisfied with the outcome. Chapter 48. Purchasing a golden silk Nanmu tea table. While the earnings from street vending were greater in Shanghai, he was spared the hardships of sleeping outdoors and exploring unfamiliar territories daily. Every day, returning to his own abode for respite, Zhang Wendong expressed a profound sense of contentment. For he is a man who cherishes nostalgia. For nearly half a month, he peddled marinated delicacies in the eastern part of the city, transporting a portion each day to sell, primarily at the entrances of various institutions, rotating locations daily. Most of these establishments pertain to the finance, housing, and banking sectors. Yet, he had yet to encounter Wang Fuguwei. By June, he had earned nearly 20,000 yuan from his endeavors, and it was time to procure furniture. Zhang Wendong decided to take a day off to attend to this matter. On the morning of June 1st, armed with cash, he visited the furniture store and was met with the usual warmth from the proprietor, who guided him to the warehouse for inspection. Although Zhang Wendong lacked expertise in timber, he was familiar with furniture made from 2 types of wood, having occasionally studied them at home. Particularly, the scent of the rosewood lingered in his bedroom each night, enhancing his sleep quality, perhaps due to the fatigue from pedaling his tricycle in the bustling market. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied with his bed and contemplated ordering 2 more, one for the guest room and another for the balcony, along with a tea table. Zhang Wendong had begun to cultivate an appreciation for elegance, indulging in tea tasting. While perusing a newspaper, he stumbled upon a phrase, "a pot of tea," a lifetime of serene joy, which inspired him to nurture this newfound hobby. He envisioned placing a tea table on the balcony, declaring that it would undoubtedly add a touch of sophistication. As the furniture dealer unfurled the heavy fabric, Zhang Wendong meticulously examined the wood, confirming its quality and durability. After completing his inspection, he spoke. "Boss, I would like to order 2 beds made of rosewood, and I am also interested in a tea table. Which of these 2 types of wood would be more suitable for the table?" The dealer's smile widened at this request. "In truth, both types of wood would make excellent tea tables, but I have another kind that would be absolutely exquisite for such a purpose. It possesses a luxurious and grand aura. Would you care to take a look?" Zhang Wendong replied, "What is the price?" "The cost is slightly higher than the other 2 types, but I assure you, it is worth every penny," the dealer responded. Intrigued, Zhang Wendong said, "Let us see it, but if I find it appealing, you must not inflate the price. I foresee many future opportunities to purchase furniture from you, if you understand my meaning. Rest assured, Mr. Zhang, I conduct my business with integrity. Let us first examine the item, and you will realize that my recommendation aligns perfectly with your desires," the dealer assured him. They approached a section covered by a thick cloth, which the dealer carefully unveiled, revealing a gleaming golden hue. The tea table's shape was somewhat irregular, yet it exuded an artistic charm. Zhang Wendong was momentarily taken aback, inspecting it closely. The surface bore golden silk-like patterns, beautiful in its color, serene and humble in its elegance. After a thorough examination, he inquired, "What type of wood is this?" The dealer responded, "This is golden silk nanmu, also known as the Emperor's Wood. It took me quite some time to source it." Upon hearing the name, Zhang Wendong felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered it in a past life. Although he could not recall the specifics, the wood radiated quality, stirring his interest. "What is the price of this wood?" he asked. The furniture store owner replied, "Mr. Zhang, this wood may not be substantial in size, yet it is exceedingly rare to find. Given your considerable purchases from my store, I can sell it to you at cost for 5,000 yuan. Zhang Wendong contemplated for a moment and responded, "Owner, reconsider this. If the price is reasonable, I intend to use this wood for other furniture." The furniture store owner, appearing somewhat troubled, remarked, "Mr. Zhang, I assure you, the price for this tea table is already at my cost. It is truly difficult to acquire." Zhang Wendong stated, "Then let us settle on the items we have agreed upon." The owner replied, "Mr. Zhang, please tell me what other furniture you plan to create with this wood, and I will calculate a price for you. I will not profit from you." Zhang Wendong countered, "First, tell me the lowest price for this tea table. If it is reasonable, I will consider it. This piece of wood is so small. Selling it to me at such a high price is quite unreasonable, my friend." The furniture store owner said, "I acquired this tea table for 500 yuan. If I were to search for more and transport it back, I truly wouldn't make a profit." Zhang Wendong replied, "The tea table should be priced at 4,000 yuan. If you wish to discuss anything else, we can do so later." The owner's expression shifted, as if he had made a significant decision, and he said, "All right, Mr. Zhang, considering how much business you have brought me, I will sell it at a loss." Zhang Wendong, being a businessman himself, understood the implications of selling at a loss, though he chose not to expose it, responding, "I intend to use this wood to craft a bed." The furniture store owner inquired, "What size do you require?" "I will need some time to source this wood, and it may take up to half a year to obtain." Zhang Wendong pondered for a moment and said, "First, let us get the furniture that is currently available back to my home, and then we can discuss further. I must check what else I need. If the price is right, I will order from you." After settling the payment, the furniture store owner called upon the movers to load the furniture into the vehicle. Following the completion of this process, Zhang Wendong accompanied the furniture store owner back to Fugua Garden. Once there, Zhang Wendong directed the movers to place the old wardrobe and coffee table in the spare bedroom designated for storage before they began moving the other items downstairs. After the completion of the move, both men enjoyed a cigarette, and Zhang Wendong prepared a cup of red tea for the owner, which he had purchased from the supermarket. As they sipped the tea, Zhang Wendong stated, "I would like to order a bed made of golden silk nanmu wood, a small bed of Wang wood, and I would like to order another coffee table, also made of golden silk nanmu wood, maintaining the same dimensions as this one." The furniture store owner followed Zhang Wendong to take measurements and, upon completion, quoted, "The small bed made of Wang wood will be 2,000 yuan. The golden silk nanmu bed will be 10,000, and the coffee table 8,000, totaling 20,000. Zhang Wendong responded, "The price is excessive. It should be a total of 16,000 yuan. I have purchased so much furniture from you without seeking other options." The furniture store owner replied, "Such pricing is simply unattainable. You must understand that this coffee table requires a large, solid piece of wood, which cannot be inexpensive. And golden silk nanmu wood is indeed rare. I can reduce the price by another 2,000 yuan, which is already quite generous. Any further reduction would leave me at a loss." After some contemplation, Zhang Wendong suggested, "How about this? You include 2 small stools made of golden silk nanmu wood, and we have a deal at 18,000 yuan. The stool I purchased with the tea table is inadequate. It is not suitable for sitting." The furniture store owner replied, "Mr. Zhang, traditionally, a tea table is meant for placing cushions." Zhang Wendong felt a bit awkward and said, "I prefer sitting on stools. Could you prepare 2 low stools that suit my stature?" The furniture owner contemplated for a moment and replied, "Deal. The delivery time remains 6 months." The two engaged in discussions about other details, paid a deposit of 2,000 yuan, signed the contract, and after a brief conversation, the furniture owner took his leave. Zhang Wendong began to study the golden veined tea table. The more he gazed upon it, the more he adored it, spending nearly 20,000 yuan without a hint of regret. This would seem familiar from a past life, though he couldn't quite recall, yet it would undoubtedly appreciate in value, an investment, indeed. That could also serve as decor in his home, which felt rather splendid. Taking a day off from work, Zhang Wendong ventured out to purchase 2 cushions and began savoring tea on the balcony. Such a delightful life. Chapter 49, Finding Wang Fuguwei. As June arrived, the hustle resumed. Zhang Wendong continued to set up his stall. Having spent a considerable amount, he resolved to offer more marinated delicacies to capitalize on the evening rush. Thus, he set up his stall at 2 in the afternoon and returned home only after 8, earning 300 yuan in a single day. Moreover, spending more time in the eastern part of the city made it easier to locate Wang Fuguwei. 3 months passed, and by September, perseverance bore fruit. After closing his stall at 8, he spotted a familiar silhouette he had long yearned to find. The figure, nearly 180 centimeters tall and somewhat plump, walked with a distinctive gait that Zhang Wendong would never forget. "Ah, Wang Fuguwei, I have finally found you." At this hour, the streets were still bustling with people. Wang Fuguwei was accompanied by a graceful woman, clearly a respectable lady, shopping with him late into the night. Watching them enter a mall, Zhang Wendong considered locking up his vehicle to follow them inside, but, after a moment's thought, decided instead to find a suitable spot to park his tricycle and wait on a nearby bench. Wang Fuguwei and the woman purchased some clothing and then continued their shopping. Zhang Wendong trailed them from a distance, and as nearly 9 o'clock approached, he observed Wang Fuguwei part ways with the woman. He then followed Wang Fuguwei through a winding path until he entered a residential complex. This complex, a unit residential area, was not a simple dormitory but had a relatively pleasant environment. Zhang Wendong observed carefully from a distance, memorizing the address before returning to the vicinity of the mall to retrieve his tricycle and ride home. Upon arriving home well past 10, he prepared a late-night snack and began pondering his thoughts. Now that he knew where Wang Fuguwei resided, and considering that Wang Fuguwei likely had not yet ventured into business and was still employed, he estimated Wang Fuguwei to be in his 30s. The woman accompanying him did not appear to be his wife, given their late-night shopping expedition and the fact that they did not return home together afterward. In his previous life as a bodyguard, Zhang Wendong had never encountered Wang Fuguwei's spouse, nor had he seen the woman they were shopping with. She must have been a companion. Moreover, Wang Fuguwei, being a frequent patron of nightclubs, often indulged until the early hours. He seemed to have divorced. In this day and age, ascending to a leadership position without a spouse was implausible, as it implied a lack of responsibility and made it difficult to shoulder significant responsibilities. Thus, Wang Fuguwei must have reached a high position and discarded his first wife, engaging in affairs outside. Now that he had found the man, the question remained, how to exact revenge? In his previous life, having barely reached 30, he struggled to survive with a broken leg. Should he ensure that Wang Fuguwei also suffers a similar fate? However, Zhang Wendong was reluctant to engage in illegal activities. Once such a path was embarked upon, one's moral boundaries would inevitably diminish. In the future, should he encounter any difficulties while living in Shanghai, he might find himself unable to refrain from resorting to violence. If he succeeded in such endeavors once without consequence, he would likely succumb to the temptation of chance and repeat the act when faced with subsequent challenges. How could he exact revenge on Wang Fuguwei without breaking the law? After much contemplation, Zhang Wendong devised a somewhat insidious plan. Since Wang Fuguwei had a penchant for dalliance and frequented nightclubs, why not incapacitate his third leg? A rather clever notion indeed. He decided to observe Wang Fuguwei closely the next day. The following afternoon, around 5 o'clock, Zhang Wendong pushed his tricycle to sell marinated delicacies near Wang Fuguwei's workplace. Eavesdropping on the sporadic conversations of customers, he confirmed that this was indeed the housing community of the Land Management Bureau. This made things easier. Zhang Wendong sold snacks in the vicinity a couple more times and, to his delight, spotted Wang Fuguwei. Moreover, it seemed that he held a respectable position, as many greeted him with deference. However, his rank could not be too high, for Zhang observed Wang Fuguwei bowing and scraping when addressing others. Zhang Wendong decided to halt his business and pretended to carry an empty barrel as he began to follow Wang Fuguwei. After 2 weeks of careful observation, he noted that Wang Fuguwei had 2 close associates, both from the same workplace. Wang Fuguwei resided alone in the company building, occasionally absent from home, and when he did return, he never brought anyone with him. Zhang Wendong meticulously mapped out Wang Fuguwei's route home, concluding that further surveillance was unnecessary. It was time for Zhang Wendong to formulate his plan against Wang Fuguwei. Early the next morning, he visited a private clinic, dressed in layers to obscure his identity, and approached the doctor with a question. The physician, noting Zhang's concealed appearance and dark sunglasses, seemed to comprehend the situation and rubbed his fingers together. Zhang understood the cue and discreetly handed the doctor a $50 bill. The doctor accepted the money and led Zhang to a private room, closing the door behind them. "Go ahead and ask," the doctor said. Zhang hesitated before speaking. "I have a friend who has developed a cauliflower-like growth. What could this be?" The doctor shifted in his seat, distancing himself from Zhang, and replied, "This is a venereal disease, transmitted through certain means. Unfortunately, there is no cure at present. One can only take medication to suppress its progression." Zhang probed further. "My friend hasn't engaged in anything unusual. He just suddenly developed this condition. How could that happen?" The doctor responded, "Such infections can occur through indirect contact, albeit the chances are slim. However, if transmission has taken place, the likelihood is considerably higher." Having gleaned the information he sought, Zhang departed, feeling uneasy conversing with someone who regarded him with such peculiar eyes. His impulse was to strike back. Upon returning home, Zhang pondered how to locate a woman afflicted with this venereal disease. She needed to be young and attractive. Such a woman could effectively tempt Wang Fuguwei, increasing his chances of success. After much deliberation, he concluded that seeking her out in Shanghai would not be wise, as he intended to reside there permanently. Given his large physique, he would be easily recognizable, and he feared the risk of being extorted by that woman. That would indeed pose a significant problem. Moreover, finding such individuals in Shanghai is quite a task. Eventually, she may develop feelings for Wang Fuguwei over time, ultimately exposing herself. Wouldn't Wang Fuguwei then be compelled to strive tirelessly for her? One could venture to the eastern province, one city. In my previous life, while flipping dumpling skins, I encountered numerous service industry personnel from that region, which now appears to be thriving in the service sector. However, seeking someone out myself feels rather precarious. Given my size, what if the person I approach, once the task is completed, intends to extort me? Being in Shanghai, that would certainly keep me on edge. It is essential to find an ally, someone to assist me, and then depart from Shanghai, ideally to a distant location. The thought of Wang Chong came to mind, and the more I pondered, the more suitable he seemed. Although we are mere plastic brothers, Wang Chong has always been principled. He never sought external aid when losing a fight, and has been a companion for over 6 years. I know him well, and he possesses integrity. Presently, I have over 50,000 yuan in hand. If I engage Wang Chong for this matter, I could gift him a house in the county town. He would undoubtedly not refuse, but it has been 4 years since we last met. What if he has become wealthy? I am also uncertain if he has changed. I should return home and assess the situation before making a decision. It has indeed been many years since my last visit. I wish to see my house once more. If things do not go as planned, I can devise another approach. With these thoughts in mind, I hurried to the train station and purchased a high-priced sleeper ticket. After packing my belongings, I awaited the train the following day. It had been some time since I last traveled by train, and the station had not changed much. There remained a multitude of travelers from the south to the north, the station bustling with people. After much effort, I boarded the train and found my seat. After enduring numerous trials, I finally arrived in Hunan province. Upon disembarking, I strolled through the provincial capital, noticing that Hunan had also progressed well, with a richer cultural atmosphere. I recalled the elderly lady selling marinated snacks, but decided not to disturb her this time. Instead, I purchased some local delicacies and found a hotel to stay in. Chapter 50. Returning to the county town. Early the next morning, I headed to the bus station to return to the county town. Upon arrival, a wave of familiarity washed over me. Having spent 3 years in this town, the people and events here constitute a cherished chapter of my life. I boarded a bus, swaying as I admired the scenery along the way. The county town has developed quite well. After disembarking, I walked to the entrance of the familiar Fuguwei garden. The elderly gentleman at the entrance was still there. Entering the community, I noticed the trees had grown denser. Upon reaching the 4th floor, I took out my keys and unlocked the door. The furniture was covered in cloth, yet the place was remarkably clean, and the walls showed no signs of neglect, such as spider webs, though they were no longer as pristine. Stepping inside, I spotted a small tree on the coffee table, accompanied by a rack with a glass bottle filled with water, the bottle's plastic stopper facing down into the pot of soil, presumably meant to hydrate this unknown tree. Zhang Wendong placed his packed items down and surveyed the room, which seemed largely unchanged from my memories, albeit a bit more antiquated due to its vacancy. I pulled the cloth off the sofa, which was quite clean, and lay down, feeling a rush of nostalgia. This young girl must have come to tidy the house during her break. It was now September 25th, 1988. I had not returned in over 3 years, nor had I seen her since. There was no message left at home, and I remain oblivious as to whether she has gained admission to Huada University. Additionally, I am uncertain about the status of her sister's matters, and I find myself still waiting for my own significant life events to unfold. After lounging on the sofa for a while, Zhang Wendong resolved to stay here for a couple of days. This is his first home, long neglected, and he is not one to easily abandon the old for the new. Upon inspecting the kitchen, he discovered that the utensils remained intact and usable. He decided to venture out to procure some vegetables and seasonings, intending to prepare a splendid dinner at home that evening. After crafting a delightful spread, he savored the meal. Yet a wave of loneliness washed over him as he reminisced about the warmth of dining alongside the young girl. How comforting those moments had been. Once he finished his meal and reclined for a while, Zhang Wendong returned to his room and pulled back the fabric covering his bed. To his surprise, he found a letter resting there. He carefully unsealed the envelope and extracted the contents, which bore a few lines. Zhang Wendong, I am studying at Fudan University in Shanghai. If you still remember me, please come to the school to find me. Yours, Liu Yuju. Gazing at the signature, it took him a moment to recall that it belonged to the young girl he had previously inquired about at school. He had always affectionately referred to her as the young girl, forgetting her actual name. Studying at Fudan University? Did she not gain admission to Huada? Or has she come to Shanghai to seek me out? Had I known this little one was in Shanghai, I would have gone to find her sooner. Nevertheless, he decided to wait until matters concerning Wang Fuguei were resolved before he embarked on this quest, as Wang Fuguei had become paramount in Zhang Wendong's thoughts. After spending 2 days recuperating at home, he rose early the next morning to return to town. The town had not changed much, but the number of stalls and shops had increased. The surrounding villages were plentiful, and the population had grown, contributing to a thriving marketplace. Zhang Wendong purchased 2 bottles of mitai, 2 packs of huazi, and some provisions, then set off towards Wang Chang's home, guided by memory. Upon arriving at the familiar tiled house, he called out for Wang Chang. His mother emerged, recognizing him immediately, and they exchanged pleasantries. Zhang Wendong inquired, Auntie, is Wang Chang at home? Wang Chang's mother replied, he has gone to his father-in-law's. Zhang Wendong was momentarily taken aback. Wang Chang had married. Considering that Wang Chang was only a year older than him and now 20, such a union was indeed considered late in rural terms. He asked, when did he get married? Wang Chang's mother responded, about 2 or 3 years ago. He already has a child over a year old. Zhang Wendong felt a pang of surprise. Wang Chang had certainly accomplished much. He then asked, will Wang Chang be returning today? Wang Chang's mother assured him, he should be back today. He has been gone for 2 days. You can stay in the house. We have a spare room. Thus, Zhang Wendong made himself comfortable, awaiting Wang Chang's return. When mealtime approached, Wang Chang's father returned from the mountains, joyfully greeting Zhang Wendong. They sat down to dine together, engaging in conversation. Wang Chang's father remarked, Xiao Zhang, where have you been all these years? You haven't visited us in quite some time. Zhang Wendong replied, Uncle, I have been in Shanghai, engaged in business. It has been a busy few years as I just started, and I have been unable to break free. Wang Chang's father remarked, you truly possess remarkable skills. Diligent study bears its fruits. Just look at Wang Chang. Having only completed middle school, he finds himself of little use. He refuses to seek work in the county, preferring to idle away his days in the mountains. While one can earn a bit there, it is fraught with danger. Now that he has a child, this way of living is unsustainable. Do take him under your wing. After finishing his words, he raised a toast to Zhang Wendong. Zhang Wendong promptly lifted his cup, lowering it further to clink glasses with Wang Chang's father, replying, Uncle, to be honest, my situation is even less favorable than Wang Chang's. I don't even have a partner yet, while he has already started a family. Your days will surely improve. Wang Chang's father, pleased by this, asked, how long are you back for? If time allows, I'll have your aunt make arrangements for you. With your robust stature, finding a wife should be quite easy. Zhang Wendong responded, thank you, uncle. I won't be here long. The matter of finding a wife is not urgent. I'll wait for Wang Chang to return and see if he wishes to join me in seeking opportunities. Earning money outside is quite feasible. It's not about how much one makes, but after a few years, purchasing a house in the county is rather attainable. Upon hearing this, Wang Chang's father beamed, saying, Wang Chang is fortunate to have a friend like you. He has lingered at home for so many years without a single friend, let alone someone to lend him a hand. Let us drink to that. They clinked their glasses again and continued to chat over drinks. Zhang Wendong, having consumed little alcohol, began to feel slightly tipsy. Noticing this, Wang Chang's father urged him to eat, and after the meal, he invited him to rest in the room. Once Zhang Wendong lay down, Wang Chang's father went out to find Wang Chang. After a brief slumber, Zhang Wendong felt a presence beside him. Groggily opening his eyes, he saw a dark-faced man staring intently at him. As he regained his senses, he recognized that familiar feeling. Wang Chang, upon seeing Zhang Wendong awake, displayed a range of expressions, sometimes joyful, sometimes aggrieved, and even a hint of pride, which almost made Zhang Wendong want to retch. Wang Chang appeared even darker than before, and his hair was disheveled. Zhang Wendong playfully slapped the back of Wang Chang's head, exclaiming, "Your head is as hard as a rock." Sitting up, Zhang Wendong asked, "Wang Chang, have you been mining in the mountains? You look as if you've been covered in coal." Upon hearing this, Wang Chang remained silent, crossing his arms and gazing at him with a pitiful expression on the verge of tears. Zhang Wendong felt a twinge of annoyance, tempted to strike him. But considering Wang Chang's marriage, he decided to show some restraint. He rose and patted Wang Chang's shoulder, saying, "I've been seeking opportunities outside. I returned because I found one. If you continue in this pitiful state, I might just leave again." Wang Chang, hearing this, rose and clung to Zhang Wendong's arm. Acting coy, Zhang Wendong's fist clenched in frustration, thinking, "This Wang Chang is undoubtedly a weirdo." He remarked, "I heard you've gotten married and have a child. If your wife sees you like this, she might just kick you out." Chapter 51, Seeking Wang Chang's Assistance. After uttering those words, Zhang Wendong felt a bit odd and playfully punched Wang Chang twice before exiting the room. Upon leaving, he noticed a woman holding a child. Not paying much attention, he assumed she was Wang Chang's wife and greeted her. "Hello, you must be Wang Chang's wife. What a pleasure to meet you." He even clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. The woman smiled, noting the resemblance between him and Wang Chang. "Greetings to you as well. I have often heard Wang Chang speak of you, and I am pleased to finally meet you in person," Zhang Wendong remarked, observing the child in her arms. "Is this Wang Chang's child? May I have a look?" The woman handed the baby to Zhang Wendong, who effortlessly cradled the little one. The infant, dark-skinned and bearing a striking resemblance to Wang Chang, seemed to inherit his father's features. Notably, the baby remained calm in the presence of a stranger, contentedly sucking on its tiny hand. After a moment of holding the child, Zhang Wendong returned him to the woman, reached into his bag, and produced 200 yuan. "I came here without a gift for the baby. Please use this money to buy something for him," he said. The woman waved her hands in protest, clearly taken aback by his generosity. "This is far too generous. Such a sum could buy half a pig," Zhang Wendong insisted. "This money is meant for the child, not for you. Please, take it." Despite her reluctance, Wang Chang intervened, handing the money to the woman with an air of pride. "This is from my brother for my child. Why resist? Just accept it." The woman cast a glance at Wang Chang, who appeared slightly stiffened, his bravado waning. After accepting the money, she expressed her gratitude. Zhang Wendong then pulled Wang Chang outside, and the two ventured up the mountain. Zhang Wendong had visited this area numerous times and still recalled the path well. "Tell me, Wang Chang, are you afraid of your wife?" Zhang Wendong teased, eliciting a slight flush from Wang Chang's face. "Who do you look down upon? At home, she does as I say. She dares not challenge me. If I direct her west, she wouldn't dare go east." Zhang Wendong chose not to expose the exaggeration, unable to suppress a smile. After a moment of laughter, he inquired, "How have things been for you at home these past few years?" Wang Chang's expression shifted to one of mild indignation. "It's been rather mundane. When you left last time, you promised to come visit whenever you had the chance. I even went to your house in the county to find you, but there was a woman inside who wouldn't open the door. I thought you must have sold the place." Zhang Wendong replied, "The house has not been sold. I had someone looking after it. It's not that I haven't returned. Finding a suitable path has proven challenging, and making a living out here is no easy feat this time. I came back hoping to ask for your assistance." Wang Chang pounded his chest confidently. "You need not say more. We are brothers, after all." Zhang Wendong pondered for a moment before posing a question. "Before we discuss matters further, tell me, Do you wish to stay at home or venture out to seek wealth? Wang Chang responded, if you are willing to take me with you, I would certainly accompany you. However, if you choose to come with me, what will become of your wife and child? Zhang Wendong inquired. Wang Chang suggested, let them stay at home for now. If I can earn money outside, I will bring them to me later. What do you think? Zhang Wendong asked, what does your wife do? Wang Chang replied, before she married, she hunted with her father in the mountains. Since marrying, she has been working at home and no longer goes up the mountain. Zhang Wendong considered, I can take you out, but I present you with two options. First, you assist me with a task, and upon completion, I will provide you with a house in the county. However, once the task is done, you must return to your hometown. Second, I can take you out to make a living, but your success will depend on your own efforts. Without hesitation, Wang Chang declared, I will assist you with the task. I do not require a house. Upon completion, I will join you in making a living together. How does that sound? Wang Chang had long harbored a desire to partner with Zhang Wendong since graduating from middle school. Zhang Wendong sighed, patting his forehead. Wang Chang, you remain as unwise as ever. However, speaking to oneself, one can manage affairs independently. Even a house can be forsaken. It was said, once the task is accomplished, one cannot remain in the same vicinity. Consider this carefully. Wang Chang appeared somewhat hesitant. He undoubtedly wished to associate with Zhang Wendong. Yet Zhang Wendong sought his assistance for a matter, and Wang Chang was eager to help. What to do? Observing Wang Chang's demeanor, Zhang Wendong decided to include him while seeking others for the task at hand. After contemplating, he addressed Wang Chang. Do you truly wish to accompany me in this endeavor? Once we venture out, it will not be as liberating as hunting in the mountains. Life outside is fraught with challenges, and one must often heed others' whims. Wang Chang replied, since graduating from middle school, I have longed for this. If you take me, I will certainly follow you. Zhang Wendong inquired, in your hometown, have you encountered anyone astute, discreet, and reliable? He elaborated on his intentions. There is someone in Shanghai who has wronged me gravely, and I seek retribution without crossing legal boundaries. This individual has a penchant for women. I intend to find a woman afflicted with a particular ailment to ensnare him. Do you comprehend? Wang Chang's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. He found the task appealing. This seems rather straightforward. I can manage it if approached discreetly. I often lie in wait for prey in the mountains, so this should not prove too difficult. Zhang Wendong, feeling disinclined to continue the conversation, reflected on how Wang Chang, once sharp-minded, had become singularly focused. He responded, as I mentioned, once this task is completed, you cannot remain by my side. Think carefully and recommend someone reliable. Wang Chang pondered and replied, my uncle. He is dependable. Zhang Wendong asked, tell me more about your uncle. Wang Chang explained, he is trustworthy. Once, when we encountered a wild boar in the mountains, he fled while I climbed a tree. The boar waited beneath me, but my uncle returned, lured the boar into a trap, and dispatched it. We frequently hunt together, and he is far more skilled than my father. He is undoubtedly clever. Zhang Wendong inquired about the age of Wang Chang's uncle, his education, and marital status. Wang Chang responded, he is 18, completed middle school, and is not yet married. However, he is fond of a widow in their village, who is 25 and has a child. He seems to have passed the entrance exam for high school, but chose not to attend. My father-in-law is perpetually irritable at home. Zhang Wendong observed, is your mother-in-law deceased? Wang Chang, impressed by Zhang Wendong's astuteness, replied, how did you guess? Zhang Wendong did not respond directly. He contemplated that, based on Wang Chang's description, this individual might indeed be quite reliable. A capable person, loyal to the widow and reluctant to leave his village, suggested a certain stubbornness. If utilized properly, he would likely keep secrets, and being Wang Chang's uncle, he would be unlikely to betray Wang Chang. This required careful consideration. Zhang Wendong and Wang Chang meandered around the outskirts of the mountains, spending the night at Wang Chang's home. Wang Chang insisted on sharing a bed with Zhang Wendong, disregarding his wife entirely. As Zhang Wendong lay in bed, he contemplated whether to approach Wang Chang's uncle directly or to have Wang Chang relay the message. However, if he were to employ even a modicum of thought, his brother-in-law would undoubtedly realize it was he who had instigated this matter. After all, it was he who had returned and taken Wang Chang away, leading Wang Chang to seek assistance from his brother-in-law. Moreover, Zhang Wendong was reluctant to prolong the situation. For if Wang Fugui were to venture into the sea too soon, they would be forced to devise a new plan. The following morning, after breakfast, he instructed Wang Chang to find his brother-in-law and accompany him to the county town while he awaited their return in the town. Wang Chong set out on his bicycle. Zhang Wendong arrived in the town and waited for some time until Wang Chong and his brother-in-law arrived. Zhang Wendong scrutinized Wang Chong's brother-in-law, who was equally appraising him in return. Wang Chong's brother-in-law was of average height, approximately 175 centimeters, with a robust build and sharp, discerning eyes that suggested a certain cleverness, quite unlike Wang Chong, who appeared rather simple-minded. Chapter 52. Huang Jie agrees to help. The three exchanged greetings and introduced themselves. Wang Chong's brother-in-law was surnamed Huang and named Huang Jie. They purchased bus tickets and proceeded to the county town, arriving just in time for a meal. Zhang Wendong took Wang Chong and Huang Jie to a restaurant, where Huang Jie was quite unreserved, indulging in food and drink as the three engaged in light-hearted conversation. After the meal, Zhang Wendong led them back to Fuguwei Garden. Upon entering the unfamiliar yet familiar house, Wang Chong noticed the slightly yellowing walls, which pained his heart. He wandered around the house, touching things here and there. Zhang Wendong invited Huang Jie to sit on the sofa and offered him a cigarette, which Huang Jie accepted. The two adeptly smoked, while Wang Chong also expressed a desire to join in, and soon the three were enveloped in a haze of smoke. Once they finished smoking, Zhang Wendong inquired, "Huang Jie, do you have any plans for the future?" Huang Jie appeared momentarily taken aback, pondering for a while before responding, "Not at the moment." Zhang Wendong continued, "Do you have any aspirations? Surely you cannot intend to remain in the mountains for the entirety of your life." Huang Jie replied, "I'm not sure, but I don't wish to leave the village just yet." Zhang Wendong probed further, "Is it because of that woman in your village? I've heard Wang Chong mention her." Huang Jie's face flushed slightly as he shot a glance at Wang Chong and replied, "Yes." Zhang Wendong said, "Though I am only a year older than you, I have spent many years navigating life outside. Wang Chong is my brother, and he recommended you for a matter I need to address. Let us discuss your situation in detail. There is no need to feel bashful. It is quite normal for young hearts to be enamored. I began pursuing others at 13, though I was unsuccessful, and I now reflect on it with a tinge of regret. In your case, if you allow things to linger unresolved, are you not concerned that she may remarry?" Huang Jie felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He had envisioned merely staying in the village by her side, but Zhang Wendong's words made him question the viability of that plan. He replied, "I care for her deeply, but we have too great an age difference, and my father disapproves. I am uncertain about what to do, yet I certainly do not wish for her to marry another." Zhang Wendong then asked, "What feelings does she hold for you?" Huang Jie, caught off guard by the question, responded, "I'm not entirely sure, but she once saved my life. Now, she is alone with a child, and life is quite challenging for her. I occasionally help her with some tasks discreetly, but she refuses any gifts I try to give her." Zhang Wendong pondered for a moment before saying, "There are too many idle rumors circulating in the village, and given her situation, she may not wish to engage with you too closely. The matter is somewhat intricate, but considering your youth, there are likely many variables ahead. From the current perspective, her chances of remarrying in the future appear quite substantial." Huang Jie, upon hearing this, felt a surge of emotion and replied, "Regardless of how my life unfolds, I do not wish for her to marry another." Zhang Wendong remarked, "You are still a mere youth, unable to provide her with a sense of security. Moreover, living in the village, should you two become a couple, the pressure on her would be immense." Huang Jie responded, "What am I to do then?" Zhang Wendong stated, "If you genuinely desire to marry her, as long as she does not reject you, the opportunity remains considerable. However, you must possess the means to establish a stable life, to take her away from the village, and to thrive elsewhere." Huang Jie replied, "I only know how to hunt. I am not skilled in anything else." Zhang Wendong said, "I sought you out to assist me with a particular task. Should you succeed, I will reward you with a sum of money sufficient for you to make a stand outside the village. What you do thereafter depends on your own capabilities. I can offer guidance, as I once prospered through similar means, though the current landscape is challenging due to fierce competition. Nevertheless, earning a modest income to sustain oneself is entirely feasible." After contemplating this, Huang Jie responded, "Please elaborate. I am uncertain if I can accomplish it, and I do not wish to be away from the village for too long." Zhang Wendong explained, "There is someone outside who has wronged me severely, and I intend to take action against him without his knowledge, hence my need for assistance. If you agree to help, I will take you to Wanshi in the eastern province, where you will find a woman afflicted with a venereal disease. At that juncture, you will have her entice the individual I wish to target. Once the task is completed, I shall reward you with 8,000 yuan. Presently, the wages for laborers hover around 50 yuan, and while I am unsure of the current housing prices in the county, I suspect you could acquire a modest dwelling. With this sum, you could establish a life in the city with your woman. Wang Jie, hearing of such a substantial amount, felt tempted and asked, "How long will it take?" Zhang Wendong replied, "If all goes swiftly, a month. If delayed, perhaps 2. I cannot afford for this to drag on for too long." Wang Jie responded, "The time frame is not excessively long, but what if unforeseen events arise in the village during my absence?" Zhang Wendong advised, "If you are truly resolved to be with that woman, I suggest you speak openly with her. Once the task is completed and you receive the money, you can take her away from the village. If she harbors no feelings for you, any effort will be in vain." Wang Jie inquired, "When do you intend to leave?" "I will arrange matters before departing with you." Zhang Wendong answered, "In 3 days. That should suffice for you to handle your affairs. However, beyond the 3 of us, no one else must be privy to this, not even your woman. Can you manage that?" Wang Jie affirmed, "I can ensure discretion. I will not disclose this matter to anyone." Zhang Wendong acknowledged, "Good, just remember, you may stay here tonight, and tomorrow you can return home to finalize your arrangements. Find your own reasons for doing so, and once everything is settled, come back here, and we shall depart." After their conversation, the two departed to purchase groceries. And that evening, Zhang Wendong prepared a lavish feast, which both Wang Chong and Huang Jie thoroughly enjoyed. After dinner, they indulged in a cloud of smoke and engaged in further conversation before retreating to their rooms for rest. Wang Chong expressed a desire to share a bed with Zhang Wendong, but Zhang Wendong reprimanded him, stating, "You will be leaving in 3 days, and you must return tomorrow to handle family matters. Ensure everything is in order at home. You may not be able to return for the new year. Remember, this is not to be shared with anyone else. Do you understand?" Rubbing his body, Wang Chong replied, "Rest assured, I will keep this to myself. I'll manage the household affairs tomorrow, but tonight, I do not wish to sleep on the sofa." With limited space in their home, and Huang Jie unwilling to share a room with Wang Chong, they ended up sharing a bed. Lying in bed, Wang Chong asked, "Wendong, where are we going?" Zhang Wendong responded, "Do not address me so affectionately. Call me Donggu. I have settled in Shanghai and will likely remain there permanently. As the prospects are promising and the money flows easily, I will ensure you are well taken care of, but you must also be prudent, understand?" Wang Chong replied, "I cannot bring myself to call you Donggu. When I was in elementary school, I enjoyed it when you called me Chonggu. How about we revert to that?" Zhang Wendong playfully kicked Wang Chong, saying, "Calling you Chonggu is permissible, but when we venture out, if you assist me in making money, I shall call you that. Otherwise, you must call me brother." Wang Chong asked, "Are there mountains in Shanghai? If so, I will take you hunting there." Chapter 53. Purchasing Ice-Grade Imperial Green Jade Methrial Buddha. Wang Chong continued, "Are there mountains in Shanghai? If so, I will take you hunting there." Zhang Wendong was left speechless, responding, "Do you see any mountains in this county? You wish to hunt there? That place is exponentially more developed than here. How much do you earn monthly back home?" Wang Chong replied, "That varies. Sometimes, if I catch a wild boar, I can sell it for a good price, but hunting wild boars is not easy, and I may only get a few a year. Together with farming, my father and I earn around 2,000 yuan annually." Zhang Wendong said, "There. Laborers earn over 60 a month. I plan to open a hot pot restaurant by the end of the year. If you invest some money, I can offer you a 10% profit share, but you must be diligent and adaptable. Otherwise, it would be better for you to remain in your hometown." Wang Chong grew a bit excited, stating, "Donggu, I will certainly work hard with you. What is hot pot? Does it earn money?" Zhang Wendong replied, "Remember, you said it. The most crucial aspect of navigating the world is to be astute. After all these years, you have no major flaws. But there are many areas that need improvement if you wish to settle there. Yet, once you establish a home, you and your family will enjoy a life of comfort. I am uncertain how much we will earn, but I spent 8,000 yuan on that recipe." Upon hearing 8,000 yuan, Wang Chong was taken aback for a moment before exclaiming, "You spent 8,000 on just that recipe? It must be quite profitable. I will definitely listen to you." Zhang Wendong replied, "I've said enough. You must figure things out for yourself. If the hot pot restaurant proves profitable, after 2 years, you could purchase a home there, bringing your parents, wife, and children along. Your father is getting older, and since you won't be at home, how can he manage on his own in the mountains?" Wang Chong, filled with aspirations, asked, "Brother Dong, how much would it cost to buy a house there?" Zhang Wendong responded, If you're bringing your family, you would need to buy a 2 or 3-bedroom apartment. The cheaper houses start at around 1,000 yuan per square meter, while the more expensive ones exceed 2,000. You'll need at least 100,000 yuan. Wang Chang's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Wow, that's incredibly expensive. Our brick house only cost about 2,000. Zhang Wendong remarked. "Wait until you get there to be amazed. It's too early to be shocked now. Don't mention this to your family. Just tell them I'm taking you to work. Remember to note down the phone numbers from your village for easy contact." Wang Chang agreed, saying, "All right, I'll tell my family I'm going to work." After a moment of thought, Zhang Wendong added, "Let your father stay home, since I'm taking you out. You'll surely earn more than you would at home." Wang Chang replied, "Sure, I'll talk to him properly." After their conversation, they settled down for the night. The next morning, Wang Chang and Huang Jie returned home to sort out their affairs. After breakfast, Zhang Wendong lay on the sofa, contemplating the details before heading out to buy groceries. After 2 days at home, Huang Jie and Wang Chang arrived with large sacks. Zhang Wendong asked, "Have you both arranged everything at home?" They confirmed that they had, and without further inquiries, he took them out to buy groceries for a farewell dinner. As they would be leaving the house the next day, after dinner, he instructed Wang Chang to clean up thoroughly since they needed to leave early the next morning. At dawn the following day, they covered their belongings and headed to the bus station to purchase tickets to the provincial city. Upon arrival, they first bought train tickets. But the sleeper tickets were sold out until the day after. However, sitting in hard seats was too uncomfortable, so Zhang Wendong decided to wait another day. They checked into a hotel, booking 3 rooms, and then ventured out again, with Wang Chang and Huang Jie expressing their excitement about experiencing the world. As they walked, Zhang Wendong admired the beautiful women, turning to Huang Jie with a question. Initially, Huang Jie was somewhat bashful, but understanding the need for business, he agreed that it was essential to find someone attractive, preferably in their 20s and with a certain elegance. Wang Jie joined in with his commentary, and Zhang Wendong found Huang Jie's taste commendable. Wang Chang, however, remained serious and averted his gaze, perhaps fearing his little brother might report back. The 3 of them strolled around for quite some time, enjoying the sights and tastes before returning to the hotel to rest. Zhang Wendong thought it best to visit the elderly lady the next day and also purchase a statue of the Maitreya Buddha. He entrusted each of them with 200 yuan for their explorations. Early the next morning, they set out, uncertain if the elderly lady would be at her stall. Upon arriving at the lady's 2-compound home, they could already hear some commotion inside. Zhang Wendong knocked on the door, which was opened by the lady's son, who remembered him from their previous meal together. After exchanging pleasantries, the elderly lady emerged, and they greeted each other warmly. Zhang Wendong remarked, "Madam, you appear to have grown quite prosperous." Indeed, the elderly lady had gained some weight. She joyfully replied, "Haha, thanks to you. Your physique has also become considerably more robust." The two engaged in a lively conversation about their recent lives. The lady had recently opened a shop selling marinated delicacies, and her 2 sons, no longer timid after all these years, had joined her in the business. After chatting for a while, as her family members were busy with the shop, Zhang Wendong expressed his desire to purchase a piece of jade. The elderly lady shared her own wish to acquire one as well. Upon discussing their preferences, they made their way to the jade shop, the same establishment as before. Upon entering, they were welcomed by the familiar shopkeeper, who remembered them and warmly invited them to sit down, serving 2 cups of tea as they began to discuss their intentions. The elderly lady outlined her requirements, and Zhang Wendong took out the guanyin pendant from around his neck for the shopkeeper to examine. The shopkeeper then retrieved a box, revealing a slightly larger Maitreya Buddha carved from icy imperial green jade, which appeared more rounded and pleasing to Zhang Wendong's eye. The shopkeeper produced a jade bracelet of the same variety, as the lady expressed her interest in acquiring one. After examining it for a considerable time, they began to negotiate the price. Ultimately, Zhang Wendong comprehended that the Maitreya Buddha was priced at 6,000 yuan, while the bracelet was set at a staggering 15,000 yuan. Zhang Wendong paid 6,000 yuan for the Maitreya Buddha, and the elderly lady requested the shopkeeper to reserve the bracelet until she could return with the funds, leaving a deposit and signing a contract. Both were quite satisfied with their purchases. Zhang Wendong then treated the lady to a meal before escorting her home and returning to his hotel. Upon arrival, he found Wang Chang and Huang Jie present. Zhang Wendong decided to take Huang Jie to the wholesale market, as he had promised to involve him in business matters now that he had agreed to assist. Since you have joined me, Huang Jie, I will fulfill my promise to you. I will show you my business methods, and when you return, you can try your hand at it yourself. This venture is far more rewarding than being a laborer. As for how much you can earn, that depends on your capabilities. I see you are quite astute, so make sure to take notes. Huang Jie was touched by this opportunity, feeling he was reaping benefits without having yet undertaken any tasks. Wang Chong, intrigued, wondered what this business approach was that promised to be more rewarding than manual labor. Chapter 54. Preparing to establish Wang Fuguei. Having concluded their discussion, they set out together to the Hongqing market, which had expanded significantly and was now organized by categories, in contrast to the previous mixed arrangements. Zhang Wendong advised Huang Jie to observe closely as he began selecting clothing, explaining how to identify fabrics. He sought out items that had previously sold well at street stalls, engaging in negotiations with the vendors. After some haggling, the prices were reduced slightly, but the vendors were unwilling to lower them further. Zhang Wendong suggested they continue exploring other options. They visited several shops, where the initial offers were quite low, although the vendors made some concessions. Zhang Wendong's primary goal was for Huang Jie to learn, so they did not finalize any deals. After negotiating with a few more vendors, they departed the market. Upon returning to the hotel, Zhang Wendong remarked, "You witnessed my bargaining skills. The prices the vendors ultimately offered were somewhat lower than market rates, with some items even yielding double the profit. You could procure some goods for a street stall, initially learning the art of selling. Once your business flourishes, you could establish your own shop, which would be far more lucrative than working in a factory. However, do keep in mind that in business, amiability fosters prosperity. It's essential to safeguard oneself in these tumultuous times. During my previous ventures, I encountered numerous instances of violence on the streets." Huang Jie responded, "Brother Dong, I shall remember your words. Thank you." Zhang Wendong patted Huang Jie's shoulder and advised, "Digest this information carefully. Should you have any queries, do not hesitate to ask. However, in business, it is prudent to refrain from associating with dubious companions, as wealth can stir greed. Once you begin to earn, maintain a low profile and refrain from boasting." Huang Jie acknowledged his learnings, and thus, in the hotel, he pondered deeply, seeking clarification from Zhang Wendong whenever necessary. Meanwhile, Wang Chong, oblivious to the intricacies of the world, remained preoccupied with eating and sleeping, presenting a bit of a challenge. That evening, they ventured out to purchase provisions for their train journey, and after dining, retired for the night. The following day, they boarded the train, securing adjacent seats. Both Huang Jie and Wang Chong, having never traveled far, remained captivated by their surroundings, while Zhang Wendong reclined with a newspaper. Thus, early October arrived, and they returned to Shanghai. Zhang Wendong chose not to take Huang Jie to his home, but instead led him to a sixth-floor apartment in the two-building he had previously surveyed. He had rented this place for a year, with a few months left on the lease, and it was situated quite a distance from Wang Fuguei's residence. They arranged to meet later that evening, after which Zhang Wendong took Wang Chong home via public transport. Wang Chong, still naive to the world, gazed out the window, and upon arriving at Fuguei Garden, he was astounded. This community is simply magnificent. Upon entering the apartment, his excitement was palpable. As if it were a home he had just purchased, he began to explore the space, examining every nook and cranny, his enthusiasm evident in his animated gestures. Zhang Wendong reclined on the sofa while Wang Chong busied himself tidying up, demonstrating a commendable sense of initiative. Zhang Wendong contemplated his strategy. Nighttime observations would prove beneficial. He planned to guide Huang Jie through the area in the evening, allowing him to familiarize himself with Wang Fuguei's presence, albeit from a distance to avoid detection. After a light dinner, he allowed Wang Chong to sleep in the spare bedroom, handing him the keys before departing with his bicycle. Outside, he procured additional food items and proceeded to Huang Jie's lodgings, ensuring he had a meal. By around 10 p.m., the streets were relatively quiet. Zhang Wendong began to guide Huang Jie along the route, mindful of the distance and concerned that Huang Jie might not remember the way. They arrived at Wang Fuguei's neighborhood by 10:30 p.m. Zhang Wendong repeatedly circled the community before instructing Huang Jie to lead him back to his own residence. To Zhang Wendong's delight, Huang Jie managed to remember the way, demonstrating an impressive memory that promised efficiency in their endeavors. Upon returning home at midnight, with the streets nearly deserted, Zhang Wendong handed some money to Huang Jie, instructing him to find his own meals during the day and to return at night. He rode his bicycle home, finding Wang Chang still awake, waiting for him. This gesture warmed Zhang Wendong's heart. If only Wang Chang were a woman. No, that would be rather disappointing. He urged Wang Chang to get some rest, then retreated to his bedroom for a shower before succumbing to slumber. The following day, he purchased some vegetables and prepared to cook, taking Wang Chang to familiarize him with the surrounding roads, as he planned to assign him grocery duties. By 6 in the evening, Zhang Wendong, riding his meticulously clean tricycle with 2 empty containers for selling cooked food, observed Wang Fugue's workplace from a distance. Spotting Wang Fugue returning home, he leisurely trailed behind. After a brief stop at his residence to change clothes, Wang Fugue ventured out again, prompting Zhang Wendong to suspect he was off to pursue romantic interests. This presented an opportunity, as Wang Fugue typically returned home around 9 after his escapades, allowing Huang Jie to imprint his figure in memory. Once Wang Fugue departed, Zhang Wendong refrained from following and returned the tricycle to the shop. After a quick bite, he set off to find Huang Jie. By 8:30, both Zhang Wendong and Huang Jie left their homes, walking at a distance from one another. They arrived at the neighborhood where Wang Fugue resided, seeking out the spot he frequently returned to, settling on the ground to smoke as they awaited his arrival. Around 9, Wang Fugue approached from another direction, oblivious to their presence as they remained concealed behind him. Zhang Wendong pointed out Wang Fugue, and Huang Jie began to memorize his silhouette. Upon Wang Fugue entering the complex, Zhang Wendong resumed instructing Huang Jie on the route to Wang Fugue's workplace, ensuring he committed it to memory. Upon returning to the 6th floor, Zhang Wendong inquired if Huang Jie had remembered the path. Huang Jie affirmed that he had, noting that another repetition would solidify his familiarity. Zhang Wendong then asked, "Did you memorize the silhouette?" Huang Jie replied in the affirmative. Zhang Wendong instructed him to observe that individual at the complex at 8:25 the next morning and again at 5:55 outside the workplace, emphasizing the need for discretion to avoid detection. He handed Huang Jie a plum blossom watch, advising him to keep it in his pocket rather than wear it on his wrist. "Tomorrow night, I will seek you out. Provide me with details regarding that person's appearance, height, and weight for my confirmation. If you recall well, we shall set off for Wanshi," he concluded. Huang Jie expressed his willingness, and they discussed further details before Zhang Wendong rode his bicycle home, noting it was still relatively early. With Wang Chang idly occupying the house, there was no television. Wang Chang had little interest in reading books or newspapers. Zhang Wendong remarked, "In just 2 days, we shall likely head to Wanshi, so you needn't accompany us. Instead, familiarize yourself with the nearby routes and venture outside frequently, as you may be residing here for an extended period." Upon hearing this, Wang Chang began to hesitate, expressing, "I want to go too." Zhang Wendong initially hesitated to bring Wang Chang along, deeming the lad rather unhelpful. However, having already taken him out, he decided it would be beneficial for Wang to broaden his horizons. He remarked, "Very well, I shall introduce you to the world. Spare yourself the foolishness of simply gazing at the scenery. Observe how others navigate their paths. Once we reach the city, loosen up a bit. Do not be akin to a thief in the shadows." After exchanging a few more words, they retired to their respective quarters for the night. The following evening at 10, they arrived at Huang Jie's residence. Zhang Wendong inquired, "Did you remember the person from today?" Huang Jie replied, "Indeed, I recall them. Approximately 180 centimeters tall, somewhat plump, with fair skin, a mole on the chin, double eyelids, a round face, a prominent nose, and somewhat thick lips." Upon hearing this description, Zhang Wendong felt assured they were on the right track. He instructed, "Tomorrow, we shall purchase tickets to Wan City to locate the individual. At 8 in the morning, you will descend alone and observe us as we follow. Before we depart, let us memorize the route. You shall lead the way while I follow discreetly from behind." Afterward, they exited the community to familiarize themselves with the surroundings, eventually locating the private clinic they had previously visited. Zhang Wendong ensured Huang Jie was well acquainted with the shop and the path before escorting him back to his street and returning home. The next day, accompanied by Wang Chang, Zhang Wendong set out after breakfast. Upon arriving at their destination, Huang Jie spotted the person they were tracking, who also emerged from a nearby location. They first went to the train station to purchase sleeper tickets for the journey to Wan City, which was quite distant. After securing their tickets for the next evening's train, the three parted ways. Chapter 55. Finding the right woman. The following evening, they boarded the train, which took several days to reach Wan City. The city had developed considerably, and after settling into a hotel, the trio convened to discuss their plans. Zhang Wendong stated, "Tonight, we shall explore the surroundings. Huang Jie, keep a distance behind us to avoid losing track. I will assess the situation, and we can devise a detailed plan upon our return." After dining, they returned to the hotel to rest before venturing out again. Huang Jie trailed them at a distance as Zhang Wendong led Wang Chang through the vibrant streets. The atmosphere was lively, with an abundance of brightly lit establishments, particularly salons. Peering inside, one could see numerous women dressed provocatively. Wang Chang, noticing this, exclaimed, "Brother Dong, there are so many salons here, and so many women getting their hair done. Back in our village, there's just an old man who cuts hair. Shall we go get our hair cut too?" Zhang Wendong, with a sharp retort, replied, "The colorful lights signify something less than reputable. This is not a legitimate salon. I hardly believe you are genuinely interested in a haircut. Surely, you cannot be oblivious to the attire of the women inside." Wang Chang's face turned a shade of purple. Having been called out, Zhang Wendong continued to wander aimlessly, occasionally glancing back at Huang Jie to ensure he remained close. They strolled until 10:30. The streets still bustling with patrons, primarily groups of revelers, giving one's city a somewhat chaotic ambience. As Zhang Wendong began to retrace his steps, he found himself somewhat lost. Fortunately, Huang Jie remembered the way back. Upon returning to the hotel, Zhang Wendong remarked, "Huang Jie, did you observe those colorful salons? Within them lie the individuals we seek." Huang Jie replied, "Indeed, they hardly appear to be respectable individuals." Zhang Wendong remarked, "Indeed, it is precisely those types of establishments. Tomorrow, you should inquire outside the shop. Not venture inside, as it may lead others to believe you are causing a disturbance. Wait until she has distanced herself slightly from the shop. Seek out someone attractive and alone, and offer a monetary incentive, $10 for each inquiry. Use 200 as bait, stating that if she assists you in finding the individual, she will receive a reward of 200. Remember, it is imperative that she is beautiful, youthful, and possesses a modicum of grace, akin to those I pointed out in the provincial capital. Do you understand?" Huang Jie responded, "Understood. I will search for lovely individuals at a distance outside the shop. They must be beautiful, youthful, and graceful." Zhang Wendong replied, "Correct. Should you indeed find someone, promise her a reward of 5,000, covering her meals and lodging. If she declines, we can discuss it further. However, if she agrees, make sure to note her address for future convenience." He then handed Huang Jie $1,000. Thus, they conferred for a while longer on the specifics, and the following day, Huang Jie commenced his search. Zhang Wendong observed from a distance, ensuring safety during daylight hours. It was crucial not to jeopardize Huang Jie in the process. Huang Jie, being astute and observant, began to frequent establishments with higher foot traffic, trailing any attractive individuals walking alone. Once a suitable distance was gained, he approached them for inquiries, employing money as a means of persuasion. Remarkably, by dusk, he had indeed found someone. The woman informed Huang Jie of a friend, a striking beauty aged 22, who had recently fallen ill. Although her condition was not overtly apparent, it had manifested in discomfort, detectable only through examinations at a private clinic to which she had accompanied her. Huang Jie urged her to arrange a meeting, and for the sum of $200, the woman swiftly located her friend, who was indeed quite beautiful and possessed a commendable figure, albeit somewhat wan. Convinced that he had found the right person, Huang Jie compensated the woman with $200 and engaged in conversation with the afflicted young lady for a considerable time before parting ways. Zhang Wendong, observing from afar, felt quite satisfied. As Huang Jie made his way back to the hotel, he remained vigilant, occasionally scanning his surroundings for potential followers. In this manner, Zhang Wendong, accompanied by Wang Chang, trailed Huang Jie back. Upon returning to the hotel, Huang Jie stated, "Brother Dong, you must have seen her. She has agreed to the terms. I promised her 2,500 up front, with the remainder to follow upon success. I have also noted her address and asked her to bring the medical documentation when the time comes." Zhang Wendong replied, "No problem. Tomorrow, ensure she brings the documents for my review and accompany her to purchase the train tickets. Once she arrives in Shanghai, provide her with $2,500 and take her to the private clinic I mentioned for further examination to confirm her condition. When you go, ensure you both dress discreetly. Once the examination is complete, escort her to the hotel, which is the Baiyun Hotel situated between your accommodation and that of Wang Fuguwei. Once there, give her the money to secure her own room. and arranged to meet outside. After the matter is settled, I will give her 2,500 yuan. Huang Jie replied, all right, I will remember. Tomorrow morning, I will discuss the specifics with her and purchase the train tickets. Zhang Wendong advised, you must prioritize your safety. Do not let her catch you, understood? Huang Jie assured, no problem, I will be cautious. The two then deliberated on further details before returning to their respective rooms. The following morning, Huang Jie met with the woman and engaged in a lengthy discussion, while Zhang Wendong observed from a distance. After concluding their conversation, Huang Jie accompanied her to buy the tickets, and Zhang Wendong, along with Wang Chong, also procured their tickets. Upon returning to the hotel, they confirmed that they were on the same train. Zhang Wendong scrutinized the ticket and confirmed its validity. Zhang Wendong stated, once we arrive in Shanghai, we will first visit the doctor for an examination, then arrange accommodation for the lady. The next day, we will take her to identify the person. It is imperative that she remembers the specifics of Wang Fugui's appearance. We cannot afford any mistakes, nor can we let ourselves be discovered. I will give you the money now. Keep it hidden and safe from theft. Huang Jie accepted the money and replied, understood. The two discussed further details. After which Zhang Wendong and Wang Chong ventured out to purchase some snacks for the journey, and thus they boarded the train to Shanghai the next day. After several days, they arrived in Shanghai. Huang Jie first took the woman to a private clinic for a checkup. Both were bundled up tightly. After the examination, Huang Jie escorted her to the Baiyun Hotel, where he paid for her to check in herself. As Huang Jie exited the hotel, Zhang Wendong and Wang Chong bought some food and returned to Fugui Garden, where Zhang Wendong took a shower and rested on the sofa. The following evening, at 9 p.m., they arrived at Huang Jie's residence. Zhang Wendong inquired, is the diagnosis confirmed to be a venereal disease? Huang Jie affirmed, indeed. That was the result given by the clinic's doctor. Zhang Wendong asked, has the woman memorized the person's appearance? Huang Jie confirmed, she has. He then reiterated Wang Fugui's description. Zhang Wendong instructed, tomorrow, take the lady to select 2 fashionable outfits and shoes. Let her choose for herself. I believe she has a flair for fashion. Then, arrange for her to accidentally encounter Wang Fugui on his way home at 6 p.m. She should feign a sprained ankle and engage him, pretending to be a newcomer in town who has lost her friends and plans to explore for a few days. Do not rush. A subtle approach is key. Allow her to think through the specifics. Do you remember? Huang Jie repeated the plan once more. After ensuring there were no oversights, Zhang Wendong produced a pre-prepared travel itinerary for Huang Jie to relay to the woman. Chapter 56. The matter of Wang Fugui concluded. Thus, on the following day, the woman indeed managed to strike up a rapport with Wang Fugui. She was quite attractive, with an appealing figure, and appeared somewhat delicate, which Wang Fugui found appealing. The next evening, Zhang Wendong sought updates from Huang Jie, who detailed the events of the day. He mentioned that Wang Fugui had taken the woman out for dinner before returning her to the hotel and leaving. Zhang Wendong felt that the situation was progressing smoothly and urged Huang Jie to remind the woman to maintain her composure. They then thoroughly discussed the details, instructing Huang Jie to inform the woman to secure Wang Fugui in a couple of days. Thus, Wang Fugui was captivated by the enchanting woman, and each evening after work, he would change his attire and venture out to find her. A couple of days later, the woman informed Wang Fugui of her impending departure from Shanghai, suggesting that she might not return for a considerable time. That night, Wang Fugui took her shopping and they spent the night at a hotel. To ensure everything went smoothly, Zhang Wendong instructed Huang Jie to suggest to the woman that she extend her stay with Wang Fugui for a few more days, which ultimately turned into 3 additional days. Wang Fugui, wishing to prolong their time together, provided money for the hotel extension, and the woman consented to stay for another 2 days, but soon, Wang Fugui found himself exhausted from the indulgence. Zhang Wendong deemed it prudent to conclude matters, believing that whether or not they had succeeded, the essential lesson had been learned. He gave Huang Jie 500 yuan to pass on to the woman and instructed her to ensure the woman boarded the train out of Shanghai. After her departure, Zhang Wendong rewarded Huang Jie with 8,000 yuan. The previous funds he had given her had not been fully used. He advised Huang Jie to keep the money together, purchased her a train ticket back to Hunan province, discussed the intricacies of street vending, shared additional insights, and urged her to keep this matter confidential before sending her off to the train station. By November, Wang Fugui's affairs had taken nearly a month to resolve, leaving him with just over 20,000 yuan in hand. He was soon to settle the final payments for furniture and prepare for renovations of his shop, leading Zhang Wendong to express that the pressure was mounting. The staff he had previously hired to handle food preparation had not been let go, and he continued to pay them half their wages. That afternoon, Zhang Wendong visited their residence to inform them that they were to report for work the following day. Wang Chong was enjoying life at Fuguwei Garden, relishing the abundance of food and drink without the burden of labor. He spent his days wandering leisurely, adopting the demeanor of a gentleman, and he even took to savoring tea. In the evening, after dinner and tidying up, Zhang Wendong invited Wang Chong to sit and chat. He offered Wang Chong a cigarette while lighting one for himself, saying, "Wang Chong, have you called home yet?" Wang Chong replied, "I made a call while out exploring Shanghai." Zhang Wendong continued, "Now that my affairs are in order, it's time to start making money. Let me explain the specifics of my business here and my plans moving forward. I need you to listen attentively." Wang Chong responded, "Sure, I'll pay close attention." Zhang Wendong elaborated, "I am currently selling marinated foods. You may recall the duck necks from our county, along with some marinated vegetables, which I sell in bustling areas." Riding a tricycle, Wang Chong remarked, "I still remember the taste of those duck necks. They were delicious. I imagine they sell well here." Zhang Wendong replied, "Indeed, they sell quite well, but with the weather turning cooler and having not operated for over a month, I am unsure of the current situation. However, I used to earn around 300 yuan a day." Wang Chong exclaimed, "That's an impressive amount. You could earn nearly 10,000 yuan in a month." Zhang Wendong clarified, "Not quite, as I can't set up every day, but it's certainly more lucrative than working as a laborer. Now, let's discuss your role. I go to the market for supplies in the morning, and you will accompany me to memorize the route. The produce I purchase must be of high quality. I have already established a regular vendor for my ingredients, and you must remember the locations of those stalls. After I take you twice, you will go alone to procure the goods in the mornings. Do you understand?" Wang Chong clumsily recounted the instructions. Zhang Wendong remarked, "I have hired a lady to handle the ingredients. She will deliver the vegetables to my shop in the morning, and you can learn from her over the next couple of days. I do not require you to manage the ingredients directly, but it is essential for you to understand the process and ensure that everything is handled properly." Wang Chong responded, "Understood, Donggu. I will follow your instructions." Zhang Wendong continued, "Once the ingredients are prepared, I will marinate them. After a brief lunch break, we will head out to sell. Tomorrow, you will ride the tricycle while I ride my bicycle to show you the route. Pay close attention to how I sell the goods. I intend for you to learn for 2 weeks before allowing you to sell independently." Wang Chong contemplated for a moment and then asked, "Donggu, will I be selling alone in the future?" Zhang Wendong affirmed, "Yes, so you must learn quickly. Time is of the essence. I need to reclaim my shop and complete the renovations for the hot pot restaurant, which involves numerous tasks. Thus, you must shoulder your responsibilities." Wang Chong agreed, "All right, I understand." Zhang Wendong added, "Regarding your salary, I will initially offer you 10 yuan a day. Once you are proficient enough to sell on your own, I will give you 10% of the profits. Do you have any objections?" Wang Chong replied, "I will do as you say." Zhang Wendong cautioned, "Currently, funds are limited, and I appreciate your compliance. However, as earnings increase in the future, will you still heed my guidance? Remember, even among brothers, accounts must be clear. If you encounter any issues, communicate them to me rather than keeping them bottled up, understood?" Wang Chong nodded in agreement. Zhang Wendong reiterated, "The purpose of bringing you along is to earn money. I do not wish for our brotherly bond to disintegrate. You must also think critically as you work." Wang Chong assured him, "Donggu, rest assured, our relationship will not falter." Zhang Wendong concluded, "Very well, get to bed early tonight. We will leave at 6:30 tomorrow morning." After a brief conversation, they both retreated to their rooms to rest. The following morning, Zhang Wendong and Wang Chong set out for breakfast before heading to the vegetable market to procure supplies. Once the shopping was completed, Wang Chong pedaled the tricycle, transporting Zhang Wendong toward the shop. Upon reaching the courtyard, Zhang Wendong led Wang Chong upstairs to clean. As this was Wang Chong's first time upstairs, he was filled with curiosity but remained focused on his task. Zhang Wendong entered the kitchen to unveil the marinating ingredients. Everything appeared to be in order. Prior to his return from Xiang province, he had sealed the ingredients properly. Each time he prepared marinated dishes, he took care of the ingredients, ensuring they were well preserved for continued use. After Wang Chong finished cleaning, he descended to learn from the lady how to handle the ingredients. Zhang Wendong practiced for a while, and when the lady completed her work, He took Wang Chong to clean the tricycle and the wooden racks used for transporting the ingredients. While marinating the ingredients, he encouraged Wang Chong to observe and learn, as he planned to teach him extensively so that Wang Chong could eventually manage the marinating process independently, thereby freeing up Zhang Wendong's time for other endeavors. Once the ingredients were marinated, it was nearly lunchtime. They went out to eat before returning to the shop for a brief rest and to prepare the ingredients for selling. Zhang Wendong rode his bicycle, with Wang Chong energetically pedaling the tricycle behind him. Zhang Wendong guided Wang Chong to a previously successful location for selling marinated dishes, turning on the radio to play Sweet Honey. Gradually, familiar patrons began to return, and Zhang Wendong commenced selling his wares while Wang Chong observed nearby. They continued to shift locations, selling until after 7 in the evening, when the braised delicacies were completely sold out. Zhang Wendong took Wang Chong out for dinner and then rode the tricycle back to the shop to tidy up before cycling home. Chapter 57. Seeking comrade Lu Yuzhu at the school. Upon arriving home, Zhang Wendong took a brief respite and handed Wang Chong a cigarette, lighting one for himself as well. He inquired about Wang Chong's feelings regarding the day's work. Wang Chong responded, "I'm not too tired. I see you're quite adept at selling, but I suppose I need to learn for a while longer." Zhang Wendong replied, "There's no time to wait for you to learn at your own pace. Later, when you return to the room, reflect on my selling techniques. Tomorrow, you will assist me." He then handed Wang Chong 10 yuan, adding, "This is your wage for the day. You've seen that today's earnings were quite substantial. The sooner you master this, the sooner you can earn commissions. If you're not proactive about making money, your wife and children won't know when they can join you here." Initially, Wang Chong was thrilled to receive the 10 yuan, but after reflecting on Zhang Wendong's words, he calmed down and replied, "Brother Dong, rest assured, I will strive to get the hang of it soon." They conversed a bit longer before retiring for the night. Thus, after 2 weeks, Zhang Wendong, considering Wang Chong's presence, decided to prepare more braised goods for sale, working until after 8 each evening. Wang Chong was eager to earn more and took his learning seriously, even taking notes. The next day, Zhang Wendong began cycling alongside Wang Chong, refraining from intervening and merely observing as Wang Chong busied himself. Wang Chong had nearly become self-sufficient, handling sales, payments, and change with composure, and he was familiar with the locations for selling. After dinner, upon returning home, Zhang Wendong invited Wang Chong to sit on the sofa and count the money. They had sold 280 yuan that day, and Zhang Wendong handed Wang Chong 28 yuan, stating, "From today onward, you will receive commissions. Tomorrow, you will be solely responsible for selling. Remember, a friendly demeanor attracts customers. Avoid conflicts with buyers. You've identified the selling spots, so continue selling there." Wang Chong, elated with the 28 yuan, replied, "Brother Dong, why don't you stay with me for a couple more days? I feel a bit anxious without you." Zhang Wendong responded, "You must learn to manage on your own. It's already mid-November, and I need to finalize the tables, chairs, and counters for the hot pot restaurant, find a renovation team, and secure supply channels. There's much to do. The sooner we can reopen the shop, the sooner we can earn money." Wang Chong acquiesced, "All right then." After chatting for a while longer, they both retired for the night. The following day, Zhang Wendong meticulously timed his preparations for braising goods. After completing the braising, he had lunch and busied himself with personal errands. He first got a haircut and then purchased several outfits, shoes, and pants, preparing to visit comrade Lu Yuzhu at school. He thought to himself that he must not appear shabby in front of the university students. By around 4 in the afternoon, having dressed neatly and donned a long unworn peace symbol, he set off on his bicycle toward the university. Upon arriving at the school gate, he found himself unable to enter. The management at the school is quite stringent, requiring a detailed registration of whom one intends to meet, along with their identification information. Zhang Wendong is only aware that Lu Yuzhu is in her 3rd year of university, yet her previous correspondence did not specify her class or major. Unable to gain entry, he remains unperturbed, reasoning that even if he were to enter, locating her might prove difficult. He takes out a pack of cigarettes and begins to offer some to the security guard, attempting to establish rapport. Approaching one of the guards, he says, "Brother, all I have is my sister's name and her age. It would be difficult to find her inside. Could you lend me a hand?" The guard replies, "If you only know this information, I cannot let you in. Perhaps you could write her a letter. With just her name and year, she would surely receive it." Zhang Wendong pulls out a 20 yuan note from his bag, discreetly handing it to the guard, saying, "Brother, please help me find her. I only need you to let her know I am waiting for her at the school gate. The guard, holding the 2 large bills, feels tempted. This amount is equivalent to half a month's salary. He responds, I see that getting here has not been easy for you, so I will assist you. Please provide me with her name and year, and I will check the roster and have her advisor notify her. Zhang Wendong is surprised by the guard's considerable authority, but then realizes that security personnel still hold stable jobs, which reassures him. He relays Lu Yuju's specific information, along with his own name, and then waits at the gate. An hour passes, and it is now 5:30 p.m. As he pulls out a cigarette, lighting it, he catches sight of a striking figure approaching him, leaving him momentarily stunned. The young woman stands approximately 175 centimeters tall, her legs long and slender, clad in a loose shirt, with short hair that frames her oval face. Her almond-shaped eyes, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, possess a clarity akin to autumn waters, yet there is a hint of allure in their depths. Her cherry lips and delicate nose, along with her finely sculpted features, resemble a masterpiece of art. Zhang Wendong is captivated by her beauty. She is truly stunning. While her eyebrows and eyes bear a slight resemblance to Xiaofang, he recalls Xiaofang's dignified demeanor, whereas this woman exudes a blend of grace and charm, as if she could enchant his very soul, surpassing even Xiaofang in allure. Her steps are light, reminiscent of a fairy descending to the mortal realm. As she reaches him, Zhang Wendong is still lost in admiration. Lu Yuju, with a cool expression, addresses him, Zhang Wendong. He snaps back to reality, his face flushing slightly, hastily discarding his cigarette. Comrade Lu Yuju, you have changed so much. I almost failed to recognize you. Lu Yuju's icy demeanor begins to waver. She had intended to assert herself after so long without communication, but upon seeing Zhang Wendong's darkened face turn red, she feels a smile threatening to break through. However, she stifles it, pouting her lips, tears welling in her eyes as she says, Zhang Wendong, where have you been? Have you nearly forgotten me? Observing Lu Yuju's familiar emotional state brings back memories for Zhang Wendong. She still has that penchant for tears. He longs to pat her head, yet it seems inappropriate. Crafting a comforting lie, he responds, how could I possibly forget you? I had no idea you were also in Shanghai. I was just about to write to you at Huada. Had it not been for finding your letter at home, I would have prepared to search for you at Huada. A tear slipped from Lu Yuju's eye as she spoke. You deceived me once again. You haven't returned home in such a long time, and I have always left you letters whenever I departed. Humph. Zhang Wendong removed the peace talisman from around his neck and replied, I could never forget you. Just look at how well I have preserved the peace talisman you gifted me. It remains just as it was when you presented it. Lu Yuju examined the talisman closely and remarked, it is well preserved, but it is evident that you seldom wear it. With that, tears began to fall from her eyes. Zhang Wendong felt a mix of awkwardness and empathy. He said, let us not dwell on this. After all these years apart, you still have a penchant for shedding tears. Come, let me treat you to some delicious food. Lu Yuju countered, I have grown up now. You cannot simply appease me with food. You must apologize and promise to visit me at school whenever you have the chance. Zhang Wendong, with a hint of jest, began to apologize. I am truly sorry. Comrade Lu Yuju, I was wrong. I promise to visit you at school whenever I can. Noticing Zhang Wendong's lack of sincerity in his apology, Lu Yuju, in a huff, stepped on his foot. Zhang Wendong, unfazed, said, come, let us go eat something good. After so many years, we have much to catch up on. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yuju suggested, let us eat at school. I will show you around and help you familiarize yourself with the place. You must come to see me every week. Chapter 58, Bringing Lu Yuju Home. Zhang Wendong pondered for a moment, realizing that the school was quite renowned in Shanghai, and he was eager to explore. All right, let us go. Show me around, he replied, patting his bicycle to indicate she should hop on. Lu Yuju picked up Zhang Wendong's cigarette, and disposed of it in a nearby trash bin before walking into the school, leaving Zhang Wendong feeling somewhat embarrassed as he hurriedly followed. Upon entering the school, Zhang Wendong took in his surroundings and thought, this school is rather beautiful. The cultural ambience was rich, and even at mealtime, many students were engrossed in their books as they walked. Lu Yuju began to introduce Zhang Wendong to the school scenery, but he was too hungry to absorb any of it, yearning for a meal. He followed Lu Yuju around the campus until it was past 6 o'clock, at which point he remarked, your school is quite expansive. I wonder if the cafeteria serves good food? Lu Yuju had already discerned Zhang Wendong's hunger, but was determined to let him feel it a bit longer. Still irked, she replied, by now. The cafeteria's food will have been depleted. I shall take you for some steamed buns instead. Zhang Wendong confidently declared. Steamed buns? No way. I will treat you to something delicious. When is your next break? I want to show you my home. I'm opening a hot pot restaurant. And you must come to taste the flavors and share your thoughts. Lu Yuju responded, I am free right now. Take me there at once and return me later this evening. Zhang Wendong agreed. Very well, we shall eat outside first. It is not far from here. With that, they made their way out of the school. Upon exiting, Zhang Wendong gestured for Lu Yuju to get on the bike. She gently climbed aboard, gripping the seat. As Zhang Wendong pedaled towards home, stopping at a large restaurant to have their meal. As the dishes arrived, Zhang Wendong began to indulge heartily, while Lu Yuju had become more demure at mealtime, eating with a newfound grace. Observing her slender figure, Zhang Wendong encouraged her, eat more. You look too thin. Come over to my place whenever you have the chance. I'll prepare some delicious food for you. Lu Yuju replied playfully, you better keep your promise. I'll visit. But only if you cook my favorite dishes, like Xiangnan stir-fried pork, sweet and sour ribs, and sauerkraut fish, listing them with enthusiasm. This spirited girl remained unchanged, unabashedly candid with him, which delighted Zhang Wendong, who assured her, rest assured, I'll prepare something different for you every day. Lu Yuju then insisted, well, you must come to pick me up from school every afternoon. Zhang Wendong hesitated, responding, why not come by yourself? I have things to attend to. Lu Yuju pouted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and retorted, is your work more important than me? If so, I want to come. I'll just return to school after finishing my meal. Zhang Wendong felt a headache coming on and quickly reassured her, no, when do you finish school? I'll come to pick you up every afternoon. Lu Yuju's face lit up with a smile, radiating warmth like the arrival of spring, melting away the chill of winter, truly enchanting. Zhang Wendong thought to himself that Lu Yuju was quite the actress, yet her radiant smile made him feel compelled to come and collect her, no matter the circumstances. After their meal, Zhang Wendong leisurely pedaled his bike, carrying Lu Yuju to the luxurious garden where they resided. Upon arriving, he opened the door to their home, where the lights were still off, and Wang Chang had yet to return. Zhang Wendong flicked on the light, and Lu Yuju began to explore the interior. After a moment, she inquired, there's someone else living here. Who is it? Zhang Wendong explained, a friend from elementary school named Wang Chang. I've brought him here to help with business. Hasn't he been here long? Curious, Lu Yuju asked, which room is yours? Zhang Wendong pointed to his room and replied, that one. Without hesitation, she ventured inside, while Zhang Wendong lounged on the sofa, remaining still. After some time, Lu Yuju emerged from the master bedroom, commenting, you've struck it rich, haven't you? This place is so spacious, and the furniture is exquisite. Zhang Wendong felt a swell of pride and humbly replied, it's nothing extraordinary, just a modest success. However, the smile on his face was hard to conceal. Lu Yuju continued, if you've earned so much, why haven't you returned to the county all this time? Zhang Wendong's head throbbed at her words as he explained, it's too far, and I've worked hard for my earnings. I can't allow anything to disrupt my progress. Starting over would be too challenging. Lu Yuju pressed on, but how is it that you have time now? Zhang Wendong replied, well, I earned some money, bought the house, and after such a long time without seeing you, I missed you and came back to the county to find you. Lu Yuju's cheeks flushed slightly, and she declared, humph, you can't do this anymore. After such a long absence, you owe me. From now on, you must pick me up from the school gate every day at 5 p.m. No tardiness. And absolutely no skipping. Zhang Wendong assured her, don't worry, I'll definitely come. Do you have weekends off? If so, I'll tidy up the house, and you can stay with me over the weekend. Lu Yuju's blush deepened as she replied, I must return to school every day. You need to come for me at 9 a.m. on the weekends. Zhang Wendong's mind was in a flurry as he found himself entangled in yet another predicament. He replied, all right, but I'm quite busy and won't have time to keep you company at home. Lu Yuju responded, you focus on your matters. Just remember to pick me up. The two conversed for a while, but Zhang Wendong found no opportunity to inquire about Xiaofeng. Wang Chang returned, drenched in sweat, and upon noticing a woman in the room, he was taken aback, greeting her, hello, sister-in-law. I am Wang Chang, a brother of Donggu. Lu Yuju blushed fiercely, and Zhang Wendong, feeling a bit awkward, interjected, Wang Chang, this is my sister, comrade Lu Yuju. Please refrain from making inappropriate comments. Wang Chang chuckled, tapping his head as he smiled. Lu Yuju greeted Wang Chong and expressed her desire for Zhang Wendong to take her back to school. As Zhang Wendong rose and took his bicycle downstairs with Lu Yuju, they set off toward the school. During their ride, Zhang Wendong inquired, "How is your sister?" Lu Yuju pouted, replying, "My sister is already with someone else." "You should let it go," Zhang Wendong countered. "I recall that before I left, you promised me something. Have you forgotten?" Lu Yuju retorted, "I haven't forgotten. It was you who didn't return, and nearly 2 years have passed since our agreed time." Zhang Wendong asked, "When is your sister's wedding?" "I've nearly forgotten what she looks like." Lu Yuju responded, "It should be next October. My sister is already engaged to Zhou Weigua." Zhang Wendong felt a pang of disappointment, exclaiming, "What a pity. That toad Zhou Weigua is quite fortunate. He should bow to me when they marry. If it weren't for my pursuit of your sister, would she have considered him?" Lu Yuju's laughter rang like silver bells as she said, "I think so too. If you hadn't pursued my sister, she wouldn't have been with him so quickly." Zhang Wendong felt a surge of joy upon hearing her words, realizing that Lu Yuju was indeed on his side. Inspired by her laughter, he pedaled harder. Chapter 59. Let us make hot pot. Before long, they arrived at the school. Zhang Wendong rode into the campus, escorting Lu Yuju to the entrance of her dormitory. As she dismounted, she said, "Zhang Wendong, see you tomorrow at 5 in the afternoon." Zhang Wendong replied, "All right, rest assured. I won't be late." He watched Lu Yuju enter before turning to head home. Upon arriving home, he found Wang Chong leisurely seated at the tea table, savoring tea. Zhang Wendong remarked, "Drinking tea at this hour? Aren't you going to sleep tonight?" Wang Chong replied, "This tea helps me sleep better at night." He finished his tea in one gulp, rose to the sofa, and handed a bag to Zhang Wendong. Zhang Wendong opened the bag and began counting the money alongside Wang Chong. There was no discrepancy. They counted 290 yuan. Zhang Wendong withdrew 29 yuan, asking, "How do you feel today?" Wang Chong responded, "I was a bit unaccustomed at first, but once I got busy, it was fine." Many patrons took the vegetarian dishes home. They bought in large quantities. Zhang Wendong said, "Not bad. It's good to see you thinking. Tomorrow, prepare less, sell until 5 in the afternoon, and then you can return home. I will prepare a hot pot for dinner and would appreciate your feedback." Wang Chong replied, "No need to prepare less. I will have dinner and then continue selling." Zhang Wendong, observing Wang Chong's spirited demeanor, felt a sense of joy. "Indeed, your enthusiasm is commendable. Keep at it, and strive to save enough to purchase a home within a few years. Once you do, bring your family over. There are ample opportunities for prosperity here. Certainly better than what you have back home." Wang Chong replied, "Brother Dong, once you establish your hot pot restaurant and your business stabilizes, I would like to rent a place and bring my wife and children over." Zhang Wendong responded, "It's up to you. The sooner you bring them over, the better. At least your wife will be by your side to keep you in check." After they chatted for a while longer, they returned indoors to rest. The following day, after preparing the ingredients and having lunch, Zhang Wendong went to the first floor shop to inform each tenant that their leases would not be renewed. He then took a moment to assess the layout of the shop. The first floor shop had no walls, supported instead by columns, with wooden boards as partitions. The floor and walls remained untouched. When the shop was reclaimed, they could simply dismantle the boards, repair the walls, and clean up for immediate use. Having inspected the shop, Zhang Wendong proceeded to a furniture store to place an order for tables and chairs. Upon his arrival, the store owner greeted him warmly, exclaiming, "Boss Zhang, what a coincidence. The furniture you ordered arrived just yesterday." Zhang Wendong replied, "What a stroke of luck. I'm here to order tables. I'll come back for the furniture tomorrow." The furniture store owner, excited about the prospect of business, enthusiastically invited Zhang Wendong for tea. Once seated, Zhang Wendong stated, "I am preparing to open a hot pot restaurant and would like to order 10 square tables, each accompanied by 4 long benches, as well as a counter and a display cabinet." The store owner remarked, "Hot pot, I've had that before. It's from the mountain city, right? I enjoyed it when I went there to source timber. It was quite delicious. I didn't expect you to venture into this business, but I'm sure it will thrive." Zhang Wendong responded, "I appreciate your kind words. Do you have any ready-made tables available?" The store owner replied, "The tables will need stone slabs in the middle. Otherwise, the stoves will damage the wood." Zhang Wendong responded, "Since you understand this matter, it will be straightforward. I'll place my order with you, but please, do not overcharge me." The store owner assured him, "We have done business together many times. I wouldn't dream of taking advantage of you. Moreover, I pride myself on my integrity in business. You can rest assured." Let us first select the size and material of the tables, and once we've chosen, we can discuss the price. After their conversation, Zhang Wendong went to the warehouse to select the tables, choosing one that was appropriately sized. After some contemplation, he opted for slightly smaller, elongated tables designed for 2 people, thereby maximizing the shop space. Once he settled on the dimensions for the square tables, Zhang Wendong described the specifications for the smaller, elongated tables, selecting walnut wood for the materials. With the counter and cabinet also chosen, the two returned to the shop. The store owner provided a quote. The square tables are 150 each, the smaller tables are 80 each, the counter is 120, and the cabinet is 60. 410 square tables, 6 smaller tables, 1 counter, and 1 cabinet. The total comes to 2,160 yuan. Zhang Wendong bargained. Let us make it 2,000 yuan. Good things come in pairs. The store owner conceded. All right, I'll take a small loss and go with your proposal. Zhang Wendong concluded. I will come to collect these items in December. Please keep them here until they are ready. The furniture store owner remarked, no problem. Just come by to collect it when you need. The two then resumed their discussion of the details. After finalizing everything, Zhang Wendong paid a deposit of 500 and agreed to pick up the custom-made furniture the following day before heading to the market to buy groceries. After procuring the ingredients for hot pot, including beef tallow and various accompaniments, Zhang Wendong returned home around 3 in the afternoon. He began preparing the hot pot base, simmering the beef tallow. In recent days, he had been revisiting his notes, recalling the intricacies of learning to make hot pot. His skills had not dulled. The base was expertly prepared, and the vegetables were neatly arranged. Noticing the time was around 4:30, he took his bicycle and set off to pick up Lu Yuju. After waiting a moment at the school gate, Lu Yuju arrived, hopped on the bike, and the two rode home, laughing and chatting. Upon arriving home, Wang Chong was already inside. Zhang Wendong first kindled the stove before assisting Wang Chong in moving an old table. He couldn't bear to part with the new one, fearing it might get damaged. Once they finished their tasks, the three of them gathered around the table, watching the charcoal burn in the copper pot. The rich aroma of beef tallow wafting through the air, causing them to salivate. Zhang Wendong, having not indulged in hot pot for quite some time, only twice since acquiring the house, was eager to begin. As the water boiled, the enticing scent of spices enveloped them, prompting Zhang Wendong to add the beef first. Once the beef was cooked, he invited everyone to dig in. Savoring the familiar flavors, he found the taste remained impeccable. The other two were messily enjoying their meal, their mouths glistening with grease, their tongues sizzling from the heat. They continued feasting for several minutes until they were satiated. Lu Yuju's cheeks flushed. She reached for fruit to quell the spiciness. Wang Chong, having finished, exclaimed, "Wow, this is absolutely delicious." After sipping some water, he left to attend to his business, as there were still some marinated delicacies unsold. As Lu Yuju regained her composure, her face still rosy, she exclaimed, "Zhang Wendong, this is simply too delicious. I want more tomorrow night." Zhang Wendong replied, "You can't have too much of this. It might upset your stomach." Lu Yuju began to playfully plead, and unable to resist, Zhang Wendong acquiesced. They chatted and laughed until nearly 9 o'clock, when Wang Chong returned. Lu Yuju prepared to head back to school, and Zhang Wendong rode with her to see her off. After dropping Lu Yuju back at her school, he returned home to find Wang Chong still drinking tea. Upon seeing Zhang Wendong, Wang Chong quickly downed his drink and handed Zhang Wendong a bag. They counted the day's earnings, which were comparable to the previous days. After dividing the money, Zhang Wendong asked, "How did you find the hot pot?" Wang Chong replied, "Delicious. Truly delicious." Zhang Wendong inquired, "Do you have any suggestions?" Wang Chong responded, "If only the spiciness could be a tad hotter." Zhang Wendong retorted, "If it were too spicy, how would we sell it? Asking you is futile, do your own thing." Wang Chong replied, "All right then," and returned to his tea. Chapter 60. Concern for Comrade Lu Yuju begins. Zhang Wendong reclined on the sofa, contemplating various matters, eventually finding his thoughts drifting to Lu Yuju. She had blossomed into a graceful young woman. Since her presence had graced his life over the past few days, his heart had found a newfound serenity, a sense of home. With Xiaofang now a memory, he pondered what would happen if Lu Yuju were to marry in the future. Is there a possibility for Comrade Lu Yuju to become my girlfriend? Lu Yuju is even more striking than Xiaofang, in both appearance and physique. However, would such an endeavor be too beastly? After all, Lu Yuju has grown up before my very eyes. Yet, the moment I laid eyes on her yesterday, I was utterly captivated. Our friendship has transformed. At this juncture, I cannot hesitate. If Lu Yuju were to attract the attention of some toad and marry someone else, I would be left in despair. But considering Lu Yuju's beauty, after all these years, could she possibly have someone she admires? Even if she doesn't, might there be an abundance of suitors buzzing around her? But if I were to be direct about my feelings, would I risk losing even the friendship we share? It's quite a conundrum. Zhang Wendong's expression fluctuated, shifting from joy to sorrow, and then to a rather lascivious demeanor. Wang Chang observed Zhang Wendong's antics, remarking that his brother Dong was truly remarkable, even in his ability to change expressions so adeptly. The next morning, Zhang Wendong awoke early to exercise, while Wang Chang had already gone out for supplies. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Wendong visited the market to procure ingredients for the hot pot he intended to prepare that evening. He also bought a razor to groom himself. After years of rough living due to business, it was time to polish his appearance. After resting a while at home, Zhang Wendong meticulously prepared the marinated dishes, having leftover base and beef tallow from the previous day, finishing by 4 o'clock. Zhang Wendong began to ponder how to court Lu Yuju without being overt, for fear of frightening her away and losing everything. This time, a more subtle approach was necessary. In the past, courting her sister took considerable effort, and winning Lu Yuju's heart would demand even greater diligence. Otherwise, how could I possibly convey my sincere intentions? He took out the guanyin pendant to wear, grateful that he had not gifted the Methriya Buddha to Xiaofeng. It was essential to subtly remind Lu Yuju that guanyin and Buddha are a pair. After lounging on the sofa for a while, he glanced at the time and decided to ride over to pick up Xiaozhu. Arriving a bit earlier today, he handed a cigarette to the gatekeeper to strike up a conversation. After a brief chat, Lu Yuju emerged, and Zhang Wendong patted the back seat, realizing it was a bit firm and needed a cushion. Once Lu Yuju hopped onto the bike, Zhang Wendong pedaled leisurely and began, "Comrade Lu Yuju, I find it too formal to call you by your name directly. May I use your nickname instead? What do you think?" Lu Yuju's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "That's not appropriate, but you may call me Yuju." Zhang Wendong chuckled, pleased with the progress, and responded, "All right, Yuju, then you can call me Donggo?" With a playful grin, Lu Yuju retorted, "What else with the mushy talk? What are you trying to do?" Zhang Wendong's smile faltered as he replied, "After all these years of knowing each other, it feels so unfamiliar for you to call me that. I am not accustomed to it." Lu Yuju retorted, "But you used to call me little girl, didn't you? Why have you stopped?" Zhang Wendong replied, "You are an adult now. It feels inappropriate to call you like a child." Lu Yuju said, "As long as you are happy." Zhang Wendong continued, "Tomorrow is Saturday. Should I come to pick you up at 9 in the morning?" Lu Yuju responded, "Yes, please don't be late." Zhang Wendong proposed, "How about I meet you at the entrance of your dormitory? You can introduce me to your roommates and friends." Lu Yuju found Zhang Wendong's demeanor somewhat peculiar today. Why was he suddenly concerned about her? She replied, "All right, I will introduce them to you when I have the time." As they chatted, they arrived home. Since they hadn't informed Wang Chang about dinner, it was just the two of them enjoying hot pot. Zhang Wendong eagerly served Lu Yuju, while her eyes sparkled with delight. After finishing the hot pot, Zhang Wendong prepared to showcase his tea art. He invited Lu Yuju to sit by the golden Nanma tea table he had purchased. Clumsily, he attempted his tea-making skills, having not practiced in a while, resulting in a spill that scalded his hand. Yet, he did not relent, his face turning red, while Lu Yuju could hardly contain her laughter, her eyes crinkling with joy. As he poured the tea into the cup, he gestured for Lu Yuju to partake. Unable to hold back, she chuckled, "Zhang Wendong, where did you learn this skill?" "It looks impressive." Zhang Wendong, smiling, replied, "Self-taught. Quite remarkable, I assent it." Lu Yuju took a sip of the tea, slightly burning her lips, and exclaimed, "This is incredible. I've never seen anything like it. But this table is quite dazzling, like gold." Zhang Wendong seized the moment, responding, "I assent it beautiful. It cost me 6,000 yuan. Only this table is worthy of my tea artistry." Rising, he gestured for Lu Yuju to follow him. As he walked towards his room, her cheeks flushed, and she hesitated at the doorway, reluctant to enter. Noticing her hesitation, Zhang Wendong said, "Come and see the new furniture I just bought. It just arrived today, and I'm sure it will astonish you." Lu Yuju hesitated briefly before stepping inside, her eyes widening at the sight of the golden furnishings shimmering under the lights. With her mouth agape, she gasped, "This is absolutely stunning." Zhang Wendong chuckled, saying, "What do you think? Knowing you were in Shanghai, I exerted considerable effort to acquire it. Next time you have a break, come here to relax. This bed is new. No one has slept on it before, and it cost me 10,000 yuan. Lu Yuju examined the golden bed and the coffee table, her face blooming with a rosy hue as she replied, "There's no room for me here, and besides, I've grown up. I can't live in the same house as you." Zhang Wendong sensed another opportunity, responding, "I also purchased a shop for 700,000 yuan. The second floor is for living. When you're on holiday, I can take Wang Chong there to stay." Upon hearing Zhang Wendong mention money again, Lu Yuju began to understand, playfully responding, "Zhang Wendong, you are truly impressive. Buying both a house and a shop. You are the most remarkable person I have ever met." Zhang Wendong felt a surge of joy upon hearing this, yet a hint of peculiarity lingered in the air. He replied, "This sum of money is trivial. It is merely my earnings, a nest egg for my future. When I marry, I shall lavish it upon her." Lu Yuju recalled Zhang Wendong's inexplicable concern for her earlier that afternoon, and his current words seemed to unveil an answer. She responded, "Zhang Wendong, with your financial acumen, you must be quite generous. Your future wife will undoubtedly be very fortunate." Zhang Wendong affirmed, "Indeed. However, I remain uncertain as to where she may be." He then inquired, "Yuju, having studied in Shanghai for so long, have you developed feelings for anyone?" Lu Yuju's cheeks flushed, a crimson hue that refused to fade, as she retorted, "There are many who write to me at school." Zhang Wendong felt a pang of disappointment and extended an invitation to Yuju for tea, hoping to engage her in a more profound conversation. Chapter 61. Shopping with Lu Yuju. The tea had cooled sufficiently, and Zhang Wendong lifted his cup, taking a hearty sip before saying, "Yuju, I regard you as a sister. Should you ever fall for someone, you must confide in me. I shall ensure he is worthy." Lu Yuju felt her face heat further, fearing she might never recover from the blush, and replied, "Many write to me, yet I have discarded their letters without a glance." Zhang Wendong felt a flicker of happiness at her words and remarked, "You made the right choice. Not every frog deserves to court a swan." Lu Yuju interjected, "I am still young. Must we discuss such matters?" Zhang Wendong conceded, "Very well, Yuju. Do you still wear the Methreya Buddha I gifted you?" Lu Yuju retrieved the Methreya from around her neck, yet it had become ensnared, causing a delightful commotion. Zhang Wendong gazed, entranced. She handed the Methreya to him, and as he held it, a warmth enveloped his hand, stirring his heart. Upon closer inspection, he noted that this jade Buddha felt superior to his recently purchased piece. Surely, it had matured with time, as jade nourishes its wearer, and vice versa. He returned the Methreya to Lu Yuju and removed the guanyin pendant from his own neck, stating, "Observe, this guanyin was acquired alongside your Methreya. It is quite lovely, is it not?" Lu Yuju examined the guanyin with care, comparing it to her Methreya, and remarked, "Both are crafted from the same material, yet your guanyin is larger, though mine possesses a smoother texture." Zhang Wendong replied, "With time, my piece will become just as smooth. Jade requires nurturing to achieve that silkiness. And what of that bracelet? Why are you not wearing it?" Lu Yuju explained, "That bracelet is too conspicuous. I fear it may attract unwanted attention." Zhang Wendong rubbed his nose, feeling slightly awkward, and feigned sipping his tea. The two adorned themselves with their jade once more. Zhang Wendong remarked, "As the weather grows cooler, let us shop for some clothing tomorrow morning." Lu Yuju countered, "I have plenty of clothes. I do not require more." Zhang Wendong insisted, "I, too, wish to shop. You can assist me, as it has been an age since I last bought anything." Lu Yuju relented, "Very well." After conversing on various subjects, Wang Chong returned home, and Lu Yuju expressed her intention to return to school. Zhang Wendong rode his bicycle, escorting her to her dormitory, only departing once she had entered. Upon returning home, Zhang Wendong found Wang Chong wearing a forlorn expression. He playfully slapped him on the back, asking, "What is that expression about? What troubles you?" Wang Chong inquired, "Donggo, is that young lady your girlfriend?" Zhang Wendong's face flushed slightly, and he retorted, "What business is it of yours? You are already married. Am I not allowed to have a friend?" Wang Chong replied, "So I wasn't mistaken last time, after all. You were the one who criticized me." Zhang Wendong conceded, "You were correct. From now on, address me that way, understood?" Wang Chong reassured him, "Rest assured, Donggo. I am reliable in my dealings." Afterward, Wang Chong retrieved a bag, and the two counted the money. Once they had divided it, Zhang Wendong asked, "Did anything happen while selling today?" Wang Chong responded, "Nothing unusual." Zhang Wendong then said, "Wang Chong, my friend will be staying here over the weekend. Tomorrow morning, After you finish restocking, please tidy up the second floor of the shop. We will be staying there for 2 days. Wang Chong agreed. All right. Perhaps I should move some furniture over. That room is quite spacious, and I noticed there is a leather sofa in the bedroom meant for furniture. Zhang Wendong replied. If you wish to move it, then go ahead. It's better not to let that sofa go to waste. The two continued their conversation for a while before heading back to rest. The following morning, Zhang Wendong tidied himself up and arrived punctually at the entrance of Yuzhu's dormitory, awaiting her arrival. Perhaps due to his towering height, passers-by cast glances in his direction. But Zhang Wendong had grown accustomed to it. Checking his watch, he noted that Lu Yuzhu was running late. He thought to himself that he ought to buy her a watch to ensure she arrives on time. Today, Lu Yuzhu donned a slightly form-fitting outfit. Her attire no longer oversized, and her gait had a charming sway that caught Zhang Wendong's full attention. Upon reaching him, Lu Yuzhu blushed and realized her tardiness. Her cheeks tinged with embarrassment as she said, Yuzhu, you're late. Please remember to be punctual next time. He patted the firm back of the bike, inviting her to mount. As Lu Yuzhu climbed onto the bike, Zhang Wendong sat up straight, proudly riding out of the school, drawing envious glances from male classmates wherever they went, which delighted him immensely. Once outside the school, Zhang Wendong suggested, Yuzhu, shall we first visit my shop? I need to prepare the marinated goods. Lu Yuzhu agreed, and they headed toward the shop. Upon arrival, Lu Yuzhu noticed activity inside and greeted Wang Chong and the lady of the house before exploring the yard. After a while, Zhang Wendong led Lu Yuzhu upstairs, where the second floor exuded an ancient cultural ambience that she quite enjoyed. They exchanged laughter and conversation. Checking the time, Zhang Wendong realized it was nearly time to prepare the ingredients. He went downstairs to retrieve them with Wang Chong and the lady of the house, beginning the marination process. Once ready, he served the familiar flavors to Lu Yuzhu, her eyes sparkling with delight at the taste. During lunchtime, they cooked a few dishes in the shop for their meal. After enjoying lunch and taking a brief rest, Wang Chong set off to sell, while Zhang Wendong rode his bicycle with Lu Yuzhu to stroll along the pedestrian street. This vibrant street was discovered through Wang Fugui, featuring numerous shops with a wide array of goods. Zhang Wendong and Lu Yuzhu wandered, shopping as they went. He purchased for her 2 down jackets, 2 wool sweaters, 2 pairs of deerskin boots, and 2 thick woolen trousers. Zhang Wendong initially intended to buy her some lingerie, but she adamantly refused, even playfully pinching him. Unable to resist, Zhang Wendong began selecting items for himself, purchasing 2 down jackets and acquiring another for Wang Chong. He also bought 2 pairs of slightly thicker shoes. Lu Yuzhu, counting the contents of her small wallet, intended to pay Zhang Wendong, but upon seeing her deflated wallet, he promptly covered the bill. He then slipped several 50 yuan notes into Lu Yuzhu's wallet. Having completed their clothing shopping, Zhang Wendong took Lu Yuzhu to a watch store. Intrigued by the availability of Rolex watches, this brand, well-renowned, had reached his ears in a former life, prompting him to explore further. After browsing for a while, he selected a Rolex suitable for a lady, exuding an air of elegance, and spent over 3,000 yuan without a moment's hesitation. Upon purchasing it, he adorned Lu Yuzhu's wrist with the watch, her cheeks flushed and her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Zhang Wendong. He felt an immense satisfaction within. Indeed, wealth had its own allure. After their shopping spree, they returned home laden with packages. Upon arriving, Zhang Wendong began to feel fatigued, the impact of her gaze overwhelming him, leaving him momentarily breathless. Reflecting on his dwindling wallet, now containing only a few thousand yuan, he was abruptly jolted back to reality, realizing how quickly money could vanish. It was imperative to expedite the establishment of the hot pot restaurant. Lu Yuzhu was in high spirits, noticing Zhang Wendong's generous nature towards her, a contrast to her previous envy of how he treated his sister. Observing the subtle charm in his smile, she felt entranced, and Zhang Wendong, unable to withstand the allure, ventured out to buy groceries. He first visited a bicycle shop to cushion the rigid iron frame with thick leather pads before heading to the market to procure vegetables. As dinner time approached, Zhang Wendong began preparing a meal, while Lu Yuzhu offered to assist. He hesitated, as the weather had turned chilly and the water was rather cold. Zhang Wendong suggested, Yuzhu, why don't you stay here tonight? I will be lodging at the shop with Wang Chong, and you can sleep in my room, on that new bed. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yuzhu agreed. He added, please refrain from using the bathtub. It was left by the previous landlord, and I forgot to remove it. Could you tidy up and see if anything else is needed? We'll go shopping after dinner. Lu Yuju set about organizing the room, while Zhang Wendong quickly prepared the meal. Following their dinner, he took Lu Yuju out to buy daily necessities and bedding. Upon returning home with a plethora of items, Zhang Wendong felt utterly exhausted, more so than after a full day's labor. He collapsed onto the sofa, reluctant to move. While Lu Yuju busied herself with the room, Wang returned, and after settling their accounts, they began tidying up. Once everything was in order, Zhang Wendong advised Lu Yuju, "We're heading to the shop. Stay safe at home, all right?" Lu Yuju replied, "Understood. Please be careful on the road." Together, Zhang Wendong and Wang made their way to the shop. Upon arrival, they found only a single bed on the second floor, implying they would need to share it for the night. Zhang Wendong inquired, "Was today smooth sailing?" Wang responded, "Quite smooth indeed." Zhang Wendong remarked, "The weather is turning cold. I have purchased a down jacket for you. Tomorrow, I will go out to sell goods, so please ensure you buy everything that is missing." Wang replied, "I won't take long to shop. Once I'm done, I'll come find you." Zhang Wendong continued, after a flurry of activity, "Take a day to rest, and perhaps give your family a call." Wang agreed. The two engaged in further conversation before retiring for the night. Early the next morning, Wang set out to buy groceries while Zhang Wendong indulged in a bit more sleep. Upon rising, he rode his bicycle home, where Lu Yuju was already awake. After sharing breakfast with her, he proceeded to the shop. Once the ingredients were prepared, he began cooking the marinated dishes and, after completing lunch, allowed Wang to manage his own affairs. Zhang Wendong said to Lu Yuju, "Yuju, I will be selling goods this afternoon. You can entertain yourself." Lu Yuju replied, "I want to accompany you. I wish to see how you conduct your business." Zhang Wendong countered, "It's difficult for me to carry you on my tricycle. And the weather is quite chilly. You should go enjoy yourself." Lu Yuju began to act coy, and Zhang Wendong, unable to withstand her charm, relented. He loaded the marinated goods onto the tricycle, with Lu Yuju nestled in the gap at the back, and off they went, laughing merrily. Upon arrival, they began with a sweet melody. As customers approached to make purchases, Zhang Wendong calmly set about his tasks. Lu Yuju watched him intently, her eyes sparkling with admiration. By the time they finished selling, it was just past 6, and the day's sales had been notably good. Interestingly, there were more male customers than usual, and they were decidedly more generous. It seemed the allure of a beautiful woman remained powerful across the ages, as evidenced by Zhang Wendong's newfound confidence. After completing their sales, Zhang Wendong took Lu Yuju for dinner before returning to the shop, where Wang was also present. Zhang Wendong retrieved his bicycle to escort Lu Yuju home, but she mentioned needing to stop by the school to collect something, requesting that he take her there first. Zhang Wendong complied, riding with her to the school, which, at this hour, was brightly lit, reflecting the hard work of the students. While waiting downstairs for Lu Yuju to return, a young man approached. He was somewhat handsome, around 180 centimeters tall, dressed in a formal outfit, and wore gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement. He addressed Zhang Wendong, saying, "Hello, comrade. You must be Lu Yuju's brother?" Zhang Wendong regarded this young man with disdain, thinking to himself, "This must be the fly buzzing around Lu Yuju." Dismounting his bicycle, he stood tall, looking down at the young man, and declared, "I am Lu Yuju's boyfriend. What do you want?" The young man turned pale at this revelation. Disbelief etched across his face. How is that possible? How could Lu Yuju be interested in someone like you? Zhang Wendong sensed that this individual was attempting to disrupt the situation and retorted, "What is wrong with me? Am I not as manly as you, this pretty boy?" The young man, visibly paling, responded, "You are quite lacking in manners. I have never seen you at the school. You must not be a student here." Zhang Wendong replied, "I graduated from Huada and returned to inherit my father's company. What of it? Am I not worthy compared to you?" The young dandy felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Yet he seemed powerless against the brazenly confident man before him. Irritated, he retorted, "You needn't deceive me. Comrade Lu Yuju has no significant other. Let us compete fairly. I refuse to believe I cannot measure up to you." Zhang Wendong, upon hearing this, remained unperturbed and replied, "Whether you can or cannot, just wait here and see. You will know soon enough." With that, he produced a cigarette and began to strike a pose, exhaling clouds of smoke. The young dandy looked at Zhang Wendong with disdain, thinking him rather uncouth. After finishing his cigarette and waiting for a while, Lu Yuju descended, carrying a large bag. Zhang Wendong approached, took the bag from her, and secured it onto his bicycle, patting the soft back seat. Lu Yuju gently mounted the bike, grasping the rear seat. But Zhang Wendong took her hand and placed it around his waist, saying, "Hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate." Lu Yuju's face flushed crimson, and she twisted her body against him, causing Zhang Wendong to grimace in pain, yet he did not release her delicate hand. The young dandy, witnessing this scene, felt his heart shatter, as if snowflakes were falling upon him, leaving him utterly chilled. Unable to break free, Lu Yuju ceased her struggles and lightly clutched Zhang Wendong's clothing. Observing her grip, Zhang Wendong relinquished his hold and grasped the handlebars, blowing a provocative whistle at the young dandy before riding off with Lu Yuju. As they exited the school gates, Lu Yuju tightened her grip on the back seat and said, "Zhang Wendong, are you satisfied now?" Zhang Wendong's smile nearly split his face, and he replied, "It's all good. I find that young dandy rather insufferable, so please do not pay him any mind." Lu Yuju responded, "What young dandy? I didn't even notice who it was." Zhang Wendong replied, "It's best you didn't see. I was wondering how you deal with those pests at school." Lu Yuju suggested, "Perhaps next time our school organizes an event, I can take you along so you can see for yourself." Zhang Wendong chuckled, "That sounds wonderful. I have never experienced university life, and I would love to join you to broaden my horizons and rectify my previously blinded perspective." The two exchanged laughter as they returned home. Zhang Wendong did not linger at home for long. After a sip of water, he headed back to his shop. Upon arrival, he found Wang lounging on the bed, engrossed in a magazine with a rather lascivious expression. Zhang Wendong casually snatched the magazine for a glance, discovering it was a romance story, and promptly returned it to Wang. He then took out a pouch filled with cash and began to count it alongside Wang, eventually handing over Wang's share and saying, "Once I have gathered everything for the hot pot restaurant, why not take a trip home? I plan to leave the second floor of this shop untouched for business, so you and your wife can stay here." Wang, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement and replied, "Brother Dong, the hot pot restaurant hasn't even opened yet. Will you manage without me if I go home?" Chapter 63, A Taste of Temptation. Zhang Wendong responded, "This shop doesn't require much work. We can simply dismantle the boards and hire a craftsman for repairs, and it should be ready for use. I estimate it will only take about a week after purchasing the necessary items. I have already ordered the tables and chairs. Moreover, once the hot pot restaurant opens, things will likely get busier. A round trip home will take about 10 days, and with the cold weather during the new year, business should thrive, leaving you little time to return." Wang replied, "Perhaps it's best to reconsider. Think of all the tasks that would be delayed with such trips." Zhang Wendong remarked, "Whether you leave early or late to pick someone up, it will inevitably delay matters. The hot pot restaurant has yet to open, so time is not excessively pressing. My suggestion is that if you intend to return to fetch someone, it would be prudent to do so sooner. As you have observed in Shanghai, opportunities abound. You need not fear that you cannot support them." Wang replied, "Once you finish your tasks, I shall make a trip back." Zhang Wendong continued, "Since you have decided to return, feel free to take some of the old furniture from my room for your temporary use." Wang responded, "All right, I shall bring some over when I have the chance." The two conversed for a while longer before taking a break. The following morning, Zhang Wendong returned home to have breakfast with Lu Yuju before heading to the shop. After preparing the food, he began contemplating the items needed for the hot pot restaurant. He considered the stove, copper pots, utensils, as well as beverages and alcohol. It was essential to establish reliable sources for these items in advance. So he planned to visit the market first to compare prices, and then consult Boss Jiao for further comparisons. Once he finalized his thoughts, Zhang Wendong asked Lu Yuju, "I will be busy this afternoon. Would you care to accompany me?" Lu Yuju replied, "Sure. I will go with you to offer my advice." Zhang Wendong inquired, "You have classes tomorrow. Will you return to school tonight?" Lu Yuju affirmed, "I must return. Remember to pick me up at 5 o'clock every day." Zhang Wendong reassured her, "Rest assured, I will ensure you are well fed and healthy." After sharing some lighthearted banter, the two set off. Zhang Wendong recalled hearing from the furniture store owner about a wholesale market in Shanghai, which he had yet to visit, so he rode directly there. Upon arrival, he found the Hong-month wholesale market to be quite expansive, offering a plethora of goods. He sought out the vendors selling the items he needed, initiating inquiries and haggling over prices, though the limited quantity he intended to purchase restricted significant reductions. He meticulously compared prices across various stalls. After recording all the necessary prices, the entire afternoon had passed. On the way home, Zhang Wendong pedaled swiftly with Lu Yuju, searching for something to eat. Upon spotting a lamb soup stall, Lu Yuju expressed her desire for it, and Zhang Wendong promptly led her there. Inside the establishment, they ordered 2 pounds of lamb, and after tasting the dish, found it quite satisfactory. They began to indulge heartily in the meat. Lu Yuju, initially hesitant, allowed herself to eat more freely. Post-meal, they felt somewhat full and opted to walk instead of ride their bicycles, allowing their meal to settle. The rapid development in Shanghai was evident, with the sounds of construction echoing throughout the city. Upon returning home, Lu Yuju placed some of her belongings in the cloakroom while packing part of it to take back to school. As time passed, Zhang Wendong hurried Lu Yuju towards the school, riding a bit faster over the bumpy road. Lu Yuju struggled to maintain her balance on the cushion, clutching Zhang Wendong's clothing and leaning closer. The occasional jolt made Zhang Wendong acutely aware of her soft presence against his back, quickening his pulse. He mischievously sought out uneven paths, only to suddenly feel a sharp pain in his lower back, which Lu Yuju promptly noticed. Zhang Wendong then steered towards smoother terrain, but could not resist the temptation to brake unexpectedly, chuckling to himself. After escorting Lu Yuju to the entrance of the dormitory, she swiftly alighted from the vehicle, twisting around Zhang Wendong's waist with a playful twist, concealing her face with her bag as she dashed inside. Zhang Wendong stood at the door, grinning foolishly. Is this the feeling of love? Truly delightful. Suddenly, he recalled that handsome fellow and thought he must express his gratitude next time. Without him, the relationship with Yuju could not have progressed so swiftly. He reminisced about his pursuit of Xiaofeng, where he had played the fool, assisting Zhou Weiguo in winning her heart. For competition indeed breeds progress. Zhang Wendong's smile grew ever more radiant at the dormitory entrance. Nearby, a handsome man observed this scene, grinding his teeth in frustration. Zhang Wendong sang cheerfully, pedaling his bicycle briskly towards the shop. Upon arrival, he found Wang Chong on the second floor. Zhang Wendong exclaimed, "Let us go home and rest." Wang Chong pondered for a moment before replying, "Brother Dong, how about I stay here? I plan to bring my wife over soon, so I want to familiarize myself with the surroundings first." Zhang Wendong countered, "There's no rush. The supplies here are insufficient. Let us get everything ready before you move in." Wang Chong conceded, "All right. I'll leave my things here for now and start moving them over in the next few days." After Zhang Wendong packed his belongings, he returned to Fuguwei Garden with Wang Chong. Once home, they counted the money and divided it, and Wang Chong brewed some tea. The following morning, shortly after 8, Zhang Wendong visited Boss Jiao at the heartfelt supermarket, awaiting his arrival. At around 9, Boss Jiao arrived with his wife and was delighted to see Zhang Wendong. They exchanged pleasantries, and Zhang Wendong inquired about several items he wished to purchase. As Boss Jiao listened, he quoted prices, which were slightly lower than those at the wholesale market. Zhang Wendong inspected the goods, noting their commendable quality, and realized he could procure everything he needed here. After handing the money to Boss Jiao, he left the shop's address for delivery at 2 o'clock that afternoon, then returned to prepare his marinated goods. Enjoying lunch and resting until the delivery arrived, he greeted the movers to carry the items upstairs, beginning to check everything. No issues arose. Liquor and beverages would be delivered after the opening. After conversing with Boss Jiao for a while, he took his leave. Zhang Wendong then visited the market to buy fish and vegetables, preparing to cook sauerkraut fish for dinner. After processing the ingredients at home, he set out to fetch Lu Yuju, waiting at the dormitory entrance around 5 in the afternoon, greeted by envious glances from male peers, and joyfully headed home. That evening, he prepared sauerkraut fish and 2 side dishes, and they feasted heartily. After some playful banter indoors, Zhang Wendong frequently checked the time, while Lu Yuju playfully twisted around his waist once more. Zhang Wendong winced in pain, and on the way back to school, he mischievously inflicted another playful jab at her waist, feeling both discomfort and joy. After a couple of busy days, Zhang Wendong had gathered all the necessary supplies to open the hot pot restaurant. As he was returning Lu Yuju to school, he said, "Wang Chong will head back to his hometown these days to fetch his wife. I'll be out selling goods. I'll pick you up at 5 this afternoon with my tricycle." Lu Yuju replied, "Sure. I'll join you in selling things after class." After chatting, Zhang Wendong began his playful antics once again. After delivering Lu Yuju, Wang Chong returned to the shop, where he also moved some old furniture from the secondary bedroom to the second floor and prepared the daily necessities. Once the finances were settled, Zhang Wendong remarked, "Wang Chong, we have nearly completed the tasks concerning the shop. You should purchase a ticket home tomorrow. The sooner you return, the sooner you can come back." Wang Chong replied, All right. I'll buy the ticket after I finish restocking the ingredients tomorrow. They chatted for a while longer before Zhang Wendong headed home, while Wang Chong settled into the second floor of the shop. Chapter 64. The hot pot restaurant is ready. The following morning, after exercising, Zhang Wendong visited the market to procure ingredients for dinner and made a stop at a tea house. Upon arriving at the tea house, he offered a cigarette to the proprietor, and they exchanged pleasantries. Zhang Wendong then broached the matter at hand. Boss, I need to reclaim the shop I purchased. Do you have the contact information for the carpenter who repaired the place? I would like to hire him to restore the first floor. The proprietor responded. I'll give you an address. You can find him there. He was the foreman during the renovations and is still taking on jobs. Zhang Wendong expressed his gratitude. And after receiving the address written on a piece of paper, he continued conversing with the proprietor before returning to the shop to prepare marinated goods. Noticing Zhang Wendong's return, Wang Chong headed to the train station to buy his ticket. After taking a short break at the shop and finishing up the food preparations, Zhang Wendong began marinating the goods and set aside the vegetables for lunch, waiting for Wang Chong's return. When Wang Chong arrived, Zhang Wendong cooked the vegetables, and they began their meal. Zhang Wendong inquired, when did you purchase your ticket? Wang Chong answered, for tomorrow evening, in hard seat. Zhang Wendong advised, try to get a sleeper for your return. Your wife and child will find it quite uncomfortable sitting in hard seats for days. Wang Chong replied, all right. But I'm pressed for time, and hard seat tickets are difficult to come by. Zhang Wendong took out 500 yuan and handed it to Wang Chong, saying, I'm not sure how much money you have left. Consider this a loan. Be cautious on your journey and make sure to keep the money hidden. Wang Chong declined, saying, I still have some money. I've saved a bit under my bed. It's unwise to carry too much cash on the road. Zhang Wendong then retracted the money and counted out 200 yuan, stating, take this to buy some gifts for your child and parents. You've been away for nearly 2 months. It will surely bring them joy. This time, Wang Chong accepted the money without further protest. After finishing their meal, Wang Chong mentioned that he would go sell goods in the afternoon, to which Zhang Wendong agreed. After their meal, Zhang Wendong rested for a while before venturing out to find the carpenter for the house repairs. He arrived at the designated location and knocked on the door, which was opened by an elderly gentleman. Zhang Wendong greeted him, hello, sir. I am the owner of the shop on Chunfeng Road, here to inquire about house repairs. The elder invited him inside upon hearing Zhang Wendong's introduction. Once seated, Zhang Wendong continued, Sir, my surname is Zhang. May I ask how to address you? The elder replied, my surname is Guan. You may call me Master Guan. Many of the shops on Chunfeng Road were constructed under my supervision. How do you wish to proceed with the repairs? Zhang Wendong explained, Master Guan, the first floor of my shop has been partitioned into 3 rooms. I intend to restore it to its original state and repair the worn walls and bricks. Master Guan replied, the work does not seem extensive. I must visit your shop to discuss other matters. Zhang Wendong responded, I will first confirm with you, and then I shall come to your shop in early December for a detailed inspection. Master Guan agreed. All right, just come find me then. After conversing for a while longer, Zhang Wendong took his leave. He ventured to the market to procure some ingredients, returned home to prepare them, and after a brief rest, set out to pick up Lu Yuju. Upon waiting at the school gate, Lu Yuju entered the vehicle. There had been noticeable progress. She no longer clutched the car's cushion, but instead grasped Zhang Wendong's clothing. He mentioned, Wang Chong went out this afternoon and won't he return until tomorrow. I will set up my stall again then. Lu Yuju replied affirmatively and began sharing amusing anecdotes from school as they exchanged laughter on their way home to prepare dinner. In the evening, Zhang Wendong returned Lu Yuju to the school and then sought out Wang Chong at the shop. Ascending to the second floor, Wang Chong produced the money, and they counted and divided it. Zhang Wendong advised, you need not buy vegetables in the morning. Procure everything today, for I must sell goods in the afternoon. You can head to the train station on your own. Wang Chong replied, I will buy vegetables in the morning. I'll procure the essentials, and if needed, purchase additional items upon returning to the provincial city for safety on the road. Zhang Wendong concurred. Very well, manage your time wisely, and be cautious on your journey. After further discussion, Zhang Wendong returned home. The following day, he arrived punctually at the shop to prepare the marinated delicacies. After a brief respite post-lunch, he set out to sell, operating until around 4 in the afternoon. He then pedaled his tricycle towards the university area, selling at the school gate until he awaited Lu Yuju, who suggested he follow her as she knew where the crowds were. Accompanying Lu Yuju, they sold goods near the university, which proved lucrative due to the abundance of students, whose higher caliber made conducting business smoother. Once they concluded selling around 7, Zhang Wendong rode with Lu Yuzhu towards the shop, stopping to dine along the way. After securing the tricycle in the shop and tidying up, he rode Lu Yuzhu back to school, saying, "Yuzhu, I will be busy for the next few days. Perhaps you should remain at school until I am free." Lu Yuzhu protested, "No, I want to accompany you in selling after my classes. Is that all right?" With just a few exchanges, Zhang Wendong found himself yielding to her wishes, appreciating her companionship that invigorated him after a day's labor. As December commenced, the merchants on the first floor vacated their spaces. Zhang Wendong resolved not to sell marinated goods today, prioritizing the shop's matters. In the morning, he sought out Master Guan, who arrived to scrutinize the premises. After thorough examination, they discussed the details, and upon agreeing on the price for labor and materials, Master Guan departed to gather his apprentice, intending to procure supplies that afternoon to commence work the following day. Once Master Guan left, Zhang Wendong proceeded to the tea house to inquire about the necessary licenses for opening a shop, discovering that only a business license was required, which could be obtained from the local industrial and commercial department. Without delay, Zhang Wendong made his way there. Having gathered the necessary documents, Zhang Wendong returned home for lunch. After preparing the required materials, he headed to the industrial and commercial department to apply for a business license. Once the license was secured, he ventured to the local market to purchase vegetables. After bringing the groceries home, he set out to pick up Lu Yuzhu. That evening, after enjoying dinner together and sharing laughter with Lu Yuzhu, he escorted her back to school. The following day, Zhang Wendong resumed his market stall activities while occasionally checking on Master Guan's renovations and inquiring about the progress of the business license. The first floor shop had been restored in less than a week, complete with a restroom and kitchen, which alleviated many concerns. Zhang Wendong also procured several large lights, requesting Master Guan to help adjust the wiring and install them, settling the payment thereafter. After the space had aired out for a few days, December 10th arrived, and Wang came with his wife. Zhang Wendong entrusted the stall operations to Wang and began moving the pre-ordered tables, chairs, and cabinets into the shop, preparing other essentials as well, with the business license finally in hand. By mid-December, Zhang Wendong named the hot pot restaurant Fengwei Old Hot Pot and installed the sign. He also hired 2 young, attractive, and sociable women, as it was essential to engage directly with customers, and appealing staff were more likely to attract patrons. With these new hires, the staff now comprised 5 individuals: Zhang Wendong, Wang and the aunt who previously handled the marinated ingredients. Wang contributed a portion of the renovation costs, resulting in a monthly profit share of 10%, along with a base salary of 100 yuan. The aunt's salary increased to 60 yuan, with the other 2 staff members also earning 60 yuan each. A favorable opening date was chosen for December 18th. On December 16th, the weekend arrived, and Zhang Wendong brought Lu Yuzhu to his home. With only 2 days left until the grand opening, he began preparing the hot pot base during the day, as the cold weather allowed for its preservation over time. He had already selected and secured the ingredients for the hot pot at the market in recent days. That evening, after dinner with Lu Yuzhu, they relaxed on the sofa, and Zhang Wendong remarked, "Yuzhu, Wang and his wife have come to Shanghai and are staying on the 2nd floor of the shop. I have no place to sleep tonight, so I'll be staying at home." Lu Yuzhu replied, "Then please take me back to school. I cannot share a room with you." After some persuasion, Zhang Wendong ultimately had to return her to school. The next morning, he picked her up again. Although it was somewhat inconvenient, he didn't mind, as he cherished the benefits of their journey together. The following day, after retrieving Lu Yuzhu, they returned to the shop to work. After dinner, he tidied up, relaxed on the sofa, and informed Lu Yuzhu, "Yuzhu, my hot pot restaurant opens tomorrow, and I want to have time to pick you up for a while. Once things settle down, I'll come for you this weekend." Lu Yuzhu pouted and replied, "You mustn't forget, I expect you at 9 in the morning. If you don't come, I shall ignore you." Seeing Lu Yuzhu's forlorn expression, Zhang Wendong felt an overwhelming desire to embrace her tenderly. However, their relationship had not yet progressed to that stage, and all Zhang Wendong could do was to coax Lu Yuzhu into laughter. The two spent a delightful time conversing at home, and when it was time to part, Zhang Wendong escorted Lu Yuzhu to the entrance of her dormitory, watching her enter with reluctance. As the weekend came to an end, on the morning of the 18th, Zhang Wendong took Wang to the market early to procure ingredients. Upon returning to the shop, he busied himself with preparing the food. Around 11 o'clock, Zhang Wendong set off 2 firecrackers at the entrance, signaling the commencement of business. Since hot pot was still a novelty in Shanghai, he sought out a photography studio to capture enticing images of the dishes, enlarging these photographs to adorn the walls of the shop, and hung a banner announcing an opening discount of 20 for the first 3 days. As mealtime approached, curious customers gathered outside, and Zhang Wendong warmly invited them to step inside and explore, sharing the origins and methods of enjoying hot pot, with the photographs serving as visual references. When the broth was served, the rich aroma of beef tallow wafted through the air, causing customers to swallow in anticipation. Zhang Wendong assured them that one taste would surely lead to a second. He continued to beckon passers-by into the shop, enticing them with the promotional offer. Gradually, more customers entered, and business began to flourish. Thus, on the first day of opening, the sales were promising, the stock of ingredients was modest, and with hopes for good fortune, they sold out by 7 in the evening. Once the customers departed, Zhang Wendong tallied the accounts, noting a net profit of over 600 yuan on the first day. After a light meal among themselves, they retired for the night. As the hot pot restaurant marked its 5th day, business continued to improve day by day. With the temperature dropping and the weather turning cold, a steaming hot pot was simply delightful. The popularity of the establishment kept 5 employees quite occupied, and Zhang Wendong found himself juggling multiple responsibilities, stirring spices, attending to guests, handling payments, managing accounts, and restocking beverages, leaving him utterly fatigued each day. Wang Chang's wife also began to lend a hand, but their young son required constant attention. Zhang Wendong decided to hire 2 more women, having been pleased with the work ethic of the previous hires, who were diligent and sharp-eyed. He posted a recruitment notice at the shop's entrance, planning to conduct interviews the following afternoon. On Saturday morning at 9, Zhang Wendong arrived at the school to pick up Lu Yuju, who joyfully accompanied him to the hot pot restaurant, expressing her desire to help. Zhang Wendong readily agreed. After an early lunch, the business began to pick up, and he assigned Lu Yuju to the counter to keep the accounts, reluctant to burden her with the more laborious tasks. Following the lunchtime rush, he commenced the interviews in the afternoon, successfully hiring 2 new employees who would start work the next day. After another early dinner, they resumed their duties, working until past 9 in the evening. When Lu Yuju began to nod off, Zhang Wendong tidied up the shop before escorting Lu Yuju home. Still somewhat groggy, she clung to his waist as they rode back, invigorating Zhang Wendong. As they cycled along at a snail's pace, Lu Yuju, having braved the cold wind for a while, regained her alertness and mischievously twisted at his waist. Lu Yuju observed that Zhang Wendong was not riding towards the school and inquired, "Zhang Wendong, what time is it? Aren't you going to take me back to school?" Zhang Wendong replied, "It's still early. Let's return home and rest for a bit." Lu Yuju, not pondering much, followed Zhang Wendong home. Upon arriving, Zhang Wendong collapsed onto the sofa and remarked, "Business has been overwhelming. You should refrain from coming to the store tomorrow. Stay home and rest well. I will come back to see you once I finish my work." Lu Yuju countered, "I want to go. I can help you with the accounts at the store." Zhang Wendong responded, "If you tire yourself at the store, you can take a break upstairs. 2 new waitstaff are coming tomorrow, so it won't be too hectic." Lu Yuju acknowledged this, and the two engaged in conversation for a while. When Lu Yuju glanced at the clock and saw it was past 10, she exclaimed, "Zhang Wendong, hurry, take me back to school, it's getting late." Zhang Wendong leisurely replied, "At this hour, it's too late. Your school must be closed. I'm utterly exhausted from today and lack the energy to ride back. I will sleep in the guest room. You can rest comfortably in the master bedroom. Besides, the door can be locked, so there is no need to fear. I am not a bad person." Lu Yuju playfully punched Zhang Wendong twice with her tiny fists, saying, "You are a bad person. I can't believe you have become so mischievous after not seeing you for such a long time." Feeling a bit awkward, Zhang Wendong suggested, "Perhaps I should find a hotel to stay in." Observing the fatigue etched on Zhang Wendong's face, Lu Yuju felt a pang of sympathy and said, "You can sleep at home, but you must not wander around the house at night. No smoking inside, and definitely do not knock on my door." Zhang Wendong felt a flicker of happiness at her words, wondering if it was a hint. With uncertainty, he replied, "Why would I come knock on your door at night?" Lu Yuju, hearing this, was ready to greet him again with her delicate fists, but Zhang Wendong grasped her fists and pulled her toward him. Lu Yuju, caught off guard, fell into his embrace, sending a tremor through Zhang Wendong's heart. Gazing at the exquisite beauty in his arms, his heartbeat quickened, while Lu Yuju blushed profusely. resembling a startled little rabbit. She quickly stood and dashed to the master bedroom, the sound of the door locking behind her echoing in Zhang Wendong's ears. The exhaustion of the day faded away, yet he understood that such contact was reaching its limit. Lu Yuju remained quite conservative. Unlike the last time when he had noticed her in snug attire, she was now dressed in loose clothing. Zhang Wendong lounged on the sofa, indulging in a lewd chuckle for a while before proceeding to wash up, all the while humming a cheerful tune, feeling utterly elated. Back in the master bedroom, Lu Yuju buried her flushed face under the blanket, taking quite some time to compose herself. Chapter 66. Preparing to confess to Lu Yuju. The following day, Zhang Wendong arose early. With Wang out procuring groceries, he no longer needed to rush to the store. After exercising briefly, he bought breakfast to bring home, where he found Lu Yuju already awake. They shared breakfast together, and upon noticing that Lu Yuju was not deterred by his mischievous behavior from the previous night, Zhang Wendong felt reassured and took her to the store. He conducted a brief training session for the two new waitstaff, assigning them each to work alongside the more experienced staff. Zhang Wendong once again busied himself with preparing the hot pot ingredients, this time for a duration of 2 days, which left him quite occupied. Having cooked a portion of the base ingredients, the staff and patrons enjoyed an early lunch, and soon, customers began to trickle into the restaurant. Zhang Wendong, accompanied by Wang, started attending to the guests. As the hot pot establishment had only recently opened, it was necessary to introduce the dishes to some customers, which consumed considerable time. After the midday rush, Zhang Wendong resumed his cooking, tirelessly engaged in his work. Lu Yuju, being obedient, did not cause any trouble for him. During her free time, she strolled along Chunfeng Road, where numerous shops attracted a significant footfall. Zhang Wendong was not concerned for Lu Yuju's safety. When she grew weary, she would rest on the second floor, assisting with calculations at the counter whenever customers arrived. Their bustling activities continued until past 9 in the evening, at which point Zhang Wendong escorted Lu Yuju back to her school. During their journey, he remarked, "Now that we have hired 2 more people at the restaurant, things are less hectic. I will come to pick you up on Friday afternoon." Lu Yuju playfully twisted at Zhang Wendong's waist and replied, "Why not every day? Why must I wait until Friday afternoon?" Zhang Wendong explained, "It gets too late with all the evening work. After dropping you off at school, I still need to return home, and that isn't safe. Focus on your studies for now. Once you graduate, I'll be right there with you." Lu Yuju responded, "That might take quite some time. I just started my 3rd year, and my advisor has already urged me to prepare for graduate school. I might even pursue a master's degree." Hearing this, Zhang Wendong felt a surge of happiness. The more education she received, the brighter her future prospects became. He exclaimed, "Pursuing a master's degree is wonderful. Once you attain that, your future will be boundless. You've witnessed how exhausting running a business can be. Once you finish your studies, you must lend me a hand. My expectations are modest. Just arrange a vacant position for me in the government." Lu Yuju replied, "I aspire to become a university professor. Perhaps you could take a job as a security guard at our school. That would be quite leisurely." Zhang Wendong chuckled, "A university professor? Will I then have to call you Professor Lu? It sounds quite impressive." Lu Yuju playfully pinched Zhang Wendong's waist, causing him to squirm in pain. Alarmed, she tightly embraced him, and Zhang Wendong realized he had stumbled upon a clever tactic. Their playful banter continued until they arrived at the dormitory entrance. Watching Lu Yuju enter her residence, Zhang Wendong was about to depart when the familiar figure of the handsome rival appeared. The rival appeared somewhat haggard, presumably nursing a broken heart. Zhang Wendong felt a sense of delight upon seeing him. Without this individual, his relationship with Lu Yuju may not have progressed so swiftly. He said, "Hey, what do you have to say for yourself?" The rival's expression shifted, gradually contorting into a scowl as he retorted, "You fraud. You claim to be a graduate of Huada, yet you are merely a petty traitor. How could Comrade Lu Yuju possibly have any interest in you?" Zhang Wendong remained unfazed by the insult, a sudden realization striking him as he responded, "Indeed, I am a petty traitor. What of it? Am I not good enough compared to you, pretty boy?" The rival, infuriated, bellowed, "You must have used some deceitful means to win over Comrade Lu Yuju. Otherwise, she would never look twice at someone as worthless as you. You charlatan." Zhang Wendong replied calmly, "In truth, Comrade Lu Yuju is not yet my girlfriend. I am currently pursuing her. However, as you can see, we share a mutual affection, which could be described as a budding romance. It seems that you, my handsome rival, have no chance." Upon hearing that Zhang Wendong was not in a relationship with Lu Yuju, the rival's expression softened, and a glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes. He even resorted to foul language, exclaiming, "Damn it, I knew you were a fraud. With my good looks and talent. I have been pursuing Comrade Lu Yuju for nearly 2 years, and she has never even glanced my way. How could she possibly be interested in you? You must be joking." Zhang Wendong, upon receiving such a disrespectful greeting, felt a twinge of indignation. Though he did not care much for his family, he could not allow the other party to insult him so brazenly. He stepped out of the car, rubbed his wrist as a sign of readiness to engage. His gaze turning fierce under the dim streetlights, reminiscent of a criminal poised for violence. The rival, seeing this, hastily retreated several steps and said, "You brutish fool. If you have the guts, engage in a war of words instead of resorting to violence. If you dare to strike, I assure you I will ensure you are barred from entering the school again." Zhang Wendong, unimpressed by such childish banter, retorted, "You dare to speak such nonsense. I was trying to converse with you civilly, but now you've crossed the line. Today, you shall witness what a true man is capable of." With that, he advanced and delivered a flurry of punches to the rival, feeling a sense of relief afterward, as it had been far too long since he had engaged in a physical confrontation. The rival lay on the ground, grimacing in pain, yet he remained resolute. Refusing to utter a sound, Zhang Wendong produced a cigarette, lit it, and stated, "You've got some spirit. How about a challenge? Shall we compete?" The rival, enduring the pain, replied, "Compete in what? If it's a fight, I am not afraid of you. Go ahead, strike me down if you dare." Zhang Wendong countered, "You coward. How can you call yourself a university student? Since we are both pursuing Comrade Lu Yuju, let us agree to a contest. We will confess our feelings to her at the same time, and if she chooses you, I will concede. However, if she chooses me, you must avoid her from that day forth. Do you accept, coward?" The rival, feeling the heat of competition, responded, "Whoever backs down is a coward. Name the time and place, and if she chooses me, you shall no longer approach her. If you break this vow, may thunder strike you." Zhang Wendong, impressed by the rival's audacity, replied, "Very well. If she chooses me, you must steer clear of her. Do you agree?" The rival assented, "Agreed. But remember my terms. You set the time, and may the best man win." After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Wendong declared, "Next Sunday at this hour. How does that sound?" As he set the time, the rival's confidence began to waver. He regretted his impulsiveness. It was evident that Lu Yuju was currently closer to this imposing figure, and his chances seemed slim. However, to back down now would be to admit defeat. Thus, he resolved to seize this opportunity. Next Sunday at this hour was indeed a favorable time, as the streets would be relatively empty, and failure would not invite ridicule. Yet, if he succeeded, it would mark the pinnacle of his aspirations. After a stimulating brainstorming session, the young man declared, "All right, let us set it for next Sunday at this time. No tricks. Let us all be true gentlemen." Zhang Wendong, upon hearing these words, smiled and replied, "Agreed. I trust you to be a man of integrity. If you lose, you shall act like a true gentleman, and I expect you to honor your word." Without waiting for a response, he hopped on his bicycle and joyfully rode home. This moment of inspiration was indeed remarkable. He had long sought an opportunity to confess his feelings to Lu Yuju, although she typically tolerated his somewhat foolish behavior. When it came to confession, there could be no retreat. He had to seize the moment. Competition breeds growth. If he could help Zhou Weiguo win over Xiaofeng, then why couldn't this young man achieve the same with Lu Yuju? The thought of winning her heart while stepping on the shoulders of others was simply delightful. The more Zhang Wendong pondered, the more he felt this idea was splendid. He needed to devise a meticulous plan. Chapter 67, New Year's Gift Exchange. The following day, Zhang Wendong arrived at the shop early to prepare, ensuring an ample supply of hot pot base. After a busy morning, he ventured to a nearby mall on the pedestrian street to purchase some items. He believed that on the day of confession, a gift was essential. It must not be trivial, but should express his heartfelt intentions. Since gifting a piece of jade had proven effective, he felt he had grasped the essence of meaningful presents. Recognizing that valuable items convey sincerity, he decided to gift gold jewelry this time. He had heard in his past life that during a wedding, one should include 5 types of gold, so he resolved to make a complete purchase at once. Upon arriving at the gold jewelry store, Zhang Wendong examined the prices, noting that gold was priced at 50 yuan per gram, quite reasonable. With over 10,000 yuan in hand, excluding the funds allocated for the hot pot restaurant, he was well within budget. He began to select his pieces and, after some time, spotted a large hollow gold bracelet. He inquired with the shopkeeper, "Could you tell me more about this bracelet?" The shopkeeper replied, "Sir, you truly have an eye for quality. This is a dragon and phoenix bracelet, meticulously crafted by our master jeweler. The dragon and phoenix symbolize auspiciousness and the harmony of love." Zhang Wendong found this intriguing and asked, "How many grams does this bracelet weigh, and what is its price?" The shopkeeper responded, "This bracelet weighs 99 grams and is priced at 200 yuan. Zhang Wendong then said, "I also need a necklace, a ring, a pendant, and a pair of earrings. Could you offer me a discount if I purchase everything here?" The shopkeeper, delighted by the prospect, replied, "Please choose your items. I am the manager here, and I will calculate the price based on the gold rate without charging any processing fees." Encouraged, Zhang Wendong continued to select items: a wave pattern necklace, a pendant composed of 2 hollow heart shapes, a pair of leaf-shaped earrings, and a solid dragon and phoenix ring. Once he had made his selections, the total came to 186 grams, with the large dragon and phoenix gold bracelet being the most expensive, summing up to 300 yuan. The shopkeeper even provided several exquisite wooden boxes to elegantly package the jewelry. Zhang Wendong carefully placed his purchases in a bag and returned to the shop, where he greeted customers with even greater warmth. For he had made his acquisitions, and his finances had reverted to the level they had been at after completing his middle school summer business. After concluding his business affairs, it was already past 9 o'clock. After settling the accounts, he returned home, refreshed himself, and lay in bed, contemplating matters. He mused that merely presenting gifts seemed a tad monotonous. Perhaps a bouquet of flowers would enhance the confession. Roses, however, given the current weather, it was unlikely to procure fresh flowers, let alone roses. After a prolonged deliberation, he resolved to purchase a camera, for such a splendid moment must surely be captured. In due course, he envisioned himself kneeling on one knee, sliding the ring onto Lu Yuju's finger. Wasn't this the very essence of a ring, symbolizing unwavering love? Zhang Wendong's mind was awash with vivid fantasies, and he succumbed to slumber with a mischievous expression, balancing business with preparations. He had even arranged for someone to capture the moment. Before long, Friday arrived, and at precisely 5 o'clock, Zhang Wendong was at the dormitory entrance to greet Lu Yuju, who entered the car with a bag of belongings. Upon returning home, he prepared a delightful meal for Lu Yuju. After dining, he encouraged her to relax at home while he ventured to the store to check in. Now, Wang was adept at managing the business on his own. After all, in the realm of commerce, a thick skin and the ability to engage customers were paramount, and memorizing the menu prices posed no significant challenge. Therefore, Zhang Wendong felt no concern about occasional absences. Arriving at the store just before 8, he found a bustling crowd of customers. Zhang Wendong immersed himself in work, and after a flurry of activity until past 9, he completed the accounts and tidied up before heading home. Upon arrival, he found Lu Yuju in the bedroom. He knocked on the door, but she did not open it. Instead, she responded from within. After a brief conversation, Zhang Wendong proceeded to wash up and retire for the night. The following morning, he purchased breakfast, and after Lu Yuju finished her meal, she expressed her desire to stay home, opting not to go to the store. Zhang Wendong informed her that she should have lunch on her own and that he would prepare dinner upon his return, before heading off to the store to attend to business. Today marked January 1st, 1989, New Year's Day, and the business thrived splendidly. The store was bustling until after 2 o'clock, and after wrapping up, Zhang Wendong went to the market to procure ingredients before taking a brief respite at home. By 4 o'clock, he began preparing dinner, and after eating around 5, he returned to the store to continue working until past 9. After tidying up, he commenced distributing salaries. Although the store had only recently opened, he adhered to the customary practice of issuing monthly wages. He had diligently calculated each employee's salary and distributed the payments. The 2 new hires received a bonus of 5 yuan each, while the 3 early arrivals were awarded 10 yuan each. He also announced that next month, salaries would increase to 80 yuan, much to the employees' delight. Zhang Wendong believed that wages needed to be raised, considering the demanding nature of the work, the long hours, and the lack of holidays. He feared that without an increase, the employees might not remain for long. Once the employees departed, Zhang Wendong began to divide the profits with Wang. Although the business had only been open for less than half a month, they had still managed to earn over 13,000 yuan. He retained a portion for the store's operating capital and split the remaining 12,000 with Wang. Wang Chang's share amounted to 1,200 yuan, and his salary had already been dispersed. Observing Wang Chang's elation as he held the money, Zhang Wendong remarked, "Wang Chang, this month your salary will rise to 200. Business is flourishing, and it's quite busy. You must hold your ground." Wang Chang replied, "Brother Dong, there's no need to increase my salary. I have my share of the profits. You aren't drawing a salary, and I don't even want that 100 yuan." Zhang Wendong remarked, "One matter should be treated distinctly from another. If you're allowed to take it, then take it. Just put in your best effort." Wang Chang attempted to argue further, but Zhang Wendong simply returned home. Upon arriving, he found Lu Yuju seated on the living room sofa, her hands hidden behind her back. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Zhang Wendong lay down on the sofa, his gaze drawn to Lu Yuju's delicate, rosy face. Embarrassed by his attention, Lu Yuju revealed her hands, holding a scarf, and shyly said, "Zhang Wendong, I've knitted you a scarf. Why not give it a try?" Zhang Wendong, invigorated by her words, sat up and exclaimed, "Yuju, you are truly wonderful. I am so touched. This is the first gift I have ever received. Allow me to wash my hands so I can properly appreciate the scarf you made for me." With that, he hurried off to wash his hands and returned to the living room, sitting beside Lu Yuju to examine the scarf closely. However, he noticed its uneven knitting, with loose threads in places and an irregular shape. His expression turned peculiar, while Lu Yuju's face flushed bright red. After his scrutiny, Zhang Wendong declared, "Yuju, I truly adore this scarf. I will cherish it with care." Lu Yuju replied, "This is my first attempt at knitting a scarf, so it may not be very presentable. You must promise to uphold your words." Zhang Wendong patted his chest in assurance. The pair shared laughter and conversation for a while, until Zhang Wendong rose to fetch something from his room, suddenly recalling that he needed to prepare gifts for the new year, since he had never celebrated such occasions. He was relieved to remember he had previously purchased some hardware and decided to give away 2 pieces. He prepared to present a necklace and a pendant first. As Lu Yuju watched Zhang Wendong emerge from his room with 2 boxes, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Zhang Wendong handed the boxes to her, encouraging her to open them. Lu Yuju gently unveiled a golden necklace from one box, and upon opening the second, discovered a pendant adorned with 2 heart shapes. Her gaze, filled with warmth, met Zhang Wendong's, captivating him entirely and causing his heart to race. After a moment's pause, he inquired, "Do you like it? If you do, I can put it on for you." Lu Yuju, gathering her composure, elongated her neck, signaling him to proceed. Zhang Wendong carefully attached the pendant to the chain, slowly fastening it around her neck. His fingers brushed against her soft skin, prompting him to slow his movements further, while Lu Yuju felt the warmth of his touch, her ears turning crimson. Once the necklace was secured, the moment Zhang Wendong's hands withdrew from her neck, Lu Yuju darted into the bedroom like a startled rabbit, the sound of the door locking behind her echoing in the air. Zhang Wendong lay back on the sofa, relishing the lingering fragrance on his hands, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Chapter 68. Lovers unite at last. The next day unfolded with its own flurry of activity. That evening, after a long day of work, Zhang Wendong returned home at 9 o'clock, where Lu Yuju awaited him, eager for him to escort her back to school. Zhang Wendong changed into a fresh outfit, stowed his bracelet and ring in his bag, placed the bag in the front of his bicycle, and together they set off, exchanging laughter and conversation until they unknowingly arrived at the school. Zhang Wendong leisurely rode his bicycle into the school, and as he approached the dormitory entrance, he spotted the pale-faced youth holding a guitar, surrounded by a few companions, some brandishing candles, others presenting flowers. It was quite a feat to procure flowers at this season, Zhang Wendong mused, indicating that the pale-faced youth had put in considerable effort. He halted his bicycle, and Lu Yuju dismounted, her eyes immediately drawn to the scene at the entrance. She instinctively attempted to dash towards the dormitory, but Zhang Wendong seized her arm, causing her to freeze in place, her almond-shaped eyes glistening with tears. At that moment, the pale-faced youth began to strum and sing, inciting cheers from those nearby. Zhang Wendong sensed the atmosphere intensifying and glanced around to confirm that the photographer he had hired was already in position. He retrieved a box from his bag, gently pulling Lu Yuju a few steps towards the pale-faced youth. Lu Yuju followed him, seemingly in a daze. Sensing the moment was right, Zhang Wendong opened the box, revealing a magnificent dragon and phoenix bracelet. He knelt on one knee before Lu Yuju and declared, "Yuju, I have deep feelings for you. Will you be my partner?" Upon hearing these words, Lu Yuju's eyes sparkled with life, tears streaming down her cheeks as she covered her mouth with one hand. Zhang Wendong took her other hand, placing the bracelet onto her wrist, and she offered no resistance, allowing him to adorn her. As he finished placing the bracelet on her wrist, the music came to a halt. The pale-faced youth finally grasped the situation, realizing he had unwittingly become a mere accompaniment to this bold declaration of love. The onlookers fell silent, gazing at him in confusion, as if to say, "What is happening? Weren't you the one confessing?" After adorning Lu Yuju with the bracelet, Zhang Wendong extended his arms, waiting for her to embrace him. Lu Yuju looked at him with tear-filled eyes, her cheeks flushed with anticipation. After a moment's hesitation, she gently wrapped her arms around him. The moment she fell into his embrace, Zhang Wendong felt elated. This was indeed a splendid day, a truly remarkable day. Meanwhile, the pale-faced youth watched this scene unfold, feeling as if snowflakes were drifting down from the sky, a bone-chilling sensation coursing through him, leaving his gaze vacant. His friends, who had accompanied him, now understood the situation, feeling as though something sour was lodged in their throats. Why were they awake at this late hour? Witnessing a stranger embrace the beautiful campus flower, renowned for her icy beauty, Lu Yuju, overwhelmed by the embrace, began to struggle for breath. Zhang Wendong, sensing her discomfort, gently released her. Lu Yuju, her face aflame with embarrassment, stomped on Zhang Wendong's foot and hurried back to the dormitory. Zhang Wendong felt no pain, instead grinning at her retreating figure. The pale-faced youth's expression shifted from emptiness to defiance. He was not willing to accept this outcome. Wasn't it supposed to be a fair competition? Before he even had a chance to act, he had been relegated to the role of a mere backdrop for this bold man's display. In a fit of anger, he strode up to Zhang Wendong, who had dropped his playful demeanor, though a smile still lingered at the corners of his mouth. The stark contrast between the two, one in despair and the other in elation, was striking. Zhang Wendong did not wait for the pretty boy to speak. He took the initiative and declared, "Young man, as you can see, keep your distance from my Yuju in the future, do you understand?" The pretty boy's expression began to shift, first to anger, then to desolation, and finally to despair, yet he remained silent. Zhang Wendong hummed a cheerful tune as he picked up the ring that had not been delivered, stuffed both boxes into his bag, and rode his bicycle merrily towards the school gate. Upon arriving, he stopped his bicycle and waited for a while until the proprietor of the photography studio, whom he had hired at a high price, arrived. Handing the proprietor a cigarette, he inquired, "Have the photos been taken?" The proprietor assured him, "Rest assured, they are done. The film is nearly used up." Zhang Wendong took the camera, settled the remaining payment from his bag, and asked, "When can I pick up the prints?" The proprietor replied, "The day after tomorrow. Just come to my shop to collect them." After a brief conversation, they finished their cigarettes and returned home. 2 days later, Zhang Wendong collected the photographs. They turned out quite well, although not in high definition. Their slightly hazy quality added an artistic touch. He placed the photos into a newly purchased album, which was quite spacious, intending to store future photographs within it. On Friday afternoon, Zhang Wendong eagerly went to pick up Lu Yuju, who arrived with a shy blush, a bit late. Once she got on the bike, Zhang Wendong rode off joyfully. Upon reaching home, he wanted to do something special with Lu Yuju, but before he could draw near, she darted away like a startled rabbit into her room. Feeling a bit awkward, Zhang Wendong had no choice but to prepare dinner. After the meal was ready, he coaxed Lu Yuju to come out and eat. But once they finished, she retreated back to her bedroom and locked the door. Zhang Wendong tidied up and called out to Lu Yuju through the door, informing her that he was heading to the shop. She responded from within. He busied himself at the shop until after 9 in the evening before returning home, only to find Lu Yuju still in her room. He tried the door, but it was locked, leaving him to chat with her through the door. This was rather awkward. Lu Yuju was exceedingly reserved, and it seemed that in this era, traditional women adhered to similar principles, maintaining distance before marriage. Zhang Wendong contemplated how, now that Lu Yuju was his girlfriend, he might one day choose an auspicious moment to break through the barriers of his youthful innocence. Yet, even approaching her had become a challenge. What to do? Perhaps spending a bit more time together might help, but if that failed, he could propose to her family sooner rather than later. After 2 days of this situation, Zhang Wendong found himself unable to make even the slightest move. While cycling Lu Yuju to school, he suggested, "Yuju, now that the matters at the shop are running smoothly, I will come to pick you up every day at 5 in the afternoon. Lu Yuju replied, "You must promise me not to do anything strange. If you agree, I will allow you to pick me up." Zhang Wendong remarked, "Now that you are my girlfriend, why is there still this distance between us?" Lu Yuju playfully twisted his waist and said, "My mother has advised me that without marriage, one should not engage in such peculiar behavior with boys. I must heed my mother's words." Zhang Wendong remarked, "I shall visit your home to propose sooner. Let's marry without delay." Lu Yuju replied, "I am still quite young, and my father would undoubtedly disapprove. Besides, you once pursued my sister for an extended period, yet you have never earnestly pursued me. Although I have consented, I must take my time to assess your character before you can propose at my home." After pondering for a moment, Zhang Wendong acquiesced, "Very well. I shall heed your words." The two exchanged light-hearted banter until they arrived at school. Upon returning home, Zhang Wendong began to reflect on his impatience over the past few days. He had long held the belief that what is readily available is the most genuine. However, he recognized that such a mindset did not align with the traditions of this era. Patience was required, for he had already secured her affection. She was not one to escape his grasp. Chapter 69, a step further. Thus, every afternoon, Zhang Wendong would fetch Lu Yuju, preparing meals for her at home and dedicating time to her company. He gifted her a camera and spent weekends taking her on outings, capturing moments at picturesque locations. Their bond deepening rapidly, occasionally interlacing their fingers. As January approached its midpoint, Lu Yuju was about to embark on her winter vacation. Each year, her father would come to collect her, prompting Zhang Wendong to organize his affairs at the shop and devote his time to Lu Yuju. After a delightful afternoon outdoors, they returned home for dinner and settled on the sofa to converse. Zhang Wendong would occasionally tease Lu Yuju, who would respond with playful punches. As Zhang Wendong gazed at the vibrant beauty before him, he seized an opportunity to pull Lu Yuju into his embrace. She struggled for a while, but Zhang Wendong held steadfast. Eventually, Lu Yuju grew weary of resisting and surrendered to his embrace. The cold weather necessitated thick clothing, providing Zhang Wendong with little comfort. Holding Lu Yuju close, he admired her exquisite features, her cheeks flushed and her almond-shaped eyes slightly widened, exuding a hint of allure. Zhang Wendong found himself losing control as he leaned in slowly. Lu Yuju began to squirm once more, but as he drew nearer, her body stiffened. Zhang Wendong, captivated by her cherry-like lips, pressed them gently against his, savoring the sweetness of their first kiss. Lu Yuju, startled, pulled away instantly, exclaiming, "Are you satisfied now?" Zhang Wendong replied, "That is my seal. From this moment, you bear my mark and truly belong to me." Lu Yuju countered, "Then I shall mark you as well." Zhang Wendong, pleasantly surprised by this proposition, thought that if they exchanged seals, it would signify significant progress. He gazed at Lu Yuju with anticipation as she instructed, "Close your eyes." Obeying, Zhang Wendong shut his eyes. Lu Yuju took his hand, rolled up his sleeve, and bit down. Upon feeling the unexpected pressure, Zhang Wendong opened his eyes in disbelief, discovering that he had been marked by a thorny rose. Lu Yuju released him after a brief moment, leaving a row of shallow teeth impressions on his skin, devoid of blood but glistening with saliva. Zhang Wendong gazed at the bite marks on his hand, feigning pain and calling out in distress. Lu Yuju, believing she had bitten him too hard, took his hand and gently blew on it. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Wendong stamped another seal. Lu Yuju playfully bit him again and dashed into the room, only to lock the bedroom door just as he reached it. Outside, Zhang Wendong adopted a wolfish demeanor, attempting to coax Lu Yuju into opening the door, but she was not easily deceived. After a brief struggle at the threshold, Lu Yuju declared her desire to rest. Left with no choice, Zhang Wendong reclined back on the sofa, observing the translucent drool on his hand, his expression gradually becoming rather lascivious. Today had seen remarkable progress, and he felt immensely satisfied. The next morning, after breakfast and tidying up, Lu Yuju announced, "Zhang Wendong, I must return to school. If my father arrives early and does not find me, he will be worried." Zhang Wendong replied, "Why don't I meet your father? You can introduce me to him then." Lu Yuju hesitated. "What if my father disapproves?" Zhang Wendong reassured her, "If you agree, that's all that matters. If your father disagrees, I shall find a way." Lu Yuju responded, "Let us wait for later. I am still young, and if my father disagrees, he would surely worry about me." Zhang Wendong conceded, "Very well, let us first purchase some food for the train ride. Afterward, I shall escort you back to school." Lu Yuju agreed, but Zhang Wendong, reluctant to part, stalled for time. Noticing his antics, Lu Yuju playfully jabbed at him. In a fleeting moment, Zhang Wendong seized her and embraced her tightly. Though she struggled initially, she ultimately yielded to his advances. After kissing her, Zhang Wendong smacked his lips, still yearning for more. He held Lu Yuju tenderly for a while before they ventured out to buy food. Once they had completed their shopping, they began their journey toward the school. Zhang Wendong inquired, "Yuju, when do you return to school?" Lu Yuju replied, "Our school resumes after the Lantern Festival. I should be back by then." Zhang Wendong said, "All right. On the afternoon of the Lantern Festival at 5 o'clock, I will wait for you at the dormitory entrance. If you arrive, be sure to find me." Lu Yuju promised. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, Zhang Wendong attempted to steal another kiss, but Lu Yuju retaliated with a firm stamp on his foot before darting into the dormitory. Zhang Wendong, with lingering affection, watched her disappear before departing. Back at the shop, he immersed himself in work, remaining busy until early February. One evening, Zhang Wendong distributed wages, along with a 10 yuan bonus to each employee, informing them that business would continue until the 28th day of the 12th lunar month. The staff, unperturbed, accepted their wages and tidied their belongings before heading home. Zhang Wendong then began to divide the profits with Wang Chang. This month's earnings totaled 28,000 yuan, a commendable success. After paying Wang Chang's salary and reserving some funds for the shop's expenses, he prepared to distribute the remaining 26,000 yuan. Handing Wang Chang 2,600 yuan, he asked, "Wang Chang, will you be going home this year?" Wang Chang replied, "No, I will spend the new year here. Perhaps next year I can bring my parents over." Zhang Wendong responded, "All right, you manage your plans as you see fit. This month, I have 6 more days of work to complete. Once I finish, I plan to sell some marinated delicacies for a few days. With the upcoming temple fair in Shanghai for the new year, the crowd will surely be plentiful." Wang Chang responded, "Yes, you can prepare the marinated goods, and I will handle the selling." Zhang Wendong replied, "Let's see how it goes. If business is good, we can both sell and earn more." After chatting for a while, Zhang Wendong returned home. The following morning, Zhang Wendong visited Boss Jiao's supermarket to purchase various grains and oils as New Year gifts. After completing his shopping, he returned to attend to his business. The hot pot restaurant remained open until the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, and business was exceptionally thriving. However, having promised to take a break after today, there was no point in hesitating. After tidying up in the evening, Zhang Wendong informed his staff that they would resume operations on the 5th day of the new year. He distributed the grains and oils, and the employees joyfully returned home with their New Year provisions. Zhang Wendong checked the marinating ingredients on the 2nd floor. Everything was in excellent condition before heading home. Early the next morning, he accompanied Wang Chang to the market to purchase ingredients. Once they procured the supplies, he instructed Wang Chang to prepare them while he organized their selling tools. After the ingredients were ready, they began marinating the goods. After lunch, they loaded the marinated delicacies onto their vehicles, Zhang Wendong on his bicycle and Wang Chang on his tricycle, and headed toward the pedestrian street. Chapter 70, Lantern Festival Fireworks. The pedestrian street was typically bustling, but with the new year approaching, the number of shoppers had multiplied. Zhang Wendong and Wang Chang commenced selling their goods, playing sweet melodies to attract attention. By 6 p.m., all the marinated items had sold out. Upon returning home and counting the earnings, they had made nearly 300 yuan, of which he shared 10% with Wang Chang. After dinner, they agreed to meet at the market the following morning before heading home. The next day was the eve of the new year. In addition to restocking, Zhang Wendong purchased extra vegetables for their evening meal. They returned to the pedestrian street, where business flourished even more. Given the inconvenient transportation and the multitude of workers staying in Shanghai for the holiday, the street was packed with people. By just before 5 p.m., they had sold out of all marinated goods. Back at the shop, they divided the earnings and began preparing dinner. Zhang Wendong planned to celebrate the reunion dinner with Wang Chang's family at the shop. After preparing a table full of dishes, it was already past 7 p.m. The 3 adults commenced their meal, conversing and enjoying a bit of wine. After dining until 9 p.m., Zhang Wendong and Wang Chang tidied up before gifting a red envelope to Wang Chang's child and heading home. On the first day of the new year, Zhang Wendong and Wang Chang returned to the market to restock. With the temple fair taking place that day, they acquired additional goods, marinating 3 large barrels of vegetables. After lunch, they set out to sell again, heading south toward the riverside, following the throng until they reached their destination. The square was teeming with people, and Zhang Wendong found a spot to sell alongside Wang. By 4 p.m., they had sold out, and upon returning home, they counted their earnings, which exceeded 400 yuan. After splitting the profits, Zhang Wendong returned home. Wang, hearing there would be evening events at the fair, expressed his desire to take his wife to see them. But Zhang Wendong, uninterested in the crowds, preferred to relax at home. After dinner, Zhang Wendong reclined on the sofa, listening to the faint sounds of firecrackers outside, feeling a pang of longing for Lu Yuju. Although he was not alone this year, the experience felt rather solitary, as it was only his wife by his side. Since Wang Chang's wife arrived, he had undergone a transformation. It seemed that having a spouse and children truly constituted a family. Zhang Wendong resolved to find an opportunity this year to propose to Lu Yuju, for such an engagement would essentially mean she would become his wife. Unlike before, when any sudden movement would bring tears to Lu Yuju's eyes, he hoped for a smoother courtship this time. With thoughts of his future wife occupying his mind, Zhang Wendong began contemplating financial matters. He had previously considered opening another hot pot restaurant, but the demands of running such an establishment would surely leave him little time to spend with Lu Yuju, which could hinder the development of their relationship. Moreover, a hot pot restaurant could yield over 20,000 yuan a month. If he maintained that income, by 1992, he could save around 600,000 yuan. Given the name wealth certificate, it was reasonable to expect significant returns, ideally tenfold or more. With an investment of 600,000, he could potentially earn 6 million, which would position him as a wealthy individual in these times. If profits exceeded tenfold, his earnings could exceed 8 figures. However, he was wary of attracting unwanted attention with excessive wealth. He preferred to remain modestly affluent. Laying plans to solidify his relationship with Lu Yuju before considering the opening of a hot pot branch, he recognized the importance of enjoying life after years of hard work. Life is fleeting, and if one toils like a water buffalo every day, the essence of rebirth would be lost. After completing the sale of marinated delicacies for 6 days, he eagerly anticipated the opening of the hot pot restaurant, where he could balance work and leisure. The marinated snacks were sold until the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, netting nearly 2,000 yuan. On the 5th day, the hot pot restaurant opened. Early in the morning, Zhang Wendong and Wang prepared the ingredients, and once the staff arrived, Zhang directed them to clean the premises while he ascended to the 2nd floor to prepare the hot pot base. After an early lunch, customers began to arrive, with Wang attending to them, while Zhang continued to prepare ingredients, aiming to make enough for 3 days. This rhythm continued seamlessly until the 15th day of the Lunar New Year, which marked the Lantern Festival. Zhang Wendong had already purchased vegetables and fireworks, and upon returning home, he began tidying up. Although Lu Yuju would occasionally clean when visiting, a month without attention had left a layer of dust to contend with. After lunch and a brief rest, he returned to the restaurant to prepare more ingredients until around 4 in the afternoon, when he set off to the school to find Lu Yuju. Shortly after his arrival, she emerged, having not seen her for nearly a month. He expressed his deep longing and desire to connect with her intimately. With joy, he drove Lu Yuju back home, where he began to express his feelings through tender gestures, culminating in a passionate kiss that left her cheeks flushed. Satisfied, Zhang Wendong then busied himself with preparing dinner. He prepared a sumptuous feast to celebrate the Lantern Festival, laboring until 7 in the evening before finally serving the meal. After enjoying a delightful dinner with Lu Yuju, he tidied up the space and retrieved the fireworks he had purchased, ready to head to the riverside for a display. With the fireworks nestled in the front of his bicycle and a camera in hand, he set off towards the riverbank, where a lively crowd had gathered, many indulging in their own fireworks displays. Finding a suitable spot to park his bicycle, Zhang Wendong secured it, took the fireworks with him, and led Lu Yuju along the riverside. Occasionally pausing to admire others as they launched their fireworks, he couldn't resist treating Lu Yuju to some street snacks from nearby vendors. Despite the chilly river breeze, their hearts were ablaze with warmth. They eventually found a perfect location to set off their own fireworks. The quality of the fireworks was commendable, producing a delightful cacophony that made Lu Yuju apprehensive, prompting her to stand at a distance, covering her ears. Zhang Wendong found her adorably charming in that moment, capturing her beauty with his camera. Once the fireworks were ignited, they stood side by side, reveling in the spectacle. Even after the last firework fizzled out, their desire for more lingered. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from afar, illuminating the night sky with vibrant bursts of color. Municipal fireworks had begun. The scene was breathtaking. Zhang Wendong quickly took out his camera, positioning Lu Yuju with her back to the display to capture the moment, and paid a passerby a small fee to take a few pictures of them together. After the photography session, they savored the fireworks, which continued for a full half-hour. Once the display concluded, Zhang Wendong retrieved his bicycle and rode Lu Yuju home. Upon their arrival, he noticed her face was cool to the touch, cradling it tenderly in his hands for a while, planting soft kisses on her cheeks, feeling utterly content before retiring for the night. The following morning, after breakfast, he escorted Lu Yuju back to school, as she was due to begin classes. They reached the school just past 8, prompting Lu Yuju to rush to her dormitory for her books before dashing to her classroom, while Zhang Wendong pedaled off to attend to business at the shop. Chapter 71. A trip to the beach. As winter transitioned to spring, May arrived with its warming embrace. Business at the hot pot restaurant had diminished compared to the winter months, with profits dwindling to just over 10,000 a month. Zhang Wendong and Wang began taking turns operating a tricycle to sell marinated snacks, alternating daily, while also setting up a table outside the hot pot restaurant where they earned approximately 400 yuan each day, compensating for the slow season's decline in earnings. Zhang Wendong's affectionate gestures with Lu Yuju remained modest, often limited to gentle kisses. Whenever he attempted bolder actions, she would look at him with watery eyes, filled with a sense of grievance. Zhang Wendong felt powerless as he busied himself suppressing his surging hormones, either selling snacks or managing the shop, with he and Wang swapping responsibilities. Despite their hectic schedules, Zhang Wendong made it a point to pick Lu Yuju up every day. After months of nurturing their relationship, while Lu Yuju's face had not gained much weight, her figure began to fill out, making it increasingly difficult for her loose clothing to conceal her developing curves. The warming weather had its advantages. With lighter clothing becoming the norm, Zhang Wendong found himself able to occasionally experience the delightful sensations of her presence, helping to ease the restlessness within his heart. After the commencement of the school year, Lu Yuju extended an invitation to Zhang Wendong to participate in a group activity at the school. However, Zhang Wendong expressed his inability to attend, stating that the business could not thrive without his presence. Each day was consumed with the preparation and sale of delicacies, leaving him as busy as a water buffalo. A stark contrast to his earlier aspirations during the festive season. The persistent lack of funds weighed heavily on him, as an income of merely 20,000 yuan per month felt woefully insufficient. As June swiftly approached, Zhang Wendong imparted his knowledge of marinating goods and preserving seasonings to Wang, deciding not to continue the daily routine of pedaling a tricycle to sell delicacies. He discovered that selling from the storefront could yield significant profits, with daily sales reaching approximately 300 yuan. Despite installing several fans in the shop, business remained stagnant, generating only around 10,000 yuan each month. The relentless toil left him exhausted, prompting him to alternate rest days with Wang, although this arrangement meant forfeiting bonuses. On Friday, June 5th, Zhang Wendong resolved to bring Lu Yuju home without returning her to school, planning a weekend getaway to the seaside. Their usual excursions consisted primarily of shopping, but he had heard from customers about a nearby location called Jinsha in the southern district, where they could rent a boat for coastal exploration and enjoy the sandy beaches. After a busy evening, he returned home with Lu Yuju around 8 o'clock. Taking a moment to relax on the sofa, he turned to Lu Yuju, who was tidying up, and suggested, "Yuju, how about we spend the weekend at the seaside?" Elated, she jumped up and joyfully embraced Zhang Wendong's arm. He seized the opportunity to pull her into his arms, playfully pinching her cheek, and they chatted for a while before preparing their belongings and retiring early for the night. The following morning, Zhang Wendong packed his bag, took Lu Yuju out for breakfast, and boarded a bus heading south. They crossed the newly completed Jiang Bridge, a magnificent sight. Upon arrival, they followed the signs, soon noticing throngs of people headed in the same direction, many carrying swimming rings. Without needing to consult the signs further, they simply followed the crowd. After traversing a small hill, they reached their destination. Standing atop the hill, they beheld an endless expanse of azure sea. Hand in hand, Zhang Wendong led Lu Yuju down to the beach, where they found a lively scene filled with vendors selling food and drinks. After a short stroll, Zhang Wendong removed his shoes, reveling in the soft, fine sand beneath his feet. Lu Yuju followed suit, playfully kicking the sand with her plump, fair feet, which Zhang Wendong had previously admired for their delightful texture. As they wandered and played, moving a bit away from the crowd, They collected a few small shells and snails, irregularly shaped and not particularly beautiful, yet Lu Yuju cherished them, holding them close to examine. Zhang Wendong remarked, "Once we finish our boat ride, let us find a shop to buy a beautiful shell to take home." Lu Yuju, upon hearing this, turned her gaze away, playfully clinging to Zhang Wendong's arm, expressing her desire to purchase a large conch. Zhang Wendong felt the soft yet resilient touch and cheerfully acquiesced. As they frolicked, they arrived at the boat rental station. The vessel, a sizable wooden boat capable of accommodating 10 passengers, was ready for a seaside excursion, priced at 50 yuan per person. With other tourists already aboard, Zhang Wendong purchased 2 tickets and led Lu Yuju onto the boat, where crew members distributed life jackets. They donned the jackets and settled into their seats, awaiting departure. Before long, the boat filled with passengers, and it began to glide slowly over the water. A gentle breeze caressed them as the boat swayed lightly on the sea's surface, with Lu Yuju leaning over the railing, her face alight with joy. As they ventured further from shore, the color of the water deepened to an intimidating shade of navy blue. While Zhang Wendong remained largely unfazed, he noticed Lu Yuju's complexion pale slightly. He gently covered her eyes, allowing her to regain her composure after a brief respite. Once she had recovered, Zhang Wendong rummaged through his bag for snacks, knowing that food would keep Lu Yuju's attention diverted. After indulging in the treats, Lu Yuju's fears dissipated, and she grasped Zhang Wendong's hand once more, returning her gaze to the sea. They observed large ships passing by, fish leaping from the water, and flocks of birds swooping down to catch their prey. As long as they avoided staring directly into the depths, the scenery remained quite enchanting. The boat circled the near shore for over 2 hours before finally docking. Upon disembarking, Lu Yuju regained her usual cheerful demeanor, laughing and joking while holding onto Zhang Wendong's arm. Checking the time, Zhang Wendong noted it was already past 2 in the afternoon. They were not hungry after their snack on the boat, so they played in the water for a while before Zhang Wendong led Lu Yuju to seek out a nearby pedestrian street. After asking several beachgoers for directions, they were pointed towards a specific path. As they walked, the distance felt a bit lengthy, prompting them to hire a rickshaw, which took them to their destination. The pedestrian street was quite extensive, bustling with vendors selling local seaside specialties. Zhang Wendong guided Lu Yuju as she began to select items. She chose a colorful shell necklace, and after purchasing it, she resumed her quest for conchs, examining one stall after another but failing to find one that caught her fancy. However, Zhang Wendong soon spotted a conch that piqued his interest. It was large, approximately 15 centimeters in length, with an oval shape and a stunning array of colors, reddish-brown, coffee, and intermingled yellow and white hues. The surface was remarkably smooth, and Zhang Wendong felt a surge of desire. He inquired of the shopkeeper, "Excuse me, what kind of conch is this?" The shopkeeper replied, "Sir, this is a wanshou conch. Isn't it beautiful? It makes for a splendid decoration." Zhang Wendong responded, "What is the price of this conch?" The shopkeeper replied, "This wanshou conch is 200 yuan each." Zhang Wendong remarked, "This conch is merely a decorative piece. Such a price is rather steep." The shopkeeper countered, "Sir, this conch is rare and difficult to find. The price is quite reasonable. If you are genuinely interested, I can offer it to you for 180 yuan. Still feeling the price was excessive, Zhang Wendong asked, "Do you have any larger ones?" The shop assistant replied, "Yes. There is one priced around 20. Let me fetch it for you." Zhang Wendong nodded in agreement, and the assistant proceeded to the back to retrieve the item. After a brief moment, the assistant returned, cradling a plate that held several conchs. Zhang Wendong picked up the largest one to examine, remarking on its delightful texture. He inquired, "How much for this conch?" The assistant responded, "Sir, it is 300 yuan each. This size of conch is among the largest and rather uncommon." Zhang Wendong countered, "Your price is unreasonable. I will select 2 conchs and propose a price. If you agree, I shall buy them. Otherwise, I will seek elsewhere." He then scrutinized the second largest conch, slightly smaller than the first, estimating it to be around 19 in size. The assistant quickly interjected, "Sir, for both conchs, I can let them go for 500 yuan. Zhang Wendong replied, 2 conchs for 350 yuan, that is my offer. Even at that price, I find it excessive for something that can be found in the sea." The assistant began to negotiate with Zhang Wendong, who held firm at 350 yuan. Unable to budge the price, the assistant feigned distress over the loss, ultimately conceding the sale. Zhang Wendong paid, carefully placing the 2 packaged conchs in his bag. ensuring they were separated to avoid any damage. Having purchased the conchs, Lu Yuju lost interest in them and instead desired a string of pearls she had seen in the shop. However, the selection was limited, prompting them to continue their search in other stores. After several more visits, Lu Yuju found no suitable strings of pearls, as those available were predominantly small, with larger ones lacking holes, and colored pearls were scarce. Zhang Wendong suggested, "Yuju, it seems these pearl strands are mostly composed of small beads. Rather than purchasing a strand, why not select a few larger and colored ones? You already possess numerous neck adornments. Simply storing the pearls in a box would suffice." Lu Yuju acquiesced. "All right. Then I will choose two." Zhang Wendong pondered for a moment and proposed, "If we are to buy, let us acquire more, so that in the future, should you wish to create a strand, you will have enough." They agreed and began retracing their steps to select individual large pearls. In this day and age, pearls were not particularly expensive. A large, round white pearl could be purchased for just a few dozen yuan. Zhang Wendong visited multiple shops, deliberately choosing the finest large, round pearls. Among the selections were pristine white, pure gold, and even a stunning pink pearl. This pink pearl was exceptionally beautiful, being an oval shape of soft pink, symmetrical on both sides, featuring a unique and vibrant flame-like pattern on its surface, alternating between delicate and exuberant, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. Lu Yuju gazed at the pink pearl with longing, and Zhang Wendong inquired of the shop assistant, "Excuse me, how much for this pink pearl in the display?" The assistant replied, "Sir, this pink pearl is priced at 2,000 yuan each. Would you like me to take it out for you to see?" Taken aback by the price, Zhang Wendong responded, 2,000 yuan? Are you certain? Can this pearl truly be valued so highly?" The assistant explained, "Sir, this pearl is unique. It is likely the only pink pearl of its kind on this street. You can see for yourself how exquisite it is." Zhang Wendong retorted, "Even so, it cannot be priced so exorbitantly. The white pearl, both large and round, costs merely 340 yuan each, a staggering 50-fold increase on its original price." The shop assistant replied, "Rare items are valuable. This pink pearl is unique. Our store owner has spent years sourcing, encountering only 3, of which 2 have already been sold. This is the last one." Zhang Wendong retorted, "That is far too expensive. I am a local, not a tourist. Do not quote such outrageous prices." The attendant pondered for a moment and responded, "Sir, the lowest I can offer is 1,800 yuan." Zhang Wendong countered, 1,000 yuan. "No matter how exquisite, it remains just a pearl. My offer is quite generous." Upon hearing his bid, the two began to haggle once more, ultimately settling at 1,200 yuan. After completing the transaction, Zhang Wendong felt a pang of regret. Such a small bead commanded such a high price. Yet, seeing Lu Yuju's eyes sparkling with delight, he deemed it worth the expense. Together, Zhang Wendong and Lu Yuju continued their quest for pearls, acquiring 50 in total, spending just over 2,000 yuan, nearly enough to string into a necklace. After a lengthy shopping spree, it was past 6 o'clock. Zhang Wendong guided Lu Yuju in search of a dining venue. On the opposite side of the pedestrian street, they discovered a bustling seafood stall. Upon entering, they glanced at the menu, finding the prices reasonable. Both had little experience with such seafood and were uncertain about the types of fish listed, prompting them to inquire about the house specialties. The server recommended a mixed fish pot for 20 yuan. Zhang Wendong then asked Lu Yuju what else she desired. She expressed a craving for crabs, leading him to order 4 large blue crabs, each priced at 16 yuan and weighing over a pound, freshly killed. After placing their order, they waited a short while for the mixed fish pot to arrive. The portion was substantial, and the aroma was enticing. They eagerly began to eat, and the flavor was nothing short of exquisite. After enjoying the mixed fish pot, the large blue crabs were served. The crabs appeared quite impressive, and the server explained the edible parts and where the meat was plentiful, revealing the crab roe inside the shell, brimming with richness. Each took a crab and commenced their feast. They began with the crab roe, its golden hue exuding a rich and delightful flavor, sweet and delectable. Once the roe was devoured, they turned to the crab legs, dipping them in sauce. The meat was tender and flavorful, and the legs were substantial, offering a truly satisfying experience. Having finished their meal, they felt pleasantly full. After settling the bill, they resumed their stroll. The pedestrian street was quite extensive, and with the night market ahead, they meandered for a while until Lu Yuju remarked, "Zhang Wendong, it's getting late. Shall we head home?" Zhang Wendong replied, It is somewhat distant. We won't return tonight. We shall stay out. Lu Yuju responded. Why did you not inform me earlier? I have not brought any clothes. Zhang Wendong reassured her. No worries. I have brought everything, including your undergarments. Lu Yuju's cheeks flushed slightly, and she playfully began to poke Zhang Wendong with her small fists. After their light-hearted tussle, the clock struck 8. While strolling, Zhang Wendong spotted an upscale hotel and decided it would be the perfect place to spend the night. He escorted Lu Yuju to the hotel and asked her to wait on the plush lobby sofa while he approached the front desk to secure a room. The cost for the night was 88 yuan, advertised as a sea view room. He only booked one room, registered, and led Lu Yuju upstairs. Upon opening the door, they entered together. Zhang Wendong placed his bag down and rested on the sofa for a moment. Noticing he showed no signs of leaving, Lu Yuju said, Zhang Wendong, why don't you go to your room? I want to take a shower. Zhang Wendong replied, We've only booked one room, and I'll stay with you tonight. Lu Yuju's face began to flush, turning a rosy hue, as she protested, No, we cannot stay together. Zhang Wendong countered, This room is too expensive. Having spent so much today, I don't have much left. I can't walk home tomorrow. Lu Yuju approached the sofa to rummage through her bag. But Zhang Wendong suddenly embraced her, and they shared a passionate kiss. After a while, they finally parted. Leaning against Zhang Wendong, Lu Yuju said, I brought my wallet. It has money in it. Can't you book another room? Zhang Wendong responded, I'm not comfortable with you staying alone. Don't worry. I'll sleep on the sofa tonight. You take the bed. Chapter 73. Taking a step further, Lu Yuju began to act coy. Yet Zhang Wendong was resolute about sharing the room with her. They both put forth their utmost efforts, but in the end, Zhang Wendong prevailed. He surveyed the room, found no issues, and encouraged Lu Yuju to take her shower. Zhang Wendong reclined on the sofa, listening to the sound of water flowing from the bathroom. Lost in his thoughts, after Lu Yuju finished her shower, she emerged fully dressed. Zhang Wendong took the opportunity to enter the bathroom with his clothes. After his shower, he lay back on the sofa to rest. Observing Zhang Wendong resting with closed eyes, Lu Yuju let out a quiet sigh of relief and lay down on the bed herself. However, it wasn't long before Zhang Wendong began to complain about the shortness of the sofa, how he couldn't stretch his legs, and how narrow it was, making it difficult to turn. Lu Yuju was not fooled by Zhang Wendong's complaints, but he was undeterred. Seeing her indifference towards him wanting to sleep on the bed, he swiftly climbed in. Lu Yuju, noticing Zhang Wendong getting onto the bed, hurriedly attempted to get off, but he pulled her back with one hand. The next morning, Zhang Wendong awoke feeling slightly fatigued, yet the brightness in his eyes was undeniable. After a long night of efforts, although unsuccessful, he gazed at the exquisite beauty still sleeping in his arms, his heart fluttering. After a brief moment, Lu Yuju awoke, hastily getting dressed. They exchanged tender moments in the room before Zhang Wendong led the well-dressed Lu Yuju to check out. After leaving the hotel and having breakfast, Zhang Wendong intended to take Lu Yuju home. However, she mentioned that upon returning home, she would go back to school. Unable to change her mind, Zhang Wendong spent yet another day out with Lu Yuju. That evening, upon returning home after dinner, Lu Yuju insisted on heading back to school, appearing anxious to leave immediately. Zhang Wendong embraced Lu Yuju for another kiss, and once her nerves settled, he rode her back to school. The following morning, he headed to the shop, having spent quite a bit during their outing and needing to earn it back. Upon reaching the shop, he saw Wang Chong returning with groceries. Zhang Wendong said to him, Wang Chong, take the day off today. Take your wife and child out for a stroll. Wang Chong replied, All right, Donggu, I will marinate the goods before heading out. Zhang Wendong said, I can manage it. Take a day to rest. Tomorrow, I plan to ride my tricycle to sell the goods and need to marinate more items. Wang Chong nodded in agreement. Zhang Wendong began to prepare the hot pot base. As the weather grew warmer, the ingredients would not last long. He decided to purchase a freezer in the afternoon. This way, the ingredients prepared could be stored in the freezer and remain usable for a week, rather than needing to be cooked every other day. After a while of preparing the hot pot base, the ingredients for marinating downstairs were ready. Zhang Wendong started to marinate the goods and had an early lunch. He assigned a staff member to sell the marinated delicacies at the door while he welcomed customers into the restaurant for hot pot. After a busy midday, Zhang Wendong instructed the staff to clean the premises before heading out to buy the freezer. He arrived at the first department store, which had opened last winter. It was said to be bustling with crowds at that time, but Zhang Wendong had been too occupied to visit until now. Upon arrival, he found it truly deserving of its title. The building boasted several floors and a spacious entrance with a large plaza. He secured his bicycle and entered the first floor, which bore little difference from other shopping malls. With no time for leisurely browsing, he inquired at the front desk about where to purchase a freezer. The attendant directed him to the third floor and suggested taking the elevator. Zhang Wendong promptly ascended and began to browse the freezers with the assistance of a sales representative. There was a wide variety available, including imported models. One notable upright freezer from Germany was priced at 4,000 yuan. Zhang Wendong opted against the imported goods, as he needed a cost-effective and durable freezer for the store. After much deliberation, he settled on a Shanghai model that was appropriately sized and priced at 1,400 yuan, which he deemed quite reasonable. As he prepared to negotiate the price, he found that haggling was not permitted in this establishment, as all prices were clearly marked. Fortunately, the freezer came with free delivery, eliminating any additional moving costs. Zhang Wendong made the payment and kept the receipt, providing his address before riding back to the store. Not long after his return, a tricycle arrived to deliver the freezer. After moving it inside, Zhang Wendong inspected the appliance, finding it in perfect condition. He plugged it in, signed the delivery receipt, and the delivery personnel departed. Zhang Wendong wiped down the freezer and began using it. It featured both refrigeration and freezing compartments. He placed the freshly purchased meats in the refrigeration section, as they were expected to sell out the same day, and stored the extra hot pot base in the freezing compartment. After completing his tasks, it was already past 4 o'clock, and the restaurant opened for dinner. Zhang Wendong allowed the staff to eat on their own while he wiped his sweat and tidied up before going to pick up Lu Yuju. Upon returning to the hot pot restaurant with Lu Yuju, they found that customers had already begun to arrive. At this time, Wang had returned to the establishment. Zhang Wendong informed Wang about meeting at the vegetable market the next morning to purchase ingredients before taking Lu Yuju out for a meal. After dining, they returned home, where Zhang Wendong playfully teased Lu Yuju. She began to organize her treasures, all the items Zhang Wendong had bought for her, crammed into her bedroom cabinet. Observing this, Zhang Wendong remarked, "Yuju, I should find time to order a dressing table. Let us procure another safe, for these items possess considerable value." Lu Yuju remarked, "Sure, I will accompany you. I wish to select one myself." Zhang Wendong replied, "Consider the wooden furniture in our home. Which type do you prefer? We should choose a fine dressing table when the time comes." Lu Yuju expressed, "I have a fondness for golden silk nanmu." Zhang Wendong, "I find this wood so aesthetically pleasing. It will surely appreciate in value. We should acquire more furniture made from such exquisite timber. If it increases in worth, we shall prosper." Observing Lu Yuju's avaricious demeanor, Zhang Wendong chuckled. "This wood is already quite expensive, but if it pleases you, feel free to purchase it." Lu Yuju responded, "I will give you my savings book. You may use my funds when the time comes." After saying this, she retrieved her savings book from the nightstand. Zhang Wendong opened it to find over 10,000 yuan, a considerable amount. He inquired, "Did you earn this much money?" Lu Yuju's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "This is my New Year's money, saved since childhood." Observing her bashful expression stirred emotions within Zhang Wendong, prompting him to say, "You should keep this money for yourself. When we marry, it may be used for our children." Lu Yuju gazed at him dreamily, responding, "When will you bring our child into the world?" Zhang Wendong was momentarily taken aback. This girl was still quite naive. He proceeded to explain biological knowledge to Lu Yuju, causing her ears to turn crimson. After a while, she covered her ears, unwilling to listen any longer. Chapter 74. Purchasing Furniture and Appliances. After a playful interlude, they began to tidy up and clean. By the time they finished, it was already past 9 o'clock. Zhang Wendong escorted Lu Yuju back to school before returning home to rest. The following morning, Zhang Wendong rode his bicycle to the market to wait for Wang. Soon, Wang arrived, and Zhang Wendong opted for a greater quantity of marinated ingredients. Loading the hot pot provisions onto the vehicle alongside Wang before returning to the shop. With the refrigerator now available, Zhang Wendong continued to prepare the hot pot base. Finishing lunch early, he meticulously cleaned the stall's tools and tended to business in the shop for a while. Around 1 o'clock, he set off with the tricycle, selling goods on the pedestrian street until after 4, then headed to the school to pick up Lu Yuju. They sold wares near the school until after 7. And once everything was sold out, Zhang Wendong took Lu Yuju out for dinner. Thus, they continued this routine daily, laboring until Friday evening. After returning the tricycle to the shop, Zhang Wendong informed Wang Chong that there was no need to prepare an excess of marinated ingredients for the next day. Before taking Lu Yuzhu home that night, Lu Yuzhu would not return to school, which thrilled Zhang Wendong. After a day of work, he felt invigorated. Tonight, he resolved to forego the guest room and sleep in the master bedroom, sharing a bed with Lu Yuzhu. Upon their return home, they quickly freshened up. Zhang Wendong lingered in the master bedroom, playfully engaging with Lu Yuzhu until she relented. The next morning, Zhang Wendong awoke refreshed. After washing up, he ventured out to buy breakfast. Upon returning home, he found that Lu Yuzhu had already risen and was in the midst of her morning routine. Observing her twist a towel with one hand, he began to assist her, gently wiping Lu Yuzhu's delicate face with the towel, his movements tender and gentle. After enjoying a hearty breakfast and resting at home for a while, Zhang Wendong took some money and accompanied Lu Yuzhu to a furniture store to order a dressing table. The shopkeeper, upon seeing Zhang Wendong, greeted him with enthusiasm, and after some friendly conversation, Zhang Wendong and Lu Yuzhu began to select styles. Lu Yuzhu soon discovered a classical dressing table adorned with exquisite reliefs, accompanied by a long bench with a backrest. Once they settled on the design of the dressing table, Zhang Wendong encouraged her to choose a few more items. Lu Yuzhu then selected a display cabinet, followed by several coat racks. With their selections complete, the shopkeeper noted down the styles and specifications before discussing the price. Ultimately, Zhang Wendong spent 20,000 yuan to place the order, agreeing to pick up the items in November. After arranging for the custom solid wood pieces, Zhang Wendong took Lu Yuzhu to the first department store to purchase a safe and to leisurely shop for a few summer outfits for her. Upon arriving at the department store, they first ascended to the 5th floor to buy clothing. Lu Yuzhu sought out loose-fitting garments, and Zhang Wendong was pleased, as he appreciated whatever his wife chose. After Lu Yuzhu made her selections, Zhang Wendong picked out 2 silk skirts for her. The fabric felt smooth and would undoubtedly hug her form, which made Lu Yuzhu shy away from them. Zhang Wendong suggested they could be worn as pajamas, causing Lu Yuzhu's cheeks to flush a delightful shade of red. Continuing their shopping, Zhang Wendong guided Lu Yuzhu to purchase some intimate apparel, and she dutifully trailed behind him, her head bowed. Unperturbed, Zhang Wendong examined each item, checking the materials and assessing their fit, which made Lu Yuzhu bury her face deeper, akin to a timid ostrich. Having completed their purchases, they realized it was mealtime. Zhang Wendong led Lu Yuzhu to have lunch before resuming their shopping. They first acquired the safe, inquiring at the front desk, and upon reaching the 3rd floor, they were directed by a sales associate to the safes. The selection was rather limited, comprising mainly iron models resembling large boxes, operated by key locks. Zhang Wendong asked Lu Yuzhu to choose one that appealed to her, and she selected a sizable iron box. Zhang Wendong requested the associate to open it. Upon doing so, they found it divided into 3 tiers, providing ample space. When Zhang Wendong inquired about the price, he learned the safe cost 800 yuan. He attempted to lift it, but found it quite heavy. Since delivery was available, he promptly paid for it, and they continued browsing on the 3rd floor. He intended to purchase a television, as their home lacked any decent appliances, and he had long desired one. With Lu Yuzhu by his side, he chose a small, imported sharp television measuring 18 inches, priced at 200 yuan, which utilized a tuner for signal reception. Since it was Lu Yuzhu's choice, Zhang Wendong promptly paid for it. With the television acquired, he then decided to buy a refrigerator, as the warm weather necessitated proper storage for their groceries. Together, they selected a vertical Rongxing refrigerator, featuring a refrigeration section on top and a freezer below. Its design and internal structure were appealing, and it operated quietly, priced at 2,000 yuan. Zhang Wendong made the purchase without hesitation. All 3 items were to be delivered to their home, and after leaving their address, Zhang Wendong and Lu Yuzhu went to the 1st floor to buy some snacks before riding their bicycle home. Not long after arriving home, the delivery arrived. Zhang Wendong instructed the movers to place the safe in the master bedroom, the television on the living room floor, and the refrigerator in the kitchen. Once everything was arranged, Zhang Wendong inspected the items and signed the receipt, at which point the movers departed. He then retrieved a nightstand from the 2nd bedroom, positioning the television atop it, facing the sofa. Together with Lu Yuzhu, they adjusted the tuner until the television was ready for viewing. With the television set up, they did not rush to watch it. Instead, they proceeded to the bedroom to organize the safe. The key was made of brass, with a somewhat intricate tooth pattern, making it likely difficult to duplicate. Fortunately, there were 3 keys in total, which sufficed. Zhang Wendong opened the safe and wiped it down with a dry towel. Lu Yuju began transferring her treasures, taking time to admire each piece before placing it inside. Noticing the gold jewelry, Zhang Wendong remembered he had 2 additional pieces to give Lu Yuju. So he returned to the second bedroom to fetch them. When Lu Yuju saw Zhang Wendong bring over 2 boxes, she eagerly opened them. Upon discovering the dragon and phoenix ring, a blush spread across her cheeks. Zhang Wendong knelt down and slipped the ring onto her ring finger, embracing her and sharing an intimate moment. Once their playful gestures subsided, Lu Yuju removed the ring, indicating that she would need to be proposed to again during their engagement before wearing it once more. She resumed, organizing her treasures. And when Lu Yuju unveiled a pink pearl, both admired its beauty. Zhang Wendong remarked, "Yuju, if this pink pearl were to be strung together with others, it would be a shame. Perhaps in the future, I could craft a piece of jewelry to secure this pearl." Lu Yuju replied, "It's best to simply keep it in the box for now." After pondering for a moment, Zhang Wendong suggested, "When we get married, I shall create a gold ring to set this pearl in, so that you can wear it beautifully." Lu Yuju's cheeks flushed as she agreed. Once Lu Yuju had organized her treasures, mealtime approached. Zhang Wendong took Lu Yuju out for a meal, and they strolled for a while before returning home. After freshening up, Zhang Wendong lingered in the master bedroom, and the couple playfully engaged with one another until they fell asleep. The following morning, Zhang Wendong went out to buy groceries and breakfast. Upon returning, they shared a meal together, after which Lu Yuju began washing clothes. Zhang Wendong suggested purchasing a washing machine in the afternoon. Once Lu Yuju had washed her silk garments and undergarments, Zhang Wendong took her out for a day of fun. They enjoyed lunch out, and then shopped for the washing machine. Soon after returning home, the washing machine was delivered and placed in the bathroom. After running a cleaning cycle, Zhang Wendong tossed the remaining clothes inside for washing, appreciating the machine's spin-dry function. He and Lu Yuju nestled on the sofa to watch television while the laundry was in progress. Once the washing was complete, Lu Yuju hung the clothes on the balcony, and Zhang Wendong began preparing dinner. Having not cooked at home for some time, and with a refrigerator now available, Zhang Wendong decided to prepare a grand feast. After finishing, it was past 7 in the evening, and they enjoyed a hearty meal together. After tidying up, they rested on the sofa for a while before Zhang Wendong took Lu Yuju back to school. Chapter 75. Lu Yuju is about to embark on her summer vacation. The following morning, Zhang Wendong rode his bicycle to the market to await Wang. Upon Wang's arrival, he procured an assortment of marinated ingredients and returned to the shop to prepare some hot pot base, which he then stored in the freezer. In the afternoon, he commenced selling goods from his tricycle. Having sold merchandise on the pedestrian street for some time, he noted that business was thriving. Zhang Wendong pondered that if he were to rent a storefront on this street to sell marinated delicacies, the profits would undoubtedly be substantial. However, leasing a shop would necessitate having someone trustworthy to oversee it daily, as the income would be in cash, and even a small amount hidden away could cause unease. In the hot pot restaurant, aside from Zhang Wendong and Wang, very few were permitted to handle the finances, allowing only the staff to collect and give change when both were absent, a rare occurrence. Moreover, they would reconcile accounts each evening. And every time a customer placed an order, a receipt was issued, ensuring accuracy. The revenue from selling marinated goods at the shopfront was relatively predictable, given the consistent amount of ingredients purchased each day. Whenever the two were unavailable, they would securely lock the cash drawer, not out of distrust, but because such matters are susceptible to temptation. After selling goods on the pedestrian street until around 4 o'clock, he went to fetch Lu Yuju from school. Once reunited, they sold items nearby, and by 7 in the evening, after concluding their sales, they found a restaurant for dinner before returning to the shop. Upon returning, Zhang Wendong tidied up before heading home, which was nearly 9 o'clock. Lu Yuju could only stay for a short while, but Zhang Wendong found joy in their time together, feeling restless at night without it. Thus, regardless of how late it was, he preferred to return home instead of taking her back to school right after dinner. The next morning, he instructed Wang to purchase fewer marinated ingredients and also buy vegetables for dinner, planning to forego selling near the school that afternoon to cook at home. Having dined out frequently, he relished the idea of enjoying home-cooked meals. After selling out by 4 o'clock on the pedestrian street, he realized that not selling at the school would result in a loss of nearly 100 yuan in income. Yet, the thought of spending more time with Lu Yuju at home brought him greater joy than earning money. After picking Lu Yuju up from school, They returned home to prepare dinner. Following their meal, which concluded around 7 o'clock, they relaxed together, watching television and playfully engaging with each other. Time flew by, and soon it was Friday. After bringing Lu Yuju home, they had dinner before taking a stroll downstairs to aid digestion. Once back home, he efficiently cleaned himself and lay down on the bed, waiting for Lu Yuju to finish her evening routine. After a considerable wait, she shyly emerged from the bathroom, her face flushed. The next morning, Zhang Wendong ventured out to buy groceries and breakfast. Upon returning, he assisted Lu Yuju with washing her face, affectionately kissing her slightly swollen lips afterward. After breakfast, they rested briefly before venturing out to enjoy their day. Time swiftly passed, and it was now July 26th. After dinner, the two reclined on the sofa for a moment of respite. Lu Yuju remarked, "Zhang Wendong, in 2 days, I will finish my exams and head home for summer vacation." Zhang Wendong contemplated for a moment before responding, "Yuju, why not spend your summer vacation here in Shanghai?" Lu Yuju replied, "That won't do. My father is already on his way." Zhang Wendong then suggested, "I would like to meet your father. Your sister is getting married in October, and once she does, I shall visit your family to propose, and we can set our wedding date." Lu Yuju buried her small face in Zhang Wendong's chest and replied, "What if my father disagrees?" Zhang Wendong found this response somewhat familiar. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Yuju, when your father came to pick you up last time, you said the same thing. Why would he disagree?" Lu Yuju responded, "Do you remember when we were in school, and you had Wang pretend to be a rogue?" Zhang Wendong tapped his head and replied, "I remember." Lu Yuju continued, "That incident frightened my sister, and she suspected it was your doing. She was quite angry and told my father about it when she got home. Initially, he intended to come to the school to find you, but I managed to dissuade him." Zhang Wendong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and said, "Your father only mentioned wanting to find me. He doesn't even know what I look like." Lu Yuju countered, "My father came to pick us up those nights, and he has seen you." Zhang Wendong was utterly perplexed and exclaimed, "Yuju, what should we do? You're so clever. Think of a solution." Lu Yuju replied, "I'm only 18. When I came to Shanghai for my studies, my father told me not to date while in college. I can't think of any way out." Zhang Wendong said, "But you are my girlfriend now. If you didn't heed your father's advice, it must mean I hold a significant place in your heart. You agreed to my confession last time. Tell me, when did you start to like me?" Lu Yuju buried her face even deeper, choosing silence. Zhang Wendong wanted to see her face, but she clung tightly to his waist, refusing to let go. He teased her for a while, yet she remained quiet, hiding in his embrace. Eventually, when he was about to ask another question, Lu Yuju silenced him with her cherry-like lips, and they playfully frolicked for quite some time. As the clock struck 9, Lu Yuju needed to return to school, and Zhang Wendong accompanied her to her dormitory before heading home. After Lu Yuju completed her exams, Zhang Wendong invited her to his home, deciding to take a day off to spend quality time with her. He had already planned their outing. The Shijiao Park Zoo had opened a couple of months ago, and he had heard it was quite expansive. As they lay in bed that evening, he said, "Yuju, tomorrow I'll take you to Shijiao Park for the day. Your father probably won't to arrive in Shanghai for another couple of days." Lu Yuju replied, "That sounds great. But we can only play for 1 day. I need to return to school the day after tomorrow. I'm worried my father will come looking for me." Zhang Wendong responded, "All right then. The zoo at Shijiao Park opened a couple of months ago. I'll take you to see it." Lu Yuju was delighted upon hearing this, cuddling his arm and playfully coaxing him, causing Zhang Wendong to be unable to resist her charms. He turned off the light. The next morning, after helping Lu Yuju with her morning routine and packing the items he had prepared, he took her out. After having breakfast, they boarded a bus and, after a bumpy ride, arrived at their destination. Getting off the bus, they walked a few steps and reached Shijiao Park, which was quite large. Following the signs, they discovered that it not only had a zoo but also a roller skating rink, an educational center, and more. At around 9 o'clock, the crowd was sparse. Zhang Wendong accompanied Lu Yuju to the ticket booth, where they purchased tickets at a modest price of 80 cents each before entering the zoo. Upon entering, they were greeted by an artificial lake adorned with swans and ducks, while a patron fed them buns from the enclosure. Lu Yuju, captivated by the scene, dashed over to observe. After a moment, her curiosity piqued. She turned to Zhang Wendong with eager anticipation. Lacking buns in his bag, which was filled only with salty snacks, Zhang Wendong approached a young woman feeding the swans and exchanged 20 cents for one of her buns. With delight, Lu Yuju enticed the swans with the bun. thoroughly enjoying the moment as Zhang Wendong captured her joy through photographs. However, as the bun was consumed, Lu Yuju still craved more, only to find that the young woman had departed. Zhang Wendong then guided Lu Yuju deeper into the zoo, where a plethora of animals awaited: tigers, bears, leopards, ostriches, wild camels, golden monkeys, and more, totaling over 50 species. They paused frequently to observe the creatures, with Zhang Wendong occasionally snapping photos of Lu Yuju and asking passers-by to capture their moments together. After over 2 hours of exploration, they finally exited the zoo. By this time, it was mealtime, and Zhang Wendong led Lu Yuju to a nearby restaurant for lunch. After their meal, they found a patch of grass in the park to rest. Following their respite, Zhang Wendong took Lu Yuju to an educational base featuring retired tanks, aircraft, and artillery. Once they had explored the base, he brought her to an indoor skating rink. Neither of them were proficient skaters. Zhang Wendong, with a high center of gravity, fell several times and decided to assist Lu Yuju by holding her up as she learned to skate. Lu Yuju quickly grasped the technique, soon gliding on her own. Zhang Wendong, content to watch her progress, eventually sat down, and Lu Yuju skated until she was thoroughly satisfied. By the time they left the rink, it was past 5 o'clock. They hurried to the bus station, as the last bus departed at 6, and missing it would incur significant costs. Once aboard the bus, which was quite crowded, Lu Yuju clung to Zhang Wendong's shirt, chattering excitedly about their day. They swayed back to the West District, arriving close to 7. After dinner, they returned home to rest. The following morning, after breakfast, Zhang Wendong embraced Lu Yuju affectionately before escorting her back to school, knowing they would be apart for 2 months. At the dormitory entrance, Lu Yuju shyly hugged him, her cheeks flushed, before dashing inside, leaving Zhang Wendong both amused and bewildered by her modest demeanor. After bidding farewell to Lu Yuju, Zhang Wendong returned to his shop, allowing Wang a day off while he resumed business. With Lu Yuju absent from Shanghai, Zhang Wendong and Wang took turns setting up their stall on the bustling pedestrian street. The foot traffic was substantial, and having sold their braised goods there for an extended period, they had cultivated a loyal customer base, earning approximately 300 yuan a day, generally wrapping up their activities by 7 in the evening. While selling marinated delicacies on the pedestrian street, Zhang Wendong noticed a shop available for rent, measuring approximately 20 square meters, with a monthly rent of 1,000 yuan. Previously, he had contemplated renting a shop on the same street, but had failed to find a suitable opportunity. Upon seeing the rental price, he was even less inclined to pursue it, reflecting that selling goods from his tricycle was far more advantageous due to its mobility and decent sales volume. This 1,000 yuan shop led Zhang Wendong to reminisce about the larger shop he had purchased, which surely yielded substantial profits, especially given the considerable foot traffic of that old street. Alternating with Wang, they had managed to earn nearly 10,000 yuan in a month from their stall, which was quite commendable. Conversely, the hot pot business in the shop had dwindled, generating a profit of only 6,000 yuan per month. Nevertheless, selling marinated delicacies at the shop's entrance could still garner around 10,000 yuan monthly, maintaining his income level. However, this meant rising earlier each day to prepare the marinated goods, prompting Zhang Wendong to acquire 2 large barrels to accommodate the ingredients. He felt the urgency to earn continuously, as the rising prices this year had made money less plentiful, and he anticipated that when the temperature dropped and the shop became busier, he would have to increase his employees' wages. In early August, as usual, Zhang Wendong set up his stall to sell marinated delicacies until around 7 in the evening. When he had sold out and was preparing to pack up, just as he was about to pedal away, a shadow suddenly blocked his path. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Wendong saw a dark figure he did not recognize and instinctively prepared to confront him. But then the figure called out, "Second brother, it's me, Zhang Wenbei." Hearing the name Zhang Wenbei sparked a memory. This was his younger brother. Curiously, Zhang Wendong scrutinized the shadow's face under the light and realized it bore a resemblance to their father. "Zhang Wenbei, what brings you here?" he inquired. The shadow, now excited, replied, "Second brother, I knew it was you. I've been watching you sell for a while." Observing the familiar demeanor of Zhang Wenbei, Zhang Wendong felt a sense of kinship. It was mealtime, and he had yet to eat dinner, so he decided to invite his brother for a meal. "Have you eaten?" he asked. When Zhang Wenbei replied that he had not, Zhang Wendong hopped onto his tricycle and motioned for him to follow. They found a nearby food stall where Zhang Wendong parked his tricycle and secured a table, inviting Zhang Wenbei to sit as well. He casually ordered 3 dishes and asked, "So, Zhang Wenbei, what brings you to Shanghai?" Zhang Wenbei responded, "Second brother, I came here to work with some folks from the village." Zhang Wendong then inquired, "Are you no longer studying? When did you arrive here?" Zhang Wenbei explained, "I stopped studying a while ago. I came here at the beginning of this year." Zhang Wendong pressed further, "You stopped studying long ago? When exactly?" Zhang Wenbei recalled, "That year you graduated from high school and stayed home for a while. Zhang Wenxi went off to college, and our mother Wu Ti let me continue my studies." Zhang Wendong asked, "What did you do after quitting school?" Zhang Wenbei replied, "Mother found me a job in a neighboring province mining, but I couldn't handle it, so I returned home to farm. Last year, I heard Chun from the village mention that he was making money in Shanghai, so I decided to accompany him to the city. Working at the construction site is far better than staying at home." Zhang Wendong recalled that in his previous life, he too had come to Shanghai with Chun, arriving a year earlier than Zhang Wenbei. He glanced at his younger brother, who now appeared to be in a pitiful state, mirroring the misfortunes he had endured in his past life. First, he had mind, and then he was left to carry bricks, drained of vitality by that scoundrel Zhang Wenxi. Zhang Wendong inquired, "How is the situation at home?" Zhang Wenbei replied, "It's just the same. We still live in a mud brick house. Last year during the new year, Zhang Wenxi asked our mother for money, claiming he would soon graduate and needed to buy a house in the city. Mother couldn't provide the funds. And not long after the new year, he returned to school. I have been working for half a year without returning home or even calling." Zhang Wendong remarked, "You've been out for half a year. Why haven't you called home?" Zhang Wenbei, visibly agitated, responded, "Let me tell you, brother. You have no idea how biased our parents are. Zhang Wenxi goes to university while I was denied the chance to study. My grades were excellent. Yet he has spent so much money during those years at university. You have no idea what my life has been like, toiling in the fields at home, living on sweet potato porridge and pickled vegetable soup. In the 6 months I've been here in Shanghai, I've eaten better than I did in those years." As Zhang Wenbei finished his words, the food arrived. Zhang Wendong ordered 4 more bottles of beer, urging Zhang Wenbei to eat first. They began to enjoy their meal, filling their stomachs, and opened 2 bottles of beer. Zhang Wendong asked, "Have you sent any of your earnings back home?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenbei became even more agitated and exclaimed, "Brother, please, do not send any money home. It's an endless pit. You must understand. While I worked the fields at home, our father took on carpentry jobs, and I helped him. But when I came to Shanghai to work, I borrowed the fare from Chun, and after years of labor at home, I never received a single cent." Zhang Wendong listened intently. Realizing his younger brother was far wiser than he had been at this age, he had only come to his senses after suffering a severe injury. Now, at just 16, his brother had already awakened to reality. They raised their glasses for another toast, and Zhang Wendong said, "Since you think this way, spend your earnings on yourself. It's August now. Are you planning to return home for the new year?" Zhang Wenbei replied, "No, there's nothing to return for. Life in Shanghai is incomparably better than at home. I can eat my fill and keep warm here. What would I go back for?" Zhang Wendong, impressed by his younger brother's resolve, decided not to press further. They continued their meal and drinks. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Zhang Wendong paid the bill and said, "Which construction site are you working at? I need to leave now, so I won't see you off." Zhang Wenbei responded, "Brother, I work at the site next to Avenue in the East District. Where are you staying? When I have some free time, I'll come find you." Zhang Wendong replied, "I'm working for someone else and staying at their place, which isn't convenient. When I have time, I sell marinated goods at the pedestrian street. You can come find me there." Zhang Wenbei said, "All right, brother. I have 2 days off each month, so when I'm free, I'll come to see you." Zhang Wendong replied affirmatively and rode away on his tricycle, parting ways with Zhang Wenbei. Upon returning to the shop, he noticed it was nearly 9 o'clock, and the establishment was already closed. After tidying up the vehicle, he ascended to the 2nd floor to settle accounts with Wang. At the beginning of each month, they would reconcile finances and distribute salaries. After meticulously counting the money, they retained a portion in the shop and disbursed Wang Chang's wages. With 25,000 yuan remaining, they decided to divide it, with Zhang Wendong taking 500 yuan for himself. He suggested, "Business at the hot pot restaurant is not thriving at the moment. Would you consider bringing your parents over?" Wang Chang responded, "Brother Dong, the business of marinated dishes relies heavily on manpower. If I return home, my income will significantly decrease, and it would take me at least half a month. Perhaps it's best to let it be." Zhang Wendong inquired, "Has your father stopped hunting in the mountains?" Wang Chang replied. He no longer ventures deep into the mountains, but sets traps around the outskirts. Most of the time, he tends to the fields at home. Zhang Wendong remarked, I have noticed a small shop available for rent on our street, separated by a larger establishment. It covers an area of over 20 square meters, not too big, yet not too small. Would you be interested in renting it? Wang Chang questioned. Brother Dong. I have seen it too, but what would I do with it? Zhang Wendong explained, that shop could serve as a small convenience store. There are only 2 such stores on this street, and they are quite distant from each other. I had asked if you would consider bringing your parents here. If they come, they could check out the shop. If they do not, you might have your wife manage it. Your child is growing. You need not carry them continuously. Wang Chang, feeling a surge of excitement, replied, Brother Dong, I will go ahead and rent that shop, allowing my wife to oversee it. Zhang Wendong advised. First, secure the rental. The beverages and supplies for our shop come from Boss Jiao, whom you have met. He specializes in wholesale, and his stock is comprehensive and reasonably priced, often cheaper than the wholesale market. Once you have rented the shop, you can visit him to explore your options. Wang Chang agreed. All right, Brother Dong, please elaborate further. I am not very experienced. Zhang Wendong suggested, let's discuss it tomorrow. First, consult with your wife. You cannot make decisions alone. Once you have agreed, I will provide you with more details. Wang Chang's face flushed with embarrassment. He hadn't realized how transparent he had become. Yet Zhang Wendong had astutely recognized his submissive nature. Truly, he was a perceptive brother. After discussing various topics with Wang Chang, Zhang Wendong returned home. The next morning, while preparing ingredients at the shop, Wang Chang arrived with enthusiasm to discuss matters, revealing that his wife had consented. Zhang Wendong instructed him to brew some tea after finishing the current batch. Once he completed the cooking, Zhang Wendong sipped his tea while Wang Chang readied a notebook to jot down notes. Zhang Wendong advised, if you are serious about this, rent the shop as soon as possible. Once secured, apply for the business license, then visit other convenience stores to see what they are selling. Take thorough notes, and then check the prices at the first department store, where items are clearly labeled with prices comparable to those outside. Once you have noted the prices, approach Boss Jiao to inquire about the wholesale costs of those items, assess the potential profit margins, and ask him which items tend to sell well. He is usually quite willing to share such insights, as the more you sell, the more you will purchase from him. Wang Chang diligently took note and replied, Donggo. I will have my wife check on it. I still have to attend to matters at the shop. Zhang Wendong responded, that sounds reasonable. After all, she is overseeing the store. It is appropriate for her to be involved. When business is slow at the hot pot restaurant this afternoon, you can accompany her as well. Just let the staff handle the marinated goods. Wang Chang replied, all right, I will go rent the shop tomorrow. Today, I need to sell goods on the commercial street. Zhang Wendong said, I will take care of it. You should discuss today's plans with your wife. I will prepare the marinated items shortly. Wang Chang went to confer with his wife, while Zhang Wendong prepared another batch of ingredients for marination. Once the items were ready, Wang Chang returned with his wife. Zhang Wendong instructed the staff to bring out the ordered meals, and they enjoyed an early lunch. After their meal, Wang Chang informed Zhang Wendong, Donggo, the shop has been rented for a monthly fee of 600 yuan. Zhang Wendong asked, what is the duration of the contract? Wang Chang replied, I signed a 2-year contract. Zhang Wendong stated, sell the marinated goods today, and tomorrow, bring in less stock. I will oversee the shop. Focus on establishing that new place first. They then engaged in a detailed discussion about the shop's operations. When customers began to arrive for meals, they paused their conversation. Zhang Wendong packed the marinated goods and went to the pedestrian street to sell. The following day, Zhang Wendong remained at the shop while Wang Chang attended to other matters. The new shop, originally intended for business, required no extensive renovations, only some shelves, a counter, and restocking of merchandise. After nearly a week of diligent work, Wang Chang completed the shop setup and awaited the business license. Zhang Wendong suggested that Wang Chang open for business first, noting that in these times, inspections of licenses were not stringent. Many shops operated without them. Once Wang Chang's tasks were finished, Zhang Wendong returned to selling on the pedestrian street. As time flew by, it was already the end of August. Wang Chang's wife's small shop continued to be profitable. After operating for around 20 days and deducting rent, they had made over 600 yuan. Indeed, in these times, as long as one pursued business, losses were rare. Zhang Wendong took a day off from selling. As Lu Yuju was returning today, in the morning, he visited the market to buy vegetables, tidied up the house, and laundered Lu Yuju's clothes using the washing machine. hand-washing her pajamas and undergarments. Having not seen her for nearly 2 months, Zhang Wendong was filled with enthusiasm and even bought several pots of flowers to place on the balcony. Around 4 in the afternoon, after completing his preparations, he rode his bicycle to the school to pick her up. Chapter 78. Preparing to return home with Lu Yuju. At the dormitory entrance, it was not long before the radiant figure emerged. After 2 months apart, Lu Yuju had lost some weight, possibly due to the fatigue of traveling by train. She appeared somewhat haggard and pitiable, which tugged at Zhang Wendong's heartstrings. After bringing Lu Yuju home and sharing affectionate moments, he began to prepare dinner. Following their meal and tidying up, Zhang Wendong lay on the sofa with Lu Yuju, watching television and chatting. Lu Yuju remarked, "Zhang Wendong, my sister is definitely getting married on October 1st. I must return home for that." Zhang Wendong pondered for a moment and said, "Traveling by train for a round trip takes too long. I have heard that one can fly, but it requires a letter of introduction. You should ask your advisor for 2 letters, and I will accompany you back." Upon hearing about the airplane, Lu Yuju's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she remarked, "Surely, flying must be quite expensive." Zhang Wendong replied, "Not at all. It should only cost a few hundred yuan, just the price of a down jacket." Lu Yuju, clinging to Zhang Wendong's arm, began to act coy, prompting him to sweep her into the bedroom. The two shared a tender moment, and noticing her weariness, Zhang Wendong decided against further exertion. After a brief intimacy, he held Lu Yuju close to rest. The following morning, he escorted Lu Yuju back to school before returning to his shop to attend to business. In the afternoon, he sold goods on the pedestrian street and later picked Lu Yuju up, continuing to sell until after 7 o'clock. After treating her to dinner, they returned to his shop. Once there, he cleaned the tricycle and distributed wages to his employees. After dividing the earnings with Wang, he returned home for a while before once again taking Lu Yuju back to school. Zhang Wendong resolved to reduce the amount of marinated goods he handled, intending to return home early that evening to prepare a meal for Lu Yuju. The next morning, he arrived at the market early to meet Wang, requesting that he limit the marinated goods brought in. Now that Lu Yuju was back, he would take on the task of selling them himself. Zhang Wendong purchased some vegetables, stored them in the refrigerator, and then busied himself at the shop. Time swiftly passed, and by September 20th, Zhang Wendong had arranged to return home with Lu Yuju, assuring her that her father need not come to Shanghai to fetch her. That evening, as they lay together on the sofa, Zhang Wendong embraced Lu Yuju and said, "Yuju, we will be heading back in just a few days. I have yet to buy gifts for your parents. What are they like? Please tell me." Lu Yuju contemplated for a moment and asked, "Are you planning to formally propose to my parents?" Zhang Wendong affirmed, "Indeed, it is a rare opportunity for me to return. I must take care of our affairs, whether early or late, it must be done." Lu Yuju buried her face in Zhang Wendong's chest and replied, "You may decide, but I feel a bit apprehensive." Zhang Wendong inquired, "Are you afraid of marriage?" Lu Yuju confessed, "I fear that my parents may not approve." He asked, "If your parents do not agree, what will you choose?" Lu Yuju asserted, "If they disapprove, I will marry no one but you." Hearing this, Zhang Wendong felt reassured and declared, "I too will marry no one but you. So let us visit your home soon. If they do not consent, I shall find a way." They shared another affectionate moment on the sofa before Zhang Wendong escorted Lu Yuju back to school. The next day, Zhang Wendong began his search for gifts, realizing that when visiting his future father-in-law, he ought to bring tobacco, alcohol, and tea. He planned to buy Huazi cigarettes and Maotai liquor, which would be convenient to procure in the county town. The tea, however, needed to be of superior quality. Although his own knowledge of tea was somewhat lacking, he could consult Boss Jiao, who had extensive business experience and whom he had been sourcing from for nearly a year, thus guaranteeing his integrity. Zhang Wendong approached Boss Jiao to purchase high-quality tea. Unfortunately, Boss Jiao had no fine tea available, but recommended a shop where he could procure premium Daunting Biluakan. Boss Jiao himself enjoyed this tea, and a cake of it cost 200 yuan. Zhang Wendong found a place and purchased 3 tea cakes, intending to savor them himself. Upon returning home, he brewed the tea and took a sip, finding it refreshingly sweet with a lingering aftertaste, quite delightful. He planned to accompany Lu Yuju on the weekend for a leisurely stroll through the streets, selecting gifts for his mother-in-law. After enjoying his tea, Zhang Wendong returned to his shop to attend to his duties. As Friday arrived, Zhang Wendong picked up Lu Yuju, and after a delightful dinner, they reclined on the sofa to relax. Zhang Wendong inquired, "Yuju, Have you prepared the introduction letter? Lu Yuju retrieved the letter from her bag and handed it to him. Upon opening it, he noticed the official seal of Fudan University, which seemed promising, as he had never encountered such a document before. He planned to book the flight tickets the day after tomorrow, hoping to secure them without issue. After reviewing the letter, Zhang Wendong suggested, "Let us go shopping tomorrow to buy a few gifts for your mother. As for your father, I shall simply prepare some tobacco, alcohol, and tea." Lu Yuju replied, "I recall that when Zhou Weiguo was proposing, he also purchased similar items. He didn't buy anything specifically for my mother, so you need not bother." Zhang Wendong countered, "Whether he chose to buy gifts is his affair. I wish to offer a token of goodwill to my mother-in-law, as she might appreciate me as her son-in-law." After a brief conversation, they retreated to their room. The following morning, Zhang Wendong helped Lu Yuju wash her face, and together they ventured out for breakfast. After their meal, they strolled down the pedestrian street. While browsing, Zhang Wendong spotted a woman carrying a stylish handbag and thought that gifting a bag to his mother-in-law would be quite appropriate. He recalled the saying, "A bag can cure all ailments." An attractive bag would surely enhance one's appearance when out and about. He called out to the woman, who, upon noticing Zhang Wendong's robust physique and dark complexion, felt a moment of apprehension. However, upon seeing the ethereal beauty beside him, she reassured herself that all was well and asked, "What can I do for you?" Zhang Wendong responded, "Hello, madam. I must commend you on your exquisite taste. I am curious where you purchased that lovely bag." The woman smiled at his compliment and provided him with the store's address. After thanking her, Zhang Wendong and Lu Yuju sought a rickshaw, where he instructed the driver with the address, and they set off. The distance was considerable, and it took a while to reach their destination. The shop was tucked away in a secluded alley, marked by a wooden sign that read "Open for Business." Upon entering the store, Zhang Wendong and Lu Yuju found it to be of modest size, where an elderly gentleman, donning glasses, was cutting leather with a ruler. Upon noticing the pair, he inquired, "What brings you here?" Zhang Wendong replied, "Good sir, I am here to purchase a bag." The elderly man set aside his work and gestured for them to follow him. Inside, the walls were adorned with an array of bags, predominantly crafted from leather. After browsing for a while, Lu Yuju selected a backpack. The elderly gentleman retrieved it from a wooden coat rack. Zhang Wendong felt the leather, noting its softness, while Lu Yuju carefully examined the bag, appreciating its intricate craftsmanship both inside and out. Observing her eyes light up, Zhang Wendong asked, "How much for this bag, good sir?" The elder replied, "This bag is priced at 260 yuan. Zhang Wendong further inquired, "What type of leather is it made from?" The elder responded, "It is crafted from calfskin." Zhang Wendong inquired, "Boss, why is this leather so expensive?" The elderly gentleman replied, "This leather is sourced from calves under 2 years of age. You may observe it under the light. Its grain is remarkably clear, and it possesses a smooth texture with considerable elasticity, making this bag exceptionally durable." Zhang Wendong examined the bag under the light, and then selected another handbag from the wall. The leather matched that of the backpack, and this handbag was quite appealing, both grand and elegant, with a suitable size. Zhang Wendong asked, "What about this bag, boss?" In Chapter 79, Flying Back to the County Town, the proprietor responded, "This handbag is priced at 180 yuan, also crafted from calfskin." Zhang Wendong countered, "Could you lower the price a bit? I'll take both bags." The owner replied, "The total for both bags comes to 440 yuan, which sounds rather unlucky. I can offer them to you for 430 yuan. This calfskin is quite valuable, and the crafting, design, cutting, and production requires significant effort and time. I only earn a modest fee for my labor. And every leather bag purchased here comes with a 2-year warranty." Unsure how to negotiate further, Zhang Wendong acknowledged the quality of the leather and asked, "What other items do you have for sale?" The owner replied, "Primarily leather goods, wallets, belts, shoes, bags, and the like. Feel free to browse around." Accompanied by Lu Yuju, Zhang Wendong continued to explore the shop, but did not find anything else that caught his eye. After understanding the warranty conditions, everything is covered as long as it isn't intentionally damaged. Zhang Wendong proceeded to pay for both bags. As they prepared to leave, the owner mentioned, "I also offer customization. If you have a particular style in mind, bring it over, and I can craft it from leather for you." Zhang Wendong responded, "All right, boss." With that, he and Lu Yuju exited the store. Outside, with more abundant light, the bags appeared somewhat luxurious. Lu Yuju, joyfully carrying her bag, clung to Zhang Wendong's arm. After walking a short distance, Zhang Wendong hailed a tricycle to head to the market. They purchased vegetables and enjoyed lunch at home. After a brief rest, they ventured out to buy clothing, aiming to present themselves well for their visit to her father. They procured 2 sets of clothes, trousers, and shoes for themselves, as well as 2 sets for Lu Yuju. Following that, they stopped by a barbershop for a haircut. Zhang Wendong had maintained a buzz cut for years, finding it easy to manage and feeling that it suited him well. However, after spending the summer selling goods outdoors, he had become quite tanned, and the buzz cut made him resemble a laborer. Lu Yuju had grown her hair long. She looked striking with short hair and ethereal with long hair, exuding both charm and sweetness. She was truly a remarkable beauty. After the haircut, they returned home, tossing their new clothes into the washing machine. Zhang Wendong washed his hair, prepared dinner, and then relaxed at home watching television. The following morning, after breakfast, he gathered his introduction letter along with his household registration book and identification card. He took Lu Yuju to Hongqiao Airport to purchase tickets. Upon arriving at the airport, the first impression was one of vastness. Inside, they inquired with airport staff to locate the ticket counter. There was a flight to the provincial capital of Xiang Province on September 27th, departing at noon. Zhang Wendong submitted their identification documents and introduction letter. The ticket inspector conducted a thorough check and found no issues, allowing Zhang Wendong to purchase 2 tickets, totaling around 1,000 yuan. Accustomed to spending lavishly, Zhang did not find the price exorbitant. However, in these times, when wages barely reached 100 yuan, this flight consumed half a year's salary. After acquiring the tickets, Zhang Wendong escorted Lu Yuju back home, where they spent the day cooking and resting, as the sweltering heat made outdoor activities rather uncomfortable, rendering staying indoors a more pleasant option. Following dinner, they watched television together before Zhang Wendong returned Lu Yuju to her school. Zhang planned to spend the next few days preparing hot pot base ingredients at the shop, anticipating a stay of about 10 days upon his return. He informed Wang Chang of his travel plans, to which Wang responded, "Brother Dong, I will have my parents accompany you on your return." Zhang replied, "I should be flying back. How about I take your parents to the provincial capital?" Wang exclaimed, "What? How do you manage flying?" "I want my parents to go with you." Zhang clarified, "Flying requires an introduction letter. I had Lu Yuju arrange it with her mentor. Without it, I cannot purchase the tickets." Wang replied, "Such a hassle. Please help me get them to the provincial capital. I initially intended for them to come on their own, but the little shop is doing quite well, and I want them to assist." Zhang agreed, stating he would purchase sleeper tickets for them, and if time allowed, he would see them off at the train station. Wang responded, "Great, Brother Dong. I will send you the money in advance." Zhang insisted they could settle the payment upon his return, and the two continued discussing matters related to the shop before Zhang resumed his tasks. On September 27th, Zhang Wendong and Lu Yuju had breakfast together, then set off early for the airport with their luggage. Lu Yuju gazed out the window at the departing planes, her eyes sparkling with excitement. At around 11 o'clock, they boarded the plane. Once seated, Lu chattered incessantly, and Zhang, having never flown before, joined her in marveling at the surroundings. When the flight attendant announced the takeoff, they sat upright, fingers intertwined, both feeling a twinge of nervousness. The initial ascent was manageable, but as they gained altitude, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped them, prompting Zhang to embrace Lu tightly, while she clung to his waist as if to share in the experience of flight. Once the aircraft stabilized, the feeling of weightlessness dissipated. Lu gazed out the window, marveling at the scenery below, where buildings appeared as tiny seeds and the mountains and lakes stretched infinitely. After a while of smooth flight, the plane accelerated through the clouds, revealing even more breathtaking views. The white clouds resembled fluffy cotton candy, within reach, while the sky turned an unblemished azure. Lu remained transfixed by the sights outside, while Zhang, overwhelmed by the noise of the plane, felt as if his ears were muffled. Not long after, a flight attendant arrived with a generous meal, featuring dishes such as sautéed sea cucumber, grilled steak, creamy shrimp balls, and Japanese teriyaki chicken, items Zhang confessed he had never tasted on the ground. Lu ordered a serving of creamy shrimp balls, while Zhang opted for the sautéed sea cucumber. The beverage selection included red ruby orange soda, orange juice, and even Moutai liquor. Both individuals ordered orange juice and devoured their meals, truly enjoying the splendid treatment. After a flight lasting over 2 hours, they arrived at Honghua Airport in Hunan Province. Zhang Wendong disembarked, his head still buzzing, overwhelmed by the swiftness of the journey. Indeed, it was remarkably rapid. He then accompanied Lu Yuju to purchase tickets back to Shanghai, securing 2 tickets for noon on October 6th. They boarded a bus at the airport station and soon reached the city center, where a sense of familiarity enveloped them, for he had visited this place numerous times before. Zhang Wendong first checked into a hotel with Lu Yuju, allowing them a brief respite before venturing out in search of food. Hunan province boasts an abundance of delectable snacks, and it wasn't long before they had satisfied their appetites. After wandering for a while, they returned to the hotel to rest. The following morning, they took a bus back to the county town, arriving in the afternoon. Zhang Wendong treated Lu Yuju to a meal before escorting her home, while he returned to his own residence. Upon entering, he noted that Lu Yuju must have tidied up during her last summer visit, as the dust was minimal. He rearranged the sofa and then settled down for some rest. In the evening, he stepped out for a light meal before returning home to contemplate matters. The next morning, he ventured out to buy supplies, acquiring 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor, planning to purchase pastries and fruits closer to September 30th. He intended to visit Lu Yuju's family on the day of Lu Yufang's wedding, as it would be a joyous occasion, and he thought it fitting to express his congratulations in person. Chapter 80. Attending the wedding. Zhang Wendong returned home to store his purchases before taking a bus back to the town. Upon arriving at Wang Chang's house, he found his parents there. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Wendong enjoyed lunch with them and made arrangements to meet them at his residence in the county on October 3rd, before heading to the provincial capital on October 4th. He reminded them to bring the necessary documents. On September 30th, Zhang Wendong tidied up his home in preparation for a small gathering that evening. In the afternoon, he went out to buy pastries and fruits, anticipating Lu Yuju's visit for dinner that evening. After the meal, Zhang Wendong said, "Yuju, I have everything ready. When you return home later, please take the bag I bought for your mother and let her know that your husband will be visiting tomorrow." Lu Yuju's cheeks flushed crimson as she nodded in agreement. After spending some time at his home, Lu Yuju took the bag and left, as she needed to return and prepare for her role as a bridesmaid. On the morning of October 1st, Zhang Wendong arrived early at Lu Yuju's apartment complex, where she was already waiting for him downstairs. Hand in hand, they walked towards her home, both feeling a mix of apprehension and excitement. Although Lu Yuju had a key, she still knocked on the door. Her mother opened it, and upon seeing a burly man standing there, she instinctively pulled Lu Yuju behind her for protection. Zhang Wendong stood there, momentarily taken aback, his face flushing with embarrassment as he stammered, "Hello, Auntie. I am Lu Yuju's boyfriend." Lu Yuju's mother, Ms. Zhou, felt a twinge of awkwardness, having initially mistaken him for a potential threat. At this moment, her gaze was imbued with scrutiny. Yesterday, her younger daughter had gifted her a beautiful bag, which filled her with immense joy. However, the girl, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, revealed that the bag was a present from her boyfriend, who was scheduled to visit their home the following day. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zhou felt an overwhelming discomfort, akin to consuming something utterly repugnant, and the resentment lingered within her. When she relayed this news to her husband, Mr. Lu, he nearly choked, nearly ascending to the heavens in shock. After a moment of contemplation, Mrs. Zhou eventually invited Zhang Wendong inside. It was unavoidable, for today marked a momentous occasion for her elder daughter, and it was not the time for upheaval. Upon entering the house, Zhang Wendong noticed a considerable gathering. He glanced at Lu Yuju, signaling her to make the introductions. Lu Yuju, understanding his unspoken request, blushed deeply and attempted to speak, her words stumbling before her, her head nearly buried in her chest. With no alternative, Zhang Wendong took on the role of the social butterfly, placing his gifts on the coffee table and cheerfully greeting. "Good morning, esteemed uncles, aunts, grandfathers, and grandmothers. I am Lu Yuju's boyfriend, here to pay a visit. I hope I am not intruding." The room fell silent in response, particularly a middle-aged man whose expression shifted dramatically. This man, with striking eyebrows and piercing eyes, exuded an aura of righteousness. Zhang Wendong quickly discerned that he was Lu Yuju's father. Approaching him enthusiastically, Zhang Wendong offered a cigarette, hoping that such cordiality would prevent any unpleasantness. However, the middle-aged man did not accept the gesture, his fury evident in his glare. Feeling awkward, Zhang Wendong was relieved when an elderly gentleman beside him accepted the cigarette, introducing himself as Lu Yuju's grandfather. With a smile, Zhang Wendong replied, "Hello, grandfather." Lu Yuju's grandfather regarded the robust young man with appreciation, extending his hand for a handshake, which Zhang Wendong reciprocated. The The grandfather began introducing the other members of the household, and Zhang Wendong, feeling nervous, struggled to remember their names. He followed the introductions, respectfully addressing each elder and offering cigarettes to the men. Once the introductions concluded, Lu Yuju's father was finally presented to Zhang Wendong. He greeted him with Uncle Lu, extending the cigarettes, which the middle-aged man begrudgingly accepted, yet remained silent, his gaze fixed upon him. Beads of sweat began to form on Zhang Wendong's brow as he thought to himself how fortunate he was to have come today. Had he arrived the next day, he might not have even crossed the threshold. At this moment, Lu Yuju finally emerged from her shell, playfully tugging at her father's arm. The middle-aged man's expression began to shift from anger to discomfort as he coldly remarked, "Today is Yu Fang's wedding. Once the ceremony concludes, you may return this evening." Zhang Wendong replied, "Of course, Uncle Lu. I am a classmate of Lu Yufang and came to attend her wedding." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's demeanor tightened, his fists clenching. Lu Yuju, sensing the tension, resumed her playful antics, prompting her father to send her off to change clothes, paying no further attention to Zhang Wendong. Zhang Wendong, now devoid of anxiety, recognized the middle-aged man's disdain for him and decided to abandon pretense. He engaged in a candid conversation with Lu Yuju's grandfather, who was equally loquacious. As they chatted, Zhang Wendong, having traversed various regions over the years, found common ground with the elder, and before long, they settled comfortably on the sofa, pouring tea and lighting cigarettes, indulging in boastful tales. After a considerable time, the groom arrived to fetch the bride, causing a commotion at the entrance where a crowd gathered to tease Zhou Weigua, who responded with laughter and distributed red envelopes sporadically. Upon entering Lu Yufang's boudoir, Zhou Weigua continued to shower her with red envelopes, creating a ruckus at the door until it finally swung open. At this moment, Zhang Wendong, having lost interest in boasting, felt an urge to see Lu Yufang, whom he hadn't encountered in years. Once Zhou Weigua finished reciting various vows and navigated the bridesmaids' playful challenges, he jubilantly carried the bride out, and Zhang Wendong finally laid eyes on Lu Yufang. Today, she wore a light touch of makeup, still exuding grace and beauty, yet lacking the stunning allure she once possessed, as if the filter of time had been lifted. Standing beside her was Lu Yuju, and in that moment, Zhang Wendong's gaze was solely captivated by Lu Yuju. He realized that it was not Lu Yufang's beauty that had diminished, but rather Lu Yuju's perfection that overshadowed her, making the other beautiful women in Shanghai seem merely average by comparison. Zhou Weigua triumphantly carried Lu Yufang out, and Zhang Wendong exchanged greetings with Lu's grandfather before following to observe the proceedings. Upon exiting, Lu Yufang's mother began to weep, and her father's eyes reddened with emotion. Despite their reluctance, Lu Yufang ultimately stepped into a Santana alongside Zhou Weigua, a rather impressive feat given the vehicle's presence. And it wasn't just one but several, clearly belonging to the workplace, albeit somewhat aged. Lu Yuju climbed into the car with her sister, signaling Zhang Wendong to join. Understanding her cue, he boarded the subsequent vehicle, as the bride's car was already at capacity. The procession meandered through the county town, pausing at various locations for photographs. Zhang Wendong gazed from the car, feeling a tinge of envy. Zhou Weigua would soon be able to share a bed with Lu Yufang without reservation. After completing their circuit, they arrived at the venue for the banquet, a spacious and well-decorated establishment. Zhou Weigua welcomed guests at the entrance alongside Lu Yufang, and after observing for a while, Zhang Wendong disembarked, retrieved his prepared red envelope, and approached Zhou Weigua to offer his congratulations. Zhou Weigua, greeting the robust man with warmth, exchanged pleasantries before Zhang Wendong entered the venue. At this juncture, Lu Yuju noticed him and gestured for him to come over. Clad in a bridesmaid dress that was somewhat snug, she appeared uncomfortable, hunching her back awkwardly. Zhang Wendong remarked, "Let me find you a more suitable outfit. You should wear this over it for now." Lu Yuju replied, "That would be too much trouble. I'll need to go on stage later. Please join us at our table. We'll all be seated there." She pointed to a designated table. Zhang Wendong replied, "I shall feign a lack of seating, and you will come to pull me over to sit." Lu Yuju shyly responded, "I feel embarrassed. You should come over on your own." Zhang Wendong remarked, "Today at your home, you caused quite the stir. Had it not been for my years in business, I would have sought refuge beneath the floor." Lu Yuju, clinging to Zhang Wendong's arm, began to act coyly, to which he insisted, "You shall come to pull me over. No negotiation." Lu Yuju, looking quite pitiful, acquiesced. Thus, They sat and conversed for a while, until Lu Yuzhu had to assist backstage. Zhang Wendong found a seat close to the main table and waited for the wedding to commence. After a prolonged wait, the ceremony finally began, filled with introductions, speeches, and expressions of gratitude towards parents and relatives, culminating in tears and a heartfelt embrace between the couple. As the banquet was about to commence, Lu Yuzhu returned to the main table, glancing at her previous seat, only to find Zhang Wendong absent. She looked around frantically. While he indicated that he had not settled into the right position, having inadvertently chosen a spot just behind her, clearing his throat a couple of times, Lu Yuzhu finally located him, her cheeks flushing crimson as she approached to pull Zhang Wendong along. He feigned reluctance, but complied as she guided him back to the main table. Lu Yuzhu's father, his eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief, watched as Zhang Wendong was awkwardly seated at Lu Yuzhu's insistence. Once settled, he began whispering to her, as the others at the table paid him no mind. He could not afford to feel embarrassed. As long as he maintained his composure, the awkwardness would fall upon others. The bride and groom also took their seats, surrounded by their immediate family. Lu Yufeng gazed at Zhang Wendong with curiosity, having previously ignored him at the entrance. How could this man, so audacious, find himself seated at the main table? Zhang Wendong, catching her bewildered expression, held Lu Yuzhu's hand and discreetly waved to Lu Yufeng across the table. Lu Yufeng's face turned a shade of deep green as she silently cursed, while Lu Yuzhu, like an ostrich, blushed profusely. Zhang Wendong sat at the main table, navigating the social pleasantries until the feast finally commenced. The newlyweds took a few bites to stave off hunger before commencing the traditional toasts with their parents, with Lu Yuzhu joining in to pour drinks. Now, only the older generation remained at the table, who dined slowly, often engaging in conversation while eating. Zhang Wendong began to indulge heartily, consuming food and drink until he was satisfied, just as the toast givers returned. As everyone dined and clinked glasses, Zhang Wendong, a towering figure, felt somewhat invisible, having little to do. He began to serve Lu Yuzhu, sampling various dishes that he found palatable, selecting her favorites while savoring his own meal. Once Lu Yuzhu had eaten her fill, Zhang Wendong felt compelled to excuse himself from the table, unable to withstand the penetrating gaze of Lu Yuzhu's father any longer. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he took Lu Yuzhu by the hand and stepped away from the table. Lu Yuzhu walked with a slight hunch, and Zhang Wendong inquired, "Do you have any other obligations this afternoon?" Lu Yuzhu replied, "I must go to Zhou Weiguo's place shortly to assist my sister." Zhang Wendong asked, "Will you need to wear this outfit again?" Lu Yuzhu responded, "There is no need for that. I would like to go back and change my clothes." Zhang Wendong replied, "Then let me escort you home to change." The two exited the restaurant, and Zhang Wendong hailed a rickshaw, taking Lu Yuzhu back to her residence. Upon arrival, Zhang Wendong accompanied Lu Yuzhu inside. The house was empty, and he expressed a desire to explore her room. Lu Yuzhu attempted to protest, but Zhang Wendong effortlessly picked her up, recalling which room she entered earlier that morning when changing clothes. He carried her directly into the spacious room, adorned in soft hues that exuded a youthful ambience. Gently placing Lu Yuzhu on the bed, he began to take in the surroundings. Everything was meticulously arranged, with books on the shelf organized by size. Noticing Zhang Wendong's keen observation, Lu Yuzhu said, "Zhang Wendong, could you please step outside? I need to change." Zhang Wendong closed the door behind him, intending to assist Lu Yuzhu with her outfit. After helping her change, he exited the room. Lu Yuzhu rummaged through her belongings for a moment before emerging with a sandalwood box, stating, "Zhang Wendong, I need to take my bracelet back and store it in the safe." Zhang Wendong accepted the box, opened it, and admired the bracelet for a while before placing it back inside, saying, "All right, I will take it back and bring it with me when I return to Shanghai." The two rested on the sofa for a while, and soon Lu Yuzhu decided it was time to return to the restaurant. Zhang Wendong called for another rickshaw to take her back, then made his way home. Once at Fugua Garden, Zhang Wendong reclined on the sofa, lost in thought. And before long, he drifted into slumber, waking around 5 o'clock and dozing again until 6. After having dinner, he returned home to continue his contemplations. As it approached 8, Zhang Wendong tidied himself up and headed to Lu Yuzhu's house. Upon arrival, he knocked on the door, and Lu Yuzhu welcomed him inside. Her parents were seated on the sofa, maintaining a serious demeanor. Zhang Wendong greeted them warmly, and Lu Yuzhu invited him to sit beside her. Once seated, her father, with a stern expression, inquired, "Name, age, Home address. Speak honestly. Zhang Wendong replied, Uncle Lu, my name is Zhang Wendong. I am 20 years old, and I reside at Fuwa Garden on the street ahead. Lu's father continued, how many people are in your family, and what do they do? Zhang Wendong felt somewhat uneasy, sensing he was being interrogated, yet he responded, there are 5 members in my family, and I am engaged in business in Shanghai. Lu's father pressed further. Specify the names and occupations of each family member. Lu Yuju, hearing this, interjected, Dad, could you please speak more kindly? Rising from her seat, she approached her father, playfully coaxing him. At that moment, Lu's mother spoke up, asking, Xiao Zhang, when did you and Yuju meet? How long have you been together? Zhang Wendong replied, I met Yuju during our middle school days. We have been together for almost a year now. Lu's mother continued, what brings you here today? Zhang Wendong replied, Auntie, I have come to propose. I wish to betroth myself to Lu Yuju. Upon hearing this, Lu's father erupted, saying, we have not consented to your relationship with our Yuju. What do you mean by proposing? Zhang Wendong felt somewhat awkward and spoke, Uncle, I apologize for my abruptness. Shall I come again next time? Lu's father replied, we do not approve of your relationship with Yuju. You should be well aware of the reasons. During high school, my daughter Yufeng was frequently disturbed by you, and now you have turned your attention to Yuju. It seems you have a death wish. Chapter 82. Lu's father consented to their relationship. Zhang Wendong was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Lu Yuju stepped forward, her eyes brimming with tears, her voice quivering, Dad, I have discussed it with Zhang Wendong. We plan to marry next year after my graduation. I want to marry him. This declaration was akin to pouring gasoline on a fire. Her father jumped up, raising his hand to strike Lu Yuju. Zhang Wendong immediately stood up, pulling Lu Yuju behind him, and said, Uncle, please do not be angry. Yuju and I are truly in love. We have already envisioned our future together. No matter what happens, we will not part ways. Lu's father's hand, which had been raised, fell back down, his complexion shifting from blue to purple. His wife beside him urged him to sit down, and he complied, taking a seat. Zhang Wendong and Lu Yuju also settled down. Lu's father began, you are not of noble intentions. I cannot entrust Yuju to you, especially since she is still quite young. We do not wish for her to marry so soon. Zhang Wendong replied, Uncle, I was reckless in my youth and made mistakes, but after working outside for several years, I have matured. You can rest assured to entrust Yuju to me. I will love and cherish her. As for your desire to delay her marriage, I am willing to wait until you give your consent. Lu's father did not respond, but Lu Yuju was touched by his words. She grasped Zhang Wendong's large hand, conveying with her eyes, I believe in you. Zhang Wendong returned her gaze with a reassuring look. Witnessing their silent communication, Lu's father felt a chill in his heart and said, do not speak to me of empty promises. I have encountered many like you, who are full of deceit. My Yuju is still young and naive. You may deceive her, but you cannot deceive me. Zhang Wendong asserted, Uncle, my feelings for Yuju are devoid of any falsehood. I have never lied to her in the past, nor will I in the future. After this, Zhang Wendong exchanged another glance with Lu Yuju. Lu's father remarked, if your feelings for my daughter are genuine, then you should at least understand the process of engagement. You come here alone, claiming to be sincere? Zhang Wendong responded, Uncle, my family situation is rather complicated, and my parents are unable to assist me, which is why I came on my own. Lu's father seemed to find an opening and said, please elaborate on your family situation, especially regarding your parents. Our family may not be wealthy, but we are happy and harmonious. We need to ensure a suitable match. Zhang Wendong replied, I am from a small village called Tuanjia in the county, and I have 3 brothers. My parents devoted themselves to my elder brother's education, sacrificing their resources for him. I earned my way through high school, and my younger brother was sent to work in the mines before he turned 13 to support my elder brother, which is why I have lost touch with my family for some years. Upon hearing about Zhang Wendong's family circumstances, Lu Yuju tightened her grip on his hand. Upon hearing these words, Lu's father became somewhat agitated and remarked, you are capable of treating your own blood relatives as strangers. How can I trust you with my daughter Yuju? The circumstances of your family are too intricate, and I cannot approve of your relationship. Zhang Wendong replied, I have already repaid their kindness. Since the age of 4, I have been assisting my family. I graduated from high school in 1985 and provided my parents with 2,000 yuan. Our interactions have been minimal since then, so you may consider me the sole representative of my family. It is not complicated at all. Lu's father was momentarily taken aback. Deep down, He vehemently opposed this man being with his youngest daughter, yet he could not ignore the boy's pitiable background. Using his sorrow as an excuse felt villainous, which conflicted with his principled nature. Lu's mother then interjected, saying, "Xiao Zhang, we have only 2 daughters in our family. Now that Yufeng is married, we intend to keep Yuzhu at home and seek a son-in-law who will marry in." Zhang Wendong pondered for a moment and responded, "Annie, if your family is resolute in finding a son-in-law, I can agree to that." Lu's father exploded at this statement, exclaiming, "How can you be so shameless and spineless?" Zhang Wendong retorted, "Uncle, when it comes to Yuzhu, I would undoubtedly choose her over any ephemeral gain." Lu's father declared, "Are you trying to latch onto my family? Becoming a son-in-law is not an easy task. If you insist on pursuing it, I will put you to the test for 2 years. During this time, you will stay in our home and follow our instructions." Lu Yuzhu, displeased, interjected, "Dad, please do not make things difficult for Zhang Wendong. He has his own career and aspirations, and I will not allow him to be a son-in-law. I want to marry him openly and honorably." Lu's father responded, "I am discussing matters with him. Do not interrupt. Go to your room." He then instructed Zhou's mother to take Lu Yuzhu to her room. Zhang Wendong then said, "Uncle, I have business to attend to in Shanghai and cannot remain here for long. How about this? You can join me in Shanghai, where I have purchased a house, and I will cover your expenses, providing you with a monthly allowance of 1,000 yuan. Lu's father replied, "How can someone your age possess such wealth? Is it obtained through illicit means? I must investigate you thoroughly. If you abandon this matter now, I will act as if it never occurred. Otherwise, you may find yourself living behind bars." Zhang Wendong responded, "Uncle, look at my complexion. This money has been earned through honest labor and can withstand scrutiny. Besides your concerns about Yufeng, is there another reason you oppose my relationship with Yuzhu?" Lu's father stated, "Having served as a police officer for many years, I have developed a keen sense for discerning character. At first glance, I can tell you are not a good person. How can I entrust Yuzhu to you?" Zhang Wendong replied, "Uncle, my appearance is natural and unalterable. I may not be a saint, but I conduct my affairs with integrity, and all my earnings are hard-won. You can rest assured that I will ensure Yuzhu's happiness." After a lengthy contemplation, Lu's father finally said, "At present, I have no means to deter you. Yuzhu is studying in Shanghai, and I am unable to reach her. However, you may pursue your relationship, provided you do not cross any boundaries. Otherwise, it will be a matter of life and death." Zhang Wendong, upon hearing those words, quickly assured, "Uncle, you need not worry. I would never engage in such actions." "By this time next year, will my marriage with Yuzhu be possible?" Lu's father replied, "It cannot be done. We must wait until Yuzhu completes her studies. She intends to pursue her master's and subsequently her doctorate, which will take 5 to 6 years. Moreover, she is still quite young and lacks maturity. Who knows what changes may occur by the time she finishes her education and gains understanding." Zhang Wendong comprehended that Lu's father was employing a strategy of delay. "Since you possess a clever plan, I too have my means. The situation may not be entirely within your control. Today, Lu Yuzhu's father has consented to their relationship. Thus the matter is settled." Zhang Wendong stated, "All right, Uncle Lu, I shall adhere to your arrangements." With no other recourse, Lu's father poured himself a cup of tea and began to sip it. Zhang Wendong discerned the unspoken cue and remarked, "Uncle Lu, it's getting rather late. I should take my leave." Lu's father agreed, "Very well." Zhang Wendong rose and knocked on the door of Lu Yuzhu's room. She opened the door, her mother still holding her. Zhang Wendong announced, "Yuzhu, your father has given his approval. The matter is settled. I will be heading home now." As he spoke, he gently wiped away the tears from her face. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuzhu smiled, akin to a peach blossom in full bloom. Zhang Wendong, witnessing her radiant smile, felt that the tribulations of the evening had been mere trifles. After exchanging glances filled with understanding, Zhang Wendong bid farewell to Lu's father and mother before returning home. It was past 10 by the time he arrived. After refreshing himself, he retired for the night. Chapter 83. Back to Shanghai. Early the next morning, Lu Yuzhu arrived. Observing Zhang Wendong still asleep, she quietly sat beside him, watching. Zhang Wendong was awake, having heard her footsteps, but he feigned sleep, unwilling to open his eyes. Listening to her breath so near, he suddenly pulled Lu Yuzhu onto the bed, initiating a tender moment. They lingered in bed until after 9, finally rising. They had only just finished breakfast and needed to prepare for lunch and dinner. Zhang Wendong went out to purchase groceries, and they enjoyed lunch at home. After dinner, They relaxed on the sofa, and Zhang Wendong said, Yuzhu, the day after tomorrow, we shall head to the provincial city. Lu Yuzhu replied, so soon? Can we go on the 5th instead? I would like to stay at home a bit longer. Zhang Wendong countered. Wang Chang's parents are also going to Shanghai and haven't bought their tickets yet, since they have not traveled far before. I hope to secure tickets for the 5th early on and see them off. Lu Yuzhu acquiesced. All right then. Tomorrow, I will stay home with my parents. Zhang Wendong responded. That works. Coincidentally, Wang Chang's parents are coming to stay with us tomorrow. After their conversation, Zhang Wendong escorted Lu Yuzhu back home. On October 3rd, Wang Chang's parents arrived in the county early in the morning, laden with bags. Zhang Wendong prepared lunch for them and took them out for a brief excursion before returning home to rest. On the morning of October 4th, Lu Yuzhu came again. Accompanied by her parents, Zhang Wendong treated the group to breakfast before they all headed to the bus station to catch their ride. Before departing, Lu's father repeatedly cautioned Zhang Wendong to refrain from engaging in any reckless behavior, revealing his knife scar as a form of intimidation. Even as the car drove away, Lu's parents watched from a distance, and Lu Yuzhu, reluctant to part, clung to Zhang Wendong's arm, shedding tears. Upon arriving in the provincial capital, Zhang Wendong secured 2 hotel rooms, stowing away their less valuable belongings before taking Wang Chang and his parents to the train station to purchase tickets. They paid a premium for soft sleeper tickets, then leisurely explored the city before dining and returning to the hotel for rest. The following day, Zhang Wendong saw Wang Chang's parents off on the train, then took Lu Yuzhu through the streets in search of snacks, not returning to the hotel until late evening. On the 6th, after breakfast, they arrived early at the airport to await their flight. By midday, they boarded the plane, and by late afternoon, they had returned to Fuguwei Garden. After taking Lu Yuzhu out for dinner, Zhang Wendong ventured alone to his shop. The business was lukewarm upon his return. Wang Chang greeted him, inquiring about his arrival. Zhang Wendong replied that he had come back in the afternoon and reminded Wang Chang that his parents were already on the train. With a sleeper ticket for the next morning at 8 a.m., Wang Chang expressed his excitement about flying and asked what it was like. Zhang Wendong briefly described the experience, prompting Wang Chang to express a desire to try it someday. Wang Chang then repaid Zhang Wendong for the money he had lent him. And after a brief discussion regarding the shop's affairs, Zhang Wendong settled the accounts without issue and distributed the previous month's earnings. Afterward, Zhang Wendong took Lu Yuzhu back to school, as she had only a 3-day holiday for National Day and classes had already resumed. The next morning, Zhang Wendong arrived early at the market to await Wang Chang, needing to purchase some hot pot ingredients as they were nearly depleted. After acquiring the necessary items and additional groceries for dinner, he returned home to store them in the fridge before heading to the shop to prepare the ingredients. By around 4 in the afternoon, having assembled enough supplies for 3 days, Zhang Wendong tidied up and went to pick up Lu Yuzhu from school. Once home, they shared a meal, and afterward, while lounging on the sofa watching television, Lu Yuzhu mentioned that he need not come to fetch her the following afternoon as she had no classes. She would come over after lunch. Zhang Wendong replied that he would pick her up at noon since the shop was not busy, and he had time to accompany her. Lu Yuzhu pondered for a moment before agreeing, asking him to wait for her at the dormitory entrance at noon. She then requested that he prepare scrambled eggs with tomatoes for dinner, while allowing him the freedom to choose the other dishes. Zhang Wendong consented, promising to purchase everything in the morning, suggesting they eat out for lunch to avoid being late with dinner. Lu Yuzhu agreed, and they shared a brief television viewing session, exchanging light-hearted gestures until it was time to return her to the dormitory before he headed home to rest. The next morning, Zhang Wendong rode the tricycle to the shop early, as Wang Chang was set to fetch his parents. After buying vegetables, he cooked a pot of food at the shop before Wang Chang returned with his parents. Zhang Wendong greeted his parents, who appeared quite fatigued. After exchanging a few words, Wang Chang took them to rest. The ingredients for the marinated dishes downstairs were ready, and Zhang Wendong began preparing the delicacies. Once he finished, he took the evening's meal back home before heading to school to pick up Lu Yuzhu. They enjoyed a lamb soup lunch at a nearby restaurant, and afterward, they returned home. Upon arrival, Lu Yuzhu inquired, Zhang Wendong, will you be busy at the shop this afternoon? He replied, I don't think so. I can stay home with you. Would you like to go out for a stroll? Lu Yuzhu responded, since there's a holiday tomorrow, I want to go out and have some fun. Could you please manage the shop's affairs this afternoon? After pondering for a moment, Zhang Wendong replied, all right. I will take care of the shop this afternoon, and we can spend the weekend together. After a brief conversation, Zhang Wendong headed to the shop. It was around 1 o'clock, and business was slow. He asked Wang Chong, "Are your parents well rested?" Wang Chong replied, "They napped for a bit, and then went to the small shop." Zhang Wendong said, "I probably won't come by over the weekend. You should take your parents out for a while, buy some clothes, and then bring them back to the shop to try the hot pot. Consider it my way of welcoming them." Wang Chong responded, "Thank you, Donggo. I'll head out now and return early." After their conversation, Wang Chong left. Zhang Wendong waited until the customers had finished and then instructed the staff to clean up before allowing them to take a break. The staff selling marinated dishes at the entrance changed daily, so he didn't need to remind her. He ascended to the second floor to continue stir-frying spices. By 4 o'clock, customers began to arrive, and Zhang Wendong got busy with business. Around 5 o'clock, Wang Chong returned with his parents, laden with bags. After placing the items upstairs, his parents went downstairs to chat with Zhang Wendong. Wang Chong's father spoke first. "Wendong, thank you. You've done an excellent job guiding Wang Chong. Now he knows to buy clothes for me and his mother. I truly appreciate it." Zhang Wendong replied, "Uncle Wang, you are too kind. Wang Chong has been quite helpful at the shop. There's no need for formality." Wang Chong's mother added, "Wendong, we must thank you again. Everything costs money in the city, and our afternoon outing truly opened our eyes. Wang Chong is fortunate to work with you." After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Wendong invited them to sit down and savor the hot pot. As the pot arrived, he explained how to enjoy the various dishes. Noticing Zhang Wendong didn't join them, Wang Chong's parents insisted he sit with them. Zhang Wendong explained that he needed to return later to have dinner with his girlfriend. Wang Chong's mother continued to praise Zhang Wendong, exclaiming how capable and diligent he was. After explaining how to eat, Zhang Wendong chatted for a while before calling Wang Chong over to join his parents. He then returned to attend to business, as his parents seemed a bit reserved while dining beside him. Once Wang Chong and his parents finished eating, it was past 6 o'clock. Zhang Wendong bid farewell to Wang Chong and headed home. Upon arriving home, he heard noise in the kitchen and discovered Lu Yuju cooking. It was the first time he had seen her in the kitchen for such a long time. Lu Yuju noticed that Zhang Wendong had returned. Her cheeks flushed as she wielded a spatula, seemingly stirring something in the pot. Observing her unfamiliar demeanor, Zhang Wendong approached to lend a hand. Upon reaching the pot, he discovered she was attempting to saute tomatoes and eggs, although the dish had taken on a rather charred appearance. "Yuju, the dish is ready. You can serve it now," he exclaimed. Lu Yuju quickly used the spatula to transfer the food into a prepared plate, while Zhang Wendong adjusted the gas flame to a lower setting. Once the scrambled tomatoes and eggs were plated, their dark hue contrasted starkly against the white porcelain, making them appear even more unappetizing. Zhang Wendong regarded her with a slightly bemused expression, causing Lu Yuju's ears to flush with embarrassment. "Yuju, this is the first time I've seen you cook. And you did quite well. You must eat a bit more later," he encouraged. Setting the spatula down, Lu Yuju playfully jabbed at Zhang Wendong with her small fists. After a brief bout of playful banter, Zhang Wendong set about chopping vegetables, while Lu Yuju had already prepared the rice. He sampled a bite and found the rice to be cooked splendidly. She had also meticulously cleaned the vegetables. With deft skill, Zhang Wendong quickly chopped the vegetables, creating a dish of stir-fried pork, a plate of spicy beef strips, and a stir-fried green vegetable, and then they sat down to dine. As they took their places at the table, Zhang Wendong noticed the eager expression on Lu Yuju's face. After a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly picked up a small portion of the scrambled tomatoes and eggs. The moment he tasted it, a burnt flavor overwhelmed him, even before chewing. A bitter taste began to permeate. As he chewed, he realized the tomatoes had been overcooked and then burnt. Beyond the bitterness, the saltiness was surprisingly just right. However, he dared not chew further and swallowed it whole, exclaiming, "Yuju, your talent is remarkable. The seasoning is perfect. Quite impressive." Lu Yuju beamed at his compliment. But as she smiled, Zhang Wendong noticed her 2 front teeth, and the ones beneath them were stained black. Unable to contain himself, he burst into laughter, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. No wonder the seasoning was just right. It seemed Lu Yuju had sampled it herself. After their laughter subsided and Lu Yuju buried her face in her chest, he stopped laughing, poured her a glass of water to rinse her mouth, and began to coax her. After just a few gentle words, Lu Yuju happily resumed her meal. Zhang Wendong found her behavior today rather peculiar. Usually, it took longer to cheer her up, but today she seemed to be in good spirits after just a couple of attempts. Dismissing the thought, he focused on his hunger. After finishing their meal, Lu Yuzhu joined Zhang Wendong in tidying up. Once the cleaning was complete, Zhang Wendong embraced Lu Yuzhu and they reclined on the sofa to rest. They had not watched television for long before he noticed Lu Yuzhu appearing contemplative, as if she had something to say. Yuzhu, is there something on your mind? He inquired. Lu Yuzhu's face turned a deep shade of red, and without speaking, she took his hand and led him toward the bedroom. Zhang Wendong instantly understood, springing up to scoop her into his arms as they made their way to the bedroom. Upon entering, Lu Yuzhu switched on the light, revealing a large bouquet of roses on the bed. Zhang Wendong's expression transformed into one of indulgence, a grin spreading across his face. Could it be that tonight would be? As Lu Yuzhu squirmed to be set down, Zhang Wendong gently placed her on the ground. She then picked up the bouquet of roses from the bed and handed them to him. As he cradled the flowers, Lu Yuzhu turned to the coffee table to retrieve something. Zhang Wendong noticed a box on the table labeled birthday cake. Zhang Wendong expressed a sense of unease, realizing today marked Lu Yuzhu's birthday. He had never celebrated his own birthday, so he had never contemplated this matter. What should he do? Before he could ponder further, Lu Yuzhu appeared with a paper crown, intent on placing it upon Zhang Wendong's head, leaving him somewhat bewildered. After adorning him with the crown, she retrieved a wooden box from her bedding and opened it for Zhang Wendong to see. Inside gleamed a resplendent golden ring, round and inscribed with the characters for peace. Lu Yuzhu took the ring and placed it on Zhang Wendong's finger, declaring, Zhang Wendong, today marks your 20th birthday. I wish you a lifetime of safety and happiness. I also hope to celebrate your birthdays with you for all eternity. She then rose on her tiptoes and planted a gentle kiss on his lips. In that moment, Zhang Wendong found himself enveloped by an overwhelming sense of joy, struggling to articulate his feelings. He placed the rose on the bed and embraced Lu Yuzhu tightly. After a while, he managed to say, Yuzhu, thank you. This is the first birthday I have ever celebrated in my life. With you, my world has illuminated with color. You are my angel. From now on, I shall love you, cherish you, and ensure you become the happiest woman in the world. Lu Yuzhu held Zhang Wendong's waist firmly, confessing, I have liked you for a very long time. When you said you didn't know when you would return to find me, I felt as though the sky had fallen. I came to Shanghai to study because of you, and you must never leave me again. Zhang Wendong gazed into Lu Yuzhu's eyes, raised his right hand, and solemnly swore, I, Zhang Wendong, will never part from you in this lifetime. I will treat you well for eternity. Should I betray this vow, may heaven. Before he could finish, Lu Yuzhu covered his mouth, saying, Zhang Wendong, I believe in you. They embraced once more, and after a while, Lu Yuzhu announced, Zhang Wendong, I bought a birthday cake. Let us make a wish together. She took his hand and led him to unpack the box, revealing an exquisitely crafted cream cake adorned with fruits, inscribed with Dear, Happy Birthday. Lu Yuzhu counted out 20 small candles, placing them atop the cake before retrieving a lighter. Together, they ignited the candles, and Lu Yuzhu dimmed the lights. Returning to the coffee table, Zhang Wendong, close your eyes and fold your hands in prayer. Make a wish. She instructed, mimicking his actions as they both made their wishes. Once they finished, Zhang Wendong opened his eyes, while Lu Yuzhu also revealed hers, saying, Zhang Wendong, blow out all the candles in one breath. He took a deep breath and extinguished the flames, plunging the room into darkness. Zhang Wendong felt Lu Yuzhu touch his face twice. Upon feeling it, he realized it was slightly sticky. She had smeared cake on him. He playfully grasped Lu Yuzhu, cupping her face and playfully rubbing it. And they laughed together for some time before turning the lights back on. Lu Yuzhu removed the candles, sliced 2 pieces of cake, and they took turns feeding each other. After a while, they found themselves unable to eat more, having just finished a meal not long ago. The two tidied up the space. Hand in hand, they ventured downstairs for a brief stroll before returning to their abode to freshen up. Lu Yuzhu insisted that Zhang Wendong wash first. After Zhang Wendong scrubbed himself thoroughly, he exited the bathroom, allowing Lu Yuzhu to take her turn. She seized a parcel and retreated to the shower. Emerging after an extended period, the moment Zhang Wendong beheld Lu Yuzhu, his eyes nearly popped from their sockets. It seemed the main event had only just begun. He finally exclaimed, I have fulfilled my long-held desire. Chapter 85. The everyday life. The following morning, Zhang Wendong awoke feeling invigorated. Glancing at Lu Yuzhu nestled in his embrace. Still lost in a deep slumber, he gently rose, ensuring she was well covered with the sheets before making his way to the bathroom in the living room to wash up. After freshening himself, he ventured out to procure groceries and breakfast. Upon returning home, Lu Yuju remained asleep. As Zhang Wendong entered the bedroom, he found her awake. Upon seeing him, she hurriedly covered her face with the sheets. Zhang Wendong settled at the edge of the bed, engaging in playful antics with Lu Yuju. After a spell of merriment, he urged her to rise, but she claimed to feel unwell and could not get up. Zhang Wendong fetched water for Lu Yuju to wash up, then sat by the bed, feeding her breakfast. Once the meal was finished, he began to massage her. After lunch, Zhang Wendong lifted Lu Yuju onto the sofa, where they lay together watching television and chatting. After a while, he announced his intention to do the laundry. Lu Yuju requested that he refrain from washing the silk scarf she wore the previous night, as she wished to keep it. Zhang Wendong entered the bedroom, retrieved the scarf, folded it carefully, and set it aside. He tossed the clothes into the washing machine, soaking the delicate items in hot water before starting the wash cycle. Once the laundry was complete and hung to dry, Lu Yuju expressed a need to use the restroom, while Zhang Wendong continued his tasks. The weekend was spent cozily at home, with Lu Yuju citing her discomfort as a reason to be carried for everything, and Zhang Wendong patiently attended to her every need. On Sunday evening, after dinner, they lay on the sofa watching television until it was nearly 9 o'clock. Lu Yuju prepared to return to school, and Zhang Wendong decided to take the bicycle down first before carrying Lu Yuju downstairs. She insisted on walking on her own. So Zhang Wendong held the bicycle in one hand while steadying Lu Yuju with the other as they descended. He saw her limping into the dormitory before heading home. Early the next morning, he went to the market to await Wang, purchasing the ingredients for dinner before heading to the shop to busy himself. He prepared a pot of hot pot base and remarked to Wang, "The prices of vegetables have risen significantly. Please retrieve the previous grocery list. I need to compare and adjust the menu prices accordingly." Wang replied, "Brother Dong, business has been slow. If we raise prices, we might attract even fewer customers." Zhang Wendong countered, "Precisely because business is sluggish, we should raise prices now. If we wait until things improve, it may further dampen customer morale. Our goal in running this establishment is to profit, and it is only reasonable to adjust prices in accordance with rising ingredient costs. Now please find that list." Wang went downstairs to fetch the list, while Zhang Wendong began preparing marinated dishes. Not long after, Wang returned with the list, and Zhang Wendong instructed him to continue marinating while he compared prices. It was evident that many items had increased significantly, with some meats rising by a third. Zhang Wendong compared the menu, adjusting the prices of each dish, ensuring that the increases were minimal, just enough to maintain the profit margins established at the time of last year's opening. Once the revisions were complete, he ventured outside to reprint the menus. After his laborious task, he returned to the restaurant for a meal and informed the staff about the price adjustments, offering a brief discussion on how to respond to customer inquiries regarding the changes before allowing them to resume their duties. Turning to Wang, he inquired, "Wang, have your parents grown accustomed to their stay here?" Wang replied, "Brother Dong, they are quite comfortable. They don't have to engage in strenuous labor, enjoy excellent meals, and there are plenty of recreational options. My father has even begun learning the art of tea drinking at that auspicious tea house." Zhang Wendong responded, "That is good to hear. They've toiled for most of their lives, so a bit of leisure is well deserved." After exchanging a few more words, they resumed their tasks. With the price increases, it was essential to address the sentiments of the regular patrons individually, providing reassurance. Most understood, especially given the notable rise in prices this year. However, a minority remained dissatisfied, declaring their intent not to return. Zhang Wendong refrained from pressuring them, recognizing that further price adjustments would be inevitable should inflation continue. Moreover, on this street, his establishment was the sole hot pot restaurant. As the weather cooled, those who relished such fare would undoubtedly return, and after experiencing the elevated prices once or twice, they would likely adapt. By late afternoon, around 4 o'clock, he set off to fetch Lu Yuju from school. He arrived a bit early and spotted Lu Yuju bouncing along with her roommate towards the dormitory, realizing that he was once again being outwitted by her playful antics. He chuckled inwardly, aware that he would be at her beck and call throughout the weekend. Yet, he kept his thoughts to himself, understanding the need to indulge his beloved. After greeting Lu Yuju and her roommate, who had come to recognize him from his frequent visits, he waited until Lu Yuju emerged, appearing somewhat fatigued. He kindly assisted her onto the back seat of his bike and rode home. That evening, after dinner, They strolled downstairs for a while to aid digestion before returning home to attend to more serious matters. After their activities, Zhang Wendong checked the time and noted it was already 10 o'clock. He said, "Yuju, it's getting late. Perhaps it would be best if you stayed over tonight. I'll rise early to escort you back to school in the morning." Lu Yuju covered her face with her hands and replied, "All right. Just make sure to wake up early." Zhang Wendong responded cheerfully. The following morning, Zhang Wendong rose early to procure breakfast and prepared water for Lu Yuju to wash up. After they had enjoyed their meal, he escorted her back to school. Upon returning home, he went grocery shopping before heading to the first 100 department store to buy clothes for Lu Yuju. This time, he resolved to purchase several items, particularly more silk scarves like the one she wore last time, and he was determined to find a dress made from such fabric. After spending considerable time in the store without success, he settled for several silk skirts in various colors to serve as sleepwear for Lu Yuju. After completing his shopping, he returned home to do laundry. After a simple lunch, he busied himself at the restaurant, ensuring he arrived punctually to collect Lu Yuju from school in the afternoon. Upon returning home after dinner, Lu Yuju expressed that she was feeling unwell and needed a massage, prompting Zhang Wendong to eagerly attend to her needs. As the clock approached 9 in the evening, observing Lu Yuju's drowsy demeanor, Zhang Wendong proposed that perhaps he should stay the night. Lu Yuju, however, was reluctant to agree, leaving Zhang Wendong with no choice but to escort her back to her dormitory. Upon returning home after seeing Lu Yuju safely to her room, Zhang Wendong recalled that he had forgotten to check when Lu Yuju's birthday was during the last celebration. He retrieved the key to the safe. Not only had Lu Yuju placed the precious gift that Zhang Wendong had given her in the safe, but she had also stored her awards and certificates from school there. Zhang Wendong opened the safe and began to sift through the certificates, soon discovering Lu Yuju's high school diploma, which bore her date of birth, August 9, 1971. Her birthday had already passed, and it had occurred during the summer vacation. Zhang Wendong committed the date to memory and neatly returned the certificates to their place. After taking a shower and lying in bed contemplating, he wondered if he should make up for Lu Yuju's missed birthday. If he were to do so, what gift would be appropriate? Ultimately, he could not settle on an idea and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 86. The custom furniture is ready. As the weather gradually turned cooler, Zhang Wendong eagerly continued to pick Lu Yuju up from school each day. Before they knew it, November had arrived. At the beginning of the month, it was time to collect the furniture he had ordered. Lu Yuju had classes that day, so Zhang Wendong took the money and went to the furniture store alone. Upon arriving, he exchanged pleasantries with the owner before heading to the warehouse to inspect the furniture. After carefully checking everything and finding no issues, he paid the final amount, and the store owner called for workers to begin the delivery. Zhang Wendong accompanied the delivery truck back home, instructing the movers to place the vanity in the bedroom, the display cabinet in the living room, and several standing coat racks in the living room as well. He distributed a few cigarettes to the movers before sending them on their way. Zhang Wendong brought the standing coat racks into the bedroom, which now contained 2 beds for nightstands, a coffee table, a safe, and, with the addition of the vanity, ample space. However, the arrangement was rather unappealing. Now sharing a bed with Lu Yuju, he needed to remove one of the beds. Lu Yuju had slept on Zhang Wendong's Wang wood bed several times and preferred it, so he decided to move out the Jin Si Ninwood bed. The wooden bed was firm, which could be somewhat uncomfortable during intimate moments, and Zhang Wendong contemplated purchasing a soft sofa bed for the bedroom. He needed to ponder this carefully. That evening, after picking Lu Yuju up and sharing a meal, she retreated to the bedroom to admire her new vanity. Zhang Wendong remarked, "Yuju, this bedroom is rather crowded with 2 beds. Perhaps we should move the Jin Si Ninwood bed to the guest room?" Lu Yuju replied, "That bed is quite heavy. I can't help you move it." Zhang Wendong playfully pinched Lu Yuju's cheek and said, "I'll find someone to help. I just wanted to hear your thoughts first." Lu Yuju responded, "This bedroom is spacious enough for 2 beds. Let's not move it." Zhang Wendong continued, "I wish to buy a soft sofa bed for the bedroom." Lu Yuju's cheeks flushed once more as she retorted, "Humph, I knew you had ulterior motives." The two engaged in playful banter before settling on the decision to move the bed, and together they planned to choose a sofa bed. They also needed to disassemble the bathtub in the bathroom and replace it. After escorting Lu Yuju back to school, Zhang Wendong returned home to rest. The following morning, after purchasing groceries, Zhang Wendong sought out Master Guan, who had a wide array of services ranging from construction to renovations, demolitions. and relocations. He accepted all sorts of jobs. With numerous apprentices at his disposal, any task at hand could easily be delegated. Upon arrival, Zhang informed Master Guan about the bathtub removal, leaving his address, after which Master Guan promptly set out to gather a team. Zhang returned home to tidy up, covering the bedroom items with cloth. Shortly thereafter, Master Guan arrived with 2 apprentices and began assessing the situation in the bathroom. Master Guan inquired, "Boss Zhang, are you looking to sell this bathtub?" Zhang replied, "Are you interested in purchasing it?" Master Guan responded, "One of my apprentices deals in second-hand furniture. If you're selling, he would buy it." Zhang asked, "What price do you offer?" One of the apprentices stated, "This bathtub is of excellent quality and is quite new, without any dents. A new one on the market costs around 500 yuan, and I can offer you half of that, at 260 yuan. Zhang remarked, "Your business approach is quite honest, but the price is a bit low. This bathtub has seen little use. A thorough cleaning and a new pipe would make it as good as new. So I believe the price should be increased." The apprentice suggested, "How about this? We will remove it for free and repair the wall and floor afterward. How does that sound?" Zhang pondered for a moment and responded, "I need to purchase a new bathtub to be installed. So let us proceed with selling this one to you for 260 yuan. The apprentice agreed, stating, "All right, we'll begin the removal. Once you buy the new bathtub, just inform my master, and I will return to install it for you." After their discussion, they commenced the removal, and once completed, Master Guan measured the dimensions of the bathtub, noting them down on paper for Zhang. "Boss Zhang, the dimensions of this bathtub align perfectly with your bathroom. Purchasing one of this size would facilitate a smoother installation," he remarked. Zhang expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Guan." After receiving the paper, he offered a cigarette to the group. Once they finished smoking, Master Guan's apprentice paid for the bathtub, and after a brief conversation, they carried the bathtub away. Zhang initially considered asking Master Guan's apprentice about purchasing a new bathtub, but realizing he primarily dealt with refurbished second-hand furniture, he thought it unwise to buy a used bathtub only to later acquire a new one from him. Thus, Zhang resolved to visit the department store instead, believing they would have what he needed. After tidying up his home and having lunch, he made his way to the department store. Upon arrival, he inquired at the front desk, ascended to the 6th floor, and indeed found a bathtub identical to his own, priced at 520 yuan. Engaging with a sales associate, he expressed his desire for a new, unopened unit. The associate confirmed there would be no issue, and after completing his purchase, Zhang returned home to await the delivery. When the delivery personnel brought the bathtub into the living room, Zhang inspected the item, signed the receipt, and sent them on their way. He then ventured out to inform Master Guan that he had successfully purchased a new bathtub, scheduling a time for installation the following morning. After a brief conversation, Zhang returned home to rest before heading out to pick up Lu Yuju. Upon returning home, Lu Yuju discovered the bathtub in the living room had yet to be unpacked. She playfully clung to Zhang Wendong's arm, expressing her eagerness to soak in the bathtub once it was ready for use. Zhang Wendong, amused, contemplated the spaciousness of the tub, envisioning the prospect of sharing a bath together. After enjoying dinner, they took a leisurely stroll before returning home to watch television, after which Zhang Wendong escorted Lu Yuju back to school. The following morning, after purchasing groceries and waiting at home for a while, Master Guan arrived with his apprentice. Upon entering, they promptly began their work, and once the bathtub was installed, Master Guan remarked, "Boss Zhang, the cement hasn't fully dried yet. You'll need to wait a couple of days before using the bathtub." Zhang Wendong acknowledged this, offering them a pack of cigarettes as a gesture of gratitude. And after a brief conversation, he bid them farewell. He had closely observed the installation process, appreciating the meticulous attention to detail that resulted in a flawless fit. After tidying up the house, Zhang Wendong headed to the shop, where the cooler weather had improved business significantly. The staff, all seasoned employees, worked efficiently, allowing Zhang Wendong to periodically stir the hot pot base and check the accounts. In the afternoon, he brought Lu Yuju home, where they prepared dinner together. After their meal, they began to explore the bathtub, and once satisfied, they ventured out for a stroll, enjoying their Friday evening without the obligation of returning to school. After their outing, they returned home to attend to more personal matters. Once those were concluded, Zhang Wendong embraced Lu Yuju, noting how her charm was beginning to overshadow her dignified demeanor, almost transforming her into a siren. The next day, Zhang Wendong took Lu Yuju shopping, intending to purchase her some autumn attire. Lu Yuju protested that winter clothes would soon be necessary, rendering new purchases superfluous. Nevertheless, Zhang Wendong insisted on trying some outfits. Once they began, they were unable to stop, and by the time they returned home in the late afternoon, they had acquired several new ensembles. After resting for a bit, they began preparing dinner, chatting as they cooked. Zhang Wendong suggested, "Yuju, tomorrow let us return to the shop where we bought your mother's bag and get you another one." Lu Yuju replied, "There's no need. The one I bought last time is quite durable and still looks new." Zhang Wendong countered, "I see you using it all the time. It would be wise to have a second one to alternate." Lu Yuju then playfully clung to his arm, expressing her delight. As they chatted and laughed, they completed their dinner, went out for a leisurely stroll, and then returned home to attend to their personal matters. The next morning, Zhang Wendong went out to buy groceries, taking Lu Yuju for breakfast before they sought out a tricycle to go bag shopping. Upon arriving at the store, the elderly shopkeeper recognized them, having seen their distinct appearances before, and warmly greeted them. Lu Yuju began selecting bags while Zhang Wendong browsed the shop, not only intending to buy Lu Yuju a bag, but also hoping to customize 2 pairs of winter shoes for her. After deciding on 2 styles, Lu Yuju chose a brown bag with a vintage flair. Zhang Wendong examined it and remarked that it was certainly not inexpensive. After selecting the desired shoe style, Zhang Wendong presented them to Lu Yuju, inquiring if she liked them. Lu Yuju picked up a pair, examined them for a moment, and then tried them on. Her eyes sparkled with delight, prompting Zhang Wendong to understand her approval. He then began negotiating the price with the elderly vendor, settling on 260 for the bag and 120 for each pair of shoes. With minimal haggling, as the vendor indicated, he was merely earning a modest labor fee. Once the prices were agreed upon, Lu Yuju helped Zhang Wendong select 2 additional pairs of shoes, which he also found quite appealing. Lu Yuju insisted on purchasing them for him and encouraged him to choose a handbag as well. After selecting the bag, Lu Yuju picked out a wallet to gift him. Zhang Wendong reciprocated by choosing a small bag for Lu Yuju, suitable for carrying money and keys. Once they had made their selections, the vendor quoted a total price of 990 yuan. Zhang Wendong did not negotiate further and prepared to make the payment. Lu Yuju insisted on covering half the cost, but was gently restrained by Zhang Wendong. After the payment was completed, the vendor began measuring their feet, meticulously recording the data before issuing a receipt, informing them that the shoes would be ready by mid-next month, and reminding them to remember the date for collection. Having finished their shopping, the pair exited the store, with Zhang Wendong saying, "Yuju, there's no need for you to rush to pay when we go out. My money is your money, you know." Lu Yuju was deeply touched by his words and clung to his arm, playfully expressing her delight. After some light-hearted banter, Zhang Wendong hailed a tricycle to take them home. Upon arrival, he prepared lunch, and after eating, they lounged on the sofa to rest. Zhang Wendong remarked, "Yuju, we still haven't purchased a sofa bed. After resting a bit, let's head to the furniture store." Lu Yuju replied, "Let's tidy up the bedroom first. If we find one, we can have the movers bring the bed as well." Zhang Wendong agreed, saying he would also organize the guest room, planning to place the golden silk Nanmu bed in there. After their conversation, they both got up to start their tasks. Zhang Wendong moved items from the guest room to another room designated for miscellaneous storage and tidied it up, as it had accumulated quite a bit of clutter, tables, coffee tables, and the remaining leather sofa. Fortunately, the room was spacious enough to accommodate an additional bed. After some time, Zhang Wendong completed the organization, and Lu Yuju finished tidying up the master bedroom. They then set out for the furniture store. Upon arrival, the owner was present, and after exchanging pleasantries, he warmly invited Zhang Wendong to sit down and offered tea. After sipping the tea and engaging in casual conversation with the owner, they began discussing serious matters. The store featured leather sofa beds, and the owner showed them various styles. Lu Yuju selected one that was 1.5 meters wide and of a moderate height. Zhang Wendong lay down to test its comfort, finding it perfectly soft with an adjustable backrest, and the leather was genuine, matching the sofa at home. Satisfied with their choice, they proceeded to negotiate the price, ultimately settling on 1,800 yuan. The owner called for assistance to deliver a new, unopened bed from the warehouse. Zhang Wendong then rode his bicycle, carrying Lu Yuju back home, where they found the delivery truck had already arrived at their community. The furniture owner was present as Zhang Wendong returned, greeting the movers to commence the task. The bed, being rather substantial, could only be transported via the stairs. Fortunately, it was light enough that the 4 movers only broke a slight sweat as they carried it into the house. Zhang Wendong requested their assistance in moving the bed from the guest room before proceeding to the main bedroom, where the golden Nanmu bed awaited. This particular piece was somewhat heavier, so the four movers handled it with utmost care. Once completed, they then moved the leather sofa bed into the master bedroom. Zhang Wendong rewarded the movers with a pack of cigarettes, sending them on their way, and invited the furniture owner to sit for a while. The owner, needing to return with the vehicle, engaged in a brief conversation before they both departed. Zhang Wendong, accompanied by Lu Yuju, began to peel off the protective film from the sofa bed. After finishing, they wiped it down, and Lu Yuju proceeded to wash the clothes purchased the previous day, placing them into the washing machine. The couple then set about tidying up the house, reaching the master bathroom. Zhang Wendong observed the bathtub, which seemed to be dry. However, since Lu Yuju needed to return to school that evening and the past few days had been rather taxing, he suggested they utilize it on Tuesday instead, noting that the sofa bed would also prove useful. After dinner that night, they reclined on the sofa to relax, enjoying each other's company until 9 o'clock, when Zhang Wendong accompanied Lu Yuju back to her school. The following morning, he purchased groceries and busied himself at the shop, preparing some ingredients. Shortly thereafter, Wang returned with his own groceries, indicating that he had something to discuss. Zhang Wendong asked him to wait until he finished cooking. Once completed, Wang addressed him. "Brother Dong, do you have a younger brother named Zhang Wenbei?" Zhang Wendong replied, "How do you know?" Wang explained, "The day before yesterday. He came to the shop asking if you worked here. When I inquired who he was, he claimed to be your biological brother." Zhang Wendong inquired, "What did you tell him?" Wang responded, "I remembered you had some conflicts with your family, so I assumed your relationship wasn't very good. I told him you no longer worked here. He asked where you lived, and I said I didn't know. He mentioned that if he encountered you, he would direct you to the construction site on Avenue in the East District." Zhang Wendong acknowledged, "Well done. But how did he know I was working here?" Wang replied, "I asked him that too. He said he was out shopping and caught a whiff of the marinated delicacies sold outside, which reminded him of what you sell on the pedestrian street." Zhang Wendong remarked, "All right, in case anyone comes looking for me at the shop whom you do not recognize, do not disclose any of my information." Wang agreed, and the two continued to discuss matters concerning the shop. Zhang Wendong resumed his cooking, and once the midday tasks were completed, he set off to find Zhang Wenbei at Avenue. Upon arrival, he discovered a construction site bustling with activity. After inquiring along the way, he finally located Zhang Wenbei. Chapter 88, a mix of joy and sorrow. At that moment, Zhang Wenbei was busy moving bricks. When Zhang Wendong called out to him, he replied, "Second brother, just a moment. Let me finish this stack." Once Zhang Wenbei completed his task, he spoke briefly with the foreman before inviting Zhang Wendong to follow him. Zhang Wendong accompanied Zhang Wenbei to his living quarters, a wooden shack on the construction site, with a communal sleeping area that was disorderly and reeked strongly. Having lived in similar conditions in a past life, Zhang Wendong remarked, "Are there any stools inside? Bring out a couple, we can talk outside." Zhang Wenbei produced 2 cardboard pieces, stating, "There are no stools, we can use these as cushions." 2 individuals sought a vacant space at the entrance and settled down upon it. At present, all the workers at the construction site had departed for their tasks, leaving just the 2 of them. Zhang Wenbei remarked, "Second brother, why have you ceased selling goods on the pedestrian street? I went looking for you last month, but was unable to find you." Zhang Wendong replied, "I've given it up. What do you need?" Zhang Wenbei hesitated, his expression appearing somewhat twisted. This demeanor struck Zhang Wendong as familiar, and a sudden realization dawned upon him as he exclaimed, "Younger brother, I too am currently unemployed and facing financial constraints. Could you lend me some money?" Zhang Wenbei's expression instantly transformed, and he responded, "Second brother, I have no money to lend. In fact, I was hoping to borrow from you. After all these years since graduating high school, haven't you saved anything?" Zhang Wendong retorted, "If money is so easily earned, I shall refrain from asking you for a loan. You claim to be the sole provider for your family. Yet with such lucrative earnings at the construction site, how can you possibly lack funds to lend me?" Zhang Wenbei countered, "Second brother, it seems you are not in a position to cast stones. Are you not also living alone? While the construction site offers higher pay, my expenses are considerable, and I have borrowed a bit from Brother Chun." Zhang Wendong asserted, "As your elder brother, I now have a family to support. I need some financial assistance for my wedding. Lend me a hand." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Wenbei replied, "Second brother, it's not that I am unwilling to lend you money. I genuinely have none to spare. My expenses are significant, and I am already indebted to others." Zhang Wendong inquired. What have you been spending on? Though I have not worked at a construction site, I am aware that meals and lodging are provided. How can you be in debt to others? Zhang Wenbei's dark complexion flushed slightly as he responded. Second brother, please do not concern yourself with my affairs. Since you are currently out of work, why not join me at the construction site? I can earn over 100 in just a month with your robust physique. You could easily make 200. Zhang Wendong remarked. My body has been thoroughly depleted. You appear to be in a similar state. Have you been indulging in leisure? Zhang Wenbei's face turned a deep shade of crimson, and after a brief pause, he chuckled. Second brother, you've deduced that correctly. It seems we are kindred spirits. Zhang Wendong replied, I am not of your ilk. Have you any messages to relay besides borrowing money? Zhang Wenbei said, Second brother, I merely wish to borrow a little from you. If you have some to spare, I promise to repay you next month when I receive my salary. What is the benefit of marrying? You can savor the delights of the alleys for just 8 yuan. Spending so much on a wedding seems unwise. Zhang Wendong regretted his visit. It appeared that Zhang Wenbei was of the same ilk as Zhang Wenxi from the previous life, and it was unlikely that he had changed in this lifetime. Given an opportunity, he would undoubtedly cling on for dear life. Zhang Wendong stood up, brushing off the dust, and Zhang Wenbei followed suit. Observing his younger brother, who stood just over 170 centimeters, it seemed he was still in a phase of growth, yet had likely been drained of vitality by the allure of distractions, leaving little prospect for further height. Zhang Wendong exclaimed, What a waste of my effort. You lack the funds to lend me, so when you receive your salary next time, send a message to the shop owner on Chunfeng Road, and I will come to collect the money. Zhang Wenbei, displeased with this comment, felt an urge to curse but refrained, telling Zhang Wendong he was returning to work, and departed. Zhang Wendong walked away from the construction site, muttering irritably to himself. I find myself in a rather perplexing state of mind, having ventured out for the day. After leaving the construction site, I rode my bicycle to the school to pick up Lu Yuju. Upon seeing her radiant smile, my mood brightened considerably. Later that evening, as we finished dinner, Lu Yuju solemnly announced, Zhang Wendong, I have successfully secured a place for further studies. Zhang Wendong, upon hearing this delightful news, responded with great enthusiasm. That's fantastic. You are truly remarkable. Lu Yuju's face lit up with pride, a hint of smugness evident in her expression. Curious, Zhang Wendong inquired. Could you elaborate on what this entails? Lu Yuju explained, It means I won't have to take any entrance exams. I can directly pursue a master's degree. Zhang Wendong replied, That is indeed a rare opportunity. What is your field of study? Lu Yuju responded, I am studying mathematics and applied mathematics. Zhang Wendong remarked, That sounds quite intellectually demanding. Do you enjoy this subject? Lu Yuju admitted, Not particularly. I initially applied for economics after my college entrance examinations, but my advisor suggested I switch to this field during my first year. Zhang Wendong interjected, Economics certainly sounds lucrative. Lu Yuju agreed. That was my thought as well. But my advisor insisted that I possess a natural talent for mathematics, which can also lead to financial success. Chuckling, Zhang Wendong asked, Isn't your dream to become a university professor? Lu Yuju clarified, Becoming a professor is not my ultimate aspiration. My dream is to earn a substantial amount of money, so that we can travel and indulge in the finest cuisines the world has to offer. This declaration brought joy to Zhang Wendong, who questioned, Then why pursue a career in academia, which seems less financially rewarding? Lu Yuju responded, Being a university professor can indeed be lucrative, extending beyond just teaching salaries. Engaging in academic research can also be profitable. My advisor once received a 10,000 yuan reward for a research project, although he donated all the money. She ended this statement with a look of wistfulness. Amused by her frugality, Zhang Wendong playfully pinched her cheeks and remarked, Your advisor embodies a spirit of selflessness. Surely, he has aided you greatly in your success. We should find an opportunity to express our gratitude. Lu Yuju replied, That may not be feasible. My advisor prefers to avoid social gatherings and is quite austere. Zhang Wendong conceded, Very well. Since you have successfully secured your position, does that mean you will no longer attend school? Lu Yuju clarified, I still have classes to attend, and I may soon assist my advisor with academic research. Zhang Wendong teased, Conducting research must be mentally taxing. Excessive thinking could lead to hair loss. With me around, you need not exert yourself so much. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuju clung to Zhang Wendong's arm and playfully declared, You are the best. I shall heed your advice. As they lounged on the couch, their affections for one another became evident. Feeling the moment, Zhang Wendong suggested. Yuzhu, why not stay over tonight? I can escort you to class early tomorrow. Lu Yuzhu hesitated but ultimately agreed. Zhang Wendong lifted Lu Yuzhu into his arms and carried her towards the bedroom, where the bathtub and sofa bed would certainly prove useful. The following morning, neither of them managed to rise early enough to return Lu Yuzhu to school in time, and it was already past 9 o'clock. Lu Yuzhu dashed back to her dormitory to retrieve her books, sprinting towards her classroom. Observing her rush, Zhang Wendong opted to visit the market to buy groceries before returning home for a much-needed rest. In the afternoon, Zhang Wendong met with Lu Yuzhu, and after enjoying a meal together, Lu Yuzhu expressed that she would need to return to school for rest from Monday to Friday henceforth. Lamenting her tardiness to class today, which had resulted in a reprimand, Zhang Wendong acknowledged her words. Chapter 89, Dining on Seafood. Before long, it was early December, and the weather had turned decidedly cold. The hot pot restaurant was experiencing a peak in business, bustling with activity. On this Friday, after returning Lu Yuzhu home for dinner, Zhang Wendong busied himself at the restaurant until after 9 o'clock, distributing salaries to each staff member. He informed them, with business thriving, we will no longer take weekly breaks. Salaries will increase from 80 to 100 yuan, and at the end of the month, your performance will dictate bonuses. Those who do not perform well or frequently request leave will not receive any. The employees, delighted by the pay raise, chorused their gratitude. Thank you, boss. After dismissing them for the evening, Zhang Wendong handed Wang Chang his salary, saying, your pay has also increased by 100. The restaurant relies heavily on you. Wang Chang replied, Donggu, there's no need to raise it further. I already receive a share. I can now earn in a year what I would in a decade back home. Without your guidance, I wouldn't be where I am today. Since you treat me like a brother, please don't increase my salary. Zhang Wendong, recognizing Wang Chang's sincerity, felt a sense of pride in his progress, albeit modest. He decided to let Wang Chang rest more this month, and after dividing the earnings, the two returned home after a brief chat. Upon arriving home, Lu Yuzhu had already finished her evening routine and was eagerly awaiting him in bed. After several days of restraint, Zhang Wendong promised that they would revel in the night ahead. The following morning, they slept in until the sun was high in the sky, finally rising to prepare for lunch. After dining, Lu Yuzhu expressed her desire to return home and rest, but Zhang Wendong insisted, Yuzhu, with this chilly weather, let us take a stroll and purchase some warm clothing. Lu Yuzhu replied, there's no need. I already have plenty of clothes at home. Zhang Wendong, with a commanding tone, asserted, what does it matter if you have many? Every year, I must ensure you have new garments. Lu Yuzhu gazed at him with admiration. Feeling conquered by his words, their spirits lifted, they set out to explore the shopping street, where they spent a considerable time purchasing 2 pairs of woolen trousers, 2 woolen sweaters, a deer leather hat, and 2 sets of thermal underwear. After their excursion on the shopping street, they ventured to the department store, each selecting 2 down jackets. Zhang Wendong noticed a mink fur scarf, priced at 600 yuan. Though expensive, it felt wonderfully comfortable, and he decided to buy one for Lu Yuzhu. Nearby, they spotted a mink coat, and upon seeing the price, they were both taken aback. It cost 20,000 yuan. Zhang Wendong remarked that it was merely for window shopping, not out of reluctance, but because the cost-to-value ratio was simply too low. He had heard from the sales assistant that such garments required maintenance and came with numerous restrictions. After completing their shopping, they wandered a bit longer, and Lu Yuzhu insisted on purchasing a pair of leather gloves for Zhang Wendong to wear while riding his bicycle. He bought 2 pairs, one for each of them, and they returned home with their arms full of bags. After resting for a while, Zhang Wendong inquired, Yuzhu, would you like to indulge in seafood this evening? Upon hearing these words, Lu Yuzhu's eyes began to sparkle with excitement. Zhang Wendong expressed his understanding. A new seafood restaurant had opened on the 2 streets in front of the community. He had noticed it while passing by and was curious about its offerings. Tonight, they would go and find out. The two departed joyfully and walked a short distance before spotting the establishment, named Jinwei Seafood. The decor was quite upscale, and a welcoming hostess greeted them at the entrance. Upon entering, they were met with attentive one-on-one service. Zhang Wendong inquired about Lu Yuzhu's preferences, to which she expressed a desire for crabs. Zhang then asked the server which crabs were particularly delectable. The server replied, Sir, our signature dish is the steamed butter crab, filled with rich crab roe. It's fragrant and sweet, and the meat is exceptionally tender. Curious, Zhang Wendong asked, how large are these crabs, and what is the price? The server responded, "Sir, the butter crab is priced at 180 per pound, and they are all freshly alive." Zhang was taken aback, exclaiming, 180 for a pound of crab? Are you joking? The last time I had wild blue crabs, they cost only 16 each for over a pound. The server clarified, "These butter crabs are imported from the harbor city. We also have wild blue crabs available at just 14 each, and for the first 3 days of our opening. We are offering a 10 discount." Zhang Wendong decided to peruse the menu more carefully. It featured both affordable and extravagant options, with the pricier items charged by weight. After contemplating, he reasoned that since they were there to indulge, they might as well try the seafood, especially given its prestigious name and the restaurant's substantial size, which suggested they wouldn't be overcharged. He turned to Lu Yuju, who, filled with anticipation, replied that she trusted his judgment. Zhang Wendong then asked, "How much is the wild yellow croaker, and what is its size?" The server replied, "Sir, we received 5 fresh yellow croakers this afternoon, the lightest weighing half a pound, and the heaviest over 3 pounds. Zhang inquired further, "What about the exquisite lobster priced at 800 per pound? How large are they?" The server informed him, "Currently, we have only 2 left. One weighs over 2 pounds, and the other over 4 pounds. After studying the menu for a bit longer, Zhang began to place their order: 1 butter crab, for blue crabs, for small blue lobsters, 1 2-pound wild yellow croaker, for double-headed abalones, and 2 bowls of sea cucumber porridge. The server noted, "Sir, your order is recorded, but you must select the items yourself. We weigh them on site. And all seafood is freshly killed." Zhang Wendong stood up and led Lu Yuju to choose, discovering that aside from the yellow croaker, all other selections were alive. Unsure whether larger or smaller sizes would be tastier, they opted for medium-sized options. Once their selections were made, they had to pay up front. Zhang felt the dining experience was somewhat lacking. He was uncertain about which seafood was most enjoyable, found the ordering process cumbersome, struggled to discern whether the seafood was wild or farmed, and was not fond of the requirement to pay before eating. Perhaps the high prices were to blame. After engaging in conversation for a while, their dishes began to arrive. The first to be served was the wild yellow croaker, steamed to perfection. The rich juices emanating from it were quite aromatic. They eagerly picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. The yellow croaker was indeed remarkable, exceedingly fresh, with a delicate texture and minimal bones. It was a delightful dish. After indulging in fish for a while, the crabs arrived. Zhang Wendong presented the 5 distinct crabs to Lu Yuju. The waiter produced a small knife, indicating that the crabs needed to be sliced in half. Zhang Wendong then took the knife and divided the butter crab, revealing a delightful surprise. The crab shell was brimming with rich, golden roe, overflowing to the brim. Lu Yuju placed half into Zhang Wendong's bowl, and they began to savor it. Indeed, the crab roe was decadently sweet, reminiscent of silky, salted egg yolk. Once the roe was devoured, they began to break off the legs to relish the succulent crab meat, which was equally tender. After finishing the butter crab, they proceeded to enjoy the large blue crab, which tasted just as delightful as they remembered. Once the crabs were consumed, they turned their attention to the small lobster. The lobster shell was already cut open, revealing a filling of garlic. A single taste revealed its exquisite flavor. Following the lobster, they tackled the large yellow croaker. After finishing the yellow croaker, the double-headed abalone was finally served, and it was not steamed, but rather pan-fried. As they began to eat, they discovered the abalone meat was exceptionally rich and springy, full of collagen, providing a delightful chew. Finally, a bowl of freshly cooked sea cucumber porridge arrived, featuring sea cucumber paired with millet. The texture was dense and silky, with the stickiness and fragrance of the millet intertwining, resulting in a flavor that was robust and quite delightful.